In this world beset by ferocious beasts, humanity has awakened formidable talents. Hongxiao has unexpectedly found himself in this realm for 18 years, and the One-Coin Instakill System has perpetually remained in a state of loading. It was not until his senior year of high school that he awakened his talent, albeit it was the most inferior of abilities. Nevertheless, the One-Coin Instakill System has finally completed its loading process. SSS-level talent, One-Coin Instakill. Heavenly tier weapon, One-Coin Instakill. 9th grade elixir, also One-Coin Instakill. Thus, Hongxiao embarked on his path to invincibility. Chapter 1, Awakening Ceremony. In the Qixia Empire, Hetian Province, in Tianyuan City, the playground of Tianyuan High School is filled with thousands of senior students. Principal Lin passionately delivers a speech from the elevated platform. Students, after decades of diligent study, this is your pivotal moment for awakening your talents. It matters not whether you draw a combat talent, a support talent, or a life talent. What is most crucial is that you possess a heart eager for strength. Even if your awakened talent is that of a life talent, such as a master weeder, you can still clear all the weeds in the city with utmost precision. Therefore, students who awaken life talents need not feel disheartened. If you can excel in any endeavor, you will be a true master. A murmur of surprise ripples through the crowd. Principal Lin chuckles gently, unperturbed. Now, let us begin. Please line up to awaken your talents. All the senior students below are filled with excitement. In this world where ferocious beasts roam and martial arts prevail, everyone yearns to become a true warrior. Regardless of the type of combat talent, it must unequivocally be a combat talent. Amidst the throng, a fair-skinned youth stands tall, his dark eyes glinting. Hongxiao slightly raises his gaze, revealing his obsidian pupils. As a time traveler who has endured 18 arduous years, is this moment finally upon him? However, as a seasoned web literature enthusiast in his past life, a golden finger is indispensable. Though his golden finger has indeed arrived, it remains perpetually in a loading state, a frustrating 18 years of waiting. A flicker of joy ignites in Hongxiao's eyes. Is it finally nearing completion? The last time he checked, it was only at over 80, yet today it has surged to 98. Is the era belonging to Hongxiao finally about to commence? Yet, what precisely is this One-Coin Instakill System? Does it rely on luck? If it is indeed luck-based, his mindset may very well explode. Presently, Hongxiao remains uncertain and can only wait for the loading to finish. As the crowd ahead begins to ascend the stage for awakening, he closes the system interface. From a distance, on the foremost platform, stands a mysterious figure clad in a gray robe. He is an awakener, specifically responsible for guiding the awakening of high school students. Before the awakener hovers a crystal ball, known as the awakening crystal. As long as the 18-year-old senior students place their hands upon it, they will awaken their unique talents. Combat talents are deemed the most powerful, followed by support talents, while life talents rank as the least effective. Life talents are generally associated with mundane aspects of existence, rendering them virtually useless. Support talents are easily understood, capable of group healing or providing buffs, among other abilities. As for the combat talents, they represent the pinnacle of abilities in this world. Students who awaken combat talents are destined for a bright future, destined to battle ferocious beasts and protect their nation. Though perilous, the rewards are exceedingly generous, whether it be skills, weapons, equipment, or the instruction of teachers. All are of the highest caliber. The more gifted a combat talent awakener is, the better the treatment they will receive. Wealth becomes the easiest of pursuits. Hongxiao clenches his fists. Having lived 2 lifetimes as an ordinary failure, this time, he is determined to overturn this world. He will not squander this life in mediocrity. In a realm where ferocious beasts roam, the day may come when cities fall and lives are lost amidst the beast tide. Therefore, he must become a formidable force, no matter the cost. For now, he will see what talent he can awaken. If he can attain a powerful talent, he need not rely solely on the golden finger to secure a favorable position. However, if the awakened talent proves to be exceptionally poor, he will have no choice but to depend on the golden finger. After all, according to the laws governing time travelers, reliance on the golden finger is a near certainty. Zhang San, talent awakened, life system, barber. Zhao Si, talent awakened, life system, sweeper. Wang Bei, talent awakened, C-grade combat system, dual axe warrior. A stir arises from the crowd. Wow, a C-grade combat talent. Wang Xiao is impressive. The announcements continue. Lin Yuan, talent awakened. S-grade support system, healing goddess. Wow. The crowd erupts in excitement. Wow, healing goddess Lin Yuan is extraordinary. Her talent sounds remarkably powerful. Damn, an S-grade talent is exceedingly rare, hardly seen in decades. Before long, this news will astonish the entire nation. Indeed, even reporters from television stations will surely come. Amazing. Hearing the crowd's admiration, Su Hongxiao gazes at the radiant brilliance upon the platform, somewhat astonished. Thus far, only her awakening has evoked such a celestial phenomenon. Soon, it is Su Hongxiao's turn. Su Hongxiao, talent awakened. F-grade combat talent, thunderous might. An elemental combat talent, though commendable, regrettably of rather low quality. The awakener beside him shakes his head. For those with elemental talents, once developed, can become the backbone of the empire. Such a pity. Su Hongxiao feels a tinge of disappointment, yet remains unfazed. At this moment, he notices that the system has reached 99 completion. It is nearly there. With the final martial assessment for the senior students approaching in a week, he should have sufficient time. If the system does not load to 100 within these 7 days, Su Hongxiao will truly unleash his frustrations. After all, though his awakened talent is combat-oriented, it is of the lowest quality, F-grade. Based on the knowledge stored within his memory, no warrior of such quality has ever succeeded in breaking through to the realm of the exceptional in centuries. In this world overrun by ferocious beasts, humanity's survival hinges upon the emergence of powerful talent holders. These talent holders include those capable of shattering mountains and rivers with sheer force, as well as those wielding the abilities to manipulate wind, fire, lightning, and more. There are even psychics who can control countless flying swords with their minds. Regardless of the cultivation method, the realms remain unified. In this world, the rigorous cultivation hierarchy comprises 7 distinct levels: Warrior, Breaking the Mirror, Mountain Guardian, Moon Shatterer, Silent Sun, Heaven Shaker, and Celestial Immortal. Each level is further subdivided into 9 stars. To transition from Warrior to Breaking the Mirror, one must first attain the pinnacle of Warrior 9 stars to have any hope of breaking through. For individuals of talent to ascend from Warrior to Breaking the Mirror, a minimum of E-grade quality talent is requisite. The quality of talent is ranked from highest to lowest as follows: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. F-grade quality represents the most inferior level, while the existence of SSS-grade talent is exceedingly rare. Throughout this continent, it seems that only 1 or 2 such talents have emerged over the course of hundreds of years, and these formidable beings seldom make an appearance before the public. They are likely to surface only when the empire teeters on the brink of annihilation. Curse it! After waiting 18 years, this is the caliber of talent I receive. Su Hongxiao clenched his fists tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Such a quality of talent offers no prospects whatsoever. Even if he were to gain admission to a martial arts university or later join the military, he would merely exist as cannon fodder. Now, all he could rely on was, the loading is complete. The One-Coin Instakill System is binding. Binding successful. Damn it, I finally succeeded. Su Hongxiao had long ceased to pay attention to the awakening ceremony on the stage. He eagerly entered the system interface that was visible only to him. This was his final opportunity. Chapter 2. SSS-level talent. Instantaneous. 9th rank elixir. Instantaneous. Celestial weapon. Also instantaneous. One-Coin instant kill system. Introduction. 3 chances for a One-Coin instant kill each month. This month's items are as follows. SSS talent. 9 heavens divine thunder. One-Coin purchase. 9th rank elixir. Ancient blood elixir. One-Coin purchase. Celestial weapon. 9 heavens thunder hammer. One-Coin purchase. Su Hongxiao was taken aback. Is this truly the One-Coin instant kill system? Moreover, one can purchase 3 different items each month for just 3 yuan. Suppressing the fervor within, Su Hongxiao understood that now was not the time to claim his rewards. He would wait until he returned to his dwelling. Upon exiting the page, his heart was already racing with excitement. However, the present moment was not suitable for such exuberance. He needed to maintain his composure. Clenching his fists, Su Hongxiao reflected on his childhood when he could not afford elixirs to replenish his vitality, remaining stuck at the 1st star of a martial artist even now. If it were not for the emergence of his talent, he would likely never have the chance to reach the 9th star in his lifetime. Yet, with the SSS-level talent of 9 heavens divine thunder, everything was about to change. The 9th rank elixir was the pinnacle of its kind. Among the hundreds of billions in the Hongxiao Empire, it seemed no one had ever succeeded in refining such a top-tier elixir. It was said that even the most gifted alchemists could only produce elixirs up to the 8th rank. As for celestial weapons, they were the highest quality in this realm. Elixirs were categorized from 1 to 9 ranks, with the 1st rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. Weapons were classified as earthly, mysterious, and celestial, with celestial being the highest quality. The prospect of acquiring 3 top-tier items at once was astonishing. A glimmer of madness sparkled in Su Hongxiao's eyes. In this lifetime, he was determined to ascend to the pinnacle of power. The awakening ceremony concluded swiftly. Individuals like him, who awakened with inferior talents and lacked a background, were hardly noticed by anyone. Su Hongxiao was more than willing to leave early. Returning to the modest room he rented in Tianyuan City. Located in the suburbs, the tiny room cost 300 yuan a month. Although small, Its affordability was irresistible. This week, there were no classes, allowing all students a week to hone their talents. A week later, the crucial senior year examination would commence. Hongxiao was undoubtedly going to participate in the martial arts examination. After all, to enter a martial arts university, one must pass the martial examination. The academic examination was reserved for those with life system talents. Children from affluent families had already reached the 7th, 8th, or even 9th stars by using elixirs to enhance their vitality. Moreover, some signs of prestigious families had even broken through to become martial artists before the age of 18, entering the realm of shattered mirrors. Such advancements were beyond the reach of impoverished children. As for orphans like Hongxiao, merely surviving on scarce subsidies was a feat. This predicament had resulted in his cultivation stagnating between the 1st and 2nd stars of a martial artist. Once, he had even broken through to the 2nd star. But due to a lack of elixirs and the inability to afford the flesh of ferocious beasts, his vitality dwindled, causing his realm to decline. Within the school, no one regarded him as anything but a waste, resulting in him having virtually no friends. To put it simply, he was like an invisible entity. Damn it. From this day forth, Hongxiao would never again be subjected to humiliation, nor would he remain a mere, transparent figure. Sitting cross-legged in his cramped rental room, his dark eyes gazed out the window at the vast sky. This time, if gods block my path, I shall slay gods. If Buddhas obstruct me, I shall vanquish Buddhas. If the earth confines me, I shall overturn the very ground. If the heavens deceive me, I shall topple the skies. Smack. Hongxiao slapped himself, realizing he had succumbed to his youthful delusions once more. Now was not the time for fanciful thoughts. Those aspirations were too distant. He needed to secure those 3 top-tier items without delay. After all, he still did not know if they were genuine. 1 yuan instant kill system. Introduction: 3 chances for a 1 yuan instant kill each month. This month's items are as follows. SSS talent, 9 heavens divine thunder, 1 yuan purchase. 9th rank elixir, ancient blood elixir, 1 yuan purchase. Celestial weapon, 9 heavens thunder hammer, 1 yuan purchase. Fortunately, this was not a dream. Gazing at the system that could be accessed at any time, Hongxiao felt a profound sense of relief. He might not have 30,000 or 3,000 yuan, but he could certainly muster 3 yuan. Soon, Hongxiao spent his 3 yuan to purchase all 3 items. SSS talent, 9 heavens divine thunder, 1 yuan instant kill. 9th rank elixir, ancient blood elixir, 1 yuan instant kill. Celestial weapon, 9 heavens thunder hammer, 1 yuan instant kill. Buzz. Upon claiming the first SSS-level talent, Hongxiao was suddenly bewildered. The once bright sky outside his window turned ominously dark, shrouded in heavy clouds. Boom! Terrifying thunder reverberated throughout Tianyuan City. The inhabitants ceased their activities, gazing up at the pitch-black sky. The sensation was akin to the arrival of the apocalypse, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression and suffocation within everyone. All the powerful individuals in the city were astounded and hurried outside. They gazed up at the dark clouds and the multitude of purple lightning, rendered speechless by the spectacle. The director of the town martial division, with his discerning eyes, immediately recognized that this was the talent awakened by someone. In the empty room, his expression turned grave as he declared, "Whose talent has awakened? Investigate." Yes, a shadow flickered and vanished in an instant. In that moment, all members of the Tianyuan City branch of the town martial division sprang into action. In the dilapidated rental room, Hongxiao felt completely dazed. He watched as countless purple lightning bolts cascaded from the clouds in a frenzied descent. He was not afraid, for he was indoors and had no concern of being struck by lightning. However, he soon found himself in a state of shock. Those terrifying purple bolts, akin to meteors, seemed to possess a will of their own as they veered into his modest abode, crashing into him with ferocious force. A searing pain engulfed his entire body. Damn! The excruciating sensation of paralysis overwhelmed Hongxiao, causing him to involuntarily curse. His flesh, bones, blood, and soul felt electrified. Just before losing consciousness, his vision was filled with countless purple lightning bolts rushing towards him. Damn it, I won't die for my own talent, will I? With that thought, he could no longer hold on, closing his eyes and succumbing to oblivion. Boom, boom, boom. Uncertain how long he had been struck by the purple lightning, Hongxiao slowly opened his eyes from the darkness. I'm still alive? Crackling. Sitting up from the ground, Hongxiao stared in horror at the arcs of purple electricity emanating from his body, utterly bewildered. He extended his palm, and a terrifying flash of purple lightning erupted instantly. The once terrifying purple bolts now felt as if they were an extension of himself, easily wielded. The fearsome purple lightning flickered wildly above his palm. Yet he felt no pain at all. Instead, there was an oddly comforting sensation. Is this truly the 9 heavens divine thunder? Recalling the divine thunder, Hongxiao gradually stood up, the bones in his body cracking and popping audibly. Could it be that the 9 heavens divine thunder has also aided in forging his physique? This newfound strength. Chapter 3, Continuous Breakthrough. Suppressing his excitement, Su Hongxiao promptly opened his status panel. Host, Su Hongxiao. Age, 18 years. Cultivation level, martial artist 7th star. Talent, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder SSS talent. Weapon, 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer Celestial Weapon. Items, Ancient Blood Elixir 9th rank Elixir. Skills, none. Points, 0. Points mall, now open. My goodness, the realm has directly leaped to martial artist 7 stars? Su Hongxiao struggled to swallow, utterly astonished. However, he felt an overwhelming hunger suddenly surge within him. Even if 2 cows were brought to him at this moment, he felt he could consume them entirely. This is madness. Su Hongxiao felt as if he were on the verge of starvation. He glanced at the 9-rank pill among the items, and without hesitation, he retrieved it and tossed it into his mouth. Buzz. As the pill entered, a terrifying surge of medicinal power erupted within him. Su Hongxiao felt that dreadful hunger dissipate significantly, until it finally vanished completely. Yet, the overwhelming medicinal force showed no sign of waning, coursing wildly through his bones, veins, and flesh. Su Hongxiao felt a flicker of gratitude. Fortunately, he had first acquired the SSS grade talent, allowing his body and soul to endure this horrific potency. Honed by the purple thunder's tempering, had he ingested this pill from the outset, he might have perished instantly. Soon his bones, flesh, and veins were filled to the brim with that terrifying medicinal force. However, an abundance of this power remained. No, if this continued, his entire body would be on the verge of bursting. Su Hongxiao swiftly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to manipulate the divine thunder within him to absorb the medicinal energy. In that moment of concentration, he discovered an astonishing sight within his chi sea, a swirling mass of thunderclouds. Within that dark thundercloud, countless tiny purple lightning bolts danced frantically. This appeared to be a cyclone that only those who have shattered the mirror could possess. Su Hongxiao stared in awe at this scene, realizing he had unexpectedly broken through from martial artist 7 stars to shattering the mirror. Watching the increasingly expanding cyclone of thunderclouds, he felt a surge of anxiety. After all, there was a risk of the cyclone exploding. If it did, he would be rendered incapacitated. Moreover, if he allowed his realm to rise uncontrollably, it would lead to unstable chi and blood, jeopardizing his future growth significantly. With no time to spare, Su Hongxiao focused his mental energy, desperately compressing the swelling thundercloud cyclone. As he immersed himself in cultivation, chaos erupted throughout Tianyuan City. The entire city experienced a blackout, and powerful talented individuals were scouring the area for something. This scene instilled fear in those who had committed wrongdoings, leaving them trembling in dread of being discovered and apprehended. Conversely, some rejoiced, relieved that the citywide blackout finally afforded them a chance to rest. As day turned to night, and after an unknown period had passed, a mysterious flash of purple lightning pierced through the darkness. The silent and shadowy rented room finally stirred. Crackle! Su Hongxiao abruptly opened his eyes, and a terrifying bolt of purple lightning erupted from his pitch-black irises, illuminating the room. But before long, the purple lightning vanished into the air. Under the moonlight, Su Hongxiao's face radiated with a smile, yet his eyes, flickering with the light of thunder, remained eerily calm. Yes, calm. So tranquil that he could face any challenge with unwavering steadiness, moving like thunder itself. Su Hongxiao blinked, his eyes returning to stark black and white. Sensing the surge of power within him and the torrent of thunderous energy, he once more opened the status panel. Host, Su Hongxiao. Age, 18. Realm, shattering the mirror 3 stars. Talent, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder SSS talent. Weapon, 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer, heavenly grade weapon. Skills, none. Items, none. Points, 0. Points mall, now open. Excellent. Gazing at the realm status panel, Su Hongxiao felt no sense of loss. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Although his realm had stabilized dramatically, his foundation was impeccably solid, with chi and blood stable, and bones resonating harmoniously. He dared to assert that within the same tier, he would be invincible, and even against those with shattering the mirror 5 or 6 stars talents, he was more than capable of battling. Despite possessing an SSS grade talent, Su Hongxiao did not adopt an arrogant mentality. After all, while talent is important, one's own strength is paramount. Even with an SSS grade talent, he could not hope to defeat a formidable figure at the mountain suppression realm. Such masters could release their chi outward, rendering both offense and defense far beyond the capabilities of a martial artist or a shattering the mirror realm. This marked a definitive divide. Nonetheless, without a doubt, the SSS grade talent is the most formidable of all. As time progresses, the quality of talent becomes increasingly vital. What astonished Su Hongxiao the most was the appearance of a miniature version of the ancient blood pill beside the thundercloud in his chi sea. What is this occurrence? Su Hongxiao had never heard of such a phenomenon, considering that it was a 9-rank pill, and few in this world had likely ever consumed such a high-grade elixir. Never mind, it's clearly incomprehensible now. He would have to study it when the opportunity arose in the future. Calming his mind, Su Hongxiao opened the bottommost section of the points mall. He was still unaware of what this was and needed to understand it thoroughly. Points mall. Function, allows items to be exchanged with points. Categories: weapons, equipment, pills, skills, art, miscellaneous. Su Hongxiao gazed at the eclectic array of goods, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that, aside from the 3 items purchased for $3 each every month, there would be such a plethora of items available for points exchange. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the weapon category, only to be dumbfounded. There were numerous heavenly grade weapons, yet they required a staggering 10,000,000,000 points. He painstakingly counted the zeros, ultimately concluding that heavenly grade weapons demanded 100 billion points. There were, however, some lower tier, more affordable items. Although Su Hongxiao was still oblivious to the value of these points, he recognized that his current points totaled 0. System: how does one acquire points? Silence enveloped the air. It seemed that this system was not capable of speech. Su Hongxiao attempted to access the points panel again, only to find no description forthcoming. It appeared that discovering how to earn points would have to be a journey of self-discovery. Yet, it mattered little, with his current SSS grade talent and heavenly grade weapon. As long as he cultivated steadily, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle. However, Su Hongxiao was determined never to live a life of mere survival again. Now that he possessed SSS grade talent, it would be meaningless to continue in a state of stagnation. In the upcoming college entrance examination in a week, he would ensure that the school and the Education Bureau recognized the brilliance within him. To gain admission to a top-tier martial arts university, one must demonstrate their worth. Otherwise, no one would spare a glance. Those who could enter prestigious martial arts universities were all prodigious talents, extraordinary individuals, the focus of widespread admiration. As he gazed at the morning sun outside the window, Su Hongxiao suddenly paused. What date was it today? How long had he been unconscious? Damn. Realizing this, Su Hongxiao hastily rummaged for his old mobile phone. What the heck? Today is the day of the college entrance examination. Chapter 4. Martial Arts Examination. Upon seeing the date on his old phone, Su Hongxiao had no time to ponder. He quickly donned a set of clothes, grabbed his identification card and examination permit, and headed to the sports center in Tianyuan City. Every year, students participating in the college entrance examination in Tianyuan City must report to the sports center for assembly, before proceeding to the designated locations for the written or martial examination. Living in the suburbs, Su Hongxiao took more than an hour to reach the sports arena in the city center. Finally, he had arrived. As he reached the entrance of the arena, he was greeted by a throng of people. It was said that over 100,000 high school seniors from the entire Tianyuan City were participating in this examination. After all, this world was several hundred times larger than the Earth he once knew, although most of the territory was now occupied by ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, the various human empires had stabilized over the past century. Observing the flourishing martial world before him, a smile crept onto Su Hongxiao's lips. The excitement begins with the martial examination. At that moment, nearby students turned their gazes towards Su Hongxiao, and the girls' eyes lit up instantly. What a handsome young man. The boys, on the other hand, were filled with envy. How could someone look so good, not to mention standing at over 6 feet tall? Su Hongxiao, in high spirits, ignored the adoring and jealous glances as he merged into the bustling crowd entering the stadium. As soon as he stepped inside, he was enveloped by the sound of countless students engaged in animated discussions. Have you heard? 3 exceptionally talented students have emerged in Tianyuan City this year. I believe their names are Li Yin, Shinfeng, and Lin Yuan. They were on television just a few days ago. Rumor has it their backgrounds are quite extraordinary. Li Yin is the son of the president of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Association. Shinfeng is the son of the wealthiest man in Tianyuan City. And as for Lin Yuan, wow, she is even more impressive. Her father is the director of the city's Martial Affairs Bureau. Sighing, they continued, with their family backgrounds. We can't compete. I heard all 3 of them have already broken through to the realm of martial artists, reaching the first star of the Mirror Shatter stage. What's more, I heard that during the recent test, Li Yin had already achieved the 2nd star of the Mirror Shatter stage. Incredible. It seems that the top student in our province is undoubtedly going to be Li Yin. Not just the top student. After this martial examination, the top 10 students will have the opportunity to attend the elite training camp held in the provincial capital. I've heard about that too. Our province has 18 cities, and only the top 10 students from each city can attend, which means only 180 students from our province will participate in the elite training camp. An elite training camp? Wow. To select less than 200 from millions of candidates. I've heard there are also some prodigies emerging from other cities. And there are even rumors of a student who reached the 3rd star of the Mirror Shatter stage by the age of 18. Wow. Even if our top 10 students manage to get in, they will likely face significant challenges. It's truly terrifying. Hey, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Those who get into that kind of training camp are all geniuses and monsters. There's no chance for us. Upon hearing this, Su Hongxiao's interest was piqued. He approached the group, curiosity etched on his face, and asked, "Excuse me, what exactly is this elite training camp you were just discussing?" The group, initially taken aback by the sudden approach of the tall and handsome young man, soon warmed up to him. After all, they were all students and young people, and they quickly struck up a conversation. One of them explained, the elite training camp is incredibly prestigious. How so? It's specifically for students who perform excellently in the martial examination, organized by the provincial capital to help these talented students grow even stronger. Another chimed in, exactly. There's a gap of several months before martial arts university begins, and the stronger the students who go to the provincial capital, the more they can bring glory to our province once they enter university. Ah, I see, Hongxiao mused. So, if you enter as a martial artist at the 1st star, you could graduate having reached at least the 7th star. And if one is at the mirror shatter stage? For those at the mirror shatter stage, they typically emerge having improved by at least 3 stars. That impressive? Seeing Hongxiao's astonishment, they chuckled. You might as well not think about it. That place is not meant for us to enter. All right then. Hongxiao nodded, not feeling the need to elaborate further. Thank you, everyone. I'll head to registration now. As he turned to blend back into the crowd, the group paid him little mind, as they had not sensed any pressure from him earlier. All of them were martial artists at the 6th or 7th star level and naturally assumed Hongxiao's realm was inferior to theirs. Little did they know. It was precisely because Hongxiao's realm far surpassed theirs that they could not perceive him when his blood and energy were not unleashed. Inside the expansive stadium, there were 2 main areas, one designated for academic examinees and the other for martial exam candidates. Soon, Hongxiao located his school S-bus. Every year, the martial examination required students to head to the military district of Tianyuan City, where the examiners responsible for overseeing the martial examination were stationed. The rules of the martial examination were straightforward. Rankings would be determined through combat. After nearly an hour, all students had found their respective school buses. Subsequently, thousands of buses began to set off. As the buses traveled, they moved farther away from the bustling city until pedestrians and other vehicles were nowhere to be seen, replaced by armed soldiers on guard. After all, these high school seniors were the future pillars of the empire, and there could be no room for error. With ferocious beasts lurking outside and the sinister cult of the ancient Yin sect waiting for an opportunity to strike within, this continent was not as tranquil as it appeared. Eventually, all the buses came to a halt in an open area after passing through a heavily fortified steel gate. Surrounding them were soldiers holding rifles. And a booming announcement echoed through the air. All examinees were instructed to disembark immediately. Hongxiao followed the tide of students off the bus. In front of the open space, a temporary platform had been erected. Suddenly, a terrifying roar from a nearby ferocious beast echoed from behind. This was a small city filled with such beasts, and it served as the site for this martial examination. What kinds of ferocious beasts would be present in this beast-infested city? It was hard to say. Last year, there were reports of high-level 1st and 2nd-tier beasts that had overwhelmed numerous examinees. Wow, high-level ferocious beasts? They are comparable to those at the mirror shatter stage. Well, it's quite dangerous inside, but generally, martial examinations do not threaten the lives of the students. That is a relief. Yes, you need not worry too much. The more formidable beasts usually reside in the middle and inner areas of the small city, while the outer areas are filled with ordinary level beasts. Not far off. Hongxiao quietly listened to the discussions around him. He was surprised to learn that high-level ferocious beasts would be present at the examination site. Such beasts were beyond the capability of martial artist realm students to contend with. Suddenly, a robust student approached the crowd, radiating confidence. This time, the top student in the province is as good as mine. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd was about to mock him, but when they laid eyes on him, they instinctively took a step back and fell silent. The one who had spoken was none other than Shinfeng, one of the prominent figures at Tianyuan High School. Hongxiao turned his head to the left, noticing Shinfeng had halted beside him, gazing at the burly young man who appeared to be in his 20s. He found it hard to believe that this was an 18-year-old examinee. Hey, you delicate-looking one, you're here for the martial examination too? Shinfeng seemed to notice Hongxiao and, for some reason, felt a hint of threat emanating from this fair-skinned youth. Calmly meeting Shinfeng's gaze, Hongxiao felt a strange surge of energy within him. However, he deemed this individual unworthy of his attention. Shun, my dear brother. Don't pop the champagne too early, and be cautious in your judgments of others. Just then, a light chuckle rang out. The crowd turned in astonishment, wondering who dared to speak so boldly to Shinfeng. Upon witnessing the arrival of the newcomer, everyone was once again taken aback. The visitor was none other than Li Yan, one of the 3 prodigies of Tianyuan City. Li Yan approached Shinfeng, a light chuckle escaping his lips. How many times must I tell you? One ought to maintain a low profile. One cannot judge others merely by their appearance. Shinfeng, with an air of haughty defiance, lifted his chin. Spare me your pretense. Just wait until I surpass you. Then you will see what's in store for you. Li Yan, with a playful smile, replied, well then, I shall eagerly await Shin classmate's surpassing. He then turned his luminous gaze towards Hongxiao. This classmate seems a bit unfamiliar. May I ask your name? I am merely a nameless student from Tianyuan 3rd High. Hongxiao responded as he made his way into the crowd, having little interest in mingling with these arrogant prodigies. However, he was promptly intercepted by Shinfeng. Classmate, are you disregarding the dignity of us students from Tianyuan 1st High? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. This classmate appeared to be in grave danger for daring to offend young Master Shen. It was rumored that many students had languished under Shen's control for months. Indeed, while students from Tianyuan First High might not fear the gentle Li Yin, they certainly had reason to fear the tempestuous Shen. Su Hongxiao touched his nose, chuckling lightly. Heh, are all students from Tianyuan First High this domineering? Shen Feng's clenched fist emitted a crackling sound as he narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, domineering. And what of it? Su Hongxiao's palms slowly clenched, his internal thunderclouds raging. The onlookers perceived Shen Feng's arrogance, yet failed to notice the battle intent glimmering in his eyes. His combat talent warned him that this handsome young man before him exuded an aura of threat, igniting within him an urge to battle. On a distant high platform, two instructors appeared, one male, one female. The female, named Song Ruyun, was the examiner for this event and held the rank of colonel. The male, named Qin Jun, served as a major in the military district and was present to assist. How amusing, Qin Jun remarked, observing the heated exchange below. Before the event has even commenced, these youngsters are already in a frenzy. However, among this batch of students, only Li Yin and Lin Yuan pose a challenge to Shen Feng. Song Ruyun, with a cold expression, scrutinized the two. There is no record of Shen Feng being a bully in the data I have on him. Qin Jun chuckled lightly. Indeed. But what could be the reason? Song Ruyun did not respond immediately, instead stating, however, for some reason, I sense a violent force emanating from that particular student. Qin Jun looked at her in astonishment. Surely you jest? Your realm is the moon-cleaving stage. How could you possibly sense such an aura from Shen Feng? Song Ruyun clarified. Not from Shen Feng, but from the student he is threatening. Qin Jun was left utterly bewildered. Below, Shen Feng fixed his gaze on Su Hongxiao, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. What's the matter? Lost your tongue? Su Hongxiao's palms were now tightly clenched, a slight smirk curling his lips. 3 seconds would suffice to deal with him. Just then, a clear, cold voice resonated from a distance. What skill is there in bullying the weak? The crowd turned their attention, excitement coursing through them. It was she. She had arrived. Following the gaze of the crowd, Su Hongxiao observed that Lin Yuan had indeed come in a private vehicle all alone. As she walked gracefully, she captivated everyone's attention. Wow, is this Lin Yuan? Who has awakened her S-rank talent? She is simply stunning. Goodness indeed. If I could have a date with Lin Yuan, it would be worth it. Su Hongxiao's dark eyes regarded Lin Yuan, now radiant after awakening her S-rank talent. She exuded an extraordinary aura, more refined than before after a week's absence. The presence of the three individuals was undeniably powerful, all having broken through the warrior stage into the mirror-shattering realm. Observing the trio at the center of attention, Su Hongxiao smiled gently, his hands clenched tightly. The moment was near. Lin Yuan approached, her icy gaze fixed on Shen Feng. Your first high's arrogance has nothing to do with me, but I will be the first to oppose any bullying of our third high students. Wow, Lin Yuan is so fierce. Soon, all examinees from third high gathered around. Lin Yuan is right. We from third high are not to be bullied at your whim. Exactly. Do you think third high wishes to clash with us from first high? How dare you speak to us like that? Seeing this, the students from first high rushed to stand behind Shen Feng and Li Yin. Silence. Li Yin raised a hand, and the 1,000-strong assembly of first high students fell silent in an instant. This was the dominion of the strong. The martial examination is about to commence. Do not cause any disturbances. Li Yin strolled over casually, a smile gracing his face. Lin Yuan, do not be angered. Shen Feng was merely jesting with his classmate. Lin Yuan coldly retorted, if you wish to joke, do so with your own schoolmates. Do not involve those from third high. Shen Feng's countenance darkened. However, Lin Yuan's father was the director of the city's martial affairs, and even he, the son of Tianyuan City's wealthiest man, would not dare to offend him. I did not intentionally make it difficult for him. I merely sensed a hint of danger from him, and thus wished to test him. Heh, Shen classmate truly knows how to jest. You are a genius who has broken through to the mirror-shattering realm. How could you feel threatened by him? You will understand if you sense it for yourself. Interrupted by Shen Feng, Lin Yuan frowned slightly, her gaze filled with battle intent as she turned to Su Hongxiao. You are the student who has awakened F-rank lightning power? Faced with this strikingly handsome classmate, she had some recollection. Yes. Su Hongxiao nodded slightly. What? F-rank lightning talent? Goodness. What a waste. Indeed, if only the quality were higher, he would surely soar. Unfortunately, F-rank talent is rather dismal. It is unlikely he will ever reach the mirror-shattering stage. Shen Feng stared at Su Hongxiao in disbelief after hearing this. If he possessed F-rank talent, how could he evoke such a sense of threat? Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 6. The Beastly City Opens. The pinnacle of the enigmatic examiner. Young Master Shen, you, an A-rank combat talent, and currently in the mirror-shattering realm, claim to feel threatened by him? Do you not find that amusing? Lin Yuan's beautiful eyes glimmered with frost. Shen Feng was momentarily taken aback. My apologies, Lin classmate, it was a complete misunderstanding. We are all here for the martial examination today. There is no need for anger. Li Yin interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. He doubted Lin Yuan would have much more to say. Suddenly, amidst the standoff, a terrifying aura surged forth, awakening the thousands of students in an instant. With the intended effect achieved, Qin Jun withdrew his imposing presence. Song Ryun stepped forward, her tall figure leaving everyone awestruck. This is the examiner for this event. So youthful. Her impressive stature and exquisitely cold beauty enchanted the male students, who were utterly captivated by the stark contrast to the innocent girls in their school. The woman on the stage was truly the pinnacle of elegance among the fierce. I am Song Ryun, the examiner for your martial examination. I will now clarify the rules for this year's event. This martial examination will utilize a point system. Do you see the beastly city behind me? It houses nearly 1 million ferocious beasts. However, fear not. The majority of these beasts range from ordinary levels 5 to 9, corresponding to the strength of warriors ranked 5 to 9 stars. Yet, deeper within, there will be high-level beasts of 1st to 2nd rank, equivalent to the 1st to 3rd stars in the mirror-shattering realm. As for the very depths, there lies a high-level beast of 3rd rank. While dangerous, it will not venture into the outer perimeter. Please wait. You will soon receive a military backpack, which is equipped with a point system. You will need to hunt ferocious beasts to earn points. The higher your points, the better your ranking. Any student who manages to enter the top 10 of the leaderboard will not only gain admission to prestigious martial arts universities, but will also have the opportunity to participate in an elite training camp hosted in the provincial capital in a week. The benefits of this camp are beyond what I can elaborate on. Lastly, the backpack features a switch. If you feel overwhelmed and face a life-threatening crisis, simply press the switch. The backpack will emit an electromagnetic net that will envelop you, allowing you to await rescue without worry. The intelligent point system within the military backpack will activate automatically, enabling you to focus solely on hunting ferocious beasts. Remember, you must return here before sunset, specifically before 6 in the evening. Now, let us commence the distribution of the military backpacks. Despite the absence of a microphone, Song Ryun's voice resonated with clarity, akin to a cascading waterfall, reaching the ears of every student. This overwhelming aura of vitality instilled a sense of reverence in all attendees, including the 3 prodigies who attracted much attention. Hongxiao gazed at the tall woman at the examination platform, astonished. She appeared to be in her 20s, yet possessed formidable strength. At the supply station, thousands of soldiers sprang into action, swiftly distributing the military backpacks to all candidates. Simultaneously, the massive iron gates at the entrance of the Beast City were opened by the soldiers. A chilling wind swept forth, carrying an atmosphere of desolation. With weeds growing tall enough to reach half a person's height, eerie gusts accompanied the roars of the ferocious beasts. Students, I must inform you that although the beasts within may not be of high rank, there have been instances where candidates have been killed. I reiterate, if anyone wishes to withdraw, you may still do so. A brief silence ensued. Some students, despite their trepidation, were reluctant to forfeit this opportunity, recognizing that even a second-tier martial arts university could lead to a promising future. We will not withdraw. A voice rang out, and in an instant, over 10,000 students were stirred with fervor. Indeed, we shall never yield. We are all future warriors of the Red Summer Empire. There are only warriors who die in battle, not those who retreat. A hint of a smile appeared in Song Ryun's cold eyes. Excellent. You may enter in teams or venture alone. The 375th Martial Arts Examination of Tianyuan City officially begins. Thousands of candidates surged into the city, their spirits ignited. Hongxiao observed the students forming groups beside him, but he thought little of it and stepped towards the Beast City, preferring to venture alone. Are you certain you wish to enter alone? Lin Yuan's voice called out, as she attempted to persuade him to join a group. Hongxiao politely halted, acknowledging her previous efforts on his behalf, albeit for the sake of preserving the school's reputation. Yes. Upon seeing his nod, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Was he truly that oblivious? You possess only a 1-star martial artist strength. Do you truly wish to partake in the examination? I advise you to reconsider. Hongxiao merely smiled, offering no explanation as he turned resolutely away. This prompted a few girls by Lin Yuan's side to scoff. Don't worry about him. That clueless boy will likely be eliminated quickly, even if he enters. Lin Yuan, watching Hongxiao disappear into the throng, said nothing further and proceeded inside with her companions. As Hongxiao surged into the Beast City amidst the crowd, he swiftly navigated towards a less populated area. Although nearly 100,000 candidates flooded the place, the expanse was vast enough to accommodate them. Within moments, he found himself alone, as the arena, capable of holding over 1 million ferocious beasts, was indeed ample. In less than 10 minutes, all students had entered the Beast City, and the heavy, dark iron gates were shut with a resounding clang. Thousands of intelligent drones took to the skies, monitoring every candidate. Should anyone find themselves in peril, the military district would initiate a rescue without delay. Within the hastily erected military tents, the principals of 3 schools gathered, engaged in lively conversation. Principal Ma Yi of the second school side, Old Zhou, It seems this year's top student will emerge from your first school once more. Principal Zhou of the first school chuckled heartily. Ah, old ma. There's little we can do. After all, our school has produced the talents Li Yin and Xin Feng. However, I must mention that old Lin's third school has also produced a remarkable student this time. Principal Lin and of the third school smiled lightly. Please refrain from teasing me. While Lin Yuan possesses S-grade talent, her abilities are more supportive, and she may struggle in combat. Laughter erupted from Principal Zhou of the first school, reveling in his own pride. Despite Li Yin and Xin Feng both awakening A-grade talents, they excelled in combat. Meanwhile, Song Ruiyun and Qin Jun's attention remained fixated on the images displayed on the screen. The footage relayed by the intelligent drones prominently featured Lin Yuan, Li Yin, and Xin Feng at the center, as these three were promising prospects of Tianyuan City that warranted constant observation. On the left side of the large screen was a vertical display recording the leaderboard of the top 100 candidates, with only those who ascended into the top ranks deserving a place on this scoreboard. Colonel Song, what are you observing? Qin Jun inquired. Noticing Song Ruiyun's gaze lingering on an image at the edge of the screen, he then spotted a datasheet in her hands. Name, Su Hongxiao, age, 18, talent, Thunder Power F grade, realm, 1-star martial artist, examination number, XXXX077, a 1-star martial artist dares to participate in the martial arts examination. Qin Jun's eyes widened as he glanced back at the screen. Just then, a shadowy figure darted across, followed by the instantaneous obliteration of a 5-tier ordinary ferocious beast's head. Chapter 7. First kill. Martial examination points and system points. Killed a 5-tier ordinary ferocious beast, earning 50 points. As Su Hongxiao gazed at the fallen beast, he was momentarily taken aback, retracting his fist. Who spoke? He looked around, suddenly realizing, and quickly opened the panel. Host, Su Hongxiao, age, 18, realm, 3-star breakthrough, talent, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder SSS talent, weapon, 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer. Heavenly tier weapon, skills, none, items, none, points, 50 points, points shop, opened. Wow, it truly increased. Su Hongxiao was astonished to discover that this martial examination had unexpectedly revealed a method to accumulate points. Hunting ferocious beasts could indeed augment his score. An indescribable exhilaration surged within him, prompting Su Hongxiao to let out a triumphant shout towards the sky. Awesome. Just as he was caught up in his excitement, he noticed a drone hovering above him. Oh no, I almost forgot. This is a martial examination. Someone might be watching me right now on the screen. Calm down. Remain composed. Su Hongxiao suppressed the surging emotions within him and glanced at the left side of the military backpack, which displayed the point tracker for the martial examination. After defeating a mutated canine ferocious beast, the displayed number was 50. Thus, eliminating a 5-tier ordinary ferocious beast could earn him 50 martial examination points. Su Hongxiao has decided to no longer conceal his prowess. The vitality within him erupted instantaneously, propelling him through the ranks of ferocious beasts towards the inner regions of the small city. After all, the beasts within were of a higher caliber, promising greater rewards in terms of both system points and martial examination scores. Time was of the essence, and the beasts confined here were the most easily vanquished. Thus, he must seize this opportunity to hunt down numerous ferocious beasts and earn a substantial number of system points. Inside the military tent, Qin Jun rubbed his eyes and sprang to his feet. How is this possible? Did that lad just obliterate the head of a 5th-tier ordinary beast with a single punch? Am I seeing things? Zhou Hao, the principal of the first high school, chuckled lightly. Isn't it quite normal for an ordinary 5th-tier beast to be slain? Why the excitement? Major Qin, Ma Yi, the principal of the second high school, joined in the laughter. Indeed, Major Qin, you are not one to make a fuss over trifles. What has caused you to lose your composure this time? Lin, the principal of the third high school, remained silent. Clearly, whatever had stirred Major Qin's emotions was extraordinary. At this moment, Qin Jun turned to the three of them, astonished, because the student S-file states he is a 1-star martial artist. A 1-star martial artist killed a 5th-tier ordinary beast? How is that even conceivable? Zhou Hao exclaimed, rising abruptly. Ma Yi, equally incredulous, echoed. You mean to say a 1-star martial artist managed to obliterate the head of a 5th-tier beast with a single blow? Linen, intrigued, inquired, who is this individual? Song Ruiyun, glancing curiously at Linen, replied, according to the records, he is a student from your third high, named Su Hongxiao. What? Our Su Hongxiao? Principal Linen bolted upright. This cannot be. I recall him. Just a week ago, he awakened an F-grade combat talent, and in the 2-week realm assessment, he was merely a 1-star martial artist. Qin Jun, astonished, remarked, are you implying that he has jumped several stars in just 2 weeks? Song Ruiyun's eyes glimmered. From the footage we just witnessed, he now possesses at least the strength of a 7-star martial artist. It is impossible to shatter the skull of a 5th-tier ordinary beast with a single punch without at least 7 tons of force. Principal Lin and observed the screen displaying a figure swiftly traversing the outskirts of the small city, entering its heart. Is he heading towards the center? That area is rife with 8th and 9th-tier ordinary beasts, and occasionally, Even first-tier high-level beasts appear. Song Ruiyun narrowed her eyes. Su Hongxiao? What audacity grants you the courage to venture into the central region? A smile crept onto her face. Now, how will you contend with those ninth-tier ordinary beasts? Having just stepped onto the edge of the small city, Su Hongxiao halted, his dark eyes reflecting several ninth-tier ordinary beasts. Roar! A pack of blood demon cats, possessing razor-sharp claws and astonishing speed, rushed towards him. For a student at the 9th star of ordinary martial arts, encountering such beasts would only mean flight. After all, facing creatures with such terrifying speed was perilous, leaving little opportunity to activate the electromagnetic net switch. Swish, swish, swish. The blood demon cats, sensing the intruder, charged at Su Hongxiao with all four paws. Hey! As the beasts lunged, a frenzied glint shone in Su Hongxiao's eyes. These were points waiting to be earned. Buzz! The vitality surged within him as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, launching himself forward. With clenched fists, he struck. Despite the blood demon cat's speed, it could not outpace Su Hongxiao, who had attained the 3rd star of the mirror-shattering realm. The formidable punch connected precisely with the leaping blood demon cat's head. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the beast's skull shattered upon impact. Kill of a 9th-tier ordinary beast, gained 90 points. Before he could revel in his triumph, a tearing wind signaled an attack from behind. Su Hongxiao spun around, executing a swift 180-degree turn and delivering a powerful kick. Boom! This explosive kick sent the ambushing blood demon cat flying, its body disintegrating midair. Squeak! Squeak! The remaining blood demon cats emitted strange cries before turning to flee. Attempting to escape, Su Hongxiao furrowed his brow. He could not let these valuable points slip away. He moved with blinding speed, pursuing them at 100 meters per second. A velocity typical of those who had attained the mirror-shattering talent, far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Boom! 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 In no time, several explosive sounds rang out. Su Hongxiao brushed off the remnants on his hands and checked his panel. His points had surged to 590. Upon closing the panel, he glanced at the left side of his backpack, where his martial examination points had also reached 590, placing him 3rd on the leaderboard. Seeing Li Yin in 1st place and Xin Feng in 2nd, Su Hongxiao felt little surprise. Though both possessed A-grade talents, they were combat-focused and had attained the mirror-shattering realm, making their swift rise unsurprising. Lin Yuan, in 4th place, had an S-grade talent but was an auxiliary type, thus lacking the combat prowess of the other two. Listening to the distant roars of beasts, an exhilarated smile spread across Su Hongxiao's face. The warm-up was over. Now began the true hunting. Chapter 8, Sharpening the Blade? Elite Training Camp? 2 hours later. Wow, the 3rd-ranking student belongs to which school? His points have soared to over 100,000. Su Hongxiao? Why have I never heard of this individual? Impressive. He has surpassed Lin Yuan and entered the top 3. At this rate, it won't be long before he overtakes Xin Feng and even Li Yan. Those closely monitoring the leaderboard were left in a state of bewilderment. Even many from the 3rd high school were astounded. They had never heard of this Su Hongxiao. Only Lin Yuan remembered him. She had recently suggested he forfeit the martial examination, yet now he had eclipsed her. Despite her confusion, her pride would not allow her to fall behind anyone. Lin Yuan raised her beautiful eyes and addressed those beside her. Let us go into the central and inner regions. But Yuan, the beasts there are terrifying. With my S-grade auxiliary ability, what is there to fear? Even high-level 2nd-tier beasts will find it difficult to return. Seeing Lin Yuan's calm demeanor, coupled with the recognition of her formidable auxiliary capabilities, her companions nodded earnestly. No problem. We will advance and retreat together with Yuan. The group hastened towards the central and inner regions of the beast city. Some candidates believed that Su Hongxiao had merely enjoyed a stroke of luck at the start, encountering weaker beasts and accumulating points through sheer numbers. However, this spectacle ignited the fervor of many candidates. If a previously unremarkable candidate like Su Hongxiao could rise to the top 3, why couldn't they? Fueled by this mindset, a wave of excitement surged among the candidates. Unbeknownst to Su Hongxiao, who was currently in the city hunting beasts, his singular focus was on slaughtering ferocious creatures to amass points. Nothing else held greater importance. With over 1 million beasts at their disposal, Su Hongxiao had already hunted down dozens in less than half an hour. The points displayed on the system panel are steadily increasing. These ordinary-level ferocious beasts are utterly incapable of withstanding the might of his fists and legs. When a martial artist reaches the 9-star level, the maximum power of a single punch is merely 9 tons. However, upon reaching the broken mirror stage, even the 1st star of this stage boasts a force of 10 tons. By the time one attains the 2nd star of the broken mirror, their strength can soar to 20 tons. A talent at the 9th star of the broken mirror typically possesses a strength nearing 90 tons. With each star attained, strength increases by increments of 10 tons. This is because those who reach the broken mirror stage have developed a vital blood vortex within them, enabling them to harness greater reserves of powerful vital energy, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial artist. Roar! A sudden roar echoed from afar, causing Su Hongxiao's eyes to flicker with intensity. On the shattered and dimly lit road, a tusked iron-spiked boar beast charged recklessly. Its terrifying power sent abandoned cars flying off the road. Oh, to think that even at this early stage, an advanced first-tier ferocious beast would make an appearance. Hongxiao nimbly leapt atop a derelict sedan, gazing ahead. The tusked iron-spiked boar seemed to be pursuing a cluster of candidates. Damn. This advanced first-tier beast must be worth a significant number of points. I cannot let it be snatched away by others. Without hesitation, Hongxiao dashed towards the scene. Inside the military tent, Qin Jun's refined visage was rendered numb with astonishment. That martial artist at the first star had already slain no fewer than 50 ordinary level 9th-tier ferocious beasts along his path. What manner of monster is this? If it were Li Yin or Shen Feng, it would be within reason, as both have transcended to the broken mirror stage as prodigies. But what about Hongxiao? Just 2 weeks ago, he was merely a lowly first-star martial artist. Once the martial examination concludes, an inquiry will be imperative. After all, within the realm of the Qixia Empire, no one has ever heard of anyone ascending from a first-star martial artist to the point of effortlessly dispatching ordinary level 9th-tier beasts in a mere 2 weeks. This level of prowess signifies he is indeed a talent of the broken mirror stage. To achieve a one-hit kill on an ordinary level 9th-tier beast, one must possess at least the strength of a second star in the broken mirror stage. Even an average talent at the first star of the broken mirror stage cannot so easily eliminate an ordinary level 9th-tier beast. After all, ferocious beasts are not merely ferocious. In terms of raw power and physical defense, they surpass talents of equivalent level. This is beyond dispute. Colonel Song, what on earth is going on with this lad? Qin Jun cast a bewildered glance at the enchanting beauty beside him. Thud, thud, thud. Song Riyun's delicate, snow-white fingers rhythmically tapped the surface of the table. She parted her crimson lips and said, "It's hard to say. This boy is certainly peculiar. Even earlier, in the open field, I sensed an unusual aura emanating from him, an aura of unparalleled ferocity." Ferocity? Qin Jun wore a perplexed expression, but his talent is merely F-grade thunder power. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't be able to have broken through to the broken mirror stage. Though uncertain how this student managed to transcend to the broken mirror stage, Song Riyun replied with a light laugh. However, his talent is the weakest F-grade. His future prospects are dim, and this broken mirror stage is likely his limit. Moreover, he might serve as a sharpening stone for the other 3, potentially even for the subsequent elite training camp. Sharpening stone? An elite training camp? Qin Jun was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the tall figure on the screen. I can't shake the feeling that this sharpening stone might end up breaking all the blades of those favored by destiny. At that moment, the 3 principals seated across from each other exchanged bewildered glances. Principal Zhou Hao from the first high school looked incredulously at Principal Lin and from the second high school. Old Lin, your school's testing equipment ISNT malfunctioning, is it? How could this student possibly possess the strength of a first-star martial artist? Principal Ma Yi from the second high school also turned his gaze towards Lin. Indeed, Old Lin, judging by the combat footage transmitted, this student has not only reached the broken mirror stage, but his foundation is remarkably solid, something even Li Yin and Shin Feng from Old Zhou's school cannot compare to. Hearing the inquiries from the 2 principals, Lin could only respond with a wry smile, for he himself was equally baffled. Be careful, Anren. On the desolate road, a young girl was cornered by the tusked iron-spiked boar, her expression frantic as she frantically searched for the switch on her backpack. However, overwhelmed by sheer terror, her body went limp, rendering her unable to locate the switch. The other candidates, witnessing the ferocious beast charging towards her, were paralyzed with fear and dared not intervene. All of them were martial artists at around the 7th star level, having inadvertently ventured into the beast's territory and were now being pursued to this very spot. Quick! Press the switch. The candidates, seeing the girl on the brink of being killed by the beast, summoned their courage and hurled stones from the ground towards the creature. Yet, such feeble projectiles were akin to mere tickles against the tusked iron-spiked boar's tough hide. Roar! With bloodshot eyes, the tusked iron-spiked boar charged madly towards the girl, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The overhead smart drone captured this horrifying scene, causing the hearts of the 5 individuals inside the military tent to race with anxiety. After all, the martial examination is fraught with risks, as exemplified by the girl in the footage, who was too terrified to even activate the electromagnetic net switch. Any rescue attempt would be far too late. The girl despaired and shut her eyes. In that moment of dire peril, a shadowy figure suddenly flashed by, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Chapter 9, Purchasing Mystical Skills. Bang! The ferocious beast charging toward the girl was abruptly sent flying, its tremendous force toppling several abandoned cars before it crashed into a nearby derelict building. What just happened? One person turned sharply to look ahead of the girl, where a figure had appeared. When did he arrive? Hongxiao's gaze did not linger on the others. As the dust stirred up within the ruined building began to settle, the formidable tusked iron-spiked boar lunged forth. Roar! It overturned the abandoned cars blocking its path, and let out a terrifying roar directed at Hongxiao. Indeed, the defensive capabilities of this advanced first-tier beast were astounding. Hongxiao spoke forcefully, "This is not a place for you. Leave now." The candidates were momentarily taken aback, then rushed over to assist the girl in hastening her escape. The departing girl suddenly halted, turning to gaze at the tall silhouette. Thank you. Hongxiao slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Hurry, go to the outskirts. We are all candidates. There's no animosity here. If I can lend a hand, I will." He discerned that the strength of these candidates hovered around the 7th star level. Remaining here would only lead to elimination. It would be far more beneficial to venture to the outskirts and hunt lower-tier beasts for points. After all, even if the points were not substantial, they could still secure admission to a 2nd-tier or 3rd-tier martial arts university, even if they could not gain entry to a top-tier one. "Let us go, Anrin." One of the boys seemed slightly jealous and hurriedly urged. As the others pressed on, the girl looked back at the young man's silhouette, her expression filled with concern. "Please, be careful." With that, she and the others quickly departed, realizing that remaining would only serve as a burden. Once they had left, Hongxiao cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound. His inky eyes reflected the image of the ferocious beast, filled with fervor. "Let me see just how many points this advanced first-tier beast is worth." Within the military tent, Qin Jun abruptly stood up. Has this fellow lost his mind, daring to continue the battle against a formidable first-tier Fanya iron-spiked boar? A creature far from the realm of ordinary beasts? Song Ryun remarked with keen interest. "Let us observe further. I have a hunch this little one is not as foolish as he appears." The other 3 principals gazed in astonishment. This monstrous creature, weighing 1,000 pounds and towering 3 meters high, is a nightmare for examinees. Even Li Yan, who has attained the 2nd star of the mirror-breaking realm, would expend considerable effort to confront such a beast, and may not even succeed in slaying it. After all, the beast possesses terrifying defenses. A 2nd-star talent would struggle to land a fatal blow, and with its iron spikes, any contact would result in grievous wounds, no matter how powerful the talent. The physical defenses of a beast are beyond comparison. Engaging in battle would only squander time. A wise examinee would undoubtedly opt to retreat and seek out other beasts to hunt. In the scene, Hongxiao clenched his fists. Yet his gaze drifted into the points marketplace within his mind. After all, he currently possessed no skills. The offspring of affluent families had long been assigned skills by their clans. However, for an orphan like him, who had always been mediocre, no one was willing to invest in him. Along his journey, he had likely slain over 1,000 beasts already. His point tally now exceeded 100,000. Purchasing a set of low-level skills was certainly within reach. For now, he wished to avoid prematurely revealing the 9 heavens' divine thunder, as possessing an SSS-level talent was simply too extravagant. As he deftly dodged the charging Fanya iron spike boar, Hongxiao meticulously browsed through the points marketplace. The creature's defenses surpassed even those of high-tier speed-type beasts, although he currently stood at the 3rd star of the mirror-breaking realm. Even his sheer vitality alone might not suffice to vanquish the beast. However, his speed was incomparable to that of the creature. No matter how fiercely the Fanya iron spike boar charged, it could not graze even the hem of Hongxiao's garment. Thus, the two engaged in a playful game of chase through the desolate city. This bizarre scene left the 5 high-ranking officials within the tent utterly dumbfounded. The speed of this young man must surely be at least that of a peak 2nd star in the mirror-breaking realm. Qin Jun was left in awe. He had initially come merely to assist Song Ryun in supervising the examination. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable student. Alas, it was a pity that his talent was only rated F, likely capping his potential for this lifetime. Suddenly, Hongxiao discovered a skill that seemed fitting. However, upon seeing the price, he was taken aback. The cost was a staggering 100,000 points. Goodness, he had nearly depleted the considerable points he had painstakingly accumulated. Nevertheless, after thoroughly reviewing the skill attributes, Hongxiao gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Confirm purchase of the low-level skill, Ninefold Thunderstrike. Yes. Gazing at the meager points remaining on his panel, Hongxiao felt a pang in his heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was an investment in himself. Buzz. In an instant, an abundance of knowledge surged into his mind. Ninefold Thunderstrike. Quality, low-level Xian rank. Description: upon mastering the 1st level, one can deliver a surge of blood energy into an opponent's body, triggering an explosion. The 2nd level allows for 2 blood energy detonations. At its pinnacle, the Ninefold Thunderstrike can penetrate an opponent's body, resulting in 9 explosive bursts of blood energy. Conclusion: once perfected, it rivals low-level skills of the Earth rank. Restriction: only those with lightning attributes can utilize it. Training method: the memory crystal has already entered the host's mind. The expenditure of points was not in vain. Although the skill was merely of low-level Xian rank, its perfected form could compete with low-level Earth rank skills. Earlier, Hongxiao had seen that even low-level Earth rank skills commanded a price in the millions of points. The mid-tier and high-tier Earth rank skills were priced in the hundreds of millions, if not billions of points. The Earth rank skills were already unattainable for most. Hongxiao paid little heed to the costs. After all, At the beginning of each month, he had the opportunity to purchase 3 items at a discounted rate. Although the items could not refresh, there remained a chance that a skill of the heaven rank might appear. In this world, skills are categorized into a strict hierarchy, divided into 4 main ranks: Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. Each rank further subdivides into 3 tiers: low, mid, and high. Even low-level earth rank skills are exceedingly rare. Only the most powerful individuals have the opportunity to train in them. Ordinary people can hardly aspire to such heights. Filled with excitement, Hongxiao closed the system page and slowly closed his eyes, contemplating the training methods of the newly acquired skill, the Fanya Iron Spike Boar. Enraged by the audacity of this human who disregarded its presence, let out a furious roar and charged at Hongxiao once more, determined to obliterate him. Within the military tent, the 5 high-ranking officials stared in disbelief at the screen. Hongxiao had crossed his arms over his chest, eyes closed. Yet his body danced like a butterfly caught in the wind, gliding through the ruins. Beside him, a frenzied beast pursued relentlessly. Chapter 10. Slaying. The astonished high ranks. Time flew by swiftly. The blazing sun hanging over the desolate city began its gradual descent. Only 4 or 5 hours remained until sunset. Within the ruins, Li Yin dispatched the last of the high-tier first-level beasts beside him and glanced at the leaderboard. His points had surged to over 500,000, placing him in first. In second place was Shen Feng, who had also surpassed 400,000 points. Upon noticing Lin Yuan in third place, a smirk crept across his face. Indeed, that sudden surge from Hongxiao had merely been a stroke of luck. He was now nowhere near the top 100. Shaking his head with a light chuckle, Li Yin resumed his quest, for Shen Feng was closing in too tightly. At this moment, Lin Yuan also boasted over 400,000 points, drawing closer to Shen Feng, both poised to catch up to him. As for the fourth place, with only 30,000 points, it was impossible for them to close the gap. This time, he was determined to claim first place in the martial examination of Tianyuan City. Not only that, but he aimed to shatter the long-standing record of the martial examination and become the top scorer of the entire Hitian province. For centuries, the pinnacle score in Hitian province's martial examination had been 930,000 points. Most examinees need only exceed 850,000 points to have a chance at the top score. In short, for millennia, no examinee in the Qixia Empire had managed to break the million-point threshold. Clenching his fists, Li Yin vowed to surpass this limit, reaching 1 million points and becoming the nation's celebrated prodigy. Meanwhile, Shen Feng and Lin Yuan intensified their efforts, pushing deeper into the inner regions. All 3 were driven by the ambition to claim first place, while the previously fleeting Hongxiao had been forgotten by the masses. Bang! In a desolate part of the city, an abandoned sedan was violently tossed aside. The Fanya Iron Spike Boar continued its relentless charge toward the human before it. Unyielding in its ferocity, a light chuckle escaped Hongxiao as he slowly opened his eyes, abruptly halting atop the abandoned sedan, his arms hanging limply. Gazing at the sun's gradual descent, he murmured to himself, "Who would have thought it would take me so long to comprehend this skill?" Stretching his neck, he glanced at the leaderboard on his left. He had fallen several thousand places behind. A smile crept across Hongxiao's lips. It seemed he needed to hasten his pace. Roar! The tusked iron-spiked boar, upon spotting the suddenly motionless human, was instantly invigorated. Its formidable hooves propelled it into a furious charge, its massive body and terrifying tusks resembling a tank as it barreled towards Hongxiao. Leaping down from the top of the vehicle, Hongxiao landed firmly on the ground. Exhaling softly, he fixed his gaze upon the advancing beast, a flicker of violet light briefly illuminating his eyes. With his right foot slightly bent backward and his body arched like a drawn bow, his right arm readied itself, poised to unleash a strike. Meanwhile, inside the military tent, 5 high-ranking officials, who had been closely monitoring Hongxiao, were left utterly dumbfounded. This young man had been evading earlier, and even if he had been practicing his movements, it wouldn't have taken him hours. Now, however, before he could finish, Qin Jun exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this young man really intending to confront this ferocious beast head-on?" The 3 university presidents stood agape, unable to comprehend the situation. Song Ryun's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, given his current strength, entering the top 10 was quite assured, and he could serve as a honing stone for the elite training camp's talented students. Though this young fellow was intriguing, his talent seemed destined to merely render him a fine sharpening stone. As the colossal beast approached, it loomed larger in Hongxiao's dark gaze. With a crack, the ground beneath him split, fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. Ninefold thunderstrike, triple force. Hongxiao bellowed as he faced the charging tusked iron-spiked boar, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! His fist collided emphatically with the beast's skull before the astonished eyes of the 5 officials. Boom! The creature's massive body came to an abrupt halt, its hindquarters lifting off the ground. Hongxiao remained steadfast, akin to a concrete pillar embedded in the earth. With a roar, he thrust his arm forward. Bang! 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 The tusked iron-spiked boar was sent hurtling backward, and within it, 3 muffled thuds echoed. As it fell to the ground, the beast's limbs twitched a few times before falling silent. Slayed a high-level first-tier beast, earning 100 points. Only 100 points? Hongxiao scratched his head, puzzled. That couldn't be right. Yet soon, he realized he would need to hunt a high-level second-tier beast to validate his assessment. Gazing at the lifeless creature, he noted that although there was but a shallow imprint on its skull, its innards had been utterly shattered by the triple thunder strike. What a domineering skill. Looking at his fist, Hongxiao acknowledged that through several hours of insight, he had now cultivated the triple thunder strike. Achieving the 9-fold thunder strike at his current level was a formidable challenge. There was no time to waste. Hongxiao's silhouette blurred as he dashed deeper into the fray. At this moment, Colonel Song Ryun and Major Qinjun inside the military tent wore expressions of disbelief. To slay a high-level first-tier beast with a single punch? How could this be possible? The 3 university presidents, accustomed to observing martial examinations, had never witnessed such a formidable candidate before. With arms crossed over his broad chest, Song Ryun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A fine sharpening stone indeed, it is you. Bang! Another high-level first-tier beast collapsed. Slayed a high-level first-tier beast, earning 100 points. Hongxiao beamed at the fallen beast corpses, his confidence in wielding the 9-fold thunder strike growing ever more adept. Even if he were to face a 5-star mirror breaker now, the subtle force of the 9-fold thunder strike could very well lead to a surprise kill. He pressed onward. After all, the beasts deeper within the area were of a higher caliber, and thus, yielded greater points. His only objective now was to seek and hunt these beasts. An hour later, the candidates throughout the beast examination city were left bewildered. What the heck? That Hongxiao has surged to rank 77. Wait, he is now at 58. What is going on? Who exactly is this Hongxiao? After dispatching several beasts, Li Yin, just as he was about to check if his points had crossed 700, suddenly spotted a name. Rank 55, Hongxiao, with 480,000 points. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yin clenched his fist. How had this guy's points risen so swiftly? Chapter 11. He remains a remarkable sharpening stone. As the sun descended, less than 3 hours remained until the martial examination concluded. Hongxiao was relentlessly seeking and slaughtering within the inner perimeter. Suddenly halting, he had found what he sought. Emerging from the collapsed high-rise ahead were a dozen massive figures. These beasts swiftly surrounded Hongxiao. Under the gaze of his dark eyes, these bizarre creatures, towering at 5 or 6 meters, exhibited an exceptionally strange form. Serpent heads, scorpion tails, and spider legs. They were the high-level second-tier pack beasts, the 3 poison bone corroding beasts. Such pack creatures typically had a more ferocious leader among them. The cyclone of thunderous energy within Hongxiao's body whirled furiously. An inexhaustible surge of vitality coursed through him. Textbooks warned that encountering such beasts meant not allowing one's body to be injured, lest deadly toxins infiltrate. However, with the protection of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, even if such toxins entered his body, they would prove futile against him. Roar! Several terrifying beasts emitted eerie cries directed at Hongxiao, their 8 spider legs flashing as they lunged toward him. Kill! Witnessing the oncoming horde, a fierce determination etched itself upon Hongxiao's youthful visage. With no hint of retreat, the ground beneath him shattered as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards the nearest 3 poison bone corroding beast. Evading a tail tipped with venom, Hongxiao delivered a powerful punch, sending one of the beasts flying. Sensing movement beside him, he swiftly dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding a shadow that whisked past his clothing. His body operated like a perpetual motion machine as he leapt again, delivering a thunderous kick infused with lightning force to another 3 poison bone corroding beast. In the blink of an eye, 2 massive beasts were sent sprawling. The remaining creatures swiftly surrounded Hongxiao, their relentless attacks from venomous tails and spider legs seemingly putting him in peril. Yet, each time, their strikes fell just short of reaching him, never quite finding their mark. After several agile maneuvers, Hongxiao landed atop an abandoned vehicle. Observing 2 struggling beasts rising from the rubble, he clenched his fist tightly. Triple thunder strike, unleash. The 2 beasts, barely rising, suddenly convulsed violently. Hiss! Hiss! 2 anguished cries erupted from their serpent heads before they collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Slayed a high-level second-tier beast, earning 200 points. Slayed a high-level second-tier beast, earning 200 points. Huh. Hongxiao smiled, confirming his suspicions. Slaying a high-level second-tier beast indeed doubled the points earned. Excellent. Now he just needed to maintain the momentum. With a sudden leap, Hongxiao evaded a scorpion tail strike. Though it was challenging for an ordinary 3-star mirror breaker to slay high-level second-tier beasts, for Hongxiao, endowed with the 9-fold thunder strike and protected by the 9 heavens' divine thunder, instant kills had become the norm. In a fervent release of vitality, Hongxiao unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each movement executed with grandiosity and swiftness akin to lightning, imbued with a force that was both immense and overwhelming. Coupled with the terrifying speed augmented by his lightning attribute, Within a mere minute, the remaining fierce beasts succumbed, utterly annihilated on the spot. Breathing heavily, feeling the searing heat coursing through his limbs and the surging veins, Hongxiao experienced an unparalleled thrill. His obsidian eyes abruptly turned towards the depths of the ruins. Onward. With a swift motion, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, delving deeper into the desolate city. Within a military tent, Qin Jun gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He had initially believed that Hongxiao was doomed in the face of the tri-poison bone-eating beasts. However, he was taken aback by the unforeseen outcome. Turning to his companion, Song Ryun, he could not help but chuckle. Colonel Song, do you still intend to use him as a whetstone? Naturally, Song Ryun replied, her voice remaining composed. Despite Hongxiao's current strength, with the passage of time, he will inevitably be surpassed. After all, a talent ultimately relies on its innate gifts rather than sheer brute force. His talent level is already established, leaving little room for potential growth. If he manages to break into the top 10 and join Lin Yuan and the others in the elite training camp, he will still serve as a commendable whetstone. Qin Jun shook his head, unable to concur. While he generally trusted Song Ryun's insights, he found himself questioning this instance. The reason was simple. The young man depicted in the scene was undeniably ferocious. Major Qin, have you forgotten about Zhang Zhan, who was in the same cohort as us? Upon hearing Song Ryun's words, Qin Jun was momentarily stunned. How could I possibly forget? I was once on the receiving end of his punches. He was a monster in that elite training camp. And what of him now? Have you heard any recent rumors? It is said that due to his innate limitations, he has been stuck at the peak of Broken Mirror for years and ultimately succumbed to despair, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Thus, do not be misled by Hongxiao's current prowess. I dare say that in a few years, he too will meet a similar fate as Zhang Zhan. Qin Jun found himself at a loss for words, for this was indeed a sobering reality. The other three principals present, having overheard their conversation, shared similar convictions. Students with exceptional talents were destined for achievements that those less gifted could scarcely imagine. The stronger the talent, the more efficient the cultivation became in the later stages. Conversely, those with lesser talents faced increasingly daunting challenges as time passed. In this world, the importance of innate gifts could not be overstated. Without robust talent as a foundation, a gifted individual's realm would be inherently limited. Historically, no individuals ranked among the strongest in the nation or the world possessed inferior talents. This is an immutable law. With only an hour remaining until the martial examination, a flurry of exclamations erupted. Goodness, Hongxiao has actually surged into the top 10. Who is this Hongxiao? How has he managed to catch up? What on earth is happening? In the fierce beast city, after a day of relentless combat, most candidates appeared disheveled and exhausted. Many faced peril or were utterly drained, pressing the emergency switch and collapsing within the electromagnetic net, awaiting rescue. Simultaneously, they monitored the leaderboard, anxious to see if they had been surpassed and to observe the competition for the top 10. They all noticed Hongxiao, who had been steadily climbing the ranks, reclaiming the attention of candidates who had previously forgotten his name. This time, no one dismissed him as merely fortunate. After all, those who had fought to this point possessed both pride and strength. However, the majority of candidates were on the verge of complete exhaustion. Only those within the top 100 saw their scores continually fluctuating. These individuals were truly monsters. After all, how could they sustain themselves without food or drink while continuously battling? A small team of candidates found refuge in a secure location, awaiting the conclusion of the martial examination. They too were utterly spent, unable to muster even a fraction of their strength. Anren, what are you looking at? One male classmate inquired of the girl named Anren. Anren's gaze remained fixed on a name on the leaderboard. The other 9 individuals in the top 10 were all renowned figures within their respective institutions. Yet the name Hongxiao was one she had never heard before. Anren turned to her companions and asked, do you think this Hongxiao could be the classmate who will save me? Chapter 12, The Sprint for Rankings. The astonishment of the crowd. Impossible. How could that kid possibly break into the top 10? A previously envious candidate scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Wang Yu, how can you speak ill of our savior? If it weren't for him, we might have already been slaughtered by the fierce beasts. Anren furrowed her brows, casting an irritated glance at the candidate. Wang Yu quickly chuckled apologetically. All right, let's not get worked up over someone from another school. I won't mention it anymore. Only then did Anren's expression soften. Remembering that resolute figure, she felt that no one, not even Li Yin or Shen Feng, could compare to him. Deep within the fierce beast city, Hongxiao traversed the desolate streets, flanked by dilapidated high-rises draped in moss. This area had once been a thriving community until fierce beasts breached the defenses, leading to countless casualties and eventual ruin. Wasn't it said that a high-level Tier 3 fierce beast lurked in the depths? Why had he yet to encounter it despite his relentless path of destruction? Hongxiao remained on high alert. After all, a high-level Tier 3 beast was comparable to a broken mirror Tier 3 talent. No, beasts of the same level were inherently stronger than humans. To hunt a beast of equal tier, one either needed formidable trump cards or the advantage of numbers. It was impossible for a standard broken mirror tier 3 cultivator to single-handedly slay a high-level tier 3 beast. Su Hongxiao paused, pondering, am I not deep enough yet? Roar. As Su Hongxiao contemplated, a terrifying roar echoed from all directions. 7 large fierce beasts emerged from the nearby crumbling high-rises. Upon witnessing this, Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly. High-level tier 2 beast, the human-faced man-eating bear. This type of beast was massive, sporting a visage reminiscent of a human's, and was notoriously savage. With an insatiable appetite for human flesh, its terrifying strength could crush a half-meter-thick steel plate with a single swipe. Roar. The 7 human-faced man-eating bears, catching the scent of humans, charged towards him with fervent roars. As they set their sights on Su Hongxiao, excitement surged within them, driving their limbs to propel them swiftly towards the human before them. Su Hongxiao could feel the ground tremble beneath him as the beasts sprinted closer. The debris on the ground bounced wildly in response to the ferocious beast's charge, vividly illustrating the sheer magnitude of their power. Yet, Su Hongxiao felt no fear in the face of these brute force creatures. With divine thunder coursing through him, Su Hongxiao transformed into a blur, charging boldly into battle. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he engaged these beasts in a relentless combat. Each punch, kick, elbow strike, and knee thrust contained the terrifying power of the ninefold thunder force. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of multiple impacts reverberated as Su Hongxiao's attacks struck the beasts with lightning speed, unleashing havoc upon them. Roar. Faced with this remarkably swift human, the beasts emitted furious roars, their attacks failing to land on the seemingly frail figure before them. Having completed his assault, Su Hongxiao infused his ninefold thunder force into the bodies of several beasts, evading their lethal strikes without looking back as he continued deeper into the ruins. Just as the remaining beasts attempted to pounce, a low, cold voice resonated behind them. Ninefold thunder force, explode. As the eager action seeker, the man-eating bear suddenly collapsed in anguish, its massive form seemingly host to some monstrous entity that writhed violently within. Moments later, several ferocious beasts ceased their struggles, crimson blood flowing from their orifices as they succumbed entirely to the grip of death. Eliminated an advanced Tier 2 beast, earning 200 points. Eliminated an advanced Tier 2 beast, earning 200 points. Despite the formidable defenses of these beasts, their innards proved equally vulnerable. Observing the flickering purple lightning coursing through his palm, Su Hongxiao could not help but smile. The ninefold lightning force, truly a lethal weapon for hunting beasts, especially when combined with the 9 heavens divine thunder, which would amplify damage exponentially. Had he relied on the F-tier talent of thunder power instead of the SSS tier 9 heavens divine thunder, the potency of the ninefold lightning force would have paled significantly. To instantly slay creatures of this caliber would have been a wild fantasy. Nonetheless, there are no what-ifs. Su Hongxiao was resolute in seizing this opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of divinity. In this lifetime, he would never again be deemed worthless. The very notion of being called a waste was one he wished never to hear again. Hearing the roars of beasts nearby, Su Hongxiao once more sprang into action. What on earth is going on with Su Hongxiao? He has surpassed Shin Feng, who was in second place. Goodness, which school does this guy even belong to? Don't even mention it. His points have surged again. Within the Beast City, numerous examinees gazed in astonishment at the leaderboard, where Su Hongxiao's score was rapidly approaching that of the top contender, Li Yan. Martial Arts Examination Leaderboard. First, Li Yan, 890,000 points. Second, Su Hongxiao, 880,000 points. Third, Shin Feng, 760,000 points. Fourth, Lin Yuan, 750,000 points. The higher-ups outside the examination venue were naturally keenly aware of the unfolding events, while the candidates within remained utterly bewildered. This was the first time in 3 years of high school that anyone had heard of Su Hongxiao. No one could fathom how he had achieved such astonishing results. Major Qin, how many beasts are left in the examination area? The principal of number 1 high school, Zhou Hao, found himself increasingly restless as he observed the rankings. After all, any school that could produce a city champion would reap substantial resources. However, with the once promising Shin Feng now surpassed, and even the formidable Li Yan soon to be eclipsed, Zhou Hao could hardly remain composed. Qin Jun glanced at Zhou Hao, fully understanding his concerns. Principal Zhou, there are still plenty of beasts left. Students ranked from 11th to 15th still have opportunities to break into the top 10. This statement caused Zhou Hao's brows to furrow deeply. Although Li Yan's points were still climbing, they were nowhere near as swift as Su Hongxiao's. With just 5,000 points remaining, Su Hongxiao would soon surpass Li Yan. Meanwhile, the principal of number 3 high school, Linen, was positively elated, wearing a beaming smile that he had not displayed in years. After all, the top 3 slots had typically been dominated by candidates from number 1 and no. 2 high schools. While it was true that Su Hongxiao's talent was subpar and his future prospects might be limited, this moment provided no. 3 high school with an opportunity for redemption. After all, having a city champion emerge from their ranks would be monumental. Most importantly, Both of their scores were on the verge of breaking 900,000. Perhaps the provincial champion would indeed arise from the ranks of Li Yin and Su Hongxiao. If Su Hongxiao could clinch first place, Linen would undoubtedly assist him post-examination, even if top martial universities in Kyoto and Modu deemed him unworthy due to his talent. Linen would leverage the school's sole recommendation to ensure his entry. Contemplating this, Linen couldn't help but smile wryly. When had it come to the point where even a city champion or provincial champion was not sought after by martial universities? Could a student with merely an F-tier talent genuinely achieve such heights? Chapter 13. The Search for the Strongest Beast. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Only an hour remained until the martial examination concluded. After dispatching several beasts, Li Yin promptly accessed the leaderboard, a proud smile gracing his features. This time, surely no one could catch up. What? A look of shock flickered in Li Yan's weary eyes. How could this be? His score had soared to 900,000, nearing a record for the Heitian province's martial examination. Yet, upon seeing his rank, he was left dumbstruck. Despite his impressive score, he found himself in second place. The coveted first position stolen from him. He turned to see that the top name belonged to none other than Su Hongxiao, who had emerged from obscurity. Su Hongxiao's score now stood at an astonishing 930,000. Damn it, who is this guy? Li Yin could no longer maintain his composure, his pride fracturing in that moment. Yet, determination surged within him once more. There was still an hour left, and 30,000 points still attainable. With this thought, Li Yin gripped the battle blade bestowed upon him by his family and charged deeper into the fray. No matter what, he was determined to reclaim the top position. In another area surrounding Beast City, Shinfeng glared at the leaderboard, his face contorted in fury as he kicked aside a nearby beast carcass. How could this be? Not only had he failed to catch up with the elusive Li Yin, but now this Su Hongxiao had also surpassed him. Gritting his teeth, Shinfeng directed his gaze toward the innermost depths of Beast City, where only advanced Tier 2 beasts resided. Entering that realm would be futile. It was maddening. Over the years, thanks to his wealthy father, he had reached the current pinnacle of Broken Mirror Tier 1 and acquired numerous skills and auxiliary elixirs and weapons. He could handle advanced Tier 1 beasts, but to slay advanced Tier 2 beasts was utterly beyond his reach. After all, his own strength was insufficient, and the skills and weapons he wielded could not unleash their full potential. However, Shinfeng refused to concede. Even if he could only hunt advanced Tier 1 beasts, he would at least try to close the gap. Spotting a beast in the distance, he charged forward with his spear without a second thought. As for Lin Yuan, she was well aware of who Su Hongxiao was, unlike others. At this moment, she found herself in a daze. Unable to tear her gaze away from the leaderboard's top name, she murmured, how can an F-tier talent with just Tier 1 martial artist strength achieve this? Yuan. What did you say? A fellow female student approached her. It's nothing. Lin Yuan lifted her eyes to meet her companions. Let us go. The martial examination is about to conclude. We should hunt a few more beasts. While catching up to Su Hongxiao is impossible now, there is still a chance to overtake Shinfeng. The group sprang into action once more, with Lin Yuan's formidable support capabilities. The remaining students navigated the challenges with relative ease. Boom. After delivering another punch imbued with lightning force that sent a beast flying, Su Hongxiao brushed off the dust from his clothing, a smile illuminating his bright eyes. Just 30,000 more points, and he would surpass the million mark. Watching the sun dip lower in the sky, Su Hongxiao's figure darted forward once again. He was determined to break that million threshold. Simultaneously, he mused with slight exasperation. Having such a vast territory also came with its drawbacks. Finding beasts could be quite a challenge. However, guided by his keen senses, he detected a formidable beast lurking 100 meters away. If his instincts were correct, it was likely the most terrifying creature within the examination grounds, the sole advanced Tier 3 beast. Su Hongxiao licked his lips, contemplating the prospect of slaying this ferocious beast. Whether for martial examination points or system points, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. With his current prowess, he was 99% certain he could vanquish a high-level Tier 3 beast. Thus, there was no reason for him to hesitate any longer. Whoosh! He darted forward like a bolt of lightning, racing toward the depths of the lair. This journey took nearly half an hour, during which he dispatched hundreds of beasts, all of which were high-level Tier 2 creatures. Yet, against Su Hongxiao's full might, they fell in mere moments. With only half an hour remaining, he still required 20,000 points. As he sped deeper into the lair, he kept a vigilant eye on the sun above. At this point, despair began to seep in. Even if he managed to slay that terrifying beast, it was unlikely to yield the 2,000 points he needed. After all, in the history of Heitian province, no examinee had ever succeeded in killing the beast lurking at the very depths, leaving no one to ascertain how many martial examination points such a feat would bestow. Turning back to hunt those high-level Tier 2 beasts would not afford him the 2,000 points in half an hour. Now that he had come this far, he was determined to confront the most formidable beast. Su Hongxiao was eager to test whether he possessed the strength to slay a high-level Tier 3 beast. This scene left several high-ranking officials within the military tent utterly astonished, including Colonel Song Ryun. As she observed the figure racing toward the heart of the beast lair on the screen, her breath quickened, and her towering waves of emotion surged. Beside her, Qin Jun gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. Colonel Song, does this boy truly intend to confront the beast concealed in the deepest recesses? The tall principal, Zhou Hao, could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, I've never encountered such an arrogant student. Are all of Lin's students this blindly confident? Although Lin felt perplexed, he sensed that this student was not the type to be reckless. He glanced at the envious Zhou Hao and chuckled, Principal Zhou, perhaps my student genuinely believes he can defeat the strongest beast in this examination. Zhou Hao scoffed dismissively. Even a top-tier student like Li Yin dares not venture in. Do you believe this student, with only F-grade talent, is not courting death by entering? Lin regarded the figure racing forward on the screen with a smile. Whether it is folly or wisdom, we shall soon see. I hope you do not end up with egg on your face, Principal Zhou. Zhou Hao snorted coldly, choosing silence as he fixated on the figure in the image, pondering that should the beast slay him, his name would vanish from the leaderboard. Such thoughts were undeniably sinister. Yet they surged fiercely within Zhou Hao's mind, for the school's resources held paramount importance. Within the desolate beast lair, the land lay scarred, with buildings flanking the streets marred by green patches. Hongxiao had reached the innermost depths of the lair, traversing a shadowy pathway. Here, he could scarcely detect any beasts. He understood the singular truth. The existence of that terrifying beast instilled such fear in others that they dared not tread here. Chapter 14, Skill Simulation. The mightiest beast emerges. Time was slipping away, with less than 20 minutes remaining. After searching thoroughly, Hongxiao had yet to catch sight of the beast. However, he was not overly concerned. His points were already comfortably in the lead. Although Li Yin, in second place, had amassed 910,000 points. Catching up was an impossibility. After all, it was unrealistic to expect to slay beasts and gain 70,000 points in just 20 minutes. As Hongxiao wandered the dilapidated road, a sense of frustration washed over him. Where had that wretched beast hidden? While the martial examination points had lost their significance, they still represented a substantial sum of system points. With no beasts in sight and the sun setting swiftly, only 15 minutes remained. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in an abandoned plaza. He dusted off his rear and settled onto a stone pedestal before opening his interface. He wished to ascertain his current points. Host, Hongxiao, age, 18, realm, Broken Mirror, Tier 3, talent, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, SSS rank, weapon, 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer. Heavenly tier, skill, 9-fold Thunder Strike, beginner, items, none, points, 970,000, points shop. Open. Hongxiao was taken aback. His points had surged to an astounding 970,000. However, he quickly suppressed his astonishment, for while this amount seemed immense, it could be spent in the blink of an eye. His gaze soon fell upon the skill section. 9-fold Thunder Strike, beginner? That one appeared clickable. Intrigued, he thought. Having engaged in such extensive battles, he had struggled to break through to the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunder Strike. He reached out and touched the skill icon. Instantly, a blue frame appeared before him. Proficiency in 9-fold Thunder Strike has increased. Note, the starting cost is 1,000 points. Please enter the points to use. 1,000 points to start? Observing his nearly million points, Hongxiao felt invigorated. He decided to test the waters with 100,000 points. Promptly, he input 100,000 into the box. 100,000 points have been used. 100,000 points yield 10 months of training results. Proficiency in 9-fold Thunder Strike is enhancing. Extracting comprehension of 9-fold Thunder Strike after 10 months. Comprehension extraction complete after 10 months. Buzz. Abruptly, a torrent of profound information surged into Hongxiao's mind. He felt as though he were immersed in an ocean of knowledge. His understanding of the 9-fold Thunder Strike grew increasingly lucid. Your talent is exceptional. Having practiced the 9-fold Thunder Strike for less than 5 hours, you have grasped the first 3 levels. However, due to certain limitations, you have been unable to break through. 1 month later, you have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the 9-fold Thunder Strike. 3 months later, you still cannot break through, so you practice diligently. 7 months later, you finally attain enlightenment, seizing that moment of inspiration to successfully cultivate the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunder Strike, subsequently advancing rapidly to the 7th level. After 10 months, you have perfectly mastered the 7th level of the 9-fold Thunder Strike, yet due to insufficient realm, you cannot progress further. Remaining points, 870,000. Hongxiao abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of purple light coursing through his dark pupils. As he sensed the transformation within his body and his profound comprehension of the 9-fold Thunder Strike, he was astonished. Remarkably, less than a minute had passed. He now felt as though he had executed the 9-fold Thunder Strike thousands of times, achieving a harmonious unity of man and technique. He had never anticipated that these points could not only purchase items, but also simulate skill proficiency. Incredible! With this capability, he would no longer fear the problem of overreaching. As long as he practiced a skill, he could immediately utilize points for proficiency simulation. An indescribable surge of excitement erupted from deep within. Su Hongxiao quickly regained his composure. Recalling the final prompt, being stuck at the pinnacle of the 7th level was not due to his talent or understanding, but rather a lack of strength. Even if he continued to inject points, his training in the ninefold Thunder Strike could not progress further. However, it is to be expected that with a sufficiently elevated realm, one can become invincible merely through one's own vitality and blood, without the need for any external aids. Conversely, if one's realm is inadequate, no matter the skill employed, one cannot unleash significant power, and this limitation becomes increasingly pronounced with higher quality skills. Ultimately, an abundance of points is essential. At present, the accumulated points are merely sufficient to procure a set of mid-level profound realm skills or a mid-level profound realm weapon. To aspire for superior goods is still a distant dream. Rising to his feet, Su Hongxiao felt the surging power of his blood and vitality within, and couldn't help but twist his neck. He let out a roar towards the desolate ruins. I long to engage in battle. You cursed beast, come forth quickly. The final syllable echoed like thunder, reverberating across a 100-meter radius. Within the military tent, the higher-ups heard Su Hongxiao's bellow through the drones soaring above. They were rendered speechless, having never witnessed such a situation before. While others typically sought to avoid perilous beasts, he seemed intent on seeking one out. Qin Jun turned to Song Ruyun, saying, Colonel Song, I recall Zhang Zhan sought out the most formidable beast during the martial examination, did he not? Indeed, Song Ruyun nodded. But you know how that ended. Oh, yes, Qin Jun replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. At that time, with his shattered mirror's 3rd star strength, he battled a high-level tier 4 beast for a full 3 hours without achieving victory, and he emerged grievously wounded. Song Ruyun chuckled lightly. If even a monster like him couldn't slay that beast, this young lad is truly unaware of the heavens and the earth. If the beast truly appears, I wonder if it will leave him in a state of shock. Just as Qin Jun was about to speak, he suddenly fixated on the screen, exclaiming, by heaven, the beast has arrived. Hearing Qin Jun's words, everyone tensed, their gazes now solemnly fixed on the screen. In the desolate square, a colossal shadow descended heavily. The already dilapidated ground instantaneously fractured, dust and debris bursting forth. Roar! A furious voice reverberated through the dust clouds, akin to thunder. Beneath the setting sun, Su Hongxiao slowly stood, his youthful face flushed, and his dark eyes radiated a fervent battle intent. As the dust began to settle, revealing the massive shadow, a faint smile crept upon his lips. At long last, you have come. I have awaited you with great longing. A gust of cool wind swept through, fully unveiling the beast's form. Su Hongxiao's pupils constricted in shock as he gasped, a high-level tier 3 beast, the golden-backed silver ape. This terrifying simian beast, adorned with golden fur on its back and silver claws, was indeed formidable among high-level beasts. Chapter 15, Slaying the Mightiest Beast. A shock to all. This was Su Hongxiao's first encounter with such a formidable beast. According to textbooks, the golden-backed silver ape, upon reaching its complete form, could attain the terrifying status of an elite-level beast. In this continent, beasts are distinctly categorized by levels: ordinary, advanced, elite, lord, king, general, and emperor, 7 tiers, mirroring the 7 levels of human prodigies, albeit with different nomenclature. In any case, this golden-backed silver ape was far from being a typical high-level tier 3 beast. Was this truly the final trial set for the examinees, rather than an endeavor to eliminate them? Su Hongxiao warily observed the beast, his blood and vitality surging fervently. The terrifying 9 heavens divine thunder erupted from the swirling storm clouds, coursing into his very flesh and bone. Before this beast, Su Hongxiao appeared as an infant standing before a giant, creating a bizarre tableau. This lad has lost his mind. He actually isn't fleeing. Qin Jun's gaze remained glued to the screen. Do not worry. The electromagnetic net is sufficient to withstand the assault of high-level tier 5 beasts, provided that. Song Ruyun's calm voice interjected. He can remain composed enough to activate the electromagnetic net. This student is truly audacious, chuckled Zhou Hao, the principal of No. 1 High School. In the face of a beast of this caliber, if he is captured, he will have no chance to press the switch. The others were silent. For Zhou Hao's words held truth. Should the golden-backed silver ape close in and seize him, he would be subjected to a relentless barrage of devastating blows. Linen, the principal of the 3 high schools, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, they had finally produced a student capable of outshining No. 1 High School. And yet he was behaving so recklessly. Linen silently cried out within, Su Hongxiao, press that electromagnetic net switch quickly. With your current points, you are assuredly the top scholar. Suddenly, Qin Jun noticed on the screen that Su Hongxiao's hand was being drawn back. Zhou Hao's expression darkened, while Linen was elated. Believing that, however, they were soon left dumbfounded. The footage from the drone revealed that Su Hongxiao was not pressing the switch for the electromagnetic net, but rather gathering his energy and charging directly towards the golden-backed silver ape. 9-fold Thunder Fist, 5-fold Strength. A shadow abruptly appeared in the air beside the golden-backed silver ape, followed by a punch aimed squarely at its massive body. To Su Hongxiao's astonishment, the golden-backed silver ape actually reacted, its body twisting in an uncanny manner as it raised its colossal fist to meet his attack. Observing this, Su Hongxiao's eyes gleamed with madness as he unleashed his punch with even greater speed. Boom! The two fists collided with a thunderous crash. A violent gust of wind erupted, sending withered leaves flying within a 10-meter radius. Crack! The ground beneath the golden-backed silver ape shattered instantaneously. Su Hongxiao's expression shifted as he was sent hurtling backward, a surge of blood rising in his throat, nearly spilling forth. Suppressing the tumult within, Su Hongxiao executed a swift maneuver in midair, dissipating the terrifying force, and landed 10 meters away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he grinned defiantly. What a thrilling clash of power. Roar! The golden-backed silver ape beat its chest, emitting a frenetic cry, as if to proclaim, "Human, I am the true king here. Oh, yet you still dare to rise." Su Hongxiao chuckled softly, raising his palm and clenching it fiercely. Boom! The howling golden-backed silver ape suddenly drooped its arm in agony. Bang! 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 The arm that had just collided with Su Hongxiao erupted with 5 explosive sounds. Blood sprayed forth, and white bone was laid bare. Roar! A pain sound erupted from the golden-backed silver ape's gaping maw, its blood-red eyes fixated on the human before it. Roar! This time, it was a roar of fury. The golden-backed silver ape bent its legs, the ground beneath it sinking as its massive form launched into the air, hurtling down upon Su Hongxiao with tremendous force. Faced with the frenzied golden-backed silver ape, Su Hongxiao dared not be careless. Immediately channeling his blood and vitality to maximize his speed. Bang! Simultaneously, the immense body of the golden-backed silver ape crashed down upon the ground where Su Hongxiao had been standing, sending dust swirling and creating a deep pit. Beast! Cease your arrogance! Thundered a voice from above, resonating like rolling thunder. 9-fold thunder fist, 7-fold strength. The shadow flickered, and Su Hongxiao's form suddenly appeared in midair. His fist, imbued with frenzied vitality, descended violently towards the golden-backed silver ape nestled within the deep pit. The terrifying force produced a sharp, ear-piercing hum in the air, akin to the sound of muffled thunder. The advantages of compressing the thundercloud vortex are evident. Power surges, movements are swift, foundations are solid, and bones resonate in harmony. In the depths of the pit, the golden-backed silver ape suddenly raised its head and emitted a deafening roar towards the sky. Driven by instinct for survival, it swiftly unleashed a punch. Bang! The two fists collided once more, but this time, it was under Su Hongxiao's full power. The golden-backed silver ape's fist was shattered in an instant, and immediately after, Su Hongxiao's terrifying fist struck down upon the beast's forehead. As the thunderous energy penetrated its brain, Su Hongxiao quickly retreated to the surface of the pit, landing on the plaza. Observing the ferocious creature struggling to rise from the depths, Su Hongxiao hesitated not for a moment and clenched his fist tightly. Boom! Several muffled thuds echoed from below the pit. Yet, there was no sign of relief on Su Hongxiao's face, for the notification of the beast's demise had yet to sound. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from the depths of the pit, and a colossal shadow shot upwards. The golden-backed silver ape's head was now submerged in the pit, with a river of blood flowing from it. It was still alive. Su Hongxiao's body tensed, and the 9 heavens' divine thunder within him began to circulate. Simultaneously, his ebony eyes transformed into a deep purple hue. If that were the case, let it experience the 9-fold thunderous power unleashed by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. In an instant, Su Hongxiao's figure vanished from sight, pushing both speed and strength to their utmost limits. His fist, imbued with the power of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, struck heavily against the abdomen of the golden-backed silver ape. Bang! This blow sent the golden-backed silver ape flying, crashing directly into a dilapidated building, collapsing beneath the rubble. Killed a high-level Tier 3 beast, earning 300 points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Hongxiao finally relaxed his taut state. This time, it was finally resolved. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Hongxiao acknowledged that had he not cultivated the 9-fold thunderous energy to the 7th level, combined with the might of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, he would never have concluded the battle so swiftly. If the beast had been of a higher tier, he would have undoubtedly found himself in a more arduous struggle, unless he unleashed the full force of the 9 heavens' divine thunder or wielded the celestial-grade weapon, the 9 heavens' thunderhammer. However, no matter which option he chose to reveal, it would likely stir a tempest in the Crimson Summer Empire. Who knows? It might even attract the attention of the cultists. Having lived 2 lives, Su Hongxiao was acutely aware that this continent was far more complex than it appeared. Nevertheless, it was finally over. The martial examination, a perfect graduation. Gazing at the distant sunset, a smile crept onto Su Hongxiao's face as he eagerly checked the left side of his military backpack. He wished to see if this beast could add a few hundred points to his martial examination score. But upon seeing his points, he was utterly dumbfounded. Su Hongxiao, points. 990,000. What the? Hongxiao was astonished. He never expected that slaying this beast would grant him a full 10,000 points. Although he had yet to break the million mark, he was not overly concerned. Previously, even defeating a high-level Tier 2 beast had only yielded 200 points. Yet, killing this high-level Tier 3 beast had directly multiplied his points by a considerable factor. For a moment, Hongxiao was stunned before a realization struck him. Could it be that those responsible for the martial examination had never anticipated a student could slay such a formidable beast? He could only think this way. The success of his kill was entirely due to his fortuitous advantages. Inviting other candidates to come would indeed be akin to delivering them to their doom. With that thought, Hongxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ahaha. After enduring humiliation and bearing burdens for 18 long years, at last, it is my time. It is the era of Hongxiao. If heaven did not give birth to me, Hongxiao, then the gifted would remain lost in eternal night. Hongxiao's juvenile fervor surged once more. Chapter 16, Sudden Circumstances. The Beast Horde Assault. The Rescue Operation. Time was up, scoring concluded, the martial examination ended. And all students were to immediately return to the open area for assembly. At that moment, the drones high above suddenly broadcasted a rumbling announcement. It was the voice of the invigilator, Song Ryun. Under the setting sun, Hongxiao gently brushed off the dust from his clothing and took a step forward. As he gazed at the distant crimson clouds, he stretched lazily. Stopping abruptly caused his entire body to ache. Hongxiao suddenly sensed a potent medicinal energy spreading throughout his body. He turned his attention inward to his energy sea and discovered that the 9th grade ancient blood pill beside the thundercloud vortex was emanating a rich medicinal aura. No wonder he and T felt fatigued or hungry after a day of battle. It was due to this. Looking at the 9th grade pill within his energy sea, Hongxiao no longer had to worry about depleting his vitality. At this rate of consumption, it would sustain him for quite some time. Elated, he exited his introspection, moved his body, and in an instant, transformed into a fleeting shadow, sprinting with fervor. He leaped onto rooftops, scaled walls, and executed flips with glee. In that moment, he was as joyful as a child. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old youth. With the wind roaring in his ears, Hongxiao couldn't help but roar, "Oh ho! Delightful!" Just then, an alarm blared from above. Simultaneously, the stern voice of Invigilator Song Ryun resonated from the drone overhead. Some candidates are under siege by a horde of beasts. All candidates still within the inner perimeter, take heed. Immediately follow the glowing intelligent drones and partake in the rescue operation. Candidates participating in the rescue will continue to accumulate martial examination points for slaying beasts. Hongxiao was suddenly taken aback. He could still earn martial examination points? Excitement surged within him. This was sure to push him over the million mark. Watching the glowing drone take flight, Hongxiao eagerly pursued it. 1 million points. Here I come, Hongxiao. In the small city engulfed by the beast horde. Moments prior, just as the martial examination had concluded, Lin Yuan and her companions, preparing to depart, were suddenly encircled by over 1,000 ordinary Tier 9 beasts and more than 100 high-level Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts. Among the trio, the strongest, Lin Yuan, was merely at the Broken Mirror first star level, leaving them utterly powerless to fight back. With Lin Yuan's supportive abilities, they fled desperately, but ultimately found themselves cornered. Bang! A beast leaped down from a nearby high-rise, crashing heavily onto the dilapidated road, trapped amidst the crumbling streets of the small city. The three gazed in despair at the encroaching horde of beasts. The two girls turned to Lin Yuan, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, Yuan, what do we do now? Lin Yuan's calm, cold gaze replied, activate the electromagnetic net and await rescue. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the two finally grasped the situation. All right. The three pressed the switch on their backpacks, and a blue electromagnetic net instantly unfurled from their bags, enveloping them like an inverted bowl. Despite the fierce electrical current emanating from the terrifying electromagnetic net, the horde of beasts showed no intention of retreating. Bang! The nearest beast slammed against the electromagnetic net, only to be sent flying by the electric force. Yet, they had no time to breathe. The surrounding beasts surged forward relentlessly. Even though the electromagnetic net's defenses were formidable, it was rapidly depleting under the onslaught of the beasts, the electric arcs dimming swiftly. At this rate, they would be breached in less than 5 minutes. Within the military tent, a sense of unease arose. What was happening? These beasts seemed strangely compelled. Major Qin Jun immediately noticed this bizarre scene. Under normal circumstances, these beasts would not act this way. Typically, when beasts realized they could not penetrate the electromagnetic net, they would retreat immediately. Yet this time, the ferocious beasts seemed to have gone mad, recklessly charging towards the electrifying and tumultuous electromagnetic net. In previous years, such an occurrence had never been witnessed during the martial examinations. Song Ryun's exquisite eyes shimmered with concern. It appeared that these beasts were exhibiting abnormal behavior, as if someone were manipulating them. Qin Jun was taken aback. Could it be the work of the ancient Yin God sect? Song Ryun responded calmly. It's hard to say. Those deranged cultists are scattered across the globe, and perhaps there are some lurking within our Tianyuan city as well. The three university presidents, including Linen, gazed at the screen displaying Lin Yuan and her companions surrounded, their hearts racing with urgency. Colonel Song, you must act swiftly. Lin Yuan cannot afford to be harmed. Lin Yuan was the daughter of the director of the Martial Defense Department. If anything were to happen, it could spell unrest for the entire Tianyuan city. Rest assured, the rescue teams have already commenced their efforts. However, Song Ryun, her snow-white hands resting on the table with her chin propped up, turned her gaze towards the figures darting across the screen. I wish to see if any among them can perform miracles. Miracles? Qin Jun blinked in surprise, his expression peculiar as he looked at Song Ryun. You don't mean to suggest they should battle with thousands of ferocious beasts, do you? Indeed. Song Ryun replied with a light chuckle. Li Yin and Shin Feng are on their way, along with that classmate Su Hongxiao. However, even with the three of them, alongside the other candidates rushing to assist, it is implausible for them to triumph over such a multitude of beasts. Qin Jun urged anxiously. There are hundreds of high-level beasts alone. If we do not intervene, there may be unforeseen consequences. Quiet down, Major Qin. Song Ryun maintained her unruffled demeanor. Just follow my orders. As Qin Jun observed the composed and serene Song Ryun, he was suddenly reminded of past events. This woman before him was undeniably the most astute among them. How could she possibly allow such promising talents to meet their demise here? Although the three presidents were baffled by Song Ryun's reasoning, they understood one thing. Colonel Song would absolutely not permit Lin Yuan to come to harm. With that, Linen was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone's attention returned to the screen. Oh no, Yuan, the electromagnetic net is about to give way. What shall we do? The girl with short hair beside Lin Yuan looked on in terror at the beasts that were relentlessly battering the electromagnetic net. Her suppressed fear finally overwhelming her as she broke into tears. Indeed, Yuan, if this continues, we shall surely be killed. Another girl chimed in, her voice dripping with despair. Standing firm, Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Do not lose heart. The military must have already dispatched reinforcements. Is that true? The girl suddenly pointed toward the distance, her eyes lighting up with hope. Look over there. It seems someone is approaching. The three turned their gazes eagerly, only to discover that the figures approaching were not military personnel, but rather a group of candidates. What the hell? Why are there so many beasts? The newly arrived students were immediately pursued and attacked by hundreds of ferocious beasts, rendering them incapable of providing assistance. Just then, a figure wielding a battle rifle appeared. Chapter 17, The Retreating Crowd. A shadow with purple lightning. With a swift thrust, Shin Feng dispatched several ordinary ninth-tier beasts, and immediately took cover with a few classmates who had come to assist. Damn it, how could there be so many of these beasts congregated here? Within the confines of a derelict high-rise, Shin Feng and his companions sought refuge. They had already spotted the besieged candidates. It's her. Just as Shin Feng contemplated abandoning his quest for points and turning to leave, he caught sight of one individual, Lin Yuan. Capturing her heart, or even forging a union, would greatly benefit the Shun family. Thus, Shin Feng resolved to remain, biding his time for the opportune moment. Shun, are you not capable? One of his companions exclaimed. Damn, there are over 1,000 beasts and so many high-level ones. Who could possibly handle this? Shin Feng spat on the ground in frustration. Before long, more candidates began to converge, but upon witnessing the scene, they were left dumbfounded. Those who managed to reach this area were predominantly among the top 100 on the points leaderboard. They had anticipated a chance to slay more beasts and accumulate points. However, upon arrival, they found themselves paralyzed by the terrifying roars of the 1,000-strong horde. All at once, they froze atop the abandoned building, observing the situation. Hesitant to charge in recklessly, Lin Yuan and her two companions, trapped by the beasts, noticed the approaching candidates. Why? Why would the proctor allow these students to come to our aid? They stand no chance against so many beasts. One girl exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Though Lin Yuan shared the uncertainty, she began to sense something odd. Have you noticed? These beasts are solely focused on attacking us, ignoring the other candidates entirely. Huh. The tearful girl wiped her eyes, bewildered. Why is that? Lin Yuan shook her head. But her keen mind began to formulate a theory. It seemed that these beasts were fixated on them. But why? Never mind the why. The electromagnetic net is about to collapse. Another girl, now paralyzed with fear, slumped to the ground. At that moment, a blade of flame surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This terrifying flame blade cleaved through the ordinary beasts in its path, instantly splitting them in two. This astonishing spectacle drew the attention of all who had arrived. Goodness, it's Li Yan. Damn, that monster has arrived. The three girls are surely saved now. Indeed. Quickly, let us join forces and assist Li Yan. With renewed vigor, the crowd surged towards Li Yan. As he battled the horde of beasts, Li Yan felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Li, this time I owe my rescue to you. Shin Feng jested, having dispatched a beast that attempted to ambush Li Yan, now standing beside him with a grin. Enough with the chatter. I've observed many high-level first-tier beasts here. Be cautious. Despite the presence of dozens of individuals by his side, Li Yan did not feel particularly at ease. After all, aside from Shen Feng, the rest were primarily martial artists of around 9 stars in strength. Li Yan swiftly dispatched a charging beast and addressed the group. Shen Feng and I will go rescue them. You all must hold off these ordinary 9th-tier beasts. Understood. With Li Yan's arrival, the group's confidence surged. However, it wasn't long before they found themselves pressed tightly together by the advancing beasts. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Moreover, after a day of combat, their energy reserves were nearly depleted. Before long, candidates were being sent flying by the beasts. Were it not for the support of those nearby, they would have faced dire consequences. As more and more beasts closed in, the fighting spirit of the crowd began to wane. Retreat, we must retreat. Damn it, there's no time. The beast horde has sealed off our escape route. We must activate the electromagnetic net. ZZZ. In no time, several more strands of blue electric netting appeared in the area. Oh no, this is the end. WVE not only failed to rescue anyone, but WVE also fallen into a trap. The remaining Li Yan and Shen Feng soon fought their way out from the beast horde, slaying as they retreated. Damn it, there are simply too many beasts. We can never kill them all. Shen Feng, now battered and showing signs of distress, looked worse for wear. Had it not been for Li Yan holding back the majority of the beasts, he would likely have pressed the switch to activate the electromagnetic net. Li Yan turned his gaze to the students who had activated the electromagnetic net, a mix of astonishment and fear in his eyes. They had killed over 100 beasts, yet still faced nearly 1,000 more. With the energy within him swiftly depleting, it seemed utterly impossible to vanquish them all. Once again, dozens of beasts surged forward. Shen Feng was utterly flustered, hastily exclaiming, Li Yan, what shall we do now? Upon hearing Shen Feng's voice, Li Yan also came to his senses. Retreat was an impossible task. We had already created disturbances for a considerable time, and the military personnel would undoubtedly arrive shortly. As he spoke, Li Yan swiftly propelled himself towards the distance. After all, activating the electromagnetic net here could lead to a fatal encounter with the ferocious beasts. As for whether the military had indeed arrived, he cared not. His sole purpose for being here was to hunt more ferocious beasts and accumulate points. He was on the verge of surpassing Hongxiao in points, thus he could not afford to falter here. All he needed was to extricate himself from the heart of the beast horde, reach the periphery, and slay a few isolated ferocious beasts to earn enough points. Li Yan had no intention of jeopardizing his safety for the sake of these strangers. Watching Li Yan flee, Shen Feng cast a glance back at the group being relentlessly attacked by the beasts and, with gritted teeth, decided to leave as well. After all, staying here would only mean awaiting death. What the hell? Li Yan, Shen Feng, why are you running away? The candidates who had been forced to activate the electromagnetic net were utterly bewildered. They had been anticipating a rescue from Li Yan and Shen Feng. Yet, now they were simply fleeing. Damn it, those two have sold us out. One lamented, I can't believe I once admired that scoundrel. Lin Yuan and her companions also heard the curses from afar. What? Li Yan and Shen Feng actually ran away. What should we do now? Enough with the tears. Lin Yuan consoled the others. Do not worry. The military personnel should be arriving soon. Yuan, there seems to be a crack in my electromagnetic net. One girl suddenly exclaimed in terror. Yuan, mine too. What should I do? I don't want to die. Lin Yuan stepped back, her eyes wide with fear as she beheld the fissures in the electromagnetic net. Roar! The ferocious beasts let out a deafening howl, launching one final assault. As despair engulfed the crowd, suddenly the sunset vanished. The once crimson sky darkened abruptly. Boom, boom. Terrifying thunder rumbled from the clouds above, as if a storm were imminent. However, at that moment, no one paid any heed. Damn it, someone is coming. The crowd turned abruptly, spotting a shadow descending from the heights of a dilapidated building. The figure, radiating a terrifying violet light, seemed to cause the very space around it to tremble. Chapter 18. It's you, the formidable Hongxiao. Buzz. The shadow fell from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. Within a 10-meter radius, the ferocious beasts were violently thrown aside by a surge of furious vitality. Dust erupted, and Lin Yuan and her companions stared, astonished, at the figure before them. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust, and Lin Yuan's pupils flickered with recognition. It's you. Indeed, Hongxiao nodded, his dark eyes piercing through the shattered electromagnetic net to gaze at the trio. This is no place to linger. We must leave. As the beasts closed in once more, Hongxiao sprung into action. I shall clear the path. Stay close behind me. Hearing the voice carried by the wind, Lin Yuan hastily followed suit. The other two girls, momentarily dazed, quickly regained their senses and fell in line beside Lin Yuan. They felt utterly ashamed, having previously spoken ill of him in her presence. Hongxiao paid no mind to the thoughts of the three trailing behind him. He surged forward like a fierce tiger. Any beast that drew near was sent flying by his punches and kicks. Each strike was imbued with the power of the ninefold thunder strike. Such beasts were insufficient to compel Hongxiao to unleash his full might. As he carved a path ahead, Lin Yuan's eyes shone with astonishment. In the face of the ferocious beasts, his stature seemed diminutive. Yet, Su Hongxiao resembled a humanoid monster, effortlessly sending a terrifying beast flying with a single blow, even toppling a group of them in the process. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. However, Lin Yuan was not a mindless woman, despite Su Hongxiao's prowess. She could not remain idle. Suddenly, a bluish-white aura emanated from her, soaring towards Su Hongxiao's wrist. As he defended against the beasts, Su Hongxiao felt a surge of power and an unexpected lightness in his body. He glanced back at Lin Yuan and instantly grasped the situation. Was this the auxiliary capability of an S-rank talent? Truly formidable. With Lin Yuan's enhancement, Su Hongxiao's speed reached its zenith. The shadow wreaked havoc, as ferocious beasts were sent tumbling one after the other. Inside the military tent, the three university presidents were left utterly speechless. Over the years, they had encountered numerous talented students, but a monstrous talent like Su Hongxiao was unprecedented. This, Major Qin Jun was now thoroughly astonished. Does this fellow possess an inexhaustible supply of vitality? Song Ryun replied calmly. It must be due to Lin Yuan's auxiliary ability, which is restoring his vitality. Qin Jun was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Earlier, Lin Yuan had been unable to utilize her abilities on Li Yin and the others due to the electromagnetic net. It seemed this young man had arrived just in time, effectively benefiting from Lin Yuan's support after the net shattered. However, even without Lin Yuan's assistance, I believe these beasts would not be able to stop Su Hongxiao. Song Ryun did not refute this. After all, even the golden-backed silver ape had fallen to him. In Tianyuan City, this had been an unprecedented occurrence in the annual martial arts examinations. Qin Jun suddenly smiled. I think I'm beginning to understand why you didn't let the military personnel act directly. You were waiting for this young man. Song Ryun's gaze remained fixed on the imagery, her lips parting slightly. Let me see how far you can go. A bewildered university president, Zhou Hao, asked, Gentlemen, are you not overestimating this young man? There are over 1,000 ferocious beasts. Are you certain you still wish to refrain from intervening? Indeed, Colonel Song, these two students are promising prospects. What if something goes awry? President Lin En expressed his trepidation as he observed the scene unfolding. Song Ryun understood Lin En's concerns and chuckled softly. Fear not, President Lin. Our personnel are already in position, just 30 meters away. Should they find themselves overwhelmed, we will act immediately. Upon hearing Song Ryun's words, Lin En finally relaxed. It turned out she had everything arranged in advance. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the ferocious beasts transformed into mere shadows as they crashed into the horde behind them. This scene left the other candidates utterly astonished and speechless. At this moment, over a dozen candidates had gathered behind Su Hongxiao. These were the very students who had rushed to rescue those trapped. As time passed, Su Hongxiao soon gathered all the students ensnared by the electromagnetic net. However, faced with the dense throng of ferocious beasts, it was utterly impossible for Su Hongxiao to lead them to safety. While he could easily escape alone, the prospect of bringing this group along was entirely out of the question. What now? We can't break through. Indeed, there are too many ferocious beasts. Faced with the ever-increasing number of beasts, Su Hongxiao could only fight while retreating to shield the others. Soon, he had backed Lin Yuan and the others to the edge of a dilapidated building, with no escape route behind them. Despite receiving Lin Yuan's auxiliary abilities, they were still in dire straits. However, with only a few dozen people, their fighting spirit had completely evaporated in the face of the relentless horde of beasts. Were it not for Su Hongxiao's presence, the group would have already been overwhelmed by the ferocious creatures. Observing the dark figure darting wildly amidst the throng of beasts and the successive flinging of the monsters, Lin Yuan turned to the others behind her. Do not panic. The military will surely arrive. However, before they do, I do not wish to hear any more of your futile words. Yet one girl, her gaze fixed on the figure defending them against the beasts, expressed her concern. But Yuan, with such reckless use of his blood energy, how much longer can he hold on? After all, the power of blood is finite, and even the strongest students are merely 18 years old. Just as anxiety enveloped the crowd, a shadow flickered, and a tall figure instantly stood before them. Following this, a calm voice resonated. You all stay behind me. Do not stray beyond 3 meters. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the meaning of his words. However, there was no time to inquire, for the terrifying horde of beasts surged toward them once again. It's over. As the monstrous swarm lunged forward, panic gripped the crowd. Su Hongxiao's dark eyes glimmered with a purple light as he surveyed the approaching beasts. Are the reinforcements not yet making their move? Do they wish to see how far we can go? If that is their desire, then I shall oblige. Perhaps there is no need to conceal my abilities. If one aspires to reach the pinnacle, one must inevitably reveal some prowess. Within the military tent, Qin Jun and the three principals abruptly rose to their feet. Colonel Song, we must act now. This time, even Song Ryun was tense, prepared to call upon the military forces. Just as she was about to issue the command, a horrifying flash of purple lightning erupted on the screen, amidst the crowd buried beneath the beasts. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder reverberated within the dark clouds. Following this, a massive purple lightning bolt, akin to a giant serpent, crash down from the stormy skies. The beasts may be swift, but they cannot outpace lightning. A deep voice echoed from within the horde. 9. Heavens. Divine. Thunder. Chapter 19. Struck by lightning. Did it make him stronger? Boom. Centered around Su Hongxiao. An area of 20 meters was instantly engulfed in purple lightning. Beasts and abandoned structures alike were submerged in the ocean of purple lightning, sparing only Su Hongxiao and those behind him. Within the sea of lightning, Su Hongxiao, radiating arcs of purple energy, slowly turned to face the crowd. As it was his first time unleashing the full power of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, he hoped nothing would go awry. Just as he turned, Su Hongxiao was taken aback to find that everyone had collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, there was no danger to their lives. Kill ordinary level 9th tier beast, gain 90 points. Kill ordinary level 9th tier beast, gain 90 points. Kill advanced 1st tier beast, gain 100 points. The system notifications surged in rapid succession. Su Hongxiao lifted his violet eyes, resembling a thunder god, surveying the purgatory of lightning before him. Within the 20-meter radius, the beasts convulsed and fell beneath the onslaught of the purple lightning, swiftly losing their vitality. However, it seemed that the reinforcements had finally arrived. His current strength was still too feeble. If he revealed too much too soon, he might lack even the ability to protect himself. Once he reached the Mountain Peace realm, then he could unleash everything without reservation. With this thought in mind, Su Hongxiao immediately retracted the 9 heavens' divine thunder, dissipating the purple lightning enveloping him, and closed his eyes, lying down on the ground. Just before that, he cast a glance at the soaring points on the system, the rapid increase igniting a fervor within him. 1 minute prior, within the military tent, the instant the thunder sounded, the entire screen went dark. The 5 could no longer see any images. Song Ruyun immediately ordered the military to take action, but the signal had been cut off, and there was no response. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Song Ruyun could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, taking Qin Jun with her as they rushed to the scene. The 3 principals attempted to follow, but upon exiting the tent, they could barely catch sight of the 2 figures. As a practitioner of the moon-splitting realm, Song Ruyun, alongside Qin Jun of the Mountain Peace realm, moved at speeds unparalleled by ordinary people. Under the oppressive release of their blood energy, their figures blurred as they dashed toward the beast-infested city. William, do you think the candidates will be alright? It feels like you've gone too far this time. Qin Jun suddenly asked during their frantic sprint. Silence. Song Ruyun had no time for idle chatter, instantly accelerating through a towering building, breaking out of the inner perimeter of the beast city. When they arrived at the scene of the incident, they came to a sudden halt. Song Ruyun and Qin Jun's pupils constricted as they stared in shock at the scene before them. Before them, a torrent of purple lightning surged, and all the beasts lay defeated in this chaotic sea of purple energy. What on earth happened here? Enough with the questions, quickly search for the candidates. Song Ruyun commanded coldly before vanishing from sight. Her graceful form flickered amidst the purple sea of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she was already dozens of meters away. Qin Jun followed suit without hesitation. However, he felt that the students would likely be unharmed. He couldn't explain why, but as they traversed through the raging storm of lightning, the overwhelming atmosphere of destruction chilled them to the bone. Suddenly, all the purple lightning vanished. Upon reaching the spot where the candidates lay unconscious, they finally felt relieved. Qin Jun wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Song Ruyun. Fortunately, they are merely unconscious, with no danger to their lives. Song Ruyun gazed strangely at Su Hongxiao, who lay on the ground in a faint, and softly instructed, "Send someone to take them to the infirmary." Thus, the martial examination came to a complete end. All the faculty and students of Sangao were left in shock as they stared at the names on the martial examination leaderboard. At the top of the leaderboard, Su Hongxiao's score had reached an astonishing 1,180,000. Su Hongxiao was a student of Tianyuan Sangao. Not only had he shattered the historical records of Hetian province, but he had also achieved an unprecedented feat in the annals of national history. What kind of monster is this? Moreover, it seemed that the entire Tianyuan city and Tianyuan Sangao would become renowned across the nation because of Su Hongxiao. 1,000,000 points. This year as provincial champion must be Su Hongxiao. In the hospital room, Su Hongxiao slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake." A voice greeted him. Supporting himself, Su Hongxiao sat up and saw it was Major Qin Jun, little fellow. "Do you recall what happened earlier?" Upon hearing the question, Su Hongxiao guessed what had transpired, murmuring, "Sir, all I saw was a blinding light before I fainted." Qin Jun regarded the bewildered Su Hongxiao and said, "Colonel Song is looking for you. Come with me." Immediately, Su Hongxiao followed him to an open area within the military district. From a distance, he could see Song Ruyun, with her striking figure and stunning beauty, standing with her arms crossed before her. "Now, tell me, was the lightning just now you're doing?" Song Ruyun addressed Su Hongxiao directly. Didn't she see it in the footage from the drone? If that was the case. No, Su Hongxiao had initially intended to keep his abilities hidden, but since no one had discovered it, he decided to continue concealing it. After all, an SSS-level talent was too shocking. "Show me your extraordinary abilities." Song Ruyun's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Very well. Su Hongxiao maintained a calm demeanor as he extended his hand, and in an instant, a vibrant purple arc of electricity surged forth. Is this your F-grade talent? Qin Jun inquired, fixated on the crackling purple energy dancing about Su Hongxiao's palm. It doesn't seem that way to me. Realizing he could not completely conceal the truth, Su Hongxiao spoke up. Well, I was once F-grade. But it appears I've grown stronger since then. What do you mean? Qin Jun pressed. Under the scrutiny of the two, Su Hongxiao awkwardly scratched his nose and admitted. A few days ago, I was struck by lightning, and somehow, I became stronger. What? Struck by lightning? And you became stronger? Both Song Riyun and Qin Jun were momentarily stunned, recalling the recent anomalies in Tianyuan City. Are you referring to the heavy rain and thunderclouds from earlier? Su Hongxiao did not shy away from the truth. Yes, that day, for reasons unknown, the sky suddenly darkened, and lightning struck down, hitting me directly. I almost thought I was going to die. Qin Jun was at a loss for words, and Song Riyun, her beautiful eyes sparkling, said, All right, you should head back now. Your martial arts examination results have been confirmed, with a score of 180,000 points. It won't be long before the special admission teachers from the Martial Arts University arrive, so prepare yourself. All right, thank you, both of you. Song Riyun, gazing at the youthful yet subtly defiant Su Hongxiao, asked, By the way, have you learned about the elite training camp? Su Hongxiao nodded slightly. I've gathered some information from other students. Song Riyun extended her hand, presenting him with a letter. This is the address. You are to go to the location indicated on the letter in a week's time. Upon receiving the envelope sealed with wax, Su Hongxiao expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Officer Song, and thank you, Officer Qin. This is what you deserve. The students from your school have already returned. I will arrange transportation to take you back shortly. Thank you, both of you. After escorting Su Hongxiao away, Qin Jun, astonished, asked, Riyun, has there ever been a case of talent mutation in history? Indeed, Song Riyun nodded. The world is vast and filled with wonders. There have been instances in the past. But that terrifying purple lightning, could it really not have been summoned by him? Qin Jun recalled the earlier scene of the purple lightning storm, still feeling shocked. Should we investigate? No need. If he truly caused it, it will reveal itself sooner or later. For now, without the talent detection instruments, we can wait until he arrives at the elite training camp, where the military's talent instruments will provide clarity. Song Riyun, watching Su Hongxiao's departing figure, suddenly chuckled. I've thought of something amusing. What is it? I won't tell you. Seated in the military vehicle, Su Hongxiao made his way back to his modest rental in the suburbs. The soldier's gaze towards him was filled with admiration. It was rare for a child from a poor family to emerge as the top scorer in the martial arts examination. After all, training required substantial resources, including numerous medicinal pills to replenish vitality, which most ordinary families could hardly afford. Given the boy's less than affluent lifestyle, his achievements were indeed commendable. Upon disembarking, Su Hongxiao turned to the soldier and politely said, Thank you, brother. Please drive carefully on your way back. The soldier waved his hand with a smile. Yes, Student Su. Goodbye. I look forward to encountering you again in the military district. Chapter 20. The talented warriors preparing for the elite training camp in 18 cities. The universities of the Crimson Summer Empire have completed their entrance examinations. In the 18 cities of Heitian province, prodigious students diligently train, all in preparation for the elite training camp in the provincial capital a week hence. If anyone can stand out in this camp, they are certain to excel far beyond their peers upon entering the martial arts university. In Tianyuan City, within the Li family, a lean, middle-aged man with dry hands stood in a specialized training room. He was Li Yan's father, Li Tianchen. His voice was calm yet cold as he addressed his son, Yenner. Though you did not secure first place this time, I hope you will not disappoint your father in the elite training. Father, I will not let you down. Li Yan replied, his face shadowed as he hung his head. He had been on the verge of catching up to Su Hongxiao, but had suddenly been incapacitated by a lightning strike. When he awoke, Su Hongxiao's score had reached an unbelievable height, which dealt a significant blow to his spirit and further solidified his resolve to grow stronger. He absolutely could not disappoint his father. Seeing Li Yan's determination, a smile finally graced Li Tianchen's face. This is a third-tier vitality-enhancing pill, if used wisely. It can elevate you several realms. Excitedly accepting the pill, Li Yan declared with confidence, Thank you, father. If I can reach the 4th star of the Breaking Mirror realm, even the elite training camp will be within my grasp. Li Tianchen walked away with his hands clasped behind him. Very well, train diligently. Meanwhile, across Heitian province, the elite talents from the 18 cities prepared for the impending competition. In Yang City, amidst a desolate area, a tall youth emerged from the carcass of a fierce beast, still clutching the remains of a 5th-star Breaking Mirror beast. With a fierce bite, he tore the serpent-like creature in half and savored the delicacy of its heart, a savage expression illuminating his face. In this elite training camp, I, the Thunder Dragon, will undoubtedly seize first place. In the southern city of Heitian, some prodigies engaged in specialized training with powerful family members. A graceful youth evaded attacks from several 5th-star breaking mirror experts with remarkable ease. His speed was as swift and ethereal as the wind, allowing him to flawlessly dodge incoming strikes while countering with precision. Soon, several 5th-star experts were left in defeat. Third young master, your speed is astonishing. Several subordinates remarked, nursing their injuries. Indeed, third young master, your A-grade peak wind attribute talent has rendered you nearly invincible among 5th-star experts. Even those with 6th-star talents may not match your speed. Here, third young master, wipe off your sweat. The graceful youth smiled slightly as he accepted the towel from his subordinate. With this, I should secure a respectable ranking in the elite training camp. Rest assured, third young master, I doubt any student from other cities can surpass you. Even the most formidable of foes would find their attacks futile against you. Ha! Hearing his subordinate's flattery, the graceful youth Yi Feng laughed heartily. Now, let us continue our training. What? The group was momentarily stunned, but before they could react, a shadow loomed before them. In Hetian province, within the sealed city, Feng Linger of the Feng family deftly commanded 20 flying daggers, battling against 10 5th-star guards of the Feng family. She walked gracefully across the arena, her youthful and beautiful face exuding an air of arrogance. Below, the head of the Feng family, Feng Dezhu, watched with delight, though a hint of worry flickered in his eyes. The steward beside him chuckled, Master, it seems that our young lady is destined to claim victory in this elite training camp. Feng Dezhu, pleased, stroked his beard but also voiced his concerns. Even so, we must not celebrate too soon. Allowing Linger to attend this training camp serves two purposes. One is for her enjoyment, and the other is to broaden her horizons. Her excessive pride, seeing everyone else as inferior, is not a good trait. The steward, puzzled, asked, Master, do you mean to say there might be others in her age group at the training camp who are stronger than she? Hee. Feng Dezhu chuckled softly. It's hard to say. However, those who can participate in the elite training camp are likely no slouches. I actually hope Linger does not win. Otherwise, her arrogance will only worsen. Sighing, the steward nodded in agreement, falling silent. In Tianyuan City, at the Zhenwu Division, Director Lin Langtao regarded the young girl in a purple dress before him with affectionate eyes. Xiao Yuan, why have you been so distracted since the martial arts examination concluded? Regardless of what transpires, you can always confide in your father, who will undoubtedly assist you in resolving any issues. Lin Yuan shook her head, responding, it's nothing. I'm just not entirely satisfied with my ranking. Haha, that is inconsequential. I have already told you, with your innate talents and qualities, even without the martial arts examination, you could easily select any martial arts university you desire, Lin Langtao said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yet you, my dear, insist on relying solely on your own strength to gain admission to a martial arts university. With a sweet smile, Lin Yuan replied, Father, I do not wish to squander my talents. My awakening teacher has instructed me to study diligently and not waste such a precious gift. Haha, splendid. You truly are the daughter of Lin Langtao. Suddenly, Lin Langtao's expression darkened with anger. I heard from Uncle Ing that you encountered danger during the martial arts examination. What exactly transpired? Confused, Lin Yuan replied, I don't quite understand why, but after we completed the martial arts examination, we were besieged by a terrifying beast tide and became trapped. Lin Langtao slammed his hand on the table, fuming, I shall go to the military district and demand answers from those rascals. Lin Yuan quickly interjected, but I'm perfectly fine, Father. It has nothing to do with them. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Langtao's anger subsided. By the way, do you remember who saved you? Upon hearing her father's inquiry about Su Hongxiao, Lin Yuan's face brightened with a smile. I was surrounded by ferocious beasts, and he was the one who rescued me. Oh, I have heard that he is also a student, Lin Langtao remarked, observing his daughter's demeanor with a knowing smile, though feigning ignorance. Perhaps you should invite this classmate to our home one day. After all, he is your savior, and it would be nice for me to meet this remarkable young man. Lin Yuan's elegant countenance flushed with a faint crimson as she regarded her father curiously. This was the first time he had suggested inviting a male classmate home. Noticing his daughter's reaction, Lin Langtao chuckled. What is it? Do you dislike him? No, not at all. Lin Yuan quickly regained her composure. It's just that we are going to the elite training camp in a week, and I believe he must be diligently practicing. Haha, it's perfectly fine. Having him over for a meal won't be a problem, Lin Langtao said indulgently. Let us do it tonight. You contact him and tell him that I would like him to come and see if he can grace us with his presence. Taken aback by her father's words, Lin Yuan responded helplessly. All right, Father, I understand. Please refrain from making such peculiar requests. In Tianyuan City, who would dare to disregard your esteemed presence? Upon hearing her final remark, Lin Langtao feigned indignation. What? Have you already deemed your father to be old in your eyes? With a chuckle, Lin Yuan laughed and dashed out. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Lin Langtao's gentle expression regained its calm and authority. He called softly, Ing, at your service. A shadowy figure materialized in the empty room. How is the investigation progressing? The shadow, responding with respect, said. We have uncovered traces of the ancient Yin God sect's evildoers on the outskirts of the examination site. Investigate. Find the evildoers hidden within Tianyuan City, and remember, I want them alive. Understood. The shadow respectfully acknowledged before preparing to dissipate. By the way, do you know who saved my daughter? The vanishing figure abruptly halted, regaining its form. My lord, the individual is an orphan, a student from Tianyuan Third High, named Hongxiao. An orphan? A classmate of my daughter, Hongxiao? Lin Langtao nodded slowly. I see. You may go. Yes. In a dilapidated rental room, Hongxiao opened the points mall interface. After all, his points had amassed to over 1 million. He must procure something substantial to prepare fully for the elite training camp. Spend lavishly. Chapter 21. Acquiring weapons and skills. Currently, he possessed the ninefold Thunderstrike skill. As for weapons, he felt the need for one. After all, brandishing a heavenly tier 9 Heaven's Thunder Hammer would undoubtedly attract undue attention from nefarious forces. Thus, it would be prudent to opt for a lower tier weapon for the time being. Upon entering the Earth tier weapon section, Hongxiao glanced briefly before exiting. After all, even the most inferior Earth tier weapons demanded several million points. Therefore, he turned his attention to the mystical tier weapons. Typically, a mystical tier weapon would cost several million Qixia coins, far beyond the means of an impoverished individual. As he browsed the mystical tier weapon page, Hongxiao encountered a variety of options ranging from tens of thousands to several million points. Flipping through page after page, he soon discovered a commendable mystical tier weapon. Thunderblade. Quality: intermediate mystical tier. Description: a colossal blade crafted from mystical stones imbued with lightning power, measuring 1.7 meters in length, 10 fingers in width, weighing 3,800 pounds, and containing a faint lightning attribute within the blade. Note: suitable for strength-based warriors. Price: 780,000 points. 78,000 points? Hongxiao was momentarily taken aback. However, the intermediate quality was indeed incomparable to lower-tier options. I'll buy it. Swish. Watching his points swiftly dwindle, he felt a pang of heartache. That amount had vanished in an instant. During the martial arts examination, he had acquired a total of 180,000 points. But after spending 200,000 points and purchasing this weapon, only 200,000 points remained. Nonetheless, upon receiving the Thunderblade, he quickly forgot about his dwindling points. Captivated by the weapon in his hand, the Thunderblade's broad and hefty blade gleamed with a sharp, cold light, its back horizontal, and the handle wrapped in fabric, adorned with a red tassel at the end, exuding an air of imposing majesty. What a magnificent blade! Hongxiao gripped it with one hand, lifting it with a sudden force, his forearm muscles tensing, causing the floor beneath him to creak ominously. Had he not broken through to the mirror-shattering realm, he might have struggled to wield such a weighty weapon. Given the cramped quarters of the rental room, it was unsuitable for practicing swordplay, so he re-entered the mall. After all, he didn't possess any swordsmanship skills, and with only 200,000 points left, he intended to select a skill related to swordsmanship, preferably one associated with his lightning affinity. Hongxiao directly accessed the mystical tier skill mall page. His dark eyes swiftly scanned, diligently selecting options. Triple flame slash? No. Water devouring blade technique? No. Various attribute-based sword skills were available, and Hongxiao was quite astonished by the comprehensive selection. Before long, his gaze returned to a particular skill. Thunder Arc Triple Strike. This looks promising. Thunder Arc Triple Strike. Quality: low-level mystical tier. Description: a low-level mystical tier skill, with interconnected sword techniques flowing seamlessly. When mastered to perfection, one can unleash 3 strikes in a second, breaking the enemy unexpectedly. Restriction: only those with a lightning affinity can cultivate this skill. Price: 100,000 points. I'll take it. Hongxiao immediately spent 100,000 points to purchase the sword skill. Subsequently, he adeptly received the memory crystal containing the swordsmanship knowledge. A torrent of vast knowledge surged into his mind. This time, in less than 2 hours, Hongxiao had completely grasped the sword skill. He opened his panel. Host: Hongxiao. Age: 18. Realm: Mirror Shattering, 3 stars. Talent: 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, SSS-level talent. Weapons: Heavenly tier weapon, Mystical tier weapon. Skills: low-level mystical tier skill. Items: none. Points: 100,000. Points mall, now open. Hongxiao clicked on the number behind the heavenly tier weapon and sighed in relief. The 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer was still there, initially causing him a moment of panic. The weapon and skill panels had conveniently overlapped, making navigation simpler. He then proceeded to click on the number behind the Xian tier low-level skill. Xian tier low-level skill. Ninefold Thunder Force, major achievement. Thunder Arc 3-string slash, entry level. Currently, the ninefold Thunder Force could not be further refined. Thus, Hongxiao directly clicked on the Thunder Arc 3-string slash. Thunder Arc 3-string slash skill proficiency is increasing. Note: a minimum of 1,000 points is required to initiate. Please enter the points. Having utilized this before, Hongxiao was quite familiar with the process. This time, he decided to go all in, using up the remaining 100,000 points in one go. 100,000 points have been used. 100,000 points will yield results in cultivation over 10 months. Thunder Arc 3-string/skill proficiency enhancement in progress. Comprehension extraction of Thunder Arc 3-string/ after 10 months underway. Comprehension extraction completed after 10 months. Buzz. Suddenly, a torrent of profound information surged into his mind and body. Hongxiao felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of knowledge. His understanding of the Thunder Arc 3-string/ became increasingly lucid. Your talent is exceptional. You have grasped the first slash of the Thunder Arc 3-string/ in merely 12 days. In 1 month, you will refine the first slash to its pinnacle. In 3 months, through diligent practice, you will glimpse the path to the second slash. In 6 months, you will successfully cultivate the second slash to its peak and faintly touch upon the path to the final slash. In 10 months, you will have mastered the third slash of the Thunder Arc 3-string/, with only a short time remaining to reach its ultimate form. Remaining points, 0. Hongxiao slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shimmering within his dark pupils. As he sensed the transformation of his body and his profound comprehension of the Thunder Arc 3-string/, he gently caressed the thunder blade resting beside him. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Though only a minute had passed, it felt as if he had wielded the blade for years. However, upon glancing at his point tally, a wry smile crept across his face. The hard-earned points had vanished in mere moments. The elite training camp would not commence for another week. Through the narrow window, Hongxiao gazed at the bright sky outside. A sudden yearning to explore the world beyond the city walls surged within him. The fearsome beasts outside were indeed daunting, yet they represented a wealth of points. Most importantly, the perilous wastelands held abundant opportunities. Many rare and precious herbs thrived in those forsaken areas. Not only were there ample medicinal plants, but also the eggs of ferocious beasts. A talented individual once returned from training with an egg from a formidable beast worth billions, instantly becoming a millionaire. Others have discovered rare medicinal materials or lost skills, catapulting them to greatness. Having lived in this world for 18 years, Hongxiao had never ventured beyond the gates of Tianyuan City. However, to leave the safety zone, one must either obtain a pass from the Town Martial Division or reach the Broken Mirror Realm to apply for a hunter certification at the Martial Arts Association in the city, thus allowing passage out of the safety zone. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, no one could freely depart from the city. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, the ancient phone rang unexpectedly. Who could it be? Chapter 22. Invitation. Test. Astonishment. Hongxiao glanced at the unfamiliar caller ID and promptly hung up. He had no family or friends in this world, and any strange calls could only be spam. Yet, right after disconnecting, the phone rang again. Though puzzled, Hongxiao answered the call. Hello, is this Hongxiao? A familiar female voice echoed on the line. Hongxiao recognized it to be Lin Yuan, though he was uncertain how she had acquired his number. Yes, this is Lin Yuan, right? It's me, Lin Yuan. Are you free tonight? My father would like you to visit our home. Would you be willing to honor us with your presence? Hongxiao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yuan's father? Wasn't he the director of the Town Martial Division in Tianyuan City? The invitation made him hesitate, yet he ultimately did not decline. After all, meeting such a prominent figure could only be beneficial. Perhaps he might glean some wisdom. With that thought, Hongxiao decided without further hesitation. Sure. Great. Do you need me to pick you up? No need. Just send me the address and time. All right. Thank you, classmate. You're welcome. After ending the call, a message from Lin Yuan quickly arrived. Tianyuan No. 1 Courtyard, a zone, Building 1, at 7 o'clock this evening. Tianyuan No. 1 Courtyard? That was the most renowned villa district in Tianyuan City, where each villa was worth at least several hundred million. It was said that Lin Langtao had reached the realm of Silent Sun, the strongest in Tianyuan City, even ranking among the top in the country. Therefore, it was easy to understand the luxurious lifestyle. Placing the old phone in his pocket, Hongxiao looked out at the bright sky. It was still early. He decided to visit the martial arts school in the city. He wished to assess the extent of his current strength. Normally, a broken mirror 3-star talent could deliver a punch with a force of 30 tons. He recalled that his last visit to the martial arts school had been 2 years ago. Soon, Hongxiao took a cab to the Aurora Martial Arts School. This was the only martial arts school in Tianyuan City that offered free access to high school students. Though some equipment was not free, the majority of the complimentary facilities were sufficient for high school students. Hello. As soon as Hongxiao entered, a beautiful receptionist greeted him with a warm smile. Hello, Mississippi. I am a student from Tianyuan 3rd High. I heard that the Aurora Martial Arts School offers free privileges for high school students. May I use the testing equipment? Of course, but you need to register first. All right, no problem. Hongxiao took the pen and swiftly filled out the information. Name, phone number, school, and realm. I've completed it. Looking at the polite young man, the receptionist's eyes sparkled with fondness. She smiled and pointed inside. All right, hand it to me, and you can head inside. The testing device is over there. Hongxiao returned a polite smile. Thank you, Mississippi. After he entered, The receptionist glanced down at the information sheet. Su Hongxiao, 18 years old, Tianyuan 3rd High, Realm, Broken Mirror. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, Broken Mirror 3-star? She quickly shook her head. She had seen too many students exaggerate their realms for the sake of appearances. To put it simply, they sought vanity. However, the young man just now did not seem like the type to crave superficiality. What's wrong, Xiaoyao? At that moment, a tall and beautiful woman entered, accompanied by a haughty young boy in his teens. Tingjia, what brings you here today? The receptionist immediately stepped forward, taking the woman's hand. The woman, Zhao Ting, was the daughter of the Aurora Martial Arts School's owner and was well liked by the staff for her kindness. Tingjia. Just now a high school student wrote on the information sheet that his realm is Broken Mirror 3-star. Goodness, is that the fellow? So boastful. I have yet to witness anyone in Tianyuan City's institutions of higher learning attain the level of 3 stars in the Broken Mirror realm. The youth, named Zhao Ao, is the younger brother of Zhao Ting, and his expression is one of utter disdain. Such students merely seek to attract attention. There's no need to pay them any mind, Zhao Ting remarked with a dismissive smile. I shall head in first. Today, I brought Xiao Ao along for a test. He'll be entering his senior year next year, so it's essential to keep track of his progress. Zhao Ao lifted his chin, directing a haughty gaze at Tong Yao, declaring, Sister Yao, I broke through to 7 stars in the warrior realm yesterday. Next year, I'm certain I'll reach the Broken Mirror stage. Haha, splendid. Xiao Ao is the best. Tong Yao replied, chuckling. All right, let us head inside. Suddenly, a tremendous roar emanated from deep within the martial arts hall. Moments later, a young man clad in black emerged, his stature tall and his step steady, exuding a vague aura of fierce vitality. The 3 were momentarily captivated by him. Just then, Su Hongxiao, having completed his test, noticed the trio staring at him and offered a courteous smile. Approaching the front desk, he turned to the sweet-faced girl, saying, Thank you, sister, I have finished my test. Goodbye. With that, Su Hongxiao strode out of the Aurora Martial Hall. Tingjia, that's the high school student I mentioned earlier, Tong Yao exclaimed, recovering from the shock of his imposing presence. What's his name? Let me see. Su Hongxiao, that's it. Zhao Ting responded, puzzled, as she had not heard of this name before. She then took long strides into the hall, with Zhao Ao hastily following. Sister, what's wrong? That guy clearly just craves attention. Zhao Ting remained silent as she led Zhao Ao to the area where the testing apparatus was located. All the devices were currently powered down, but one bore signs of recent use. She walked over, activated the machine, and retrieved the previous user's record. Test result, 393 tons. What? How is that possible? Zhao Ao stared incredulously at the data displayed on the machine. Sister, that's impossible. That guy looked to be about my age. How could he achieve such a feat? Zhao Ting's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She was certain that the data recorded on the machine was indeed the result from the youth who had just exited the hall. Could it be true? An 18-year-old with 3 stars in the Broken Mirror realm? As she gazed at the numbers on the testing machine, which nearly approached the threshold of 4 stars in the Broken Mirror realm, Zhao Ting suddenly turned to Xiao Ao, who is the top student in the martial arts examination in Tianyuan City's institutions this year. Top martial arts exam student? Although Xiao Ao had only just graduated from his 2nd year, he had some knowledge of the 3rd-year students' assessments. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, the one who topped the exam with over 1,000,000 points is also named Su Hongxiao. Zhao Ting raised her astonished gaze toward the direction outside the hall. Recalling the tall youth from earlier, the student who scored over 1,000,000 points in the martial arts exam was indeed him. Chapter 23. Obtaining the Hunter Certification for the Wasteland. By invitation, walking along the bright streets of Tianyuan City, Su Hongxiao felt quite pleased with his recent test results. He had completed 3 assessments, relying solely on the raw vitality of his blood and energy without utilizing the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder, and had managed to exert a force of 39 tons. With his current vitality, he was nearly comparable to a 4-star in the Broken Mirror realm. If he were to incorporate the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder, he might well exceed 50 tons. Taking advantage of the early hour, Su Hongxiao set off towards the Martial Arts Association's branch within Tianyuan City. Once he obtained the Hunter Certification for the Wasteland, it would be valid throughout the country, eliminating the need for re-examination when moving to different locations. Hunting ferocious beasts would yield valuable points, and Su Hongxiao would undoubtedly find himself venturing into the wasteland, where these beasts resided. Before long, he arrived at the Martial Arts Association's branch in Tianyuan City. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed a throng of individuals coming and going, all of whom were formidable talents. From many of them, Su Hongxiao sensed a powerful aura of vitality. It was summer, and as he stepped through the door, he immediately felt a refreshing chill wash over him. The hall was vast, with a pristine floor that reflected his image, and a grand crystal chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling. Everywhere he looked, there were stunning figures clad in skirts and shorts. However, Su Hongxiao's thoughts were not on such distractions. Soon, a young and charming female attendant noticed Su Hongxiao, recognizing his tall figure and unfamiliar face. She quickly deduced that he was a first-time visitor. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Gazing at the delightful young woman, Su Hongxiao flashed a sunny smile. "Hello. I'm here to apply for the hunter certification for the wasteland." Upon hearing his intent, the sweet girl explained with a smile. To obtain the hunter certification for the wasteland, one must possess a minimum strength of the broken mirror realm. The handsome youth before her appeared far too young. Clearly a high school student, and the likelihood of him reaching the broken mirror realm was exceedingly low. Indeed. Noticing her skeptical gaze, Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly. "I have indeed reached that level, which is why I am here." The young girl was momentarily taken aback. Although she still held doubts, she refrained from saying more. Knowing the truth would be revealed in the next test. "Please, follow me." Under the guidance of the charming attendant, Su Hongxiao soon completed his registration, providing his name, age, occupation, and realm. Subsequently, another attendant led him to undergo the testing process. The tester, a middle-aged man, bore a formidable scar on his exposed arm. "Just strike this machine with all your might," he instructed. Su Hongxiao nodded and approached the apparatus. He merely needed to replicate the force he had unleashed during his test at the Aurora Martial Hall. Clenching his fist tightly, he pulled his right leg back, then pivoted his hips and torso. Channeling his strength from the ground up, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! His fist collided with the machine instantaneously. The display beside it began to fluctuate wildly before finally settling at 395 tons. The previously calm expression of the middle-aged man suddenly ignited with astonishment. 395 tons? This. He stared in shock at the youth beside him. It was the first time in years he had encountered such a prodigy. "Are you a student at Tianyuan? No. Free High School?" "Yes, I am." "Very well, you have passed the test, but please wait a moment. The certification will take a few minutes to prepare." "Thank you, sir." The process for the hunter certification for the wasteland went remarkably smoothly. Before long, the middle-aged man returned with the certification in hand. "Su, your certification is ready. The Martial Arts Association welcomes your membership." Su Hongxiao promptly stood to receive the document. "Thank you, sir." Examining the certificate in his hands. It bore a striking resemblance to the images he had found online, displaying his photo, name, identification number, and realm. The most conspicuous feature was the red seal stamped upon it, signifying the Martial Arts Association's authenticity, one that could not be forged. Any attempt at forgery would result in severe penalties upon discovery. Indeed, observing the polite young man, the middle-aged man smiled and added, "Should you need anything in the future, feel free to visit the Martial Arts Association. Our auction house operates periodically, and you might find items of interest." "Certainly, thank you, sir. Though you have joined the association, your freedom remains unencumbered. In the future, you may choose whenever you wish to undertake a task, or even decline if you so desire. There is nothing obligatory." Su Hongxiao nodded slightly, having already gathered some information online before his arrival. "Thank you, uncle. I shall take my leave now." As he observed the retreating figure of the young man, the middle-aged man smiled softly and murmured, "This year's martial arts champion is indeed extraordinary." Upon exiting the gates of the Martial Arts Association, Su Hongxiao noted that the evening was drawing near. Gazing at the towering 100-meter wall in the distance, he thought to himself that he would initiate his plans after completing his obligations over the next couple of days. Just moments ago, Principal Lin had sent him a message indicating that the admissions officers from the top 10 martial arts universities would be arriving in Tianyuan City soon, urging him not to wander about. With the clock nearing 7, Su Hongxiao hailed a cab to the address provided by Lin Yuan. Once he mentioned the destination, the driver became animated, his chatter incessant. "Little brother, the place you're heading is quite remarkable. It's a residence for notable figures." "Haha, I'm just visiting a classmate." "A classmate? That is impressive. Is she a female classmate? If so, you ought to seize the opportunity. Becoming a son-in-law would be splendid. You won't have to worry for the rest of your life." The driver, glancing at the handsome youth in the passenger seat, continued to ramble on. "Listen, don't assume that just because you are young and attractive now, you'll become a significant figure later on. Many young individuals with such aspirations find themselves regretting it by the time they hit 30, but by then, they're too old for any wealthy woman to notice them." Hom. Su Hongxiao gave a faint smile, responding briefly before settling into silence and listening to the driver's various maxims. After more than an hour, the driver finally halted before the entrance of an upscale villa community. As Su Hongxiao prepared to pay and exit the car, the driver's voice chimed in once more. "Little brother, make sure to grasp the opportunity." Watching the cab drive away, Su Hongxiao shook his head with a wry smile, then turned to face the luxurious gate not far ahead. 2 guards stood on either side, and he could not help but feel a sense of pressure emanating from them. Such an aura likely indicated their strength was at least at the level of the broken mirror 9 stars. This realization elicited a resigned smile from Su Hongxiao. Even the gatekeepers were formidable warriors. It was evident that only significant figures could reside here. Chapter 24, The Affable Director Lin. As evening approached, and darkness enveloped the sky, the stars twinkled above. The villa community was brightly illuminated. Upon seeing the approaching elegant figure, one of the guards immediately extended his hand. "Please state your purpose." Su Hongxiao halted and explained his reason for visiting. "Hello, I am a classmate of Lin Yuan, Invited here by Director Lin. Director Lin? Both guards were taken aback. As this was the first time they had encountered someone so young being invited by the director, they immediately ceased their casual demeanor. Please hold for a moment. I will confirm. No need. At that moment, a beautiful young woman emerged from within the villa, Lin Yuan. Miss Lin. The guards recognized the daughter of Director Lin and immediately greeted her with respect as she approached. Lin Yuan nodded. He is my friend. You may attend to your duties. I will take him inside. Understood. Guided by Lin Yuan, the two walked side by side through the imposing entrance. Lin Yuan glanced at the striking young man beside her. Recalling his earlier stance in front of her, beneath his calm and charming exterior, her heart raced like a fawn. Su, you are quite punctual. Hearing the words from the beauty beside him, Su Hongxiao smiled and nodded. Yes, but I am curious as to why your father wished to see me. Lin Yuan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's nothing significant. My father simply wants to meet you. Especially since he holds your act of saving me in high regard. Su Hongxiao nodded slightly, refraining from further speculation as he followed Lin Yuan forward. As they walked, the ground was paved with blue stones, nestled by mountains and rivers, adorned with lush greenery and the melodies of birds. In Tianyuan City, the scenery here was truly unparalleled. No other community or villa could boast such exquisite surroundings. Observing the rows of independent three-story villas, Su Hongxiao mused that perhaps in a century, when he grew old, he might purchase a residence here for his retirement. Su Weivei arrived. Lin Yuan suddenly halted in front of a villa, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. My father can be quite peculiar at times. If he says anything that might upset you, please do not take it to heart. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Su Hongxiao touched his nose, sensing a hint of parental meeting in the air, yet he nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Lin, I will keep that in mind. The first floor of the villa was remarkably spacious, though it was not cluttered with extravagant items. The decor was simple yet warm, likely arranged according to Lin Yuan's preferences. This revealed the deep affection that the influential director Lin had for his daughter. Su, please come in. Noticing Su Hongxiao's slight nervousness upon entering, Lin Yuan chuckled. My father is still cooking. Please have a seat. After being led to a seat at the dining table, Lin Yuan dashed into the kitchen. Su Hongxiao observed the table, which was already adorned with an array of 5 dishes and a soup. He was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite presentation of the food. I didn't expect Director Lin to be skilled in cooking. At that moment, he noticed a large photograph hanging on the central wall of the living room. It depicted a wedding scene. The man had rugged features, exuding vitality, with a beaming smile of happiness. The woman, elegant and graceful, radiated poise. Her face also adorned with a joyful smile. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yuan, suggesting she was her mother. You, girl, when your classmate arrives, you should accompany him instead of helping here. Director Lin's robust voice echoed from the kitchen. The last dish is ready. Soon after, Lin Yuan emerged, carrying the final dish. Su Hongxiao immediately rushed to assist, considering it inappropriate to sit down before the host had taken their place. Once Lin Yuan set the dish on the table, she smiled. It's quite all right, Su. You can sit. I can manage. Su Hongxiao smiled lightly, and at that moment, he saw a middle-aged man stepping out from the kitchen. Although he appeared considerably more mature than in the photograph, he exuded an even more compelling masculinity. Most importantly, Su Hongxiao sensed the depth of his presence, a quality unfathomable in nature. The previous examiners, Song Riyun and Qin Jun, could not compare to the hidden aura he emanated, perhaps due to the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Su Hongxiao could faintly discern it. Director Lin appeared calm on the surface, yet within him surged a tumultuous sea of vitality. Hello, Uncle Lin. Observing the unflinching demeanor of the handsome youth, Lin Langtao approached and patted his shoulder. Have a seat, young man. Lin Langtao took his place at the head of the table, and Lin Yuan and Su Hongxiao followed suit. Uncle Lin, may I inquire why you called for me today? Lin Langtao interrupted Su Hongxiao by picking up his chopsticks and chuckled. No talk while eating, we will discuss matters afterward. Let us enjoy our meal. Su Hongxiao paused in surprise, then nodded and began to eat earnestly. He was not one to be overly sentimental or timid. After dinner, Lin Langtao led Su Hongxiao to the backyard, which featured stone tables and chairs. Please, take a seat. Su Hongxiao nodded slightly and sat down alongside Lin Langtao. As Lin Langtao began to brew tea, he spoke without looking up. Your name is Su Hongxiao, and you are an orphan. Su Hongxiao gazed at Director Lin, who was adeptly preparing tea, and replied, Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Director Lin. Lin Langtao poured a cup of tea for Su Hongxiao and, with a smile, said, Speak your mind. You saved my daughter. Whatever you desire in return, feel free to ask. As long as it is within my power, I shall not leave you in debt. Su Hongxiao rose to accept the cup, chuckling softly, Thank you, Director Lin. However, speaking of recompense, Lin Yuanyuan has also aided me once. If I am to seek a return, should I not first repay her? Lin Langtao, who had just lifted the cup to his lips, paused slightly, his gaze shifting to Su Hongxiao, before breaking into a gentle smile. You are quite an amusing young man. I can sense a formidable and wild power within you. You must exercise caution in its use, lest it backfire upon yourself. Su Hongxiao tightened his grip, looking intently at Lin Langtao. Could this individual truly perceive the cyclone generated within him by the nine heavens' divine thunder? If so, that would indeed be alarming. As for Lin Langtao's mention of backlash, it stemmed from the fact that certain individuals had awakened elemental talents such as thunder and fire, which, despite their destructive potential, could inflict harm on the body's internal organs as one's realm increased. However, Su Hongxiao's nine heavens' divine thunder talent was a perfect integration with himself, devoid of such backlash found in other talents. Noticing Su Hongxiao's reaction, Lin Langtao chuckled. There is no need to be anxious, my young friend. I have invited you here merely to express my gratitude. After all, my life now revolves solely around little Yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Hongxiao inquired with confusion, Director Lin, is your wife not at home? Lin Langtao's expression suddenly turned somber. The girl's mother perished 10 years ago in a beast tide. Su Hongxiao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly apologized. I am sorry, Director Lin. I spoke out of turn. Lin Langtao shook his head. Ignorance is no crime. Let us not dwell on the past. At this point, Lin Langtao waved his hand, and 3 items abruptly appeared on the stone table. Su Hongxiao looked closely. A purple scroll, a card, and a silver ring. Director Lin, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 25, Bestowal of Treasures and Requests. Lin Langtao raised his hand to interrupt Su Hongxiao's words. He smiled, saying, I heard from little Yuan that your talent is in the realm of thunder, much like mine. This scroll is a low-tier earth-grade skill, suitable for those with thunder attributes to cultivate. It is one of my trump card skills. The other 2 items are a card with 30 million in savings and a spatial ring. You may accept all 3. This is far too generous. Su Hongxiao was taken aback by the magnitude of the reward, feeling both anxious and perplexed. Despite such a generous gift, he remained grounded. He understood the principle of not overstretching his hand. Director Lin, I must respectfully decline this lavish gift. Witnessing Su Hongxiao's calm refusal in the face of such treasures softened Lin Langtao's tone. With a benevolent smile, he said, there is no need to rush in your refusal. Compared to my daughter's life, these items are trivial. However, this is not solely a matter of gratitude. I also have a request. As expected, Su Hongxiao pondered for a moment before responding. Director Lin, please elaborate. If I am able, I shall not let you down. Lin Langtao gazed into the boundless night. I would like to ask you, Su Xiaoyu, to look after little Yuan during the elite training camp a week from now. Su Hongxiao replied with a hint of confusion. Director Lin, what do you mean? Is there not danger in attending an elite training camp? Indeed. The elite training camp had a certain casualty rate each year. However, the students who attended did so willingly, and thus their families could not intervene even if something went awry. Lin Langtao sighed. I would rather not send little Yuan, but I cannot bend her will, so I must reluctantly ask you for help. Su Hongxiao chuckled. She is your daughter, Director Lin. I am merely a branch director within Tianyuan City. There are many with far greater authority than I. Lin Langtao slowly stood. This elite training camp gathers all the talents across Hongxiao province. Unforeseen events may arise. I am genuinely concerned, which is why I wish to entrust this to you. If you are unwilling, consider it as if I never spoke of it. And you may take these 3 items as a token of gratitude. After a moment of hesitation, Su Hongxiao resolutely stood and declared, rest assured, Director Lin, I shall accept these items. Should little Yuan encounter any trouble during the elite training camp, I will not stand idly by. It was a fortuitous opportunity to befriend a powerful figure like Director Lin, and Su Hongxiao was more than willing to oblige. Being a formidable presence in the Jiang realm, Lin Langtao was a top-tier power even on a national scale, not to mention his position as the director of the Zhenwu department. In summary, maintaining a good relationship with Director Lin would only yield benefits. Furthermore, Su Hongxiao had considered that the participants of the elite training camp were merely recent high school graduates, with their capabilities at most reaching the peak of the mirror stage. He was merely tasked with overseeing Lin Yuan, ensuring her safety. This should not pose much of a challenge. Among peers, Su Hongxiao held ample confidence in his own strength. Hearing Su Hongxiao's words, Lin Langtao burst into hearty laughter, then patted his shoulder. Very well, I extend my gratitude to you, Su Xiaoyu. If you fulfill this task well, I shall certainly offer further rewards. Faced with the magnanimous Lin Langtao, Su Hongxiao inquired, but why do you place such trust in me, Director Lin? I am merely an obscure individual who has awakened an F-grade talent. There are many with superior abilities. Lin Langtao's eyes twinkled with warmth. It is a feeling, really. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an inexplicable sense of trust. In all the prestigious institutions within Tianyuan City, there is no one I trust more than you. Moreover, as the top student in this martial examination, earning 1,000,000 points, how many can match your prowess nationwide? There is no need for you to feign modesty. Su Hongxiao scratched his nose, offering an awkward smile. Observing his demeanor, Lin Langtao chuckled. While humility is commendable, excessive modesty may be perceived as weakness by others, inviting unnecessary trouble. One should possess both humility and assertiveness. A young person must embody the spirit of daring and ambition. Sometimes, demonstrating that one is not to be trifled with can diminish troubles, rendering complicated matters simpler. Su Hongxiao was taken aback, then replied, I have been enlightened. Noticing the understanding nature of Su Hongxiao, Lin Longtao's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light. You have grown up without parents, navigating life with caution and prudence. Which explains your humility and circumspection. I can understand that. Su Hongxiao fell silent, realizing that Director Lin had likely investigated his background. Su Xiaoyu. Although this earth-grade skill is of a low tier, with diligent practice, once you grasp it, it will render you invincible among those of the same realm, even allowing you to contend with individuals 2 or 3 tiers above you. With that, Lin Langtao waved his hand, and the scroll and card vanished, leaving only the exquisite silver ring. The items are now within. You merely need to utilize your blood energy to access what lies within at any time. Thank you, Director Lin. Accepting the silver ring, Su Hongxiao felt a surge of joy. He had been troubled about where to store the Thunderblade. Now, with this spatial ring, it would be far more convenient. Although the points shop offered storage rings, Su Hongxiao had noticed that the least expensive ones cost hundreds of thousands of points and had limited capacity. He had initially planned to venture into the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts to accumulate points for purchasing one. However, with this ring, he would save a substantial amount of points. He had indeed heard of such spatial items. The spatial ring, a creation of those endowed with spatial talents, varies in size according to the strength of the creator's abilities. A spatial ring encompassing hundreds of square meters can only be crafted by a formidable practitioner at the moon-cleaving realm. For rings that extend to thousands or even tens of thousands of square meters, only the mightiest spatial talents can accomplish such feats. After adorning the ring on the index finger of his left hand, Su Hongxiao bowed deeply to Lin Langtao, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Director Lin, for this precious gift. There's no need for such formality, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Langtao replied, grasping Su Hongxiao's arm and suddenly clearing his throat twice. After enduring years of bloodshed, the elemental forces of thunder within me have become increasingly uncontrollable. I fear that my time may be limited. Upon hearing this, Su Hongxiao inquired urgently, Director Lin, even a powerhouse like you cannot suppress the backlash of your thunderous talent? Lin Langtao shook his head with a wry smile. In due time, as you ascend in rank, you will comprehend. The higher your realm, the more turbulent the thunder elements within you become. While they are immensely powerful, a moment of carelessness could lead to self-inflicted harm rather than victory. Is there truly no remedy for this affliction? Su Hongxiao pressed. Lin Langtao gazed into the inky night, slowly responding, there exists a potential solution, albeit with exceedingly harsh requirements. Intrigued, Su Hongxiao urged, could you please elaborate, Director Lin? You are the guardian of Tianyuan City, and a person of such virtue should not be undone by his own gifts. Chapter 26. The arrival of the top 10 martial arts university recruitment instructors. Noticing the spark of interest in the young man's eyes, Lin Langtao chuckled softly and elaborated. It is said that 2 conditions must be met for a complete cure. First, the talent must reach the Silent Yang realm. Second, the individual must possess an SSS-level thunder talent. Those endowed with such exceptional abilities can not only immunize themselves against negative effects, but can also alleviate the chaotic thunder elements within other thunder talents. However, in the span of millennia, not a single individual with SSS-level thunder talent has been observed. Su Hongxiao was momentarily taken aback. Was it not fortuitous? He fit that description. Yet, he was still far from achieving the required realm. The classifications of martial artists, mirror-shattering, mountain-suppressing, moon-cleaving, silent yang, were daunting. And he was merely at the 3rd level of mirror-shattering. It was uncertain when he might reach the silent yang realm. Nevertheless, with the presence of a one-element instant kill system, the future remained unpredictable. Observing Su Hongxiao lost in thought, Lin Langtao assumed he was worried and reassured him with a light laugh. There is no need for concern. You are still young, your realm is low, and there is no imminent danger from your thunder talent. Su Hongxiao nodded with a wry smile. I understand. Thank you, Director Lin. Well then, Lin Langtao continued with a gentle smile. Do not forget your promise to me. I am growing weary with age. You should return now. I will have Xiao Yuan escort you. Take care, Director Lin, Su Hongxiao said as Lin Yuan guided him to the entrance of the villa area. She curiously asked, Su, what did my father discuss with you? Recalling how Lin Langtao had deliberately sent Lin Yuan away, Su Hongxiao rubbed his nose and chuckled. Oh, it was nothing significant. He merely thanked me for saving you. Lin Yuan nodded, somewhat skeptical, then suddenly remembered something. Su, you should attend the elite training camp in a week, right? Indeed. Su Hongxiao affirmed. I will go, as it is being held in the provincial capital. I've heard that those who graduate from it emerge significantly stronger. So I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Lin Yuan regarded him thoughtfully and nodded gently. Very well. I look forward to seeing you at the elite training camp in a week. Please ensure your safety on your way back. As he caught the glimmer in her eyes, Su Hongxiao felt a flutter in his heart and replied, yes, it is getting late. You should return as well. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Su Hongxiao meld into the encroaching night, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable twinge of melancholy, mixed with anticipation for their reunion at the elite training camp in a week's time. As midnight approached, with the cold moon hanging high. Upon returning to his rented room from Director Lin's residence, Hongxiao eagerly retrieved the purple scroll from his spatial ring. Thunderbolt 9 flashes, quality, Earth grade low level. Description, upon initial mastery, one is enveloped in electric currents, enabling movements as swift as lightning. Under such speed, attacks become extraordinarily powerful, akin to the descent of thunder, possessing immense destructive capability and intimidation. At the pinnacle of mastery, Thunderbolt shadows manifest, achieving 9 flashes in an instant, never leaving the ground, teleporting through the air. Restrictions, this technique can only be cultivated by those with thunder attributes. As Hongxiao perused the skill's description, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Thunderbolt 9 flashes was perfectly suited for him. Previously, using the Thunderblade might have slowed him down, but now, integrating it with Thunderbolt 9 flashes would not only negate the delay, but could even enhance his speed. The description suggested it was akin to a movement technique of the thunder element, and indeed, with increased speed, his attacks would become even more ferocious. Truly, it was an extraordinary Earth-level skill. Hongxiao swiftly turned to the subsequent content, and to his astonishment, the training details leaped from the scroll and into his mind. A vast array of information flooded his consciousness, compelling him to close his eyes and comprehend it. The following morning, Hongxiao abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating with purple lightning. Suddenly, his figure transformed into a streak of purple light, vanishing from his initial position and reappearing at the opposite end of the room. What astonishing speed! This was hardly a mere flash. If he could achieve 9 flashes, how swift would he become? After a night of cultivation, although he had only grasped the basics, his speed had already increased several-fold. If perfected, even a mountain-suppressing realm powerhouse would struggle to keep pace with him. Gazing at the proficiency level of Thunderbolt 9 flashes displayed on his panel, Hongxiao shook his head in exasperation. If only he had 100,000 points of experience to enhance his mastery. However, he remained unperturbed, knowing that in the future, ample opportunities to hunt fierce beasts awaited him, for the wilderness was teeming with them. Ding ding ding. Hongxiao answered the call. It was Principal Lin and Su. Hurry to school. The recruitment instructors from the top 10 martial arts universities have all arrived. Understood, I'm on my way. After hanging up, he stored the Thunderblade in his spatial ring, freshened up, and set off for Sangao. In the distinguished reception room of Tianyuan Sangao, 10 individuals clad in robes of varying colors sat regally. These 10 were the recruitment instructors from the top 10 martial arts universities of the Qixia Empire. Leading the group were the recruiters from the Kyoto and Modu martial universities, both exuding an aura of terrifying power. The remaining 8 instructors appeared visibly unsettled, clearly intimidated, as if to remind them of the stark disparities in strength. It was evident that the promising talents of Tianyuan City were destined to be claimed by the Kyoto and Modu martial universities. Principal Lin sat nearby, occasionally wiping his forehead, devoid of sweat. In such a stifling atmosphere, it was challenging for anyone to maintain composure. Fortunately, the door to the reception room swung open, and a tall figure strode in. Upon arriving at the school, Hongxiao, guided by his homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhu Yan, quickly made his way to the reception room. As he entered, numerous gazes turned toward him. The blood within him surged instinctively, allowing him to withstand the overwhelming pressure as he stepped forward. Su, you have finally arrived. Principal Lin gazed at this year's prize gem, and his previously burdened heart instantly lightened. He quickly beckoned Hongxiao over, joyfully introducing him. Esteemed special admission teachers, allow me to present to you our provincial champion of Tianyuan City, and indeed of the entire Hetian province, Mr. Hongxiao. The first to approach was a recruitment officer from Kyoto, a woman clad in a white robe, her skin as pale as jade, with ebony hair elegantly coiled atop her head and strikingly beautiful features. She wasted no time and stated directly, "Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Bai Shui, a special admission teacher from Kyoto Martial Arts University. Should you choose to join us, we are prepared to offer you 100 million Qixia coins and a set of advanced Xiantier equipment as your initiation funds." Hongxiao was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a bold offer. 100 million Qixia coins alongside a set of advanced Xiantier equipment? The value of that equipment alone could reach several hundred million Qixia coins, a sum that most talented individuals could scarcely acquire in a lifetime. The recruitment officer from Modu could hardly remain composed upon witnessing this. Chapter 27. Choosing Jingwu. Humility and Brilliance. A man in his 30s stepped forward, introducing himself. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wang Tao, a special admission teacher from Modu Martial Arts University. If you choose to join us, we will provide you with 100 million Qixia coins and a 5th-grade breakthrough pill." Hongxiao maintained a calm exterior, yet internally, tumultuous waves surged. A 5th-grade breakthrough pill could enable one to ascend to the Jinshan realm without any side effects when consumed at the 9th star of the mirror-breaking phase. Such a pill was equally comparable to advanced Xiantier skills and weaponry, a rare treasure that most gifted individuals would never encounter in their lifetime. The other 8 recruitment officers, upon hearing the conditions offered by these two, shook their heads in resignation. acutely aware of their inability to compete. While their martial arts academies were indeed prestigious, they paled in comparison to the renowned Kyoto and Modu institutions. Bai Shui, observing Su Hongxiao lost in thought, felt a tinge of urgency. Over the years, Kyoto Martial Arts University had consistently been overshadowed by Modu Martial Arts University, primarily due to the lack of a top-tier student. Although Su Hongxiao's talent was rated F-level, his abilities were exceptionally remarkable, as evidenced by his extraordinary score of 1 million points in the martial arts examination. Rumor had it that his talent had undergone a transformation, becoming significantly stronger, and with such outstanding abilities, he might just turn the tide for Kyoto Martial Arts University. As for the adverse effects of his lightning attribute talent on his body, that was a matter to be deliberated upon later. Bai Shui, gazing intently at the contemplative Su Hongxiao, spoke softly. Mr. Su, within our Kyoto Martial Arts University, we have a teacher with a lightning attribute at the Liyue realm, who would undoubtedly impart invaluable knowledge about combat and learning. Wang Tao, not to be outdone, interjected, Mr. Su. We too have a teacher with a lightning attribute at Modu Martial Arts University. Though his strength is at the Jinshan realm, his vast knowledge can equally enhance your combat abilities. Listening to the words of both recruiters, Su Hongxiao pondered deeply. He had previously researched online and discovered that the Martial Arts University held a martial arts competition annually. In recent years, Kyoto had consistently lost to Modu, which likely explained Bai Shui's eagerness to recruit him. Bai Shui furrowed her delicate brows at Wang Tao, then, biting her lip, turned her attention back to Su Hongxiao. Mr. Su, should you choose to join Kyoto Martial Arts University, I can procure a drop of purple thunder dragon blood for you, extracted from a king-level lightning beast. Purple thunder dragon blood? A king-level beast? Such a creature could rival a Jiang realm expert. Su Hongxiao was taken aback. He was well aware of the potency of such beast blood. Not only could it amplify one's vitality exponentially, but it could also refine bones and flesh to achieve a terrifying enhancement. It was said that those who refined a drop of king-level beast blood would exude an exceptionally fierce aura, far surpassing others of the same realm in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Wang Tao was equally stunned, not anticipating Bai Shui to present such an enticing recruitment offer. By teacher, I have heard that there are only 3 drops of purple thunder dragon blood remaining in Kyoto Martial Arts University. Can you ensure that the Academy's higher-ups will consent to bestow one upon Mr. Su? Bai Shui remained composed, replying, I will personally communicate this to Eldarin. So no need for your concern, Teacher Wang. Then, her beautiful gaze turned to Su Hongxiao. Mr. Su, this is the final offer we can extend from Kyoto Martial Arts University, and rest assured, I will fulfill my promises to you. Hearing the exchange between Bai Shui and Wang Tao, Su Hongxiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, though internally, he felt both amused and incredulous. Clearly, Bai Shui was quite eager to have him as a student, even taking the liberty to extend such a condition. Nevertheless, he sensed her confidence in her final statement. Meeting Bai Shui's unwavering gaze, Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly. I am grateful, Teacher Bai. I am willing to join Kyoto Martial Arts University. While Modu Martial Arts University had outshone Kyoto in recent years, Su Hongxiao was not overly concerned. He was not lacking in resources, skills, or equipment. What mattered most to him was finding contentment during his university years. Bai Shui evidently placed greater importance on him, prompting his decision to join Kyoto Martial Arts University. Wang Tao and the others, seeing this, chose not to linger any longer. Before departing, Wang Tao cast a cold glance at Su Hongxiao, his tone devoid of warmth. Mr. Su, I hope you do not come to regret your choice today. In the future martial arts competition, you will understand the disparity between our institutions. Su Hongxiao casually touched his nose, smiling as he replied, Rest assured, I have made a note of it. However, I never regret my choices. So there is no need for your concern, Teacher Wang. With a scoff, Wang Tao turned away with a haughty demeanor, departing with long strides. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle and polite young man harbors such pride? Bai Shui mused, her satisfaction with Su Hongxiao's earlier performance deepening. If he were merely a docile lamb, he would likely achieve little within the martial arts university. Yet, Su Hongxiao's current demeanor led her to believe she had not misjudged him. With his character, he was bound to achieve greatness. Such conditions are indeed worthwhile. Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly. Teacher Bai, please do not jest. However, I was advised by a wise individual yesterday that one should not solely embody humility, but must also exhibit a gleam of brilliance, lest one be easily trampled by others. Oh, it seems this wise individual is truly remarkable, Bai Shui remarked, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Su Hongxiao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. What an intriguing young man you are. Once you enter Kyoto Martial Arts University, I am confident you will quickly find your place. Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's affirmative response, Bai Shui's expression brightened, her burdens lifted. She beamed with joy and extended her fair hand. Mr. Su, we at Kyoto Martial Arts University warmly welcome your addition. Su Hongxiao mirrored her gesture, smiling as he replied. In the future, I hope for your guidance, Teacher Bai. Bai Shui chuckled gently. That will depend on how much surprise you can bring to me. For I have truly gone out on a limb for you this time. Su Hongxiao smiled wryly. I shall certainly strive to excel. Bai Shui laughed softly, then produced a card. This contains 100 million Hongxiao coins for you to take for now. The remaining advanced Xiantier equipment and the purple thunder dragon blood will be provided to you upon your entrance into the university. As he pocketed the card, Su Hongxiao solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Observing Su Hongxiao's calm demeanor in the face of such a significant sum, Bai Shui found it hard to believe that he was an orphan who had grown up relying solely on himself. The disposition of this little fellow is sufficient to foreshadow his extraordinary achievements in the future. Chapter 28. Departure to the Wilderness. With the enrollment complete, Principal Lin was in high spirits. This time, Su Hongxiao truly brought glory to Tianyuan No. 3 High School. His martial arts examination score exceeded 1 million, shattering historical records, and he even secured the title of provincial champion. Although the official scores had yet to be released, Principal Lin was confident that no one in the entire Hetian province could surpass Su Hongxiao's record. After all, that was a staggering 1,000,000 points. Student Su, do you wish to accompany me back to Kyoto Martial Arts University now? Bai Shui explained. All students specially recruited by Kyoto Martial University can arrive early to select accommodations and choose instructors for skill development, thus gaining a head start over other students. Su Hongxiao shook his head. I apologize, Teacher Bai, but I will be attending an elite training camp organized by the provincial capital in a few days and will likely be there for some time. I will return to the academy after it concludes. What? You are going to the elite training camp? Bai Shui's expression immediately darkened. Student Su, that training camp can be quite perilous. What will I do if something happens to you there? Seeing her concern, Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly. Do not worry, Teacher Bai. Do you lack confidence in the student you have chosen? Bai Shui, exasperated, shook her head. While it is true that the camp is dangerous, the potential for rapid progress is significant. You may go, but you must exercise caution. The students attending the elite training camp are primarily gifted individuals, and the competition will be fierce. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Bai. I will be careful. Su Hongxiao expressed his gratitude. Finally, at the earnest invitation of Principal Lin, Su Hongxiao held the acceptance letter from Kyoto Martial University and took a photo with Teacher Bai. According to Principal Lin, this photograph would be prominently displayed in the school to inspire future students joining No. 3 High School. This left Su Hongxiao feeling both amused and helpless. After departing from the school, it was still midday. After enjoying a meal nearby, Su Hongxiao packed some large buns into his ring and set off towards the outskirts of Tianyuan City. With less than 6 days remaining before the elite training camp commenced, he planned to hunt more ferocious beasts in the wilderness during this time to earn system points and enhance his proficiency in the technique of thunder movement. This would provide him with an additional advantage upon entering the training camp. The journey from No. 3 High School to the city outskirts was not a short one. Along the way, Su Hongxiao stopped at a store to purchase a map of the outer city, which marked extremely dangerous areas. Such information was crucial. To conserve energy, he opted for a taxi. On the ride, Su Hongxiao retrieved a letter sealed with wax from his spatial ring. He opened the envelope and took out the paper inside. Elite Training Camp. Location, Yuanqing. Time, must arrive by 7 p.m. on the 17th. Late arrivals will be disqualified. After reading it, Su Hongxiao promptly returned the letter to the envelope and placed it back in the spatial ring. Hey, young man, we meet again. The driver's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts, causing Su Hongxiao to startle. To his surprise, the driver was indeed the same man as last time. Uncle, what a coincidence. Su Hongxiao managed a wry smile. Huh, it seems we are fated. The driver appeared to be in high spirits today, likely having earned a good amount. So, how did it go when you visited your classmate's parents in the villa district? It went quite well, Su Hongxiao replied with a smile. Good. As long as you can win over her parents, the matchmaker's job is half done. Su Hongxiao forced a smile, choosing not to elaborate. By the way, young man, what are you doing near the city gate? It's guarded by the city defense army, and anyone who trespasses will be met with dire consequences. I've finished my college entrance exams and wish to venture out for some training. Ah, then you must be cautious. I've heard that fearsome beasts often appear not far from our city. The outside world is not like the city, filled with man-eating monsters. Yes, I will be careful, Su Hongxiao assured him. Just remember, if you're not careful, you might lose your life, and your girlfriend could end up with someone else. So, young man, take care of yourself. Imagining the driver's words, Su Hongxiao felt a wave of irritation and decided to concentrate, entering a meditative state. Within his body, the meridians, bones, flesh, and organs came into clear view in his mind. Notably, the thundercloud within his energy seemed more vibrant and expanded than before. It was evident that the battles with ferocious beasts during the last martial arts examination not only solidified his foundation, but also significantly enhanced his vitality. It seemed that he would soon reach the 4th star of the breaking mirror stage. Suddenly, Su Hongxiao's attention was caught as he meticulously examined his meridians, bones, flesh, and organs. A faint purple lightning arc flowed through them, suggesting that the 9 heavens' divine thunder was continuously tempering his body and internal organs. This revelation left Su Hongxiao astounded. While it is relatively easy for ordinary gifted individuals to strengthen their muscles and skin, Refining the internal organs is a far more daunting task. After all, the internal organs are exceptionally fragile and can be easily harmed. Thus, one typically relies on improving their realm to gradually fortify them with vitality. However, the Nine Heavens' divine thunder was unlike anything else. It could directly refine the internal organs. A smile broke across Su Hongxiao's face. Truly, as an SSS-level talent, his abilities were indeed astonishing. An hour later, under the rapid driving of the driver, they finally arrived near the city gate. Kid, there's a city defense army up ahead. I can only take you this far. Thank you, uncle. Su Hongxiao said as he paid and quickly exited the vehicle. The fresh and tranquil air outside was a welcome change. Take care of yourself. The driver cheerfully called out as he drove away. Watching the dust rise as the vehicle departed, Su Hongxiao turned his gaze toward the towering city walls not far away. These walls stood 100 meters high and were 20 meters thick, constructed with substantial amounts of steel and concrete, and numerous city defense soldiers patrolled atop them. This was Su Hongxiao's first time being so close to the city walls, and he was deeply impressed. The soldiers exuded a palpable aura of lethality, imparting a sense of desolation and gravity to the atmosphere. From a distance, Su Hongxiao spotted structures built at the base of the walls. These were inspection posts designed by the city defense department, where all individuals entering or exiting needed to register. Hello, I wish to venture out for training. Here is my wilderness hunter's permit. Approaching the window, Su Hongxiao presented the permit he had obtained from the Martial Arts Association. Su Hongxiao, Tianyuan No. 3 High School. 18 years old, breaking mirror 3 stars. The soldier stared at Su Hongxiao in astonishment, verifying the photo. Once he confirmed the document's authenticity, he returned it to Su Hongxiao, offering a friendly warning. Young brother, be careful out there. The wilderness is filled with dangerous beasts. Responding with a smile, Su Hongxiao said, I will be cautious, thank you. Soon, the 10-meter-thick steel gates swung open, releasing a chilling gust of air from the gap. Chapter 29, Hunting Ferocious Beasts. Encountering Crisis. Outside the city, in the desolate region, white mist swirled, and a chilling wind blew. Once 10-meter-high trees had mutated into towering 100-meter giants. The world beyond the city resembled a primordial forest, fraught with danger and coldness. Su Hongxiao gazed at the slowly closing city gates behind him, taking a deep breath before retrieving the thunderblade and resting it against his back, honing his vitality and endurance. After all, this formidable weapon weighed several thousand pounds, and carrying it perpetually enhanced his physical resilience. He then extracted a map from his spatial ring and glanced at it. Several conspicuous red lines and circles were marked over 10,000 meters away, indicating perilous zones that should not be approached recklessly. It appeared that as long as he avoided the marked red circles and ventured too far, he would be safe. After folding the map away, Su Hongxiao swiftly commenced his journey through the desolate lands. He had no intention of returning to the city in the coming days. Instead, he resolved to remain in the wilderness, hunting ferocious beasts to accumulate points. Before long, he arrived at a location frequently plagued by these savage creatures. Guided by the map's indications, suddenly, a dark shadow lunged at him. A smirk crept onto Su Hongxiao's lips as his right hand gripped the hilt of the thunderblade. With a swift motion, he struck down, and the glint of cold light severed the shadow in midair, causing it to plummet to the parched earth below, staining it crimson. This was a 3-meter-long mutated centipede beast. Killed a normal level rank 7 beast, earning 70 points. With the notification echoing in his ears, Su Hongxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he continued to navigate through the wilderness. His sole objective was to locate and slay ferocious beasts. Soon, he came to a sudden halt on a branch of a towering tree. Observing the cluster of beasts below, a gleam of joy appeared on his face. This was a group of ordinary level rank 9 beasts known as fire venom spiders, infamous for their terrifying venom. In this desolate world, Su Hongxiao felt no need to conceal himself. A menacing purple divine lightning radiated from him as he propelled himself downward, the thunderblade firmly in hand, accelerating his descent. Before the 1-meter-high fire venom spiders could react, 7 or 8 of them fell lifelessly. Killed ordinary level rank 9 beasts, earning 90 points. Killed ordinary level rank 9 beasts, earning 90 points. The remaining 20 or so fire venom spiders, witnessing their companion's demise, immediately opened their gaping maws, unleashing a torrent of dark red venom towards Su Hongxiao. Unfazed, he decided to test whether the 9 heavens divine lightning could withstand such toxins. The dark red venom engulfed him, but upon contact with the divine lightning surrounding his body, it instantly vaporized into black smoke, scattering with the slightest breeze. Su Hongxiao's hypothesis proved correct. Once these ordinary toxins approached the 9 heavens divine lightning, they evaporated instantaneously. Very well, then I shall not hold back, he chuckled, raising his blade and charging forward. The fire venom spiders, sensing his aggression, unleashed their ferocity, their legs moving rapidly to rend him apart. As the spiders swarmed from all directions, Su Hongxiao smiled lightly. With a flash of lightning, he vanished amidst the mass of fire venom spiders, their attacks landing on their own kin instead. Enraged, they twisted and turned in search of their elusive prey. Hey, I'm right here. A teasing voice rang from above, accompanied by a menacing whoosh. With a resounding impact, several fire venom spiders were cleaved in two, their green ichor splattering everywhere. After a successful strike, Su Hongxiao's figure flickered once more, disappearing from sight. Killed ordinary level rank 9 beasts, earning 90 points. Killed ordinary level rank 9 beasts, earning 90 points. Killed ordinary level rank 9 beasts, earning 90 points. The continuous notifications invigorated Su Hongxiao, fueling his spirit further. After dispatching the last fire venom spider, he glanced at his score panel, which had climbed to nearly 3,000 points. Suppressing his elation, he examined the map again, noting that the farther he ventured from the city, the higher the beast ranks seemed to be. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper, for higher-tier beasts promised greater rewards. 3 hours passed in a blink, and the sun in the sky had turned a deep crimson. Su Hongxiao abruptly halted on a sturdy tree branch, only to find the sunlight above him suddenly obscured. A massive, elongated shadow surged toward him from the adjacent giant tree. Unfazed, he swiftly drew the thunderblade from his back, pivoting to strike. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the beast's body. Yet Su Hongxiao was astonished to find that his powerful blow had failed to cleave it in two. The shadow crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a colossal, snow-white python. It was none other than the white-scaled demon python. Su Hongxiao was momentarily taken aback. He had heard that upon maturation, such beasts could attain royal status, truly extraordinary. However, this particular white-scaled demon python appeared to be in its growth phase, likely at the strength of a high-level rank 4 beast. If not for Su Hongxiao utilizing the 9 heavens divine lightning to suppress its ferocity, he might have been sent flying, let alone attempt to strike it down. Naturally, ferocious beasts harbor a dread of lightning and fire, so Su Hongxiao had no intention of fleeing. Yet, to his bewilderment, the white-scaled demon python began to retreat. At that moment, he realized it must have been injured. Just as he contemplated pursuing it, he heard commotion behind him. There were a group of individuals in motion. He immediately employed the lightning movement technique to conceal himself behind a massive tree. Soon, a chilling voice echoed, "Pursue it. We must capture the white-scaled demon python today." Quickly, several figures leapt from the tree branches above, chasing after the fleeing python. Su Hongxiao stroked his chin, pondering why these individuals sought the ferocious beast. Even if they captured it, taming it would be impossible unless it were a juvenile just hatched from an egg. Could it be that they wished to follow the white-scaled demon python back to its lair? If that is the case, they might discover a white-scaled demon python egg, one that could grow to royal status. The thought made Su Hongxiao's heart race. However, among the group, several individuals exhibited formidable strength, at least at the mountain guardian realm. It would be wiser not to provoke them. Once the group had departed, Su Hongxiao swiftly changed direction, continuing on his path. His mission was to hunt ferocious beasts and earn points. At that moment, however, he suddenly sensed an impending sense of death. With a flash of the lightning movement technique, he appeared 10 meters away. Boom. A terrifying attack struck the very spot he had just vacated. "Why are you trying to kill me?" Su Hongxiao stood frozen, casting a cold gaze upward. A figure emerged from the branches, a middle-aged man, looking down at him with a sneer. "My young master wishes to kill you, and thus, you shall perish." With a smirk, Su Hongxiao retorted, "Who is your young master? A tyrant even more domineering than a turtle?" Despite being unable to defeat this man at present, Su Hongxiao would remember this grudge. Arrogant, the middle-aged man brandished a sharp long knife. "You, a mere insect at the broken mirror stage, dare to insult my young master?" Su Hongxiao let out a cold laugh and slowly drew the thunderblade from his back. Chapter 30. Enhancing the lightning movement technique. A terrifying battle. Unreasonable. The middle-aged man observed the youth's actions with a mocking smile. Just then, Su Hongxiao coldly declared, "I will remember this grudge. When we meet again, it shall be repaid in full." Su Hongxiao swiftly stowed the thunderblade into his spatial ring, his entire being radiating with an ethereal purple lightning aura, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Cursing under his breath, the middle-aged man rushed forward, only to find that not a trace of him remained. As Su Hongxiao sprinted through the forest, his eyes were imbued with a cold, merciless intent. Those despicable wretches, who harbored no enmity towards him, had nonetheless sought his life without hesitation. How infuriating! The middle-aged man was at least a formidable presence in the mountain town realm. Even with the 9 heavens divine thunder at his disposal, the odds of crossing such a vast chasm in power to combat him were exceedingly slim. Su Hongxiao could not afford to take risks, yet he vowed to remember this grudge. When he grew stronger in the future, he would undoubtedly exact his revenge. After evading his pursuer by a considerable distance, Su Hongxiao resumed his hunt for ferocious beasts, amassing points. This relentless pursuit lasted from afternoon until midnight. Extracting his thunderblade from the carcass of a beast, he glanced at the panel. He had accumulated over 10,000 points. At this rate, he should be able to gather 100,000 within 4 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Su Hongxiao relentlessly hunted beasts, roasting their flesh whenever hunger struck, his vitality becoming increasingly robust and stable. As he gazed upon the panel displaying his amassed 100,000 points, he directly accessed the skills page to enhance his proficiency in the Thunder Movement's 9 flashes. However, he was taken aback when he realized that the 100,000 points would only suffice for a month's worth of proficiency improvement. He had not anticipated that the points required for an Earth-grade skill would be so exorbitant. Nevertheless, Hongxiao did not dwell on this setback. Such a powerful skill was worth the investment. 100,000 points have been utilized. 100,000 points grant 1 month of training results. Enhancing proficiency in Thunder Movement's 9 flashes. Extracting comprehension of the 9 layers of Thunder Fury after 1 month. Comprehension extraction complete after 1 month. A sudden surge of familiar information flooded his mind. Hongxiao slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the crystallized understanding. As time passed, he felt his mastery of Thunder Movement's 9 flashes sharpening with clarity. On the first day, empowered by the 9 heavens' divine thunder, you mastered the first flash of Thunder Movement in under 12 hours. After 10 days, you have perfected the first flash of Thunder Movement. After 20 days of diligent practice, you have finally approached the threshold of the second flash of Thunder Movement. 1 month later, you have entered the second flash of Thunder Movement, but due to the skill level being too high and your realm too low, you are yet unable to fully grasp it. Remaining points, 500. Hongxiao slowly opened his eyes, feeling little disappointment. Achieving the threshold of the second flash in just 1 month was a satisfactory accomplishment, especially considering it was an Earth-grade skill, with a significant expenditure of points. He donned his Thunderblade and set forth into the wilderness once more. He aimed to hunt for another day and night, preparing to return to the city tomorrow. The elite training camp was set to commence the day after tomorrow. Thus, he needed to pack his belongings and promptly head to Source City. With fervor, Hongxiao swiftly traversed the wild expanse. Whenever he encountered beasts he could not defeat, he turned and fled. Those he could take on were swiftly dispatched. At this moment, he glanced at his spatial ring, which was filled with various rare herbs and valuable remnants of beasts. Some of the hides and claws were quite precious. Once back in the city, he planned to check for tasks at the Martial Arts Association, aiming to complete tasks directly with these items for a substantial exchange of association points. Completing tasks issued by the association would yield points and elevate his standing within it. It was rumored that those who accomplished numerous tasks could ascend to the position of a branch president. Once again, he fought from dawn until deep into the night, encountering no one throughout. This suited Hongxiao perfectly. In the perilous wilderness, encounters of murder and plunder were commonplace, with no one to oversee or control such occurrences. Beyond the city limits, in the wild expanses, survival hinged solely on oneself. Observing the boundless night sky, he wiped the dust from his face. And upon seeing the points on the panel, a smile broke across his youthful countenance. Excellent. Today he had earned another 20,000 points. As Hongxiao prepared to kindle a campfire to roast some beast meat for sustenance, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the distant sky. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment. Above, a chaotic clash of dark blue energies unfolded. In the distant night sky, a flying beast was visible, opposite which stood a figure radiating with a chilling azure light, a being of the Quiet Sun realm. Hongxiao froze momentarily. Only those who had reached the Quiet Sun realm possessed the ability to traverse the skies. The beast confronting the mysterious figure was at least of royal caliber, otherwise, it would have been slain long ago. Who could this person be? Hongxiao pondered, having only heard of Director Lin, a powerful figure of the Quiet Sun realm within Tianyuan City. Could this individual be from another city? Such a battle of this caliber was a rarity in a century. After contemplating, he donned a black robe and hastened towards the scene. Even from 100 meters away, he might glean insights from the confrontation. With a sudden burst of speed, Hongxiao became a blur, racing toward the clash. As he drew closer, he finally discerned the nature of the beast. It was a royal beast known as the Black Mist Demon Bat King, a creature of unparalleled toxicity. If it were to appear within a city, the devastation would be catastrophic. What could have led to such a fearsome beast's presence in this area? Hongxiao's mind raced. Was the mysterious figure sent by the higher-ups to eliminate this beast, or was it a powerhouse from a family out hunting for treasures? His mind raced with thoughts. Beasts of this caliber were treasures in themselves. Those of commander level and above produced beast cores within them. It was said that these cores could not only be used for alchemy, but could also be infused into weapons to bestow them with certain attributes and skills of the beast, making them extraordinarily formidable and enigmatic. However, Hongxiao harbored no intentions of seizing anything, regardless of the power of this mysterious figure. Even if he were to obtain a core, he would lack the means to refine it. As for potential methods in the point shop, they would undoubtedly require an exorbitant amount of points. For now, it was best to observe and wait for an opportunity. Chapter 31, Royal Beast. A powerhouse of the Quiet Sun realm. Though the mysterious figure was formidable, slaying this royal beast was no simple task. Soon, Hongxiao came to a swift halt, having approached within 100 meters. He realized that getting any closer could expose him to the shockwaves of their battle. He concealed himself behind a massive tree, revealing only his bright, dark eyes as he gazed skyward. Simultaneously, he activated the Nine Heavens' divine thunder, cloaking his presence entirely. With these precautions in place, he was ready to observe the clash intently. At that moment, the black clouds in the night sky were dispersed by the overwhelming force emanating from their battle. The terrifying cold aura radiating from the mysterious powerhouse made Su Hongxiao's body tremble slightly. When Su Hongxiao first encountered Lin Langtao, he perceived him as tranquil and gentle. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the terrifying might of the formidable beings from the Jiang realm. A casual strike from such a being could likely obliterate an entire mountain. Clenching his fists, Su Hongxiao vowed that one day he too would reach such heights, soaring above the heavens. However, a bittersweet smile soon graced his lips. For he had only just broken through to the third star of the mirror phase, and the road ahead remained long and arduous. There was no room for haste. At that moment, Su Hongxiao turned his gaze towards the suddenly halting attack of the king-level ferocious beast. The Black Mist Demon Bat King was an imposing figure, its wings stretching over 20 meters in length. Its grotesque head, blood-red eyes, and exposed fangs instilled a deep-seated dread within Su Hongxiao. Surrounding its massive form was a surging tide of thick fog, the essence of the beast's life force, known as demonic energy. This was the first time Su Hongxiao had laid eyes upon a king-level beast. Under the cloak of night, a mysterious figure wielded a long sword radiating a chilling aura. Dressed in a cerulean robe, their visage obscured, the figure exuded a slender and curvaceous silhouette, reminiscent of a woman. At that moment, glistening azure light flowed around the mysterious individual, imbued with a piercing coldness. Was this a manifestation of ice affinity? Su Hongxiao sensed that the innate talent of this enigmatic person must be at least A-grade, if not S-grade. As for their prowess within the Jiang realm, he could not discern, as the disparity in strength was too great. Today, I shall claim your beast core, a chilling voice echoed through the air. The mysterious figure abruptly vanished, the space rippling with the force of her departure. When she reappeared, she hovered above the Black Mist Demon Bat King, followed by a terrifying shadow of icy blades slicing through the air, aimed directly at the beast's head. Creak! The Black Mist Demon Bat King suddenly opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave that collided with the icy sword light. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Both the human and the beast were thrust back several meters. Su Hongxiao, who stood 100 meters away, had to plunge his thunderblade into the ground to avoid being blown away. Damn! Spitting out the straw that had been blown into his mouth, Su Hongxiao's eyes widened in alarm. What terrifying power! At that moment, the mysterious figure raised her icy sword before her chest, and in an instant, azure ice pillars began to emerge, quickly filling the sky with countless sharp ice blades. Meanwhile, snowflakes began to fall across a 100-meter radius, initially scattered but soon transforming into a blizzard. Su Hongxiao stared in astonishment at this spectacle. It was the height of summer. The mysterious figure was capable of conjuring such an icy realm with her talent. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he realized that the mysterious individual was beginning to unleash her power. Was this level of skill perhaps an Earth-grade ability? Simultaneously, the king-level ferocious beast was not to be outdone, erupting with a dense black mist. Within moments, half the sky was shrouded in darkness. Su Hongxiao swallowed hard at the sight before him. One half was an icy world, while the other was an eerie expanse of black fog. Licking his lips, his eyes sparkled with fervor. This confrontation might very well determine the victor. Regardless, Su Hongxiao fervently hoped that the mysterious figure would prevail. After all, the beast was perilously close to Tianyuan City. Should it rampage into the city, chaos would surely ensue. Even if Director Lin intervened, it would not guarantee a resolution, especially considering his injuries. Even if he could defeat the king-level beast, it would only worsen his condition. Here it comes. Su Hongxiao gazed intently as the mysterious figure pressed her snow-white palm down from the sky. The myriad icy swords surged forth towards the Black Mist Demon Bat King with a howling wind. The ground below trembled violently under the onslaught, trees swaying wildly, some even shattering. The Black Mist Demon Bat King felt threatened, its wings flapping as it enveloped the mysterious figure in a torrent of black mist. The icy blades collided with the mist, only to be swiftly dissolved. More icy swords followed, both forces clashing violently. As the icy blades dwindled in number, the eerie black mist similarly began to dissipate. Suddenly, as Su Hongxiao remained fixated on the battle, an icy sword pierced through the black mist, striking a nearby tree trunk. To Su Hongxiao's horror, the towering tree was instantly encased in ice. Damn, what an extraordinary ice affinity talent. Su Hongxiao was now fully alert. He realized that he must evade any incoming icy blades without delay, for being struck would mean certain death. As the massive attacks from both sides began to wane, the Black Mist Demon Bat King suddenly surged forward, its enormous wings propelling it towards the mysterious figure, who had no choice but to open its gaping maw to unleash another terrifying sonic wave. Ice wall. The mysterious figure swiftly raised her hand, conjuring a 10-meter-high wall of ice to shield herself. As the sonic wave shattered the ice barrier, the enigmatic figure had already vanished. What incredible speed! Su Hongxiao exclaimed as he beheld the mysterious figure reappear behind the black mist demon Bat King. At that moment, the figure's icy sword, imbued with a terrifying aura, struck the beast's body. However, to Su Hongxiao's astonishment, the formidable attack merely left a shallow gash upon the beast's back. The black mist demon Bat King, reacting swiftly, lashed out with its black wings, sending the mysterious figure flying back. With a roar of fury, the black mist demon Bat King unleashed another wave of sonic energy aimed at the mysterious figure, who was unable to evade in time. The mysterious figure swung her icy sword, summoning a terrifying vortex of cold air that shot forth in retaliation. Chapter 32. A Battle Beyond Imagination. The sudden appearance of the fisherman. Boom. The two terrifying attacks collided, causing the sky to erupt with sound. The mysterious figure's pupils constricted as she raised her icy sword high. The speed of the black mist demon Bat King was astounding, its claw crashing down upon her sword. The sheer force propelling the mysterious figure and her weapon far away. With a powerful flap of its wings, the black mist demon Bat King lunged at the mysterious figure once more, its sharp claws poised to strike. Faced with the brute strength of the beast, the mysterious figure's backward trajectory suddenly halted. Twisting her body, she narrowly avoided the deadly claws and ascended into the sky. However, the black mist demon Bat King seemed to have lost all patience, relentlessly pursuing the mysterious figure and attacking without respite. Su Hongxiao, observing the tide of battle turning against her, felt a surge of anxiety. The mysterious figure was indeed powerful, yet her physical strength paled in comparison to that of the beast. If this continued, the mysterious figure would surely be forced to retreat. After all, the black mist demon Bat King was a nocturnal beast, its strength magnified under the cover of night. If only dawn could arrive to suppress the beast, perhaps the mysterious figure could vanquish it. Yet, such beasts typically possessed a degree of intelligence, their cunning often surpassing that of humans. With less than 3 hours until dawn, the beast would undoubtedly not wait until morning. As Su Hongxiao had anticipated, the black mist demon Bat King, after sending the mysterious figure flying once more, suddenly began to spin its massive body at high speed. The speed was so astonishing that it manifested as a terrifying black tornado, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space itself. The colossal trees below were abruptly severed in half, reduced to mere splinters by this dreadful, obsidian hurricane. Su Hongxiao's eyes glimmered. It appeared that this ferocious beast was about to unleash its most potent attack. The enigmatic figure high above wore a grave expression in the face of the beast's ultimate onslaught. She summoned her blood energy to resist the terrifying gravitational pull, simultaneously emanating a deep blue aura of ice attribute. A blizzard raged. Concurrently, a colossal ice sword, 1,000 feet long, began to coalesce above the mysterious figure. The aura emanating from it made Su Hongxiao sense a cataclysmic force. Goodness, the scale of this battle is utterly preposterous. Su Hongxiao's gaze was fixed intently upwards. It seemed both the mysterious figure and the king-level beast were unleashing their utmost abilities. This might be the final confrontation. Just then, a faint whisper of conversation reached Su Hongxiao's ears from a distance. Once the mysterious figure and the beast have both weakened each other, we shall seize the opportunity to snatch the beast core. Fear not, young master. Although the mysterious figure is formidable, following this clash, she will likely emerge severely injured, if not dead. Su Hongxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Were it not for his innate talent of the Nine Heavens Thunder, he would not have been able to catch this faint exchange. It seemed he was not the only one present. One of the voices sounded familiar, reminiscent of those who had previously pursued the white-scaled serpent. He had not anticipated they had not yet departed and had ventured to this vicinity. Moreover, these individuals dared to set their sights on the mysterious figure above. A cold smile crept across Su Hongxiao's lips. Even a severely injured expert from the Jiang realm could easily eliminate a talented individual from the Jinshan realm with a mere flick of their finger. Nevertheless, one could not deny the audacity of these individuals. Su Hongxiao too chose not to retreat, with the thunderous 9 flashes at his disposal. Even having only cultivated to the second flash, he could easily evade the pursuit of ordinary Jinshan realm experts. Most importantly, since those ruffians sought to end his life, he would ensure they had no chance of success. He would never allow his enemies to obtain what they desired. At that moment, the aura above seemed to reach its zenith. The terrifying king-level beast, the black mist demon Bat King, transformed into a nightmarish vortex that rushed toward the mysterious figure. In response to this horrific assault, the enigmatic figure struck downward with her palm, and the colossal ice sword above swiftly descended in tandem with her movement. Two cataclysmic forces collided with a thunderous crash. The inky vortex spiraled frantically, engaging in a fierce clash with the 1,000-foot ice sword. The cacophony of violent impacts reverberated continuously, sending shockwaves that shattered the dark clouds above. Hidden behind a great tree, Su Hongxiao gripped the thunderous blade embedded in the ground, stabilizing himself. The immense force of the impact and the resulting whirlwind obliterated the trees below, nearly forcing his eyes shut. The clash endured for several minutes before culminating in a tremendous explosion, radiating a blinding, searing white light. The pitch-black night was illuminated by this dazzling, scorching brilliance. Goodness! This is akin to a nuclear weapon. Hongxiao swiftly shut his eyes as the 9 heavens thunder within him erupted, enveloping his entire being and shielding him from the fearsome, blistering light. The overwhelming heat rendered his body scalding. Moments later, as the white light dissipated, he beheld the black mist demon bat king in the air, its body riddled with countless horrific wounds inflicted by the icy sword aura. An abundant flow of dark blood cascaded from its form, plummeting toward the earth below. Despite the beast's formidable healing capabilities, it would be unable to recover from such injuries in the short term. Similarly, the mysterious figure was not faring well. Her deep blue robe lay in tatters, revealing much of her snow-white skin, now marred by numerous wounds. Indeed, it was a woman. Hongxiao was astonished by the sight. The enigmatic figure appeared utterly spent. Yet she uttered not a word of hesitation, once more charging forward with her sword. A terrifying blue sword energy was unleashed again, forming a crescent-shaped wave of chilling frost in the air. The king-level beast, confronted by this relentless assailant, was provoked into a frenzy. As the black mist demon bat king opened its gaping maw, it unleashed a terrifying sonic attack. The moment the sound waves collided with the sword energy, both the human and beast became shrouded in a blur. They engaged in a frenzied contest at supersonic speeds. Watching the mysterious figure's reckless assault, Hongxiao felt perplexed. Was it truly worth risking her life for a mere beast core? Even if she succeeded in slaying the king-level beast, she would likely spend months recuperating from her injuries. With another clash, the mysterious figure abruptly halted. It seemed she had been poisoned. The thick black mist surrounding the black mist demon bat king was evidently laced with potent toxins. In close combat, not only did she have to evade its attacks, but she also had to continuously circulate her internal energy to counteract the poison, leading to a rapid depletion of her strength as she became increasingly eroded by the toxins. At this juncture, the mysterious figure seemed to realize she could not completely eliminate the beast and attempted to withdraw. However, the already maddened king-level beast offered her no chance to escape. The terrifying black mist surged toward her in an instant. If that is the case, then death it shall be. The mysterious figure, seemingly aware of her inability to leave unscathed, uttered a cold exclamation. In her hand appeared a deep blue pill, which she promptly swallowed. The moment the pill entered her system, she was simultaneously engulfed by the king-level beast's black mist. Chapter 33, The Yellow Sparrow Lurks. A frantic dash. My first kiss is gone. Just then, a chilling voice abruptly resonated from within the black mist. Extreme cold ice burial. Buzz. The very fabric of space seemed to freeze. Hongxiao was horrified to discover that he was utterly immobilized. What on earth is happening? With another buzz, ripples surged high above, and an endless wave of cerulean cold engulfed the king-level beast, completely encasing it in ice. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the black mist demon bat king struggled violently. However, its frozen form could not break free. At that moment, the mysterious figure emerged from the black mist, her feet stirring the air into rippling waves of deep blue. She swiftly initiated her hand seals, her azure eyes glinting with icy determination as she declared, in tone, boom. The frozen king-level beast shattered into countless pieces, raining down like fragments from the heavens. Goodness! The mysterious figure truly managed to slay the king-level beast. Hongxiao was astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Simultaneously, a beast core emanating dark mist materialized high above. The mysterious figure beckoned, and the core fell into her grasp, subsequently vanishing into her spatial ring. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body beginning to sway precariously. Soon, she plummeted straight down towards the ground. It seemed that the final strike, compounded by the poison, had inflicted severe damage upon her body. She was now unconscious midair. This is bad. A glint of cold light flickered in Hongxiao's eyes. Soon, the troubling scenario he feared materialized. What an opportune moment. That young woman seems to be on the verge of collapse. Capture her and administer the soul-devouring pill. Then, take her back to the family, bind her with sealing shackles, and gradually train her. Perhaps we could turn her into a servant of the Lu clan. Understood. Upon concluding their discussion, the group promptly set off towards the direction where the mysterious figure had fallen. The Lu family? Hongxiao's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Although he was unaware of which Lu family it was, he had gathered enough insight into his adversary's background. Judging by the guards accompanying that individual, it was evident that they hailed from a formidable lineage. This knowledge would undoubtedly facilitate their future pursuits. In the face of their enemies, the more they yearned for something, the more imperative it became to ensure that those adversaries could not attain it. Without a moment's hesitation, Hongxiao's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight, leaving a tempestuous wind in his wake. The surrounding scenery blurred past in a rapid retreat, and Hongxiao remained vigilant, with the 9 heavens' divine thunder enveloping him, concealing his presence. Previously detected by those individuals was due to his mere suppression of his vital energy, without the aid of the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Had he utilized it, he would have remained undetected. Before long, Su Hongxiao discerned some commotion and, like a nimble cat, stealthily concealed himself atop a towering tree, his slender silhouette obscured by the dense foliage. From afar, it appeared that the enigmatic figure had regained consciousness, yet she lacked the strength to rise. The group, presumably members of the Lu family, had encircled her, a quintet of middle-aged men accompanied by a young man in his 20s. The young man's pallor was alarming, with an unnatural flush indicative of years of indulgence. He gazed at the incapacitated mysterious woman. "Go, bring her to me," he commanded, clearly fearful of any potential retaliation from her, prompting him to hastily order his subordinates into action. "Yes, young master," one of the middle-aged men, though his face had drained of color from fear, complied with the directive, well aware that defying this young man would lead to a fate worse than death. The mysterious woman regarded the approaching middle-aged man with a cold, lethal tone. "Do you wish to die?" At her menacing words, the man recoiled in terror. "You fool. Can't you see she's at her limit? Act quickly," the young man growled darkly. "As long as you force her to consume the soul-devouring pill and bring her back to the family, no matter her abilities, she will not rise again." Upon hearing the young man's command, the middle-aged man hesitated no longer and charged towards the mysterious figure. Just then, a barrage of terrifying purple lightning descended from the heavens. The group jumped in surprise, initially believing it to be summoned by the mysterious woman. The speed of the purple lightning was so swift that they had no time to evade it, their survival instincts compelling them to unleash their vital energies to withstand the onslaught. To their astonishment, the seemingly dreadful purple lightning failed to breach their protective barriers. Only the pallid young man, caught unprepared, was struck, his body charred black. "Damn it, your mountain guardian realm is weak." A cold, youthful voice rang out, startling them anew. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared beside the mysterious woman, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. With a mocking smile directed at the young man, he vanished from sight. "Curse it! Chase after him!" the seething young man bellowed, his hair singed and body scorched by the lightning. After consuming a pill, he furiously declared, "Once I capture you, I shall make you wish for death." One of his companions, bewildered, remarked, "Young master." He vanished in an unknown direction. "Damn it, spread out and search. His cultivation is at most mirror-breaking. Otherwise, that lightning would have severely injured us." "Yes." Following their young master's furious orders, the 5 mountain guardian experts scattered in all directions. The young man's expression darkened as he dialed a number, summoning reinforcements, knowing that the area was vast. Having already made an enemy of the mysterious figure, he could not afford to let them escape. Otherwise, they would invite endless calamity in the future. Meanwhile, Su Hongxiao sprinted wildly with the mysterious woman in his arms, continuously employing the 9 heavens thunder movement. Yet, he felt his vital energy rapidly depleting. Were it not for the restorative power of the 9 heavens divine thunder, he would have long since exhausted his strength. "Damn it, running like this is not a solution." Su Hongxiao cursed, his mind racing for a strategy. Suddenly, the woman in his embrace wrapped her arms around his neck and fiercely pressed her lips against his. "What the hell?" Su Hongxiao came to an abrupt halt, bewildered by her audacity. Yet, when he gazed into her eyes, he was taken aback. Her orbs, reminiscent of the radiant moonlight, shimmered with an eerie black-purple glow. Damn, the venom from that royal beast has corrupted her mind. He realized that if this continued, even if she survived, she would surely descend into madness. With a sudden movement, Su Hongxiao broke free from her kiss, opting to hoist her over his shoulder to prevent further distractions. Resuming his frenzied sprint, he felt somewhat dazed. After all, this was his first kiss in this world. However, reflecting on the sensation, he found himself inexplicably longing for more. What a sin! He chastised himself, shaking his head vigorously to dispel such chaotic thoughts. He needed to find a safe haven quickly, for those pursuing him would not relent. Gazing towards the horizon, he estimated that daylight would break within 2 hours, making him even more vulnerable. Recalling the red zone marked on the map, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the perilous forbidden area. If his pursuers dared to follow, he would have ferocious beasts as allies. Not long after, Su Hongxiao halted in a mountainous region marked on the map as exceedingly treacherous. He dared not approach recklessly, instead searching the periphery of the red line for a place to conceal himself. Soon, he discovered a cave within the mountains. To ensure no beasts lurked within, Su Hongxiao summoned a bolt of purple lightning, which struck inside. Almost instantly, the scent of roasted meat wafted out. Moments later, a ferocious beast emerged, and Su Hongxiao, waiting at the cave's entrance, unsheathed his broad blade and swiftly dispatched the creature. After concealing any trace of his presence, he carried the mysterious woman inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and at the entrance, Su Hongxiao unleashed the 9 heavens divine thunder against the stone walls to mask his aura. He then hastened to the innermost part, gently placing the woman on the ground. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a small lamp. Lighting a fire would be too conspicuous in this place. The lamp, though dim, was sufficient to illuminate a 3-meter radius. At that moment, he finally beheld the mysterious woman's visage clearly, her bright eyes sparkling with stunning radiance. What a beautiful woman! Her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes twinkled like stars. Her nose elegantly sculpted, her lips like cherry blossoms, and her raven hair was intricately styled, adorned with pearls and jade, exuding a noble presence akin to a goddess stepping forth from a painting. Just as Su Hongxiao contemplated how to save her, the mysterious woman suddenly opened her eyes wide and once again wrapped her arms around his neck. Su Hongxiao was taken aback, unable to react before she embraced him tightly. Though she was still under the influence of poison, she seemed to possess some semblance of clarity. Her voice was melodious, yet her words were icy. You would do well not to resist. I shall spare your life. At that, Su Hongxiao dared not move, surrendering to her whims. Thus, 2 hours passed. Su Hongxiao's body was soon enveloped in the same black-purple hue, as the mysterious woman appeared to channel the toxins from her body into his. At that moment, Su Hongxiao felt a wave of despair wash over him, his frustration palpable. Fortunately, he was under the protection of the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Though the poison was terrifying, it could not harm him. Under the astonished gaze of the mysterious woman, Su Hongxiao's blackish-purple skin swiftly returned to its normal hue. You. Upon hearing the woman's doubtful voice, a cold indifference manifested on Su Hongxiao's youthful face. How cruel of you. I saved you. And this is how you repay me? Do you realize that this poison could have easily claimed my life? The mysterious woman slowly donned her long robe to shield her snow-white skin, apologizing. I'm truly sorry. I have no other choice. Yet, at that moment, her eyes glinted with malice as she stated, however, since you have survived, it is best that you refrain from speaking of today's events. Otherwise, even if you saved me, I shall end your life. Su Hongxiao, with a frosty demeanor, donned a black robe. Rest assured, I am not like you. Even if you repay kindness with malice, I shall not hold it against you. I can only blame my own kindness. Thank you for providing me with this lesson. With that, he turned to leave. But suddenly, the mysterious woman spoke. Could you please not leave just yet? Su Hongxiao halted, not turning back as he coldly asked. Is there something else? My powers have yet to be restored. Could you protect me for a day? After her plea, she quickly added, do not worry. I will not let you waste your time. Consider it a debt of gratitude. Should you require assistance in the future, you may seek me out. With a frosty expression, Su Hongxiao glanced back at her. When your strength is restored, you will be the first to kill me, won't you? No, I would never. Observing the young man's youthful yet haughty visage, the mysterious woman felt a slight flush on her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. You saved me, so I could never harm you. Taken aback by her blushing face, Su Hongxiao was surprised that someone with such formidable talent could still possess such innocence regarding these matters. Not receiving a response, the mysterious woman softly said, if you truly wish to leave, then go. Just for a day? Su Hongxiao suddenly inquired, aware that even if he departed now, it would be effortless for her to find and kill him once her powers returned. As for killing her, he could not bring himself to do so. He did not believe that this powerful woman lacked any hidden cards. Moreover, this was his first encounter. Hearing the softening tone in the boy's voice, the mysterious woman raised her head and replied earnestly, a single day is sufficient. By then, I shall have regained 30% of my strength. Su Hongxiao distanced himself from her, sitting cross-legged on the ground as he looked toward her. You can fly. When your strength is restored tomorrow, could you take me to Source City? The mysterious woman regarded the boy, who now seemed distant, and her cold expression softened slightly. After all, she was accustomed to many admirers, none of whom treated her with such aloofness. I can do that, but where are you going? Su Hongxiao rubbed his nose, not intending to conceal anything. I just finished my college entrance exams and am heading to a training camp in the provincial capital. If I spend a day here protecting you, I won't make it in time from Tianyuan City tomorrow. The mysterious woman pondered for a moment before responding, no problem. With my speed, it won't take long to reach Source City. After saying this, she looked at the boy leaning against the wall with closed eyes. I must thank you again for today. Without you, I might have been captured by those ruffians. Su Hongxiao slowly opened his eyes, surprised that this noble woman would express gratitude, indicating that she was not entirely a villain. However, her face was now etched with frost and murderous intent as she lamented. If not for my identity, once my strength is restored, I will certainly head into the city to eliminate them. Though Su Hongxiao did not know her true identity, it seemed she was not in a position to kill within the city. Leave those ruffians to me. They once attempted to kill me. I will repay that grudge. Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's words, the mysterious woman looked at him, and for some reason, his youthful face bore a maturity not typical of his age. What is your name? Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others' names? Hearing the boy's light laughter, the mysterious woman was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since someone had spoken to her so boldly. After hesitating, she slowly replied, my name is Xianyu. And you? Noting her hesitation, Su Hongxiao smiled gently. Are you not willing to share your true name? He had no intention of hiding anything. I am Su Hongxiao, an orphan with no relatives. Raised in Tianyuan City. The person I am closest to is the director of the orphanage. Xianyu was slightly taken aback by Su Hongxiao's self-introduction. An orphan who had achieved the 3rd rank of mirror shattering at such a young age? The hardships he must have endured were surely known only to him. Her gaze softened considerably as she nodded slightly. Thank you once again. Su Hongxiao smiled lightly. All right, you should focus on regaining your strength. Don't be late tomorrow, otherwise I might be directly eliminated. By the way, have you learned about the elite training camp? Xianyu inquired before beginning her recovery. It is a place where life and death are uncertain. Su Hongxiao looked at her, chuckling. What? Are you worried I might die inside? Hearing his laughter, Xianyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent. After taking a pill, she closed her eyes and began her recuperation. Su Hongxiao also closed his eyes, commencing his own cultivation of vital energy. However, the occasional roars of ferocious beasts outside the cave kept him on high alert. Time flew swiftly. Daylight broke, and darkness returned. With the arrival of dawn, they entered the final day. By 6 o'clock this evening, they had to reach the train station in Source City. Otherwise, they would be unable to find their way to the elite training camp. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Su Hongxiao abruptly opened his eyes as chaotic sounds emerged from outside the cave. Young master, there is a cave here. Let us investigate. A familiar cold voice responded. Immediately following was a flurry of hurried footsteps. Damn it, those bastards actually tracked us here. Su Hongxiao glanced at the still recuperating Xianyu and quickly stood, drawing his thunderblade as he stepped outside. He could not allow anyone to disturb her recovery, for their lives depended on it. However, Su Hongxiao was worried. Among those pursuing them were several powerful figures at the mountain settling realm, and he could not ascertain whether they had all arrived. If they had, the situation would be perilous. After all, his cultivation was merely at the mirror-shattering stage, making it nearly impossible to confront several mountain settling realm experts head-on. Soon, Su Hongxiao halted, concealing himself in the shadows as he spotted two individuals approaching deeper into the cave. To his surprise, these two were not the middle-aged men from earlier, but rather had powers around the 4-star mirror-shattering level. Bang! The foremost figure barely had time to react before a heavy blow struck his head, sending him flying. The sound of a skull shattering accompanied a scream that echoed from the cave. The other person hastily drew a long knife and rushed forward. But in the beam of the flashlight, all they saw was a body lying on the ground. Kill of 4-star mirror-shattering talent, earning 400 points. Su Hongxiao was momentarily stunned. Killing talents could also yield points? Who was this? Witnessing the death of his companion without even catching a glimpse of the assailant, the remaining man felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly attempted to flee. Thinking of escaping now? Too late. Su Hongxiao suddenly materialized before the man, and before he could react, the thunderous broadsword in his hand cleaved towards the man's head in an instant. Bang! The man, possessing considerable prowess, managed to raise his blade to block Su Hongxiao's strike. However, in that fleeting moment, his complexion turned a ghastly shade akin to that of pig liver, as the immense force transmitted through the blade caused his grip to shatter. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Hongxiao's weapon moved once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Though it appeared to be a single stroke, it unleashed 3 successive sounds of tearing air. Under the onslaught of the Thunder Arc Triad Slash, the man found himself bereft of any chance to resist, being slain on the spot. Killed a mirror-breaking 4-star talented individual, earning 400 points. Upon hearing the notification, Su Hongxiao was elated, feeling no remorse for the act of killing. After all, these individuals had sought to take his life. Initially, he believed only the slaying of ferocious beasts could yield points, yet he had discovered this unexpected method. A delightful surprise. After dispatching the two foes, Su Hongxiao promptly crushed the flashlight lying on the ground. At that moment, it seemed the individual outside began making phone calls to summon reinforcements. Realizing this, Su Hongxiao rushed out, intent on stopping the man, for the arrival of a multitude would complicate matters considerably. As he exited the stone cave, he caught sight of a figure outside. It was the pallid youth, seemingly having just finished his call. Upon seeing Su Hongxiao emerge at such speed, he initially appeared startled. But upon realizing it was merely the young lad, a cruel smile crept across his face. Kid, it seems that woman's injuries have yet to heal. You shall die? Su Hongxiao, lacking the desire for idle chatter, lunged forward with a fierce strike. The sinister youth coldly chuckled, raising his arm to block. Bang! The ferocious blow landed heavily upon the sinister youth's arm. Yet, to Su Hongxiao's astonishment, the youth's arm was as resilient as steel, successfully deflecting the attack. It quickly dawned on him that this was the hallmark of a formidable mountain-settling realm expert, capable of projecting their vitality outward. An ant from the mirror-breaking realm dares to strike at me? Truly ignorant of death, the sinister youth unleashed a palm strike aimed at Su Hongxiao's crown. Faced with this ferocious assault of vitality, Su Hongxiao swiftly activated the Thunder Movement's 9 flashes, evading the blow with remarkable agility. Kid, what is your relationship with Director Lin from Tianyuan City? Noticing the skill Su Hongxiao had employed, the pale youth's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Huh, I never expected you to recognize Director Lin's technique. Su Hongxiao retreated to the entrance of the stone cave, casting a cold smirk at the sinister youth. So, are you still certain you wish to kill me? The sinister youth's eyes whirled with madness before he burst into laughter. This is the wild zone. Even if I kill you, no one will know. With a hum, the sinister youth's figure vanished in an instant, moving with the swiftness of lightning. A fist imbued with immense power hurtling towards Su Hongxiao. Confronted by a mountain-settling realm expert, Su Hongxiao dared not underestimate the situation. After all, any adept who had entered the mountain-settling realm could unleash attacks with no less than 100 tons of force. Although this sinister youth might only possess the strength of a one-star mountain-settling realm expert, he was not someone Su Hongxiao could confront head-on. As Su Hongxiao activated the Thunder Movement's 9 flashes, the sinister youth found his attacks narrowly missing their mark. This only fueled his rage. However, he remained unperturbed, knowing that reinforcements would soon arrive. A group of mountain-settling realm experts would surely capture him then. The sinister youth's gaze frequently darted toward the stone cave, deducing that the reason this lad was not fleeing was likely due to the powerful, mysterious woman still lying grievously injured within. Su Hongxiao intuitively grasped the youth's intentions, fervently hoping that the enigmatic you would awaken soon. Otherwise, both of them would meet their doom today. Confronted with the relentless pursuit of the sinister youth, Su Hongxiao found himself growing increasingly irate. The vibrant purple lightning surged around him, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, a purple lightning serpent surged forth towards his adversary. The speed compelled the youth to halt his chase, instinctively raising his arms to defend. Boom! The terrifying 9 heavens divine thunder crashed against the youth's crossed arms. Damn it! Shaking his numbed arm, a look of astonishment flickered in the sinister youth's eyes. What caliber of talent is this? It instills fear in my very soul. When you're dead, I'll enlighten you. Su Hongxiao's figure abruptly appeared behind him, delivering a punch to his back. 9-fold thunder force. 7-fold force. Bang! The punch landed heavily on the youth's back. Kid, your attacks cannot breach my vitality defenses. The sinister youth disregarded Su Hongxiao's assault, turning to unleash a punch imbued with a strange dark green toxin. However, this strike merely met with empty air. Frustrated at the sight of Su Hongxiao standing 10 meters away, the sinister youth seethed. His attacks consistently failed to land on this insufferable brat. Is that so? Su Hongxiao scoffed, then suddenly clenched his fist. Explode. Chapter 36. Desperation. Unleashing the full power of the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 7 thunderous sounds erupted from the sinister youth's back. Uffed. The sinister youth violently spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching at the surging vitality within him. Shock evident as he reached back, finding his hand stained with blood. He glared at Su Hongxiao. Kid, how could you possibly breach my defenses? What skill is this? Observing the youth's reaction, Su Hongxiao could only shake his head in disappointment. Though the 9-fold thunder force was formidable, it merely pierced through his external vitality, leaving only superficial injuries, unable to harm his internal organs. Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly. You do talk too much. You. The sinister youth's expression suddenly morphed into a sinister grin. Kid, I never imagined a mere mirror-breaking ant could force me to use my talent. Impressive. With that, dark green toxic gas began to emanate from the sinister youth, transforming the surrounding grass into a pool of poison. Su Hongxiao observed this spectacle with curiosity, suddenly realizing, a poison attribute talent? Fascinating. Although I wonder how it compares to that of the king-level ferocious beast. Seeing the boy's nonchalant smile, the sinister youth could no longer contain his fury. It seems you witnessed that battle. While my toxin may not rival that of the king-level beast, soon you shall understand just how intriguing my poison can be. Boom. The terrifying dark green toxin surged towards Su Hongxiao. Witnessing the boy remain unflinching, the sinister youth's face contorted into a vicious grin. Kid, enjoy the revelry of the toxin. As the dark green gas enveloped the young lad, the sinister youth let his guard down entirely. After all, a mere mirror-breaking ant, once tainted by this toxin, would be beyond salvation, even if a deity were to arrive. Yet at that moment, flashes of purple lightning erupted from within the dark green gas. Simultaneously, a figure suddenly appeared before him, revealing a youthful, indifferent face and a fearsome broadsword. Shock, confusion, and terror flickered in the sinister youth's eyes. Thunder Arc Triad Slash. Su Hongxiao offered the youth no opportunity to react, unleashing his utmost power in an instant. Bang! This lightning-fast triad of strikes landed squarely on the sinister youth's head. Though the blow did not cleave his skull, it sent him sprawling, blood streaming from his wounds. Bang! 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 The sinister youth's body tumbled several meters across the ground, skidding until he collided with a rock wall, finally coming to a halt. As he rose from the ground, Su Hongxiao furrowed his brow slightly. Remarkable, you can still stand? The sinister young man covered his blood-streaming head. His blood-soaked eyes stared fixedly at Su Hongxiao as he roared. I will definitely make you unable to live, yet unable to die. Young master, are you alright? At this moment, several figures appeared beside the sinister youth. Damn it, do I look like I'm fine to you? Hearing the sinister youth's furious shout, the few people instantly fell silent, not daring to say another word. Su Hongxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. These 5 middle-aged men were precisely the same group of Jinshan realm experts from before. One of them he recognized clearly. It was also one of the people who tried to kill him last time. The newcomers stared in shock at the badly wounded sinister youth. One of them immediately took out a pill. Young master, quickly take the pill. After the sinister youth took the pill, he looked at Su Hongxiao with a ferocious expression. Capture him. I want to personally break his arms and legs, then slowly torture him. Su Hongxiao suddenly said, wait. Hearing Su Hongxiao's voice, the sinister youth sneered. What? Want to beg for mercy now? Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly. I'm about to die anyway. Can you tell me which family you're from? Heh, want revenge? The sinister youth sneered coldly. But telling you one tea hurt. I'm from the Lu family of Fog City. The Lu family of Fog City? Su Hongxiao pondered slightly. He seemed to have heard of this family before. To put it nicely, they were an alchemy family. To put it bluntly, they were a poison-making family. The poisons of the Fog City Lu family were bizarre and varied, their methods extremely sinister. If not for the 9 heavens divine lightning protecting his body, that poisonous gas just now would have already taken his life. Seeing Su Hongxiao deep in thought, the sinister youth said coldly, hurry up, move. His speed is extremely fast. Don't let him escape again. After hearing young master Lu's command, the 5 middle-aged men nodded and instantly moved. Su Hongxiao glanced at the entrance of the stone cave and once again activated Thunder Movement 9 flashes. Boom. At the same time, the ground where he had just been standing was instantly smashed into a deep crater by a punch. Damn it, this kid's movement technique is strange. Surround him in a circle and attack. After the middle-aged man spoke, his figure disappeared from the spot once more, facing the siege of 5 Jinshan realm experts. No matter how fast Su Hongxiao was, he was still struck by an attack. Seeing the fist right in front of him, Su Hongxiao hurriedly raised the thunder broad blade horizontally in front of his body. Boom. That terrifying punch slammed heavily onto the thick blade. The horrifying force directly sent Su Hongxiao flying backward, smashing heavily into the mountain wall beside the stone cave entrance. Puff. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Su Hongxiao's hands trembled violently, and he was almost unable to hold onto the thunder broad blade. If that punch had directly struck his body, his internal organs would likely have been shattered. This was still because the 5 had held back. After all, the sinister youth wanted him alive. The 5 middle-aged men looked at the young man who was using his blade to support himself as he slowly stood up. Strange light flickered in their eyes. Fourth brother, this guy took one of your punches and can still stand. How much strength did you hold back? That man shook his head. This guy is a bit strange. By all logic, after taking my punch, even if he didn't die, he should at least be lying on the ground unable to get up. It doesn't matter anymore. No matter how strange he is, he probably can't use that terrifying speed technique again. The sinister youth looked at the heavily injured Su Hongxiao and burst into wild laughter. Kid, run. Why aren't you running anymore? Su Hongxiao stared coldly at them, remaining silent. That punch earlier had not directly damaged his internal organs, but it had numbed his entire body from the shock. Trying to use Thunder Movement 9 flashes again was now extremely difficult. Damn it. Am I really going to die here today? Damn it all. This was all because his strength was insufficient. If he were already a Jinshan Realm 1st star, it would be enough to deal with these dogs. A dagger suddenly appeared in the sinister youth's hand. With a vicious grin, he walked towards Su Hongxiao. Kid, I'll first break your limbs. Then carve the flesh off your body piece by piece. I'll let you watch your own bones exposed to the air. Ha ha ha. Hearing those vicious words, murderous intent had already filled Su Hongxiao's youthful face. Want to kill me? Then you won't get away unscathed either. Su Hongxiao withdrew the thunder broadblade. His pitch-black eyes suddenly turned purple, filled with terrifying lightning. At the same time, the bright sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, centered on Su Hongxiao. Thunder clouds covered the sky within a radius of 20 meters. Within the pitch-black clouds, terrifying purple lightning flashed wildly. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Chapter 37, Awakening. Instant kill. Heading to Source City. Under their shocked gazes, dense purple lightning bolts suddenly split down from the clouds. Protect the young master, quickly. They immediately surrounded the sinister youth in the center, releasing their chi and blood to form an inverted bowl-shaped protective shield. At the same time, dense purple lightning crashed down violently. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous purple lightning struck madly against the chi blood shield formed by the 5. Under the relentless bombardment of purple lightning, the chi blood shield actually began to tremble faintly. One of the middle-aged men's face became extremely ugly. He suddenly looked at Su Hongxiao. What terrifying talent. This child absolutely cannot be allowed to live. I'll go kill him. You protect the young master. After speaking, another middle-aged man charged straight towards Su Hongxiao under the protection of his released chi and blood, forcibly enduring the lightning strikes. At the same time, his terrifying fist smashed viciously towards Su Hongxiao's heart. Facing this fatal blow, despair appeared in Su Hongxiao's purple eyes. At this moment, he had absolutely no strength left to activate Thunder Movement 9 flashes. Die. The middle-aged man's fist, accompanied by a humming sound from compressed air, smashed towards Su Hongxiao's heart. This time, the Jinshan Realm expert held nothing back, unleashing his strongest attack with the intent to kill. But at this very moment, a chill suddenly appeared in the scorching air. Before Su Hongxiao's shocked eyes, the charging middle-aged man suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. Finally awake, Su Hongxiao's purple eyes instantly returned to black and white, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed accordingly. At this moment, an exquisitely beautiful figure with a graceful posture appeared before him. Are you all right? I'll leave the rest to you. I can't hold on anymore. After saying that, Su Hongxiao fell forward. Before losing consciousness, he only felt his collapsing body being caught in a pair of soft hands. At the same time, a voice filled with killing intent rang out. You all deserve to die? No, don't buzz. Cold air descended, followed by several explosive sounds. After an unknown amount of time, Su Hongxiao felt a warm current flow through his body and slowly opened his eyes. This was a mountain peak. The clouds seemed to be right before his eyes. Looking not far away, a slender figure dressed in a deep blue robe was imprinted in his vision. Su Hongxiao slowly sat up, feeling his body fully restored, somewhat surprised. Wuxianovel's calm voice came through. I just gave you a healing pill. Your body is already fine. Su Hongxiao looked at her back and asked. Those people you killed them all? Xianyue nodded and said calmly, they've all been dealt with. Su Hongxiao shook his head regretfully. After all, those were all points. Seeing his reaction, Xianyue asked, what's wrong? Did you want to personally kill them? No. Su Hongxiao shook his head, but suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stood up. Xianyue, how long was I unconscious? Xianyue turned around and looked at his dazed expression, smiling lightly. Relax. Just a few hours. There's still time before nightfall. Looking at Xianyue's smile, Su Hongxiao was stunned for a moment. Upon sensing the chill in the depths of the other's gaze, Su Hongxiao immediately scratched his head to mask his embarrassment. Xianyue gazed at the youth before her, recalling the ominous dark clouds and the violet lightning that had just transpired. Was that purple lightning conjured by you? She inquired. Su Hongxiao nodded in response. Indeed, otherwise. How could I have endured until you regained consciousness? Xianyue regarded Su Hongxiao, who exhibited no attempt to conceal his intentions, and nodded slightly. Make good use of your talents. In the future, I believe you will rise to a height akin to mine. However, for now, you ought to be cautious about whom you place your trust in. With a light chuckle, Su Hongxiao replied, I shall heed your advice. Yet I have always acted in accordance with my heart. Xianyue turned her gaze towards the clouds. What are your plans for the future? Su Hongxiao approached her side. Looking at the clouds, I am uncertain for the time being. My primary goal is to become stronger. I have no desire to be threatened by anyone. At this juncture, Su Hongxiao's eyes sparkled with determination. If we speak of plans, mine is to become the strongest in this world. Xianyue shook her head. Enough of such boastfulness. First, you must break through to the Mountain Guardian realm. There are far too many formidable beings in this world who exceed your prowess. I'm merely 18. Su Hongxiao muttered under his breath, then turned to Xianyue with a light smile. What about those who surpass you? Xianyue gazed at the clouds, responding slowly. There are indeed many who surpass me. Only when you reach that height will you truly comprehend. Su Hongxiao nodded slightly, fixing his gaze on the clouds. Then I eagerly await that day. Xianyue remarked thoughtfully. When you attain that level, you may find that the present was more joyous than you realize. Though Su Hongxiao was puzzled, he could not disagree. Perhaps, but regardless, I must grow stronger, for I do not wish to be threatened again. Those who sought to take my life did so without reason. I wish never to experience that feeling again. Xianyue observed the youthful yet defiant visage before her. I previously stated that for every day you assist me, I owe you a favor. Should you desire anything, do not hesitate to voice it. If it is within my capability, I shall fulfill it promptly. Su Hongxiao pondered. I have nothing at present. I shall inform you when the time comes. If that is acceptable? Xianyue hesitated briefly before nodding. However, whether we meet again in the future remains to be seen. Rest assured, Su Hongxiao chuckled. You are my first. Silence. Xianyue's expression suddenly turned icy. This matter was purely accidental. I hope you refrain from mentioning it again. And best to forget it swiftly. Su Hongxiao gazed at the woman who had suddenly turned cold, a rueful smile gracing his features. As you wish, let us depart now. I must reach the train station in Source City by 6 this evening. Very well, Xianyue replied, extending her alabaster hand. What are you doing? Needless to say, if I do not hold on to you, how can I carry you aloft? Hearing the slight irritation in Xianyue's voice, Su Hongxiao quickly grasped her hand. With a hum, the fierce wind swept by, nearly prompting Su Hongxiao to exclaim in awe. What incredible speed! Within the clouds, he gazed at Xianyue's exquisite profile, unable to suppress his admiration. She appeared to be in her 20s. How had she ascended to the realm of Silent Yang? Yet at that moment, Su Hongxiao suddenly felt the ferocious wind battering against his face, blinding him momentarily, as a cold voice echoed, Look again, and I shall cast you down. Unfazed by the chilly tone, Su Hongxiao scoffed, then turned his gaze to the world below. Just then, the raging winds abruptly ceased. It seemed that the previous gusts were merely Xianyue's doing. However, Su Hongxiao paid it no mind, for he was now mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery before him. Chapter 38, Arrival at Source City. Xiang Tianyu. Parting. Never to be underestimated again. High above the earth, Su Hongxiao beheld the world below, where all objects appeared as ants. This was a sight once reserved for airplane travel, yet now he found himself witnessing it while being guided by another. The sensation was utterly enchanting. Was this the flight capability of the Silent Yang realm? How enviable. Fueled by newfound resolve, Su Hongxiao aspired to reach the Silent Yang realm swiftly, to master the freedom of soaring through the skies. Rumor had it that beyond Silent Yang lay the terrifying Heaven realm, even more formidable. Achieving that state would render flight trivial, as it was said that those at that level could traverse space, with distance traveled correlating to their strength. This meant that those in the terrifying Heaven realm had begun to harness the power of space itself. As for the mightiest realm, the celestial immortal realm, Su Hongxiao had never even heard of it. It seemed to exist only in legend. However, Su Hongxiao quickly returned his focus to reality. Presently, it was paramount to participate in the elite training camp convened by the provincial capital. It was essential to elevate his strength swiftly in preparation for next month's decisive competition. Hoping to acquire 3 potent treasures, once he broke through to the Mountain Guardian realm, he would no longer be so vulnerable. Su Hongxiao sensed that after the recent battle, the energy within him had become increasingly formidable. With the next breakthrough, he might just reach the 9th star of the Breaking Realm, or even the Mountain Guardian realm. Throughout the journey, Su Hongxiao and Xian Yu encountered numerous flying beasts. However, those beneath the king level were of no concern to Xian Yu. Any beast that dared to attack them was transformed into an ice sculpture by her, subsequently falling into desolate regions. Observing this powerful woman, Su Hongxiao felt a twinge of trepidation. The might of the Silent Yang realm was indeed awe-inspiring. Fortunately, this woman seemed relatively normal, not making things overly difficult for him. As time passed, the sun began its descent into the deep ocean, painting the sky in hues of red. Su Hongxiao suddenly fixed his gaze on a city emerging below. His eyes sparkled with wonder. Is this Source City? What an expansive area. Xian Yu halted abruptly, her beautiful eyes surveying the city below. This is the provincial capital of Heitian province. Naturally, it is more grand than your Tianyuan city. Su Hongxiao nodded in agreement when suddenly, Xian Yu turned to him and retrieved a snow-white egg from her spatial ring. This was obtained from those lowly creatures earlier. I have no use for it. So it's yours. Su Hongxiao regarded the egg she presented. Isn't this the egg of the white-scaled serpent? I didn't expect those wretched beings to have it after all. But why are you giving it to me? Stop asking unnecessary questions. Do you want it or not? Absolutely. Su Hongxiao eagerly accepted it and placed it into his spatial ring. Although Xian Yu claimed it was of no use, he understood that she had intentionally given it to him. Su Hongxiao felt quite pleased. After all, once the white-scaled serpent hatched, and with proper nurturing, it could evolve into a king-level beast. At that moment, a voice imbued with authority rang out. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared above Source City? Su Hongxiao turned sharply to see a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe hovering at a distance. The man's features were broad, and his build was balanced, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Goodness, this man is also a powerhouse of the Silent Yang realm. Realizing the significance of the hovering man, Su Hongxiao quickly deduced that he must be one of the guardians of Source City, likely drawn by the presence of Xian Yu, both to inquire and to issue a warning. Xian Yu raised her gaze to the middle-aged man, her voice cold. You may leave. I will depart once my business is concluded. Ha. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Such bold words, young lady. If you do not disclose your intentions, you may find it quite difficult to leave. Buzz. The middle-aged man finished his words, and a terrifying surge of vital energy erupted forth. Su Hongxiao struggled to swallow, bewildered by the situation. What is going on? Is he really ready to resort to violence over a mere disagreement? At that moment, the middle-aged man coldly declared, in recent years, the vile disciples of the ancient Yin divine sect have become increasingly audacious. To be on the safe side, you will not be allowed to leave until your identities are confirmed. Once again, the ancient Yin divine sect? What manner of sect could instill such fear in so many? Su Hongxiao turned to the middle-aged man, saying, Hello, sir. I am a student from the 3rd High School of Tianyuan City. My name is Su Hongxiao, and this is Xian Yu, who brought me here to participate in the provincial elite training camp. Humph. The middle-aged man sneered. You are aware of the elite training camp. It appears your information is quite up to date. Damn. Su Hongxiao felt utterly speechless. This old man was resolutely suspicious of them being those so-called vile disciples. At that moment, Xian Yu's expression turned as cold as frost. She raised her hand and tossed a token, simultaneously stating, Your caution is not unwarranted. Upon receiving the token, the middle-aged man's eyes first reflected confusion, which was then swiftly replaced by shock. He suddenly looked up at Xian Yu, exclaiming, You are Xian Yu interrupted him. Xiang Tianyu, now that you understand, return the token. Of course. Please accept this. He said respectfully as he handed the token back to Xian Yu, his tone instantly transforming to one of deference. May I inquire what brings you to this city? Xian Yu glanced at Su Hongxiao and replied coolly, I am here to escort him to the elite training camp. Xiang Tianyu looked in astonishment at Su Hongxiao, who was being led by Xian Yu, and then turned to her. Who is he? Xian Yu responded coldly, Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. It is best if no one else learns of this. Xiang Tianyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly grasping the situation. Rest assured, I understand. Xianyu nodded and handed Su Hongxiao over to Xiang Tianyu, saying, "He is your responsibility now. Take him to the train station in Yuan City." Su Hongxiao looked at the indifferent Xianyu across from him, his youthful face filled with determination. It seemed he was silently conveying to her, "One day, I will rise to a height that will compel you to look up to me." Xianyu shot him a glare before vanishing into thin air, leaving him wondering where she had gone. Su Hongxiao gazed in the direction of her departure, his fists clenched tightly. Sooner or later, he would surpass her. Regardless of her formidable strength or her background, he would never allow her to look down on him again. "Dear young friend, do not linger. Although I am unaware of your relationship with her, I would advise you to steer clear of her in the future, otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of how you met your end." Hearing Xiang Tianyu's voice snapped Su Hongxiao back to reality. He looked at him and asked, "Sir, could you tell me her identity?" "Haha," Xiang Tianyu chuckled lightly. "Little one, I cannot ascertain whether this opportunity is a blessing or a curse for you. However, once you grow stronger, you will naturally have the chance to learn. For now, focus on preparing for the upcoming elite training." As Su Hongxiao was about to inquire further, Xiang Tianyu swiftly took him flying down towards the city below. The fierce wind swept past them. Chapter 39, Timely Arrival. Heading to the elite training camp assessment location. Yuan City train station. The clock had struck 5:55 in the afternoon. Those waiting for the students occasionally glanced at their watches. In 5 minutes, regardless of whether the last student arrived, the vehicle would depart. On board, Lin Yuan, Li Yin, Shun Feng, and the others were present, 9 in total. At that moment, Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the window, eagerly anticipating the appearance of a familiar figure. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Did he not promise to attend the elite training camp? Could something have happened to him? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan clenched her fists tightly, but just then, a glimmer of hope flickered in her downcast eyes. Amidst the throng outside, a familiar silhouette appeared, though he seemed lost in thought. Su Hongxiao was stunned in place, taking in the bustling scene before him, unable to process it all. Xiang Tianyu's speed was even faster than Xianyu's. In the blink of an eye, Su Hongxiao found himself at the Yuan City train station, surrounded by a sea of people, yet Xiang Tianyu had already vanished without a trace. Su Hongxiao remained in a daze, as if caught in a dream. He looked up at the distant sky, where Xianyu's figure had completely disappeared. After a long moment, he steadied his mind and took a deep breath. Now, the most important thing was to successfully pass the elite training camp, and then focus on enhancing his realm. Before long, Su Hongxiao's gaze suddenly locked onto the bus dispatched by the training camp. The vehicle was adorned with a banner welcoming the elite students from Tianyuan City, and there was no mistaking it. However, at that moment, the bus seemed to be closing its doors. In an instant, Su Hongxiao vanished from his spot. Just as the doors were about to shut, a slender, clean hand stopped them. The driver, slightly irritated, could not believe someone dared to cause a scene, but just then, an apologetic voice rang out. "Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry for being a bit late, but it shouldn't be a problem, right?" The person responsible for receiving the students looked at him. "You are Su Hongxiao from the 3rd High School of Tianyuan?" Su Hongxiao nodded, "Yes." The individual continued. "Get on quickly. If you are a minute later, your qualification will be revoked." Su Hongxiao rubbed his nose and smiled as he boarded. "Thank you." Upon entering the bus, Su Hongxiao noticed that all 9 seats were already filled. "Su classmate, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you." Lin Yuan's joyful voice reached him. "What? You are Su Hongxiao?" Shin Feng looked at the last-minute arrival in disbelief, unable to comprehend. "Yes," not being particularly familiar with them. Su Hongxiao simply responded and took a seat in front of Lin Yuan. At that moment, Li Yin's eyes were also gleaming with excitement. Like Shin Feng, he could not fathom that the one who had amassed 1,000,000 points was actually him. After all, from what Lin Yuan had said earlier, that kid had merely awakened an F-grade talent. How could he possibly have earned 1,000,000 points? "Li Yin, that kid is Su Hongxiao. Did you hear that?" Shin Feng nudged Li Yin, who appeared lost in thought. "Yes, I'm not deaf." Li Yin nodded solemnly, turning to Su Hongxiao. "I never imagined that the one who surpassed us would be the very person you provoked earlier." Shin Feng skeptically remarked, "That kid must have cheated, otherwise, how could he have surpassed both you and me?" Li Yin replied in a low voice, "Whether he cheated or not, we shall see once we enter the elite training camp." Shin Feng nodded in agreement, then laughed heartily. "This time you've broken through to the 4th star of the mirror-shattering stage. I'm sure Tianyuan City will surely take the lead this time." Li Yin's face broke into a relaxed smile. After consuming the elixir provided by his father, he had progressed from the 2nd star to the 4th star of the mirror-shattering stage in just a few days. He felt confident he could dominate the elite training camp. As for Su Hongxiao, despite not knowing how he had managed to amass 1,000,000 points, strength was the ultimate truth. Meanwhile, the remaining students also seemed to favor Li Yin. Although Su Hongxiao's achievements were astonishing, Li Yin was undeniably a genuine 4th star of the mirror-shattering stage powerhouse, the strongest among their cohort. Therefore, once they entered the elite training camp, as long as they stuck with Li Yin, they would undoubtedly fare well. In an instant, everyone gravitated towards Li Yin, crowding near him. Su Hongxiao, however, found himself seated only beside Lin Yuan and a girl next to her. This girl, named Wuxianovel, currently possessed strength at the first star of the mirror-shattering stage. Though she too wished to join Li Yan and the others, she held back her impulse out of respect for Lin Yuan and remained in her seat. Everything unfolded before Su Hongxiao's eyes, yet he remained unfazed. Once he entered the elite training camp, as long as Lin Yuan was untroubled, that was all that mattered. For he had already given his word to Director Lin. As for the others, they held little significance for him. Meanwhile, along the roads of Yuan City, 18 buses adorned with banners were in motion. Each vehicle was designated to transport just 10 students, amounting to 180 of this year's most exceptional talents from across the entire Hitian province. In this world, the rules governing martial examinations varied from city to city, tailored to the strongest students within each local academy. Thus, comparisons were largely futile. Despite Su Hongxiao having amassed 1,000,000 points during the martial examination in Tianyuan City, securing the top position not only in Tianyuan but also in the entire province, he would still face discrimination regarding regional differences and the varying levels of difficulty in these examinations. In Tianyuan City, the strongest contender during the martial examination was the 2-star broken mirror, Li Yan, resulting in the most formidable beast being set at the advanced 3rd tier. Conversely, this year's martial examination in Nanxing, due to a student named Lin Feng, who was a 4-star broken mirror, featured the strongest beast at the advanced 5th tier. It was entirely reasonable that Lin Feng failed to defeat the 5th tier beast. However, for the other prodigies from different regions, slaying the 3rd tier beast in Tianyuan City was a trivial feat. Their inability to accrue 1,000,000 points stemmed solely from time constraints and the discrepancies in examination difficulty. Consequently, many prodigies regarded the students from Tianyuan City with disdain. Ultimately, during the assessment, the quantity of beasts was equivalent. The points earned depended entirely on each student's individual effort and strength, leaving no room for claims of unfairness. In any case, the innate abilities of every student were undeniably genuine. Upon arriving here, regardless of whether they hailed from noble backgrounds or ordinary families, once they entered the elite training camp, it would be a matter of relying on their own capabilities. Peering through the bus window, Su Hongxiao observed the scenery outside as the vehicle sped away from the urban landscape, heading toward the mountainous region. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard whispers of an assessment taking place before entering the elite training camp. Chapter 40. The Overbearing Young Lady. Provocation. Could the assessment be held in the mountains? The thought ignited a fervor in Su Hongxiao's gaze. Ideally, it would involve combat with fierce beasts, allowing for the accumulation of more points. As the bus came to a gradual halt at the foot of a mountain, the open space was expansive. With armed soldiers stationed at each watchtower, Su Hongxiao disembarked alongside the others. Despite it being summer, the wind in the desolate mountains was brisk. Time passed slowly. With less than half an hour remaining until 7 in the evening, buses continued to arrive, each unloading students one after another. Soon, a total of 180 students gathered at the mountain's base, all on high alert toward the students from the outer city, as competition loomed in the air. Su Hongxiao's keen senses swept across the vicinity, quickly identifying several formidable students radiating powerful auras, even exceeding Li Yan's current strength. Earlier, upon boarding the bus, Su Hongxiao had sensed a change in Li Yan. However, he felt little astonishment, considering Li Yan was the son of the Martial Association president in Tianyuan City, blessed with abundant resources for growth. What astonished Su Hongxiao was the presence of several individuals among the crowd who surpassed Li Yan, each at least possessing the strength of a 5-star broken mirror. The remaining students were all of broken mirror caliber, with none below that threshold. The elite training camp indeed harbored hidden talents. Among them, the most intimidating was a young girl clad in a black butterfly gown, her youthful visage exuding an air of arrogance. She stood alone. Even her schoolmates dared not approach her. Observing this scene, someone expressed confusion. Who is this girl? Why does she seem so arrogant? Shoo, keep your voice down. A companion hurriedly covered the speaker's mouth. She is Feng Linger from Feng City. Terrifyingly powerful with a notorious temper. Be cautious, or you might find yourself incapacitated. I've never heard of Feng Linger from Feng City, the individual scoffed. Just then, a flash of cold light streaked through the crowd, swiftly embedding itself in the speaker's arm. A youthful, haughty voice rang out, meddling fool. I'll spare your life this time. But next, it might cost you your life. The individual, clutching their bleeding arm, let out a pained scream. As they reached for the knife lodged in their arm, it suddenly propelled itself away, hovering beside Feng Linger. With her arms crossed, she regarded the individual coldly. My dagger is not something your filthy hands can touch. The young man, a talented student who had reached 2-star broken mirror by 18 and was a figure of prominence at his school, felt his pride crumble. The speed of the dagger had left him no opportunity to react. Faced with the floating dagger beside Feng Linger, he swallowed any retorts he might have had. Witnessing this, the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back, acknowledging the sheer power and peculiarity of Feng Linger's telekinetic abilities. What an overbearing girl, murmured Wuxianovel. The girl standing next to Lin Yuan, unable to contain her thoughts. In a flash, the dagger beside Feng Linger vanished again. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as she caught sight of the incoming knife, but she was too late to shield One-Xin from its trajectory. One-Xin stood frozen in fear, unable to muster her energy in time against the rapidly approaching blade. Just as Su Hongxiao prepared to intervene, he noticed a figure springing into action. He chose to remain quietly beside Lin Yuan. As the dagger was about to pierce One-Xion's arm, a blazing knife light erupted. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the dagger was deflected, returning to Feng Linger's side. Only then did the crowd comprehend what had transpired. A flaming sword had appeared before One-Xion. Li Yin stepped forth, having shielded One-Xion from the dagger. The students from Tianyuan City gathered behind Li Yin, casting furious glares at the haughty girl. Are you looking to be the scapegoat? Feng Linger's disdainful gaze met Li Yan's. There's no need for hostility among us. As we are all here for the training camp and share no grudges, Li Yin replied with a charming smile. Don't you agree? Well, you aren't entirely unpleasant to look at, Feng Linger remarked, her pride still evident. However, you best silence her. If I hear another word from that noisy mouth, don't blame me for my ruthless dagger. Li Yin chuckled. Rest assured, the students from Tianyuan City are not ones to seek trouble. Feng Linger crossed her arms and raised her chin defiantly. Now that's more like it. The onlookers, witnessing the potential for conflict dissipate, felt a tinge of disappointment. They had anticipated a more thrilling spectacle. However, just then, another figure emerged. His imposing stature and the potent aura he emanated caused those nearby to instinctively retreat. Some students recognized him. He is Lei Long from Yang City. My goodness, he is quite the figure. Indeed, I heard that just 3 months ago. He was a 4-star broken mirror. He may have even broken through to 5 stars now. Impressive. In the presence of such a formidable monster, who among us in this elite training camp could possibly contend with him? The burly youth disregarded the murmurs of the crowd and strode confidently to Li Yin. His round eyes fixed upon him as he thundered. I am the Thunder Dragon of Yang City. I have heard that someone from your Tianyuan City has claimed 1,000,000 points. Could that person be you? Li Yin scrutinized the imposing figure before him, furrowing his brow in surprise. The vitality emanating from this individual surpassed even his own. Li Yin had believed that with his 4-star breaking mirror strength, he could easily dominate the others present. Yet, he was swiftly confronted with the reality of his misjudgment. At that moment, Shen Feng interjected, stepping forward to alleviate Li Yan's predicament. The person you speak of is not him. Oh, not him. The Thunder Dragon cast a sidelong glance at Shen Feng. Among all the students of Tianyuan City, aside from him, there are merely weaklings who have yet to reach 4-star breaking mirror. Could it be you? Shen Feng's expression darkened at the taunt, yet the Thunder Dragon's words rang true. Among their group, Li Yin was indeed the strongest. Just then, a student from Tianyuan City pointed towards Su Hongxiao. It is he. His name is Su Hongxiao. He is the one who has garnered 1,000,000 points for our Tianyuan City. Following the direction of the student's finger, the Thunder Dragon approached the tall figure of Su Hongxiao. Is what they say true, classmate Su? Su Hongxiao raised his head slightly, revealing his dark eyes, and calmly replied. It is I. The Thunder Dragon laughed haughtily. Huh? Look at your delicate frame. It's hard to believe you could achieve 1,000,000 points. It only underscores how pathetic the martial examination standards of Tianyuan City truly are. As he spoke, the Thunder Dragon's derisive gaze swept over the students of Tianyuan City, landing on Li Yin and Shen Feng, as he guffawed. And you lot, how utterly useless you are, allowing such a frail individual to surpass you and claim those 1,000,000 points. The crowd's anger ignited at the Thunder Dragon's insults, fists clenched and faces stern. However, none dared to voice their discontent in the face of his overwhelming presence. Though Li Yin felt the heat of fury, he also recognized that any confrontation would likely lead to humiliation. Who are you calling useless? Lin Yuan interjected, stepping protectively in front of Su Hongxiao. Her gaze icy as she faced the Thunder Dragon without fear. Among you, who else has secured 1,000,000 points? You cannot even achieve what he has. So what right do you have to disparage him? The Thunder Dragon, observing the noble demeanor of the young woman before him, chuckled derisively as he raised his fist. Simply put, my fists are harder than yours. He then glared at Lin Yuan, warning, while I do not strike women, you would do well to step aside. Lin Yuan stood her ground, her own energy surging as she coolly responded, what do you intend to do? The Thunder Dragon turned his attention to the tall youth behind Lin Yuan. I merely wish to witness the prowess of this genius who has claimed 1,000,000 points. He then cast a disdainful glance at Su Hongxiao. Are you merely going to hide behind a woman? At that moment, Su Hongxiao felt a surge of irritation. For reasons unknown, the image of Xian Yu kept intruding upon his thoughts, exacerbating his agitation. Determined to silence the boisterous Thunder Dragon, he resolved to bring him to the ground in mere seconds. However, just as he prepared to act, Lin Yuan intervened, concerned for his well-being. Seeing Lin Yuan before him, Su Hongxiao offered a resigned smile, deciding it was best to wait until the assessment began to reveal his true capabilities. Lin Yuan, her eyes fixed on the Thunder Dragon, declared, the assessment has yet to commence. If you possess any true skill, prove it in the competition rather than flaunting your bravado here. The Thunder Dragon paused, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's assertiveness, before laughing heartily. Ah, I see you're quite concerned for that boy. What is your relationship with him? Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she retorted coldly, he is my classmate. Is that a problem? The Thunder Dragon, increasingly intrigued by the unyielding beauty before him, remarked, you certainly pique my interest. Rest assured, I will look out for you during the assessment, but once it concludes, you may find it difficult to see him again. Ha ha ha. With that, the Thunder Dragon shot a piercing glance at the crowd, declaring, I have made myself exceedingly clear. This young lady is under my protection once the assessment begins. You would do well to keep your distance, lest you feel the wrath of my fists. The forceful proclamation sent a ripple of unease through the crowd, and no one dared to speak further, fully aware of the Thunder Dragon's formidable prowess. Though Lin Yuan detested the Thunder Dragon's arrogance, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. His overwhelming presence had been daunting. As the Thunder Dragon turned away with a sneer at Hongxiao, the onlookers began to believe that he was merely a figure of empty reputation. After all, he had claimed 1,000,000 points. Yet he seemed to embody the very inadequacy that the Thunder Dragon had described, just another weakling hiding behind a woman. At that moment, to all present, Hongxiao appeared to be nothing more than a coward unwilling to retaliate. Even Lin Yuan's close friend, Xin, regarded him with disdain, considering him a disgrace to Tianyuan City for his silence in the face of such derision. Unbeknownst to the crowd, high above them, a graceful figure with icy eyes observed the unfolding drama below. Hongxiao sensed something amiss and abruptly looked up, only to see the dark clouds and the luminous moonlight. Why do I feel such an inexplicable familiarity? He murmured to himself, shaking his head in resignation. After all, this was a person who commanded respect from even the likes of Xiang Tianyu. How could she possibly linger here to watch him in the training camp? Hongxiao paid little heed to the taunts of others. Before the training camp concluded, he would ensure they understood who the true sovereign of this realm was. As the Thunder Dragon surveyed the cowering crowd, he burst into a raucous laugh. Suddenly, a more arrogant voice pierced the air. Heh, who do you think you are to command me, Fenglinger? The previously haughty young woman spoke with even greater defiance. Let me make it clear, wherever I, Fenglinger, stand, you worthless creatures are to bow your heads and know your place. The Thunder Dragon halted, narrowing his eyes at Fenglinger. Others may fear your flying daggers, but I, Thunder Dragon, do not. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? In response, 10 gleaming flying daggers shot forth from Fenglinger's side, and she disdainfully regarded the Thunder Dragon. What? Do you wish to test whether my daggers are harder than your body? The muscles of the Thunder Dragon surged with power, his formidable energy unfurling. The assembled students recoiled in fear, not wanting to be caught in the ensuing conflict. Lin Yuan, caring little for the opinions of others, seized Hongxiao's hand and retreated to safety. In the open space, the Thunder Dragon's eyes burned with the spirit of battle. I have long heard tales of the Feng family's heiress being insufferably arrogant. I did not anticipate it to this extent. Today, I, Thunder Dragon, shall teach you a lesson so you may understand that there is always someone stronger. Humph, what kind of worthless fool are you to presume to instruct me? Fenglinger retorted, her face flushed with anger as the 10 flying daggers danced around her. The surrounding students, witnessing this spectacle, stepped back once more, fearful of being swept into this unwarranted calamity. Yet, 2 individuals stood transfixed, intrigued by the unfolding drama. One of them was a dashing youth clad in white, a smile playing upon his lips as he observed the scene. Another figure, clad in purple garments and adorned with a sinister smile, was a young man. Lei Long fixed his gaze upon Fenglinger, declaring, "Let us see you lie prostrate on the ground." In an instant, Lei Long's form transformed into a blur as he swiftly approached Fenglinger. Yet, Fenglinger had long since lost her patience. The 10 flying daggers hovering beside her surged forth in a flash. Stop! At that moment, a thunderous roar imbued with overwhelming vitality reverberated through the heavens, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Even the rapidly advancing Lei Long found himself abruptly rooted to the spot. Chapter 42. Once again, they are here. Initial points. Assessment tasks. I must teach him a lesson. No one shall impede me. In defiance of the warning, the arrogant Fenglinger still intended to strike. However, before the floating daggers could be unleashed, they were enshrouded by a terrifying aura of vitality, rendering them motionless in midair. At this juncture, Fenglinger glared furiously ahead, but her haughty expression soon tempered into calm composure. Upon seeing the 2 powerful officers approaching with measured strides, she realized that she would no longer have the opportunity to reprimand that young man. I shall spare him this time. Return my daggers. Following Fenglinger's command, the man finally withdrew the overwhelming force of vitality. Once the daggers regained their autonomy, Fenglinger was able to retrieve them. Hongxiao observed the scene with keen interest. To wield vitality to such an extent, one must at least possess the strength of the Moonshatter realm. In contrast, the vitality projection of those in the Mountain Suppression realm typically extends no further than 9 meters. Yet, those of the Moonshatter realm can project it over distances of dozens, even hundreds of meters, to suppress external entities with formidable power. Look, Su, Isn't that Colonel Song and Major Qin? Lin Yuan's voice broke through, prompting Su Hongxiao to glance over, stunned. Indeed, the two figures who had suddenly appeared before the crowd were none other than the examiners from the martial examination. Why are they here again? Observing the strikingly confident Song Ryun alongside the besotted Qin Jun, Su Hongxiao muttered under his breath, pondering the significance of their presence. Previously, they had been the examiners for the martial examination in Tianyuan City, and now they were encountered again in this elite training camp held in the provincial capital. At the forefront of the gathering stood two figures, commanding attention and respect. All the students promptly formed an orderly line, standing at attention, dressed in immaculate emerald military uniforms. Song Ryun surveyed the assembled group with satisfaction, her gaze ultimately resting on Su Hongxiao. I am your chief instructor for this training camp, and my name is Song Ryun. You may address me as Instructor Song. Beside me is the deputy instructor for this elite training camp, Qin Jun. She continued. You are all elite students selected from the 18 cities of Tianhe province. This training camp has been established to further refine your elite status. Pausing for a moment, Song Ryun's voice took on a serious tone as she addressed the group. However, to officially join the elite training camp, you must pass the most rigorous assessment. Only those who succeed in this evaluation will be entitled to the resources available in the true elite training camp. Upon hearing this, the elite students became solemn, listening intently. Prior to their arrival, they had heard tales from their families or schools regarding the brutality they would face here. Nonetheless, some students were filled with excitement and anticipation. For the training resources promised to be exceptionally abundant and alluring. It was said that every cohort graduating from this camp experienced monumental growth in a remarkably short time. Observing the group brimming with ambition, Song Ryun's eyes sparkled with delight. She nodded at Qin Jun, who quickly instructed the soldiers to distribute smart wristbands to each student. The students, puzzled, stared at the wristbands displaying the number 100, unsure of their purpose. Upon noticing the number 100 on Lin Yuan's wristband, Su Hongxiao was taken aback. His wristband displayed the staggering figure of 10,000 points. What is the meaning of this? At that moment, Song Ryun announced, Next, I shall disclose the entry assessment tasks for your camp. Pay close attention, as I shall only explain this once. The number displayed on your wristbands represents your initial living expenses for the next 3 months. In the training camp, all your needs, including sustenance and cultivation resources, will be dependent on these points. As for how to earn points after passing the assessment, that is a matter for those who remain to learn. Currently, most of you have an initial score of 100. Should this number dwindle to 0, congratulations, you will have successfully been eliminated. Upon hearing this, the students hastily secured their wristbands around their wrists. However, one student inquired, Instructor Song, what does it mean that most have an initial score of 100? We shall discuss that later, she replied, raising her hand to point towards the mountainous region in the distance. Your next assessment task is to survive in that mountainous area, covering an expanse of 100,000 square meters, until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You must return here with no less than 10 points to pass the assessment and become official members of the training camp. At this moment, a student asked in confusion, Instructor Song, what does it mean to maintain no less than 10 points? Will we lose points upon entering the mountains? That is an excellent question, Song Ryun replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Within the mountainous region, you may engage in point theft from one another, provided it is consensual. As for how to persuade others to consent, that is for you to ponder. Moreover, each individual may only steal 10 points from the same person at a time. To continue stealing, you must target a different individual. Conversely, those from whom points are stolen may reclaim them from other students. This process will continue until 6 o'clock in the morning, and we shall not intervene in your endeavors. It is a test of your capabilities. Should a student fail to steal from others and be consecutively robbed by 10 individuals, their points will reduce to 0, resulting in immediate elimination. Therefore, students who wish to avoid elimination must safeguard their points. Song Ryun's gaze lingered on Su Hongxiao for a moment, a smile of intrigue playing on her lips. Next, those whose names I call will step forward. Lei Long from Yang City, Feng Linger from Feng City, Lin Feng from Nan City, Lu Zhun from Fog City, and Su Hongxiao from Tianyuan City. Upon hearing Instructor Song's voice, the 4 individuals positioned at the forefront of the 180 students stepped forward to stand behind her. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. What could this mean? Most students had heard of the prowess of these 4, yet they questioned Su Hongxiao's worthiness to stand among them. Just moments ago, he had been a reticent waste, and now he was deemed worthy to join these paragons of excellence? As the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, stunned by the unfolding events, they pondered the implications. Chapter 43. Does he deserve it? A challenge. A single strike. The shock of the crowd. What does this signify? Lei Long, Feng Linger, Lin Feng, and Lu Zhun are all top-tier powerhouses. What place does Su Hongxiao hold among them? How can he be worthy? Indeed, just moments ago, he did not even dare to utter a word in the face of threat. Why would Instructor Song call his name? Who knows? Let us wait and see what Instructor Song has to say. Before long, the 4 figures had reached the forefront of the assembly. It was evident that they were already familiar with one another, each maintaining a watchful vigilance of the others. Apart from Feng Ling, the one whom Lei Long paid the most attention to were the two individuals by his side, Lin Feng from Nancheng and Lu Zhen from Wuchang. Feng Linger possessed a formidable and enigmatic telekinetic ability, while Lu Zhen excelled in the art of peculiar poisons. As for Lin Feng, he was a wind attribute practitioner whose speed reached its zenith. It appeared that all three of them were at the 5-star broken mirror level. In their pursuit of securing the top position in the elite training camp, these three represented the greatest obstacles. This sentiment was not unique to Lei Long. The other two shared similar thoughts, except for the arrogantly indifferent Feng Linger, who regarded those around her as nothing more than a bunch of worthless individuals. In her eyes, none of her peers could possibly merit her attention. As for Su Hongxiao, he was not even on the radar of the four. Neither his reputation nor his strength warranted consideration. Observing the four who had already positioned themselves beside Song Ryun and Qin Jun, Su Hongxiao felt a sense of bewilderment. However, since his name had been called, he approached without hesitation. Su, please be careful, came Lin Yuan's worried voice. Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly, assuring her, do not worry. As he emerged from the crowd, his calm demeanor elicited scornful laughter from those around him. A mere wastrel, yet he feigned composure. Song Ryun noted the expressions of the crowd and displayed a knowing smile. These individuals were unaware of Su Hongxiao's true capabilities. As the proctor of the martial examination in Tianyuan City, she was acutely aware. This time, she was eager to discover whether Su Hongxiao would serve as a whetstone or the sole shining blade. Once the five had aligned themselves, Song Ryun addressed the assembly. The 5 individuals standing before you begin with an initial score of 10,000 points. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. What does 10,000 points signify? On what grounds? Instructor Song, why is this the case? Yes, why do they begin with 10,000 points? A wave of discontent swept through the remaining 170 participants. At that moment, Song Ryun cast a glance at Qin Jun, understanding her cue. Qin Jun unleashed a surge of energy, enveloping the area in an oppressive silence. Satisfied, Song Ryun fixed her gaze upon the assembly with a serious expression. If any of you are dissatisfied, I can offer you an opportunity. You may send forth one student to challenge any of the 5, and if that student emerges victorious, the 10,000 initial points will be divided among you. Instantaneously, excitement coursed through the crowd, all eyes turning towards Su Hongxiao. After all, in their estimation, he was undoubtedly the easiest target to defeat. Observing the fervent gazes directed at him, Su Hongxiao silently regarded Song Ryun, realizing her intentions were quite transparent. It seemed that these individuals were all too aware of the prowess of the other 4 and likely wouldn't dare challenge them. Hence, they would inevitably seek to confront him. What was this woman scheming? I shall volunteer. Before Song Ryun could finish her statement, someone leaped forward. Casting a disdainful glance at Su Hongxiao, he declared, We've all heard of the other 4, but who is this Su Hongxiao? Does he even deserve to stand alongside Lu Zhen from Wuchang? At that moment, a student from Lu Zhen's school stepped forward. Song Ryun regarded the student. Please introduce yourself. The student raised his chin, looking down upon Su Hongxiao with contempt. I hail from Wuchang First High. My name is Gao Chun, and I am at the 2-star broken mirror level. Song Ryun watched the scene with an amused smile, then turned serious as she addressed the others. This student Gao has requested to challenge Su Hongxiao. Do you have any objections? The crowd, observing the confidently assertive Gao Chun, deemed his 2-star prowess more than sufficient to deal with a mere wastrel. Soon, they chorused loudly. We have no objections. Excellent. Song Ryun remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips as she turned to Su Hongxiao. Do you accept the challenge? Or will you concede and forfeit the points? Su Hongxiao glanced at the points displayed on his smart wristband. Although he was uncertain of Song Ryun's ulterior motives, he was not one to dismiss an opportunity for 10,000 points. Raising his chin slightly, he met Gao Chen's gaze with calm, dark eyes. I accept. Step back. Upon her command, Song Ryun cleared a space in the arena. In the cleared area, Su Hongxiao and Gao Chun faced each other, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. Once they were ready, Song Ryun crossed her arms over her broad chest and announced, Let the duel commence. Gao Chen sneered at Su Hongxiao. Kid, I can give you a 3 count. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, followed by a figure soaring through the air before landing 10 meters away, unconscious. How ridiculous. Su Hongxiao cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound, his arrogant visage now imbued with tranquility. Silence enveloped the arena as the onlookers stared in disbelief at the figure sprawled on the ground. What had just transpired? For a moment, the space was shrouded in utter quietude. The 4 companions of Lei Long, who had initially regarded the situation with disdain, now adopted a vigilant demeanor. To their astonishment, Su Hongxiao's speed had taken them by surprise. Not only the students, but even Song Ryun and Qin Jun were equally taken aback. Their astonishment did not stem from Su Hongxiao's victory over Gao Chun. After all, he had previously defeated a high-tier beast with ease. Making short work of a 2-star student was hardly surprising. What truly astonished Song Ryun and Qin Jun was the apparent increase in Su Hongxiao's strength within a mere week. What manner of monster was he? Standing in the arena, Su Hongxiao raised his gaze to Song Ruiyun, his tone neither cold nor warm. Instructor Song, may we declare the results? Regaining her composure, Song Ruiyun's gaze fell upon the tall figure in the arena. Her eyes landed on his youthful visage, which now bore an expression of icy defiance. Surprise, she announced, her voice ringing. The victor is Su Hongxiao. With the pronouncement echoing throughout the arena, the crowd snapped back to reality from their earlier stupor. Now, their gazes towards Su Hongxiao flickered with an enigmatic brilliance, transforming from initial scorn and derision to profound awe. To defeat a 2-star broken mirror opponent with a single move, what level of strength could accomplish such a feat? 3-star? 4-star? They realized they could not fathom Su Hongxiao's true capabilities. Initially, no one had sensed a hint of his formidable vitality, assuming he was merely a lowly waste. While grappling with their astonishment, an underlying question lingered. If he were this formidable, why had he appeared so timid in response to Lei Long's taunts? Was it fear? Or sheer indifference? No one could provide a clear answer. However, even though Su Hongxiao had triumphed, many speculated that Gao Chen's carelessness played a significant role in the outcome. After all, Gao Chen had not anticipated an attack and had been caught off guard. Indeed, it was his overconfidence that had led to his downfall. Swiftly, the crowd found solace in their reasoning. Paying no heed to their conjectures, Su Hongxiao calmly returned to his previous position, observing the defiant, unbothered expression on his face. Qin Jun regarded him with admiration. Allowing this young man to serve as a sharpening stone would likely leave the other students severely shaken. Song Ruiyun clapped her hands, bringing everyone's attention back. She surveyed the crowd and slowly declared, now that the examination has commenced, you may still seize the points from these 5 individuals. As long as you possess this capability, you can seize 1,000 points from their grasp each time, while their quintet can only manage to snatch a mere 10 points from you. Do you all comprehend what I have articulated? Instructor Song, we understand. Haha. This is truly splendid. Upon hearing Song Ruiyun's words, a surge of excitement erupted among the students, including those prodigies with 3 and 4 stars in the Broken Mirror realm. Their attention was wholly diverted to Su Hongxiao. Although he had effortlessly defeated the 2-star Broken Mirror genius Gao Chen, the 3-star and 4-star prodigies believed they could achieve the same. If they could wrest points from Su Hongxiao, they would directly gain 1,000 points. This was undeniably a swifter route than taking points from others. As the saying goes, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. Another adage states, one must choose the soft persimmon to squeeze. Presently, Su Hongxiao, with his immense points, was the only soft persimmon among the 5. Observing the eager crowd fixated on Su Hongxiao below, a smile danced in Song Ruiyun's eyes. This was precisely the outcome she desired. At that moment, she turned her gaze to the 5. You 5 may also plunder from one another. Once you enter the back mountains, there will be no rules, understood? Lei Long was the first to laugh heartily, exclaiming, Instructor Song, Lei Long comprehends. Feng Linger clapped her hands in delight. How utterly fascinating. In her eyes, the remaining 178 individuals were all her prey. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Song Ruiyun's expression suddenly turned serious. I have made the examination rules for entering the camp abundantly clear. Lastly, let me reiterate. Once you enter the mountainous region behind, life and death are fated. Even if you encounter peril, our instructors will not intervene. Do you all understand? Upon hearing this, the faces of some weaker students instantly paled. However, now that they had come this far, none wished to retreat easily. All were driven by the aspiration to enter the elite training camp and enhance their abilities. If they fled before the examination even commenced, they would not only face contempt from their peers, but also disdain from their families and neighbors. With this in mind, everyone resolutely decided, we would rather die than suffer humiliation. Su Hongxiao stroked his chin, contemplating. Life and death are fated, implying that fatal battles could occur in the back mountains, with no regard for those who perish. Indeed, how ruthless. Song Ruiyun gazed at the pensive crowd. If anyone feels fear, do not feel ashamed. You may raise your hand now, and I will have someone escort you away. Instructor Song, we will never back down, they proclaimed. Indeed, we would rather die than be dishonored. We shall never act as cowards. The crowd erupted in a roar, seemingly venting their suppressed emotions. Witnessing this scene, Song Ruiyun and Qin Jun exchanged knowing smiles. Silence, since none of you have chosen to leave. The examination is about to commence. However, before we begin, you must press your fingerprints on the voluntary instruments. This way, even if you truly perish in the mountains, your families and factions cannot hold anyone accountable, nor can they seek vengeance for you. Do you all understand? After a moment of silence, the crowd responded firmly. Instructor Song, we understand. Since we have chosen to come here, we shall not fear or evade. Song Ruiyun nodded slightly, and Qin Jun immediately instructed the soldiers to proceed. Soon, the soldiers produced 179 instruments and approached each student. As Lei Long led the way in pressing his fingerprint, an increasing number of students followed suit. Su Hongxiao looked at the precise instrument presented by the soldier, and without a hint of hesitation, he pressed his fingerprint. The soldier beside Lin Yuan had already taken the recording device and departed. She watched Su Hongxiao ahead, worried for him. After all, he had become the target of everyone. all eager to seize the points in his possession. However, Lin Yuan was resolute. She would help him through this crisis. Throughout the week, with the aid of her father, Lin Langtao, she had successfully elevated her realm to 3 stars in the Broken Mirror, coupled with her S-grade talent and mastery of advanced skills. Lin Yuan believed she could indeed assist Su Hongxiao. Most importantly, as long as he was with her, she would not fear. This peculiar sensation within her was inexplicable. Soon, aside from Gao Chun from Mist City, who had been carried away, the remaining 179 individuals had pressed their fingerprints on the voluntary instruments. Very well. Song Riyun clapped her hands, and the iron gate at the entrance to the back mountain swung open. The time was precisely 7 o'clock in the evening. Within 1 minute. I do not wish to see any of you lingering in place. As Song Riyun's voice faded, students immediately sprang into action. Those who entered first could secure advantageous positions to ambush or flee far away, carrying their 100 points, waiting for dawn to return and complete the examination. Those who entered later would find it far easier to become prey. Chapter 45. Acting alone, each by their own means. The strongest among them, Lei Long, Feng Linger, Lin Feng, and Lu Zhun, had already vanished from sight. Su Hongxiao observed the departing figure of Lu Zhun from Mist City, feeling an uncanny resemblance to that treacherous youth encountered in the wasteland last time. At that moment, Lin Yuan approached Su Hongxiao's side. Classmate Su, shall we go together? Just as Su Hongxiao was about to respond, Wuxianovel beside Lin Yuan interjected. Xiao Yuan, classmate Su possesses 10,000 points. Everyone seeks to snatch points from him, and being with him would be perilous. Lin Yuan, displeased, retorted, Wuxianovel, how can you say that? It was classmate Su who saved us last time. We cannot abandon him just because we fear trouble. Wuxianovel, taken aback by Lin Yuan's displeasure, found herself at a loss for words. Su Hongxiao, unfazed by Wuxionov's comment, remained indifferent, for they were not well acquainted. However, he also had no intention of joining them, given that most individuals were focused on him. It would be safer for Lin Yuan if she did not accompany him. Lin Yuan, you should go with Wuxianovel. After all, being with me is quite dangerous. Wuxianovel immediately added, yes, Xiao Yuan, we can join Li Yin and the others. It would be better to have support. Lin Yuan disregarded Wuxianovel and turned to Su Hongxiao, concerned, what about you? Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly, do not worry, they cannot harm me. By 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will definitely return to this place. Trust me. Observing Su Hongxiao's confident demeanor, Lin Yuan hesitated. Classmate Lin, Su is correct. Following him may instead become a burden. At that moment, Li Yin approached, his cheerful demeanor shining through. You and Wuxianovel should join us. With your S-grade support ability, our Tianyuan City students will surely prevail. As everyone extended their invitations, Lin Yuan turned to Su Hongxiao, seeking his opinion. Su Hongxiao glanced at Li Yin. Although he did not know the young man's character well, he assumed he would not harm someone from his own city. After all, if Lin Yuan were eliminated, they would lose a vital asset once they entered the training camp. Moreover, Lin Yuan's S-grade support capability would far surpass what those with A-grade talents could offer in a team battle. With this thought in mind, Su Hongxiao looked at Lin Yuan. It's fine, you should go with them. Li Yin is currently at 4 stars in the Broken Mirror realm. And with your S-grade support ability, you can even contend against 5-star students if necessary. At this moment, Li Yin turned his gaze towards Su Hongxiao and remarked, Classmate Su, you carry a bounty of 10,000 points. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot extend an invitation for you to join our team. It would create complications for everyone involved. Xin Feng and others from Tianyuan City approached as well. Su Hongxiao regarded Li Yin and the others, nodding in understanding. You are correct. I comprehend the reasoning behind your words. I shall proceed alone, but I hope you all can unite and support one another once you enter the mountains. Li Yin smiled and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, if we from the same city do not stand together, we will inevitably be bullied by others once we enter the training camp. Su Hongxiao acknowledged this with a nod before turning towards the entrance of the mountainous region. At that moment, the hesitant Lin Yuan suddenly raised her head, calling out to Su Hongxiao's retreating figure, please be cautious. We shall regroup here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Su Hongxiao paused, slightly tilting his head with a gentle smile as he replied, I will. With that, he no longer hesitated, propelling himself swiftly towards the back mountain's entrance. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to solitude and preferred not to travel with too many companions. Now he found himself treated as a litmus test by Song Riyun. Or more bluntly, a sharpening stone. Song Riyun had intentionally made him a tool for others, particularly the strongest four among them. Although Su Hongxiao felt a twinge of anger, he remained rational. It was evident that Song Riyun's disdain stemmed from his F-grade lightning elemental talent. However, he dismissed the thought. This time, Su Hongxiao would dazzle her with his abilities, making her realize that he would never become the useless sharpening stone she envisioned. Currently, Song Riyun had endowed him with substantial points to draw attention from others. Su Hongxiao understood this clearly. Nevertheless, this also alleviated his concern for Lin Yuan and the others. After all, Lin Yuan had reached the 3rd star of the Broken Mirror realm, complemented by her formidable S-grade support capabilities. Alongside Li Yin, who had attained the 4th star. and Shun Feng at the second star, they would likely face little danger as long as they did not encounter students of the caliber of Lei Long or Feng Linger. Once Su Hongxiao's silhouette vanished completely into the rear mountains, Li Yin observed the dwindling crowd in the square and promptly led his companions into the fray. Surviving the night would equate to passing the test. Soon, Su Hongxiao's figure darted through the dense forest of the rear mountains. This was a vast mountainous region with a complex terrain where 200 individuals entered, akin to fish in the ocean, all disappearing without a trace. Not long after the group entered the mountains, tension escalated. Some more aggressive students began forming teams to hunt for stragglers, while others banded together, hiding in positions with a clear line of sight, searching for Su Hongxiao's presence. After all, the points he possessed were exceedingly tempting. Meanwhile, those students at the second star of the Broken Mirror realm and below frantically fled into the distance. Clearly, anyone capable of swiftly defeating a second star student like Gao Chen indicated that Su Hongxiao must possess at least the strength of a third star. In a military tent set up in the open space, Song Ryun and Qin Jun watched the unfolding events on the monitor. Apart from the small squares on the edges, the enormous central screen displayed 5 conspicuous boxes showcasing the names of the 5 individuals who had just been singled out. In a brief span, Lin Feng had acquired the points of these 5 individuals without inflicting serious harm. Qin Jun focused on one segment of the screen, observing a young man in white who had just subdued 5 individuals, each losing 10 points from their wristbands. Lin Feng from Nanqing, with his A-grade wind elemental talent, moved with a speed rivaling that of a 7-star talent. Song Ryun nodded approvingly. Indeed, however, the other participants should not be underestimated. At that moment, the screen displayed Lei Long, who single-handedly thwarted a team of 10. Despite their attempts to resist, the 3 strongest among them were swiftly incapacitated by Lei Long's punches, causing the rest to scatter in panic. This highlighted that while forming teams had its advantages, encountering stronger opponents could lead to complete annihilation. Qin Jun suddenly turned his attention to one of the boxes, his brow furrowing slightly as he coldly remarked, "This boy from Wuxing employs excessively ruthless tactics." Chapter 46. Ambushed. Get down. On the massive screen, within one of the 5 central boxes, a boy clad in purple casually discarded a defeated student. The fallen student appeared to be poisoned, writhing in agony. His lips had turned a purplish-black hue, and his arms were grotesquely contorted, evidently broken. Noticing the points on the wristband, Lu Jiu sneered at the struggling figure on the ground and chillingly remarked, "Enjoy the sensation of the toxin coursing through your veins. Few get to experience such a feeling." With that, Lu Jiu's figure vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a booming sound echoed from above. Zhou Qi from Pingcheng has lost combat capability and has been eliminated. Everyone froze in shock, taken aback by how swiftly someone had lost their ability to compete and been eliminated. This development heightened the vigilance of the remaining participants. This boy's methods are truly venomous. Qin Jun's handsome features darkened. Although the primary goal of the elite training camp was to cultivate talent, it was certainly not to nurture those with malevolent hearts. Yet, as the examination was stated to have no rules, there was no recourse if someone were to be severely injured or even perish, unless the rules were violated. Song Ryun responded calmly, "This is the nature of the elite training camp's regulations. However, it seems that the student is not dead. Let someone carry him out for assistance." Qin Jun immediately exited the tent, dispatching personnel to the rear mountains. The intelligent wristbands not only displayed points, but also had a positioning function. Upon detecting a student unable to continue fighting, immediate rescue would be prioritized. After all, these students possessed above-average talents, and it was not a matter of simply abandoning them. On the screen, a girl clad in a black butterfly dress strolled through the rear mountains, appearing as though she were in her own backyard. At that moment, a hapless student had just spotted Feng Linger and, before he could flee, was surrounded by 10 flying daggers. "Please, don't kill me," he pleaded, collapsing to the ground in terror. Feng Linger leisurely approached, her hands clasped behind her back, grinning. "Then, hand over your points." The student nodded frantically. After seeing the additional points on her wristband, Feng Linger continued to stroll forward, leaving the stunned student behind. Observing this scene, Song Ryun's mind began to formulate a rigorous training regimen for these individuals once the assessment concluded. Just then, her eyes brightened with intrigue. "Mysterious little fellow. Let me see what you will do next." In the rear mountains, Su Hongxiao perched atop a tree trunk several dozen meters high. A slight smirk graced his lips as he softly declared, "No need to hide. Come out." Suddenly, a swift, icy glimmer shot towards him. However, it was not Feng Linger's blade, but rather an arrow. Whoosh! The fierce projectile hurtled towards Su Hongxiao's thigh. It was evident that the ambushers had no intention of killing him. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to impart a lesson. Otherwise, people would believe him to be an easy target, leading to greater complications once they entered the training camp. Bang! The branch beneath Su Hongxiao snapped, propelling him towards the source of the arrow. Since they all sought to plunder his points, Su Hongxiao saw no reason to extend courtesy to these individuals. Hiss! From the thick foliage 100 meters high, a startled exclamation suddenly pierced the air. We will intercept him. You continue the ranged assault. Another voice echoed swiftly, accompanied by a rapid flurry of movement. In a surge of urgency, Hongxiao brandished his thunderblade, striking fiercely into the dense branches ahead. Bang! As the blade cleaved through the foliage. The sound of clashing iron rang out. Almost immediately, a figure was propelled backward. After repelling one assailant, the wind whooshed beside him, and without turning his head, Hongxiao wielded his blade in a rapid strike to the left. Bang! Another crisp collision resonated under the moonlight. The individual, clearly taken aback by the sheer might of Hongxiao's strike, was sent sprawling away. After fending off two adversaries, Hongxiao swiftly darted behind a massive tree. Just as an arrow pierced the trunk, its sharp point glinting ominously, halting mere inches from him. 3 individuals. Hongxiao quickly assessed their numbers. Of these 3, the archer was at the 3-star mirror breaker level, while the other 2 were both 4-star mirror breakers. Otherwise, his prior strikes would have incapacitated them. At that moment, a rush of wind surged toward him. Hongxiao instinctively positioned his thunderblade behind him. Clang! The sharp sound of impact erupted from behind, prompting Hongxiao to whirl around, executing a lightning-fast kick. Boom! The assailant, unable to retract his sword in time, could only brace himself with his knee. The collision of their legs unleashed a tempest that severed the surrounding branches. The expression on the assailant's face shifted to one of terror as he stared into Hongxiao's calm, dark eyes. What kind of power is this? Get down! Hongxiao barked, channeling strength into his leg, propelling the opponent through the air. The young man could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a giant tree, spitting blood as he plummeted to the ground. In that moment, he realized that Hongxiao was far beyond the 3 or 4-star mirror breaker level. Damn it! Hongxiao must be at least a 5-star mirror breaker. Witnessing this spectacle, the other 2 instantly grasped the reality of the situation. Hongxiao had been feigning weakness. They immediately sought to escape. However, Hongxiao would not let them off so easily. Though their points were minimal, they had engaged him. And there was always a price to pay. In a mere blink, he seized one of them and returned to the ground with a flourish. Casting a glance at the young man who had just risen, Hongxiao carelessly tossed him back to the earth. Surveying the trio now huddled together, Hongxiao swiftly pilfered 10 points from their wristbands. These students were largely from prestigious backgrounds and possessed considerable strength, while Hongxiao felt no fear. He had no intention of eliminating them. Although eliminating gifted individuals would yield system points, this was merely an assessment for talented students within the province. Moreover, since the earlier arrow had only aimed for his thigh, he merely rated their points without overly troubling them. After securing the points, Hongxiao vanished into the depths of the forest. After all, his 10,000 points would likely suffice for 3 months, with other students starting with only 100 points. If they could manage with that, then Hongxiao had no cause for concern. With this thought, he concealed his presence using the 9 heavens' divine thunder and swiftly navigated through the thicket. At that moment, Hongxiao sensed something amiss. The dense forest on the back mountain was vast, and as time passed, the students became increasingly scattered, retreating to more remote and concealed areas. Consequently, it became exceedingly difficult for the stronger students to find prey. Yet, if this continued, the assessment would lose its challenge and intrigue. Hongxiao moved rapidly, his eyes scanning for something. There had to be something hidden within this back mountain. Otherwise, the assessment would lack significance. Chapter 47, Treasure Chest. A surge of excitement. Time passed until midnight, the moonlight sparse. Hongxiao had not encountered anyone further. Just then, a multitude of bright, intelligent drones appeared in the high skies above the back mountain. Those hiding in the mountainous terrain immediately adopted a vigilant stance, glancing upward. At that moment, Instructor Song's voice resonated like a tidal wave throughout the valley, capturing everyone's attention. Talents. Within this back mountain, there are numerous caverns, each containing a treasure chest. However, only 50 of these caverns hold a treasure chest. If you can locate one of these treasure chests and acquire its contents, you may return to the clearing without waiting until 6 in the morning, thus passing the assessment. Lastly, I must warn you that fierce beasts guard the treasure chests within the caverns. Upon hearing this announcement, excitement surged among the crowd. With 6 hours remaining until dawn, those of weaker strength had been on edge. However, this news invigorated them. 50 treasure chests within the caverns. Securing even one item from a treasure chest would guarantee passage. The guarding beasts were of little concern. They did not believe that Instructor Song would place high-tier 4 or 5-star beasts within the caverns. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to retrieve the items unscathed. As the brilliance in the sky faded, darkness enveloped the forest once more, illuminated only by faint moonlight. From above, many figures swiftly sprang into action. Perched on a branch, Hongxiao immediately set off. The caverns must be located near the mountains. However, if everyone flocked to the cavernous areas, it would become far easier to encounter other students. What a clever scheme by Song Ruoyun. Nevertheless, Hongxiao did not dismiss this news. Finding a treasure chest early would facilitate a swift passage. After all, 6 hours could be considered neither long nor short. With this thought, Hongxiao propelled himself downward, his figure shooting forth like a bolt of lightning, darting swiftly among the sturdy branches. Meanwhile, Lei Long had just seized the points from 3 individuals when he heard Instructor Song's words, his bright, copper bell-like eyes sparkling with excitement. This was an excellent opportunity to harvest points. He immediately sped toward the mountainous region. Lin Feng from South City followed suit, moving with remarkable speed, leaving only fleeting shadows in his wake. As for Feng Linger and Lu Jiao, they would not let this opportunity slip by either. The items within those treasure chests could prove invaluable in their future training camps. After all, while Instructor Song had not specified the nature of the items within the chests, they were undoubtedly useful. It was unlikely they were merely basic passage items. In an instant, all the assessment students within the mountainous area sprang into action. Some formed teams of 2 or 3, while others banded into groups of 4 or 6. Among the largest groups were Lin Yuan and Li Yan. Since entering this mountainous region, the 9 of them had remained inseparable, with Li Yan at 4-star Mirror Breaker level and Lin Yuan at 3-star Mirror Breaker level. Their S-class support abilities made them largely untouchable. Earlier, 2 4-star Mirror Breaker students had attempted to confront them but were swiftly dealt with by Li Yan. Bolstered by Lin Yuan's support, the 9 of them collectively seized the points from the 2, leaving them with a mere 10 points as they fled in disgrace. In this scene, the 2 individuals within the military tent could not help but laugh. Colonel Song mused that Lin Yuan's S-rank support ability was indeed formidable. Qin Jun was also profoundly shocked, for such S-rank support abilities were seldom encountered in several decades. It seems that this classmate Lin Yuan is a subject worthy of close attention. Once she matures, she will undoubtedly become one of the Empire's backbone forces. Song Ruyun minimally concurred with Qin Jun's assessment. With eyes aglow, Qin Jun remarked, "This Lin Yuan's father is the director of the Martial Division in Tianyuan Town. Truly, a tiger begets no dog." Song Ruyun's mind conjured an imposing figure. Director Lin had once single-handedly slain a king-level beast to protect a city. However, he ultimately succumbed to a hidden ailment and retreated to a small town in Tianyuan. Indeed, Qin Jun shook his head helplessly. Even a powerhouse of Director Lin's caliber could not suppress the violent lightning elements within him. Can that monster Su Hongxiao create a miracle? With a gentle smile, Song Ruyun replied, "The lightning element is, after all, the most ferocious of all attributes. For centuries, even those with S-rank lightning affinities have perished under the backlash of violent lightning." Sighing, Qin Jun glanced at Song Ruyun. "Are you implying that Su Hongxiao's fate will be no different?" Song Ruyun subtly nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. "Oh." Qin Jun turned his attention to the screen. "These little fellows are quite swift. It seems they are about to fall into your trap," Song Ruyun remarked. "Without enduring the harshest trials, how can they temper that arrogant demeanor?" Qin Jun chuckled resignedly. "The beasts you have imprisoned in that cave are all high tier 3 beasts, along with 5 high tier 4 beasts. Upon entering, they might very well be terrified." Song Ruyun calmly observed the individuals on the screen. If their mental fortitude is so lacking, it would be better to eliminate them sooner. Furthermore, the treasures within that chest are invaluable artifacts of the Source City Military District. "Indeed, you have a point," Qin Jun replied, glancing at the central figures on the screen. "I wonder if any among these 5 little ones can slay the beasts within and claim the treasures. After all, the resources guarded by those 5 high tier 4 beasts are enviable even to me." Song Ruyun chuckled softly. The chest guarded by the high tier 3 beasts should be within their grasp, but the one protected by the high tier 4 beasts is uncertain. Qin Jun grinned knowingly. It will depend on whether they are willing to collaborate. If 2 of them work together, they might indeed be able to eliminate the beasts and secure the chest. Otherwise, relying solely on their individual strength, they are unlikely to have any chance against a high tier 4 beast. Song Ruyun smiled lightly. "This time, let us witness the decisions made by these proud geniuses." At that moment, Qin Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Someone had already found the cave. Chapter 48, Seizing the Treasure. Who seeks death? In the mountainous area to the rear, near a towering 300-meter peak, 3 waves of small teams emerged, totaling 13 students. They all warily observed the other 2 teams, none daring to be the first to enter the cave. After all, treasures are alluring, and entering now might render them targets of concentrated fire. The leaders of these 3 teams were astute. They understood that the longer they remained in a stalemate, the worse the situation would become. If Lei Long or Feng Ling discovered their presence, they would surely miss their chance to enter the cave and seize the treasures. At that moment, a member from Zhou City's team stepped forward, addressing the other 2 teams. "Everyone, there is only one cave here. If we continue to stalemate, as more people arrive, we may end up with nothing." The leaders of the other 2 teams also stepped forward. One of them said, "Then, what should we do?" The last one suggested, "I see that both of your strengths are at the Broken Mirror Tier 3. A fight among us would not yield a quick resolution and could very well benefit a third party. How about we decide who gets to enter the cave for the treasure through a game of rock, paper, scissors?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 were momentarily taken aback. But after conferring with their teammates, they all agreed. However, just as the 3 focused their minds on the game, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. "What is happening?" The group tensed up, yet nothing unusual appeared around them. Gradually, they relaxed and gathered around to encourage their leader. Rock, paper, scissors. Soon, the three team leaders determined the victor through this simple game. The two losing members, though their faces were grim, remained true to their word. The winning individual smiled. "Thank you, my friends." With that, he happily prepared to lead his teammates into the cave in search of the treasure. Just then, a mocking voice echoed. "This cave is mine. You have 10 seconds to disappear from my sight." Upon hearing such arrogant words, the group felt their anger rise and turned to see the source. Their expressions shifted dramatically when they beheld the newcomer. Inside the cave, Hongxiao, now donned in a black robe, removed the hood obscuring his face, revealing his strikingly dark and bright eyes. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the three teams, he had swiftly utilized the lightning movement technique to dash into the cave. This cave had evidently been modified by the military. Torches flickered along the walls, casting a fiery glow that illuminated the cavern. Hongxiao sensed a menacing aura deeper within. It was the presence of a beast. Indeed, Instructor Song had placed obstacles near the treasure. Hearing the commotion outside, Hongxiao wasted no time and charged towards the depths of the cave. Within mere moments, he halted as a high tier 3 beast, the rock scorpion venom beast, appeared before him. The beast seemed to sense his presence and emitted an eerie cry, immediately going into a frenzy. However, it appeared to be ensnared within an invisible barrier, unable to move beyond a 10-meter radius of the treasure chest. Quite considerate, Hongxiao mused. If a broken mirror tier 2 student were to enter, the beast would undoubtedly go berserk, leading to their demise. In this scenario, even if a student encountered the fearsome beast, as long as they kept their distance from the treasure chest, they would not be in life-threatening danger. In a flash, Hongxiao moved. Faced with the high tier 3 beast, a single punch would suffice. 9-fold lightning force, triple force. Boom. His fist struck the rock scorpion venom beast with overwhelming power, sending it hurtling against the cavern wall. Following this, 3 resounding thuds echoed through the cave. "You have slain a high tier 3 beast and earned 300 points. Upon hearing the System S announcement, Hongxiao swiftly approached the treasure chest. To his surprise, he discovered that the chest was embedded in the ground and could not be directly placed into his spatial ring. He promptly opened the chest, and upon seeing the items within, he was momentarily stunned, followed by a flicker of excitement in his eyes. This is indeed a remarkable find. Outside the cave, the 3 waves of individuals gazed in astonishment at the figure emerging from the jungle. SSS-level. Run. One team seemed to recognize the formidable nature of this individual and, without a backward glance, hastily retreated with their members. The other team, having lost the game, hesitated little and quickly withdrew. Only the victorious individual lingered, seemingly reluctant to concede. At this moment, his teammates gathered behind him. "Brother Lin, retreat or fight." He gazed at the slowly approaching Lu Jiao, casting one last look at the cave. Retreat. After all, while treasures are of great significance, one's life holds even greater value. The members of the Lu family from Mist City are notoriously skilled in the art of poisoning, employing devious and insidious methods. It is said that once one falls victim to their poison, even survival is accompanied by debilitating consequences. Soon, the members of the 3 teams vanished without a trace. A sinister smile crept across Lu Jiao's face. The meager points they possessed were of no interest to him, although he was confident in his ability to eliminate them. It would only serve to waste precious time. After all, the treasures hidden within the cave were of paramount importance. His family had forewarned him that any chests or treasures encountered during the elite training camp assessments should be acquired at all costs. It was said that the provincial capital annually prepared a wealth of rare resources to cultivate the top 10 elite students from various cities. Even the elder members of his family deemed these resources commendable, ensuring their undeniable value. Just as Lu Jiao reached the depths of the cave, a sudden gust of force surged towards him, seeking death. A chilling grin spread across Lu Jiao's face as he felt the roiling of his internal energy, and he instinctively countered with a punch. Bang! In that instant of collision, Lu Jiao's previously calm expression morphed dramatically. His body was forced back, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath him before he finally came to a halt. Amidst the flickering flames, he gazed in horror at the shadowy figure before him, a person clad in a black robe and hat, their face obscured, slowly retracting their fist. "Are you the Thunder Dragon?" "No, your physique is certainly not his." As Lu Jiao regarded the silent figure in black, a cold laugh escaped him. A dense green mist of poison began to emanate from him, accompanied by a sinister smile. "Regardless of who you are, daring to set your sights on me is a grave mistake." Buzz. The toxic green mist surged toward the figure in black. To Lu Jiao's astonishment, the black-robed individual did not evade. Instead, they charged directly into the poisonous cloud. "Ha ha ha, what a fool," Lu Jiao thought, fully aware of the lethal potency of his poison. Any gifted individual beneath the mountain would surely perish upon contact. However, at that moment, his pupils dilated in disbelief as the black-robed figure pierced through his toxic veil, their fist imbued with a ferocious energy crashing towards him. How could this be possible? Chapter 49, Defeated. The dishonorable scoundrel. A critical moment. Boom. The force of that punch sent Lu Jiao crashing into the mountain wall. Spurt. The terrifying power caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he felt his internal organs rattling from the impact. To his horror, the black-robed figure appeared relentless, slowly advancing toward him. Just then, a chorus of voices and footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The figure hesitated momentarily, their voice cold and eerie, rendering their identity untraceable. Surrender your points, or face death. I will comply. Although fury simmered within Lu Jiao, he understood that the power of the black-robed individual clearly surpassed his own. That terrifying strength was comparable to a 6-star talent from the Broken Mirror tier. Continuing to fight would likely result in serious injury, if not death. Especially since this figure seemed immune to his poison. The realization that his formidable poison attribute was no longer his strongest asset left Lu Jiao bewildered and incredulous. Yet, the truth was undeniable. This black-robed individual had indeed traversed his poisonous mist unscathed. After stripping Lu Jiao of 1,000 points, the black-robed figure vanished in an instant. Having heard the approaching footsteps, Lu Jiao struggled free from the mountain wall, his expression dark as he glowered toward the cave entrance. Damn it, if I discover your identity, you shall face utter annihilation. At that moment, Lu Jiao noticed a corpse of a high-ranking 3-star beast lying in the depths of the cave. Furthermore, the treasure chest on the ground lay open, entirely devoid of contents. Damn it, the treasures here have indeed been taken by that black-robed person. Clatter. A series of footsteps echoed, and soon 9 figures appeared in the deepest part of the cave. Li Yin, Lin Yuan, and others. They had discovered the cave, only to find it occupied. Upon spotting the figure at the far end, they immediately grew wary. By the flickering light, they recognized the individual as Lu Jiao, one of the 5 named by Instructor Song, boasting a staggering 10,000 points. Even more astonishing was Lu Jiao's disheveled state, clearly having encountered a fierce battle, and visibly injured. Who could have bested him so thoroughly? Realization dawned upon them. The only individuals capable of inflicting such a state upon Lu Jiao were likely the other 4. Lu Jiao cast a dark glance at the 9. A sinister smile forming on his lips. Since you have come to me, allow me to collect some interest from you. Upon hearing Lu Jiao's menacing words, Li Yin and the others felt a surge of tension. After all, this individual was a renowned 5-star powerhouse from the Broken Mirror tier. ZZZ. The terrifying deep green poison mist erupted from Lu Jiao once more, sweeping toward the group. As the strongest among them, Li Yin stepped forward, brandishing a fiery long knife and striking out with ferocity. The dreadful flames transformed into a raging inferno, colliding with the toxic green mist. The moment the flames met the poison, the already thin air within the cave became saturated with toxins. Seeing this, Lin Yuan furrowed her brow and quickly activated her skill. Heavenly Protection. In an instant, a pure white light radiated from her, enveloping everyone and shielding them from the encroaching poison. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan invoked a high-level auxiliary skill, Mystic Blessing. These abilities were formidable, having been procured by her father, Lin Langtao, from a friend specializing in support skills. Boom. In that moment, the flames of Li Yan's knife, which had been gradually consumed by the toxic mist, reignited with ferocity due to Lin Yuan's support. The terrifying blade of flame began to turn the tide, pushing back against the eerie poison. However, despite Lin Yuan's assistance, Li Yan's strength, being only 4 stars in the Broken Mirror tier, could not completely overcome the situation, resulting in a stalemate. Lu Jiao's dark gaze suddenly fixed on Lin Yuan, disbelief etched across his features. You possess an S-class auxiliary talent. Lin Yuan, radiating a blinding white light, retorted, you alone cannot defeat us. Continuing this fight is merely a waste of time. At that moment, Lu Jiao's countenance darkened to an extreme. Had he not been previously injured by that black-robed figure, he could have outlasted this group. After all, the vitality of a 5-star Broken Mirror talent was incomparable to that of a 4-star or 3-star. Yet now, there could be no what-ifs. With a clenched jaw, Lu Jiao declared, fine, let us cease hostilities. Li Yin, drenched in sweat, quickly responded, all right, I will count to 3, and we will all stand down. However, just as Li Yin reached the final count, a sly smile crept across Lu Jiao's face. Naive fools, do you truly believe I would let you go? No one can negotiate terms with Lu Jiao Dai? Buzz. The overwhelming deep green poison enveloped the group, descending upon them like a storm. Damn it, you treacherous scoundrel. How dare you renege on your word? Shen Feng glared furiously at the sinisterly smiling Lu Jiao across from him, unleashing a torrent of curses. Upon hearing Shen Feng's vitriol, Lu Jiao's expression darkened even further. You, young lad, shall remain here, and I shall entertain myself with you. At that moment, Li Yin was caught unawares, as a deluge of deep green toxic gas enveloped them. Lin Yuan attempted to activate her supportive skills once more, but it was already too late. Her beautiful eyes flickered with madness. Although fear coursed through her, it was overshadowed by a deeper sense of unwillingness. She had made an agreement with Su Hongxiao to convene at 6 in the morning in the open space. Now, it seemed she would be unable to keep her word, destined to be a person of broken promises. And her father, he would undoubtedly go mad, and it was likely that Su Hongxiao would be implicated as well. What should I do? Boom. In the midst of everyone's despair, a furious purple light suddenly erupted within the dim cavern. Dozens of terrifying purple lightning bolts surged from behind them, crashing into the dreadful poison mist. The moment the deep green gas made contact with the purple lightning, it instantly dissipated into nothingness. Boom. As Lu Jiao gazed in terror at this spectacle, another bolt of purple lightning, as thick as an arm, shot through the air towards him. The onlookers were all transfixed in horror. Chapter 50. The Discarded Cyclone. The cavern guarded by a high-ranked fourth-tier beast. Bang. Confronted by the violent power of the purple lightning, Lu Jiao was thrust into the cavern wall, his body charred, and his veins began to tear apart. Who? The crowd jolted, turning their heads towards the back of the cavern, but no figure was visible. Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered. She seemed to recognize that purple lightning, feeling an eerie familiarity. Regardless of who it may be, let us seize this opportunity while that scoundrel is incapacitated and claim his points, Shin Feng declared, observing Lu Jiao. Trapped and unable to escape. Enraged, he sprinted forward and delivered a kick to Lu Jiao's head, rendering him unconscious. Although the others disagreed with Shun Feng's actions, they remained silent, for the scoundrel had just attempted to kill them. Swiftly, the 9 of them stripped Lu Jiao of all his points, 1,000 in total. Shin Feng gazed at the remaining points on Lu Jiao's wristband, which amounted to just over 100, and cursed vehemently, "Damn, what a pity. If we had one more person, we could have reduced his points to 0 and eliminated him." Lin Yuan, feeling a pang of compassion, replied, "Let us go. There's no need to worry about him. We should continue searching for other treasure chests." Yet Shin Feng, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Why not just kill him? If he is not eliminated, he will surely come after us later." This revelation startled everyone. After all, none of them had truly killed anyone before, and such an act felt exceedingly cruel. Lian glanced at the unconscious Lu Jiao and shook his head. "Let it go. The influence of the Lu family in Mist City is vast. Even if the rules permit killing, once we leave the elite training camp, those rules will mean nothing. It might even attract assassins from the Lu family." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, her kind heart unable to fathom taking a life. Seeing this, Shin Feng reluctantly abandoned the notion. Not long after the group departed, the charred Lu Jiao gradually regained consciousness, as he felt his numb body slowly reviving. His face contorted with venomous rage. He would ensure that these individuals paid him back 100-fold. But in that instant, Lu Jiao's face drained of color, overwhelmed with terror. He was horrified to discover that all the vital energy within him had vanished, and he could no longer sense the cyclone in his energy sea. Lu Jiao's mental state began to crumble in despair. "No, I cannot lose my cultivation." Standing atop a tall tree, Su Hongxiao observed the 9 individuals safely exit the cavern before making his move. Inflicting such a fate upon Lu Jiao was already the height of his mercy. Initially, he had contemplated killing the treacherous Lu Jiao outright. However, rendering him a cripple was also a worthy alternative. If the members of the Lu family in Mist City were all such despicable individuals, there would come a day when Su Hongxiao would obliterate their stronghold entirely. With this thought in mind, Su Hongxiao swiftly traversed a complex mountainous region where towering peaks loomed around him. In a secluded, uninhabited area, he abruptly halted and retrieved an item from his spatial ring. It was a 5-centimeter-long glass vial containing a flowing, ominous blood fluid. The item he had acquired from the treasure chest was this small vial of elite beast blood, which brimmed with ferocious energy. To absorb this energy, a talent user of the broken mirror must dilute a small amount of the blood in a basin filled with water before daring to consume it. Failure to do so could lead to a violent backlash, causing harm. Likewise, once the talent user of the broken mirror successfully absorbed the contents of this vial, they could reliably elevate their rank by 2 levels, or even more, with a solid foundation that would not result in unstable energy. Now, Su Hongxiao finally comprehended why the earlier students had informed him that any trainee emerging from the elite camp could enhance their strength by several tiers. The elite beast blood was not easily obtained. Even the small vial he possessed had to be extracted from 10 elite beasts. Elite beasts were comparable to human peak guardians in strength. The higher the tier of the beast, the more potent the energy contained within its blood. Although Su Hongxiao still had the ancient blood pill within him, the potency of that 9th-grade pill was not something he could absorb at will. He realized that the ancient blood pill's energy would only gradually seep out, and he could not exert control over it. Su Hongxiao speculated that this might be due to his lower cultivation level. Currently, this elite beast blood was the best tonic available. If he could acquire a few more vials, he might elevate his rank to the 9th star of Broken Mirror within 3 months, or even break into the realm of the Peak Guardian. After all, he possessed the unparalleled talent of the 9 Heavens' Divine Thunder, making the absorption of this blood an effortless task, enabling him to extract the maximum energy. With this in mind, a smile of delight spread across Su Hongxiao's face as he flipped his hand, causing the glass vial to vanish from sight. He closed his eyes, activating the perception ability of the 9 Heavens' Divine Thunder to seek out the aura of the beasts. Soon, he abruptly opened his eyes. In the western mountain range, there seemed to be a formidable beast, at least a high-ranked fourth-tier creature. Whoosh! Su Hongxiao's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he darted away. He had not anticipated the presence of a high-ranked fourth-tier beast here. Thus, the treasures within the chest would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. Outside a cavern, over 20 individuals had gathered. At this moment, several students at the Broken Mirror 4-star level were sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Damn it! Why is there a high-ranked fourth-tier beast guarding this treasure? Indeed, this is outrageous. Even Lei Long and his companions Wu Ti easily secure it. If it were an ordinary high-ranked fourth-tier beast, we might stand a chance, but this one is among the top 10 in the high-tier beast rankings. Curses! Should we join forces and give it a try? Huh. Even if we did manage to secure it together, how would we divide the treasure? Upon hearing this response, the group fell silent. After all, there was only one treasure. Even if they succeeded in obtaining it, the question of distribution loomed large. Damn, what do we do now? Shall we just abandon it? Regardless, joining forces is acceptable. However, I shall certainly claim half of the treasure. The crux of the matter is, do you all even know what this treasure is? Can it be divided? As the onlookers absorbed the conversation among the several Broken Mirror 4-star elites, they were left utterly bewildered. If even these individuals could not retrieve the treasure, what hope did they have? At that moment, one person suddenly cast their gaze into the distance. A vague afterimage was rapidly approaching. The few Broken Mirror 4-star prodigies immediately stood alert, eyeing the shadow warily. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the shadow did not pause at all, and in an instant, it dashed into the cave. Chapter 51. It's him. Don't let him escape. Surround him. Shock. Grudges. What the heck is happening? Who on earth is that? He completely disregarded us and rushed into the cave. Huh. That kid is truly courting death. Even we, the Broken Mirror 4-star geniuses, cannot gain an upper hand against that fierce beast. How dare he enter? Let it be. I wager he'll be out in less than 10 seconds. Listening to the dialogue of the Broken Mirror 4-star students, the others also wore disdainful smiles. Just then, the elite students suddenly turned their gaze to a particular spot. Oh no, the Thunder Dragon is coming. Someone shouted, and the crowd immediately stepped back. The Thunder Dragon fixed his round, bulging eyes on them. Even you lot cannot obtain the treasure? One of them, a classmate of the Thunder Dragon, awkwardly chuckled. Thunder Brother. The beast inside that cave is a top-tier high-level 4-stage beast. It's impossible to defeat. The Thunder Dragon sneered dismissively, exuding an aura of dominance. I shall handle it. Just then, his bell-like eyes abruptly turned towards the cave. The crowd, unsure of what the Thunder Dragon had seen, followed his gaze. They beheld a young man clad in black emerging slowly from within. At that moment, they finally recognized his visage. Good gracious. It's him. The one holding a staggering 10,000 points, Su Hongxiao. Initially taken aback, the crowd quickly donned expressions of disdain. That kid had only been inside for less than 20 seconds. He must have encountered a dead end. Haha. Hold on, though, he possesses a staggering 10,000 points. Block him. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the onlookers. They promptly surrounded Su Hongxiao, adopting an expression that conveyed he would not leave without surrendering his points. The Thunder Dragon stood by, watching the scene with great interest. If Su Hongxiao could not handle these people, he would not deserve to be their opponent. One of the Broken Mirror 4-star students sneered at Su Hongxiao. Classmate, your speed was quite impressive just now. You dashed right in. I thought you were the renowned Lin Feng from Nanqing. Su Hongxiao regarded the crowd with a light chuckle. I advise you, instead of plotting against me, you would do well to hurry and search for the treasure. The individual laughed coldly. Searching for the treasure is a given, but before that, if you do not relinquish your points, do not blame us for overwhelming you. He. Su Hongxiao lightly shook his head, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of light. The student was taken aback, his pupils constricting as he beheld the proud countenance suddenly appearing before him. Seeking death. I am not a waste like Gao Chun. The Broken Mirror 4-star students held their own pride. Even if Su Hongxiao's speed was remarkable, his fists were not without strength. Boom. A lightning-fast punch hurtled towards Su Hongxiao's cheek, accompanied by a resounding explosion. The crowd observed with cold smiles, eagerly anticipating the expression of this young man as he begged for mercy. Facing this ferocious punch, Su Hongxiao merely tilted his head slightly, evading the blow and witnessing the astonishment flickering in his opponent's eyes. He offered no chance for retaliation and swiftly raised his knee. Bang! The knee struck like a hammer, colliding forcefully with the opponent's abdomen, sending him flying. Along the way, he toppled a string of students before finally coming to rest on the ground. Ugh. Whether it was the one Su Hongxiao had sent flying or the others who were knocked aside, they all lay on the ground, howling in agony. Silence. At this moment, everyone gazed at the scene in terror, instinctively retreating, no one daring to advance. Even the remaining Broken Mirror 4-star students were filled with horror and astonishment. To them, Su Hongxiao now resembled a war god. Dominant, ferocious, enigmatic, powerful, formidable. The Thunder Dragon stood behind the crowd, his bell-like eyes brimming with fervent battle intent. This boy had qualified to be his opponent. As the Thunder Dragon approached, the crowd quickly came to their senses and parted to make way for him. Young man, you are worthy of a battle with me. Su Hongxiao glanced at the Thunder Dragon, his dark eyes filled with tranquility. Just then, a spark flickered in his gaze. Hee, before you engage me, perhaps you should take a look behind you. Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's light chuckle, the crowd finally realized that a slender figure was approaching from a distance. Oh no. Feng Ling from the Sealed City has also arrived. Big guy, you were spared once before due to the instructor's intervention, but this time, you shall not escape from my grasp. From afar, Feng Ling's haughty voice carried over. Simultaneously, several cold glints shot towards the Thunder Dragon at breakneck speed. Humph. The Thunder Dragon snorted, his muscles subtly radiating a metallic sheen. As the flying daggers struck him, they produced a crisp sound before being deflected away. Seeking death. The Thunder Dragon roared, propelling himself forward, swinging his fist the size of a sandbag towards Feng Ling's delicate form. Su Hongxiao, observing the enmity and confrontation between the two, felt little inclination to witness the spectacle. Watching Su Hongxiao stride away, the surrounding individuals immediately dispersed. No one dared to stand in his path, merely watching as his silhouette vanished into the thicket. At that moment, someone suddenly recalled something and rushed towards the cave. But just then, a flying dagger abruptly blocked the entrance of the cave. The treasures within this cave belong to me. All of you, retreat. Feng Ling, who was currently engaged in combat with the Thunder Dragon using 20 flying daggers, was also keeping a watchful eye on the cave's direction. After all, she had already secured a treasure guarded by a high-level 3-stage beast. Such precious resources, Feng Ling would only find lacking, never too abundant. Upon hearing Feng Ling's arrogant declaration, no one dared to advance into the cave. They had not anticipated leaving with the treasures, especially since a high-level 4-stage beast resided within. However, Su Hongxiao's earlier performance suggested he might have already claimed the treasure. At this moment, the student who attended the same school as the Thunder Dragon suddenly exclaimed, "Esteemed leaders, do not fight just yet. The treasure in the cave has likely already been taken by Su Hongxiao." Boom. The Thunder Dragon, with a punch, sent a dozen flying daggers spiraling away, his expression darkening. This Feng Ling was not only adept with her flying daggers, but her movements were also exceedingly elusive. Although he was not afraid of the daggers, his powerful attacks consistently failed to connect with Feng Ling. He glared at her as she sent another wave of flying daggers his way. "Let us hold off on our fight. If we continue like this, it will be daybreak. Why not seek the treasure first?" Upon hearing the Thunder Dragon's words, Feng Ling huffed. "Given your concession, I may agree, but I must enter the cave first." Hearing Feng Ling's demand, the Thunder Dragon hesitated for a moment. Then, seeing the 20 flying daggers hovering beside her, nodded. "Very well." At present, under the gaze of the crowd, Feng Ling leisurely stepped into the cave. However, as she reached the innermost part, her delicate face was marred by frost. Lying on the ground was the corpse of a formidable 4th-tier beast, and the treasure chest stood ajar. "That scoundrel has stolen my treasure." The spectators observed Feng Ling emerging from the cave, noting the distressing pallor of her countenance. Angrily, she glared at the crowd and demanded, "Speak up. Who has taken my treasure?" In that instant, 20 flying daggers shot forth, signaling her readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Chapter 52. Not a speck of dust remains. Collective elimination. The girl in pursuit. It wasn't he. Faced with the glinting daggers, the crowd recoiled in terror. One among them hastily exclaimed, "Miss Feng, that beast was of the 4th tier. Even if we had entered, we wouldn't stand a chance against it." "Damn, could it be that Su Hongxiao took it? What nonsense are you spouting?" He was inside for less than 20 seconds and emerged without a speck of dust on his clothes. How could he possibly have taken anything? Indeed, even a 5th-tier expert could not have slain that beast. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. At that moment, the burly Lei Long approached, casting a fierce gaze upon the assembly. Before Su Hongxiao entered, "Are you certain the treasure was still there?" Upon hearing Lei Long's inquiry, the crowd quickly responded, "Brother Lei. Absolutely. We've been guarding this spot all along." I, along with several other 4th-tier students, attempted to confront that beast but failed miserably. The treasure chest remained closed the entire time. The treasure was undoubtedly still inside. "Su Hongxiao?" Feng Ling narrowed her eyes slightly. "So it was you, Su Hongxiao, who dared to steal my treasure." With that, she swiftly pursued the direction in which Su Hongxiao had departed. Lei Long, observing her chase, refrained from following Su Hongxiao. After all, even if he did catch up, it was unlikely he could subdue the lad anytime soon. Anyone capable of dispatching a 4th-tier student in a single blow. Su Hongxiao was undoubtedly a 5th-tier powerhouse himself. With this thought, Lei Long's figure flickered as he resolved to seek out another treasure chest instead of engaging a formidable adversary. Once the 3 beasts had vacated the area, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Just then, one faction suddenly turned on their companions. The individual previously dealt with by Su Hongxiao was a key player in his team, and as his injuries had yet to heal, the entire team became the target of the onslaught. Ultimately, their points were entirely seized. The 10 from Jiao City, all eliminated. Remaining treasure chests, 37. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed from the skies. The resounding proclamation reverberated throughout the mountainous region, startling those in pursuit of treasure. No one had anticipated that an entire team from a city could be eliminated in an instant. While the specifics of the incident remained unclear, the elimination of competitors was indeed advantageous. Fewer participants meant diminished competitive pressure. Upon learning that 37 treasure chests remained, the crowd sprang back into action. Within the military tent, Song Riyun and Qin Jun stared in shock at the reverse footage playing before them. Within the flickering candlelight of the cave, a robust fourth-tier beast lay slain at the hands of Su Hongxiao's singular punch. How did he accomplish that? Qin Jun, incredulous, gazed at the scene. That was a top-tier existence among fourth-tier beasts. Even an ordinary fifth-tier expert would struggle to slay it. Yet this lad dispatched it with a mere fist? Song Riyun's eyes sparkled with realization as she soon deduced the reason. Su Hongxiao must have utilized a ground-tier skill, likely one of Director Lin's ultimate techniques from Tianyuan City, the Thunderbolt 9 flashes. Ground-tier skill. Qin Jun retreated, slowing the footage to 0.25 speed, observing a fleeting purple light flicker around Su Hongxiao's figure before he vanished from sight. Although the Thunderbolt 9 flashes is indeed a ground-tier skill, its primary focus lies in agility. Its power should not be so terrifying. Hearing Qin Jun's question, Song Riyun's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. To be honest, I can hardly find a rationale for this. This young man possesses something rather peculiar. Qin Jun rubbed his forehead in exasperation, feeling a headache as he watched the unfolding events, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. That figure in the back show. Song Riyun interrupted. Let us wait until the elite training camp concludes before making any decisions. After all, we have only just begun. Qin Jun chuckled, watching the footage. It seems another formidable enemy has emerged. Let us see if this sharpening stone can withstand the pressure. On the screen, a blurred shadow abruptly halted upon a sturdy tree branch. Su Hongxiao retrieved a vial containing the treasure he had recently obtained from the chest, the blood essence of an elite-grade beast. The provincial capital truly spared no expense. During his 3 years in college, Su Hongxiao had learned about such items. The vial of elite-grade beast blood essence in his possession was worth 10 times more than the previous blood essence he had acquired. This small vial required at least 10 high-tier 9th-grade beasts to extract. Once fully absorbed, it could facilitate a breakthrough to 3-star status and enhance both muscle and sinew. After all, this vial of blood essence could only be produced by elite-grade 9th-tier beasts. The previous vial of blood essence was valued at 10 million in the market, but this small vial of beast blood essence was worth over 100 million. Truly, the provincial capital's elite training camp was extravagantly generous. Just as Su Hongxiao stowed the vial into his spatial ring, his expression grew cold. He abruptly leaped to a nearby branch, hearing a shattering sound behind him. The branch he had just vacated was obliterated by a terrifying ray of cold light. Su Hongxiao looked back to see a smaller figure standing on a nearby branch, flanked by 20 floating daggers. Feng Linger had indeed caught up, revealing her considerable strength. With a light chuckle, Su Hongxiao addressed her, "My dear lady, I believe I have not wronged you, yet you approach me with hostility?" Feng Linger raised her alabaster neck, haughtily gazing at Su Hongxiao. "You insolent brat. Stop with the idle chatter. I know you took the treasure. Hand it over, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Su Hongxiao replied with a light-hearted grin, "Indeed, I have taken the treasure, but you, my dear girl, have yet to earn the right to demand it from me." Sharp-tongued, Feng Linger quickly lost her patience. Suddenly, 10 of the flying daggers vanished, converging upon Su Hongxiao. "When I have you crying for mercy, you will understand whether I possess the qualifications." Hearing the girl's furious declaration, Su Hongxiao summoned his thunderblade to parry the daggers while chuckling. "At such a tender age, your temper is quite fierce. Be careful you don't scare off potential suitors." You observing the agile figure moving like a butterfly, accompanied by his teasing remarks, Feng Linger felt her neck flush with anger, causing the remaining 10 flying daggers to launch forth. Facing the rapid onslaught of 20 daggers, Su Hongxiao adopted a more serious demeanor. "You wretched individual. Let us see how long you can evade." As Feng Linger watched Su Hongxiao flee from the relentless pursuit of the 20 daggers, she crossed her arms defiantly, channeling her mental energy to its utmost. Simultaneously, the speed of the 20 daggers accelerated once more, piercing towards Su Hongxiao at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Chapter 53. I haven't even exerted myself yet. How did she end up in tears? At such a young age, her methods are indeed ruthless. Suddenly, Su Hongxiao's figure abruptly vanished from Feng Linger's sight. A light, teasing laugh suddenly echoed beside her ear, the warmth of breath causing Feng Linger to shudder, her neck flushing a deep crimson. The game was over. Just as Su Hongxiao was about to seize her neck, Feng Linger's figure abruptly became indistinct. A moment later, she had already leapt to a branch 5 meters away. "You scoundrel!" Feng Linger's face was flushed as she fiercely waved her hand, summoning 20 flying daggers back to her side. It dawned on her that this Su Hongxiao was indeed extraordinary. His terrifying speed had caught her completely off guard. If not for her unique agility skill, she would have surely been captured just now. Su Hongxiao regarded Feng Linger with a casual smirk. You dare to rob me of my treasure and call me a scoundrel? You may be arrogant, but you're quite unreasonable too. It seems fitting for a young lady from a prominent family. Hearing the hint of mockery in Su Hongxiao's laughter, Feng Linger felt a surge of indignation. Yet, the most frustrating part was that she found herself powerless against him. Not even her 20 daggers could pierce his defenses. This insufferable rogue. If 20 daggers were insufficient, then she would summon more. As her voice fell, another 10 daggers materialized beside her. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Su Hongxiao. You insufferable wretch, I refuse to believe you can evade them all this time. With a whoosh, the air filled with the sound of whistling blades as 30 daggers dispersed, rapidly converging towards Su Hongxiao. Losing patience, Su Hongxiao decided he had no time to indulge her. With a powerful swing of his thunderblade, he created a flurry of afterimages, sending the approaching daggers flying. Simultaneously, he stomped down on the branch, vanishing from sight. Realizing the peril, Feng Linger felt a chill. Su Hongxiao's figure had disappeared from her view. In a flash, she summoned all 30 daggers back, surrounding her in a protective formation with their sharp tips glinting menacingly. At the same time, she unleashed her immense mental energy, searching for Su Hongxiao's presence. I found you. Feng Linger's eyes brightened as she sent the 30 daggers hurtling towards the thicket on her left. The dark figure that flickered with incredible speed was instantly pierced by the barrage of daggers. However, instead of hearing the satisfying sound of blades piercing flesh, a sharp clang of metal echoed. In an instant, all the daggers were deflected away. What on earth? Stunned, Feng Linger stared at the shadow, her pupils constricting as she realized it was the blade in Su Hongxiao's hand. But where was he? Fiery little pepper, you dare to turn me into a pincushion? Today, I must teach you a lesson. The voice that reached her ears startled Feng Linger, and just as she attempted to employ her previous tactics, Su Hongxiao seized her waist, pulling her onto his lap. Smack! The sound of a slap echoed, and Feng Linger's face instantly turned red. This scoundrel actually dared to strike her backside. In Feng City, she had always been the one to bully others. No one had ever dared to humiliate her like this. She struggled against Su Hongxiao's grip, but his strength was overwhelming. Even as she summoned her full energy, a terrifying numbness spread throughout her body, rendering her immobile. You scoundrel, let me go! Smack! Another slap resounded, and Su Hongxiao looked down at the girl sprawled across his lap, chuckling lightly. Are you convinced yet? You insufferable rogue, I concede to your big head. Smack, smack, smack. Su Hongxiao asked once more with a playful grin. Are you convinced yet? Wah! Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Feng Linger collapsed onto Su Hongxiao's thigh, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Hongxiao, poised to deliver another slap, froze upon hearing her cries. This fiery-tempered girl was surprisingly delicate. He hadn't even exerted much force. However, seeing that she seemed to have realized her mistake, he halted his raised hand. I'll let you off this time, but remember, when you encounter me, Su Hongxiao, keep your head down and behave. Not wishing to claim her points any longer, as her sobs were beginning to irritate him, he tossed Feng Linger back onto the branch and swiftly vanished from sight, heading towards the next mountain. After a while, Feng Linger slowly rose from the branch. Her eyes red as she rubbed her backside. She gazed in the direction where Su Hongxiao had disappeared, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. This scoundrel actually dared to strike her. She had never endured such disgrace in her life. She vowed to remember this grievance. But the thought of Su Hongxiao's terrifying strength and speed made her reconsider. After all these years, she had never encountered anyone as formidable as him among her peers. He even seemed more powerful than those from the Thunder Dragon clan. Having always regarded herself as the destined girl, invincible among her contemporaries due to her immense mental power, she had never imagined she would meet such a terrifying opponent here. Yes, terrifying. How could it be possible that Su Hongxiao, who appeared to be of her age, was so powerful? Moreover, it was evident that Su Hongxiao had not even exerted his full strength during their confrontation, otherwise. Feng Linger wiped her tears and swiftly retreated in the opposite direction, determined to avoid that scoundrel Su Hongxiao. Thankfully, there were no others around. Had this scene unfolded back in the cave, she would have wished for death. Inside a military tent on the open ground, Qin Jun shook his head with a wry smile. This little fellow is quite amusing. I never expected Feng Linger from Feng City would be toyed with so easily. Song Ryun's beautiful eyes sparkled, momentarily rendering her speechless. From the earlier battle, Su Hongxiao's speed was astonishing. Having mastered Director Lin's Earth-level skill, his extreme velocity surpassed that of even ordinary mountain-guarding realm cultivators. Qin Jun was taken aback. In just a week, he managed to cultivate an Earth-level skill to this extent? That's incredible, Song Ryun murmured, gazing at the figure darting across the screen. Is it because he saved Lin Yuan that Director Lin bestowed such a powerful skill upon him? Qin Jun replied incredulously, indeed. That's an Earth-level skill, not something so easily found. Song Ryun softly said, let us wait and see. I hope this little fellow brings me even more surprises. If so, who knows? Her eyes suddenly flickered with excitement. Chapter 54, The Siege. Ruthless Tactics. The furious Su Hongxiao. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. After 5 hours, Su Hongxiao's spatial ring contained 10 vials of ferocious beast blood and 2 bottles of ferocious beast essence. That should suffice. With such a collection, he would have enough to absorb for a month. Su Hongxiao paused in a concealed spot to inspect the items in his spatial ring. During the past 3 hours, he had not idled, relentlessly searching for caves and gathering treasures. He wondered how Lin Yuan and the others were faring. Su Hongxiao's figure abruptly vanished from sight, racing towards the distance. Earlier, while dealing with Lu Jiao in the cave, he had surreptitiously infused a trace of Nine Heavens' divine thunder energy into Lin Yuan's hair. Even from a kilometer away, Su Hongxiao could sense her position. At this moment, he discovered that Lin Yuan had remained stationary in one spot for over 10 minutes. Perhaps she had encountered some trouble. He needed to check on her. A task entrusted to him must be executed with utmost diligence. At the entrance of a cave nestled within the mountains, more than 50 students gathered, their gazes fixated on a luminous barrier at the center, behind which stood several disheveled individuals. Among them, Li Yin and Shen Feng appeared particularly battered, while the others bore numerous injuries. A testament to the fierce conflict they had endured. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's defensive skills mitigating the barrage of attacks, they would likely have been incapacitated long ago. The onlookers glared with indignation at those standing outside the barrier. Among the crowd encircling Lin Yuan and Li Yin, 10 students positioned themselves at the forefront, all of whom possessed the strength of 4-star mirror breakers. One of them sneered at the 9. I suggest you hand over the treasures within the cave promptly, or we shall not hesitate to show our ruthless side. Shen Feng retorted vehemently, You scoundrels! We fought valiantly to acquire this treasure. Why should we surrender it to you? The man scoffed. You truly are blind to your own fate. I am eager to see how long that girl's shield can withstand our assault. Attack together and shatter this light barrier. We shall revel in the sight of your defeat. With that, the 10 formidable 4-star mirror breakers unleashed their full might upon the barrier. The ground shook with the force of their relentless onslaught. Lin Yuan's countenance turned ashen, her radiant aura dimming with each passing moment. Observing her pale visage, Li Yin shouted at the assailants, Stop! Cease your attacks. At the wave of a hand from one of the attackers, they immediately halted, and he coldly regarded Li Yin. Have you made up your mind? Li Yin, his expression darkening, replied, We can relinquish the treasure, but you must allow us to depart unscathed. The man chuckled menacingly. That is acceptable, but we have spent considerable time here with you. The treasure must be surrendered along with your points. Only then will we contemplate sparing your worthless lives. Fuming, Shen Feng clenched his long spear, ready to charge at them, but Li Yin restrained him, warning, Don't act rashly. If you go out there now, you'll be overwhelmed. The group within the barrier felt a surge of anger at the demands laid before them, yet none dared to step outside its protective confines. Li Yin, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, realized dawn approached. They needed to return to the open ground swiftly, or risk being eliminated. Charging out now would not only jeopardize their points, but could also lead to further humiliation. With a grimace, Li Yin inquired, How many points do you want? The 10 exchanged glances and then turned to Li Yin with mocking smiles. We demand points for ourselves, and for our comrades behind us, you must negotiate with them. Laughter erupted from the crowd behind them, utterly dismissing Li Yin and his companions. Furious, Shen Feng pushed past Li Yin and lunged forward, exclaiming, Damn it! I'll fight you. Li Yin gasped in alarm, but it was too late. Shen Feng had already burst through the barrier. As he charged out, his spear lunged fiercely toward one of the attackers. Yet, as a mere 2-star mirror breaker, he was no match for 10 4-star opponents. The strike was effortlessly intercepted, the attacker seizing the spear with ease. What a fool, he scoffed, before violently tossing Shen Feng aside like a rag doll. Time for some fun. Another assailant exclaimed as he delivered a brutal kick, sending Shen Feng crashing into another opponent. Blood erupted from Shen Feng's mouth as the immense force racked his body with pain. As he soared through the air, another attacker readied his fist, taunting, My turn now, catch him. Witnessing this brutal scene, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Stop. Don't hurt him anymore. We'll surrender our points. Lin Yuan could no longer bear to watch. Just as she prepared to retract the barrier, the man sneered, It's too late to beg for mercy. With that, he swung his fist toward the incoming Shen Feng, a malicious grin on his face. The crowd turned away, unable to witness the cruelty that was about to unfold. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the area. Shen Feng, who had been hurtling through the air, vanished from sight. The assailant poised to strike was momentarily stunned. But before he could react, a youthful yet fierce figure appeared before him. A cold voice rang out, Enjoying yourselves, are you? The crowd turned to see a shadowy figure hovering in the air, effortlessly holding Shen Feng aloft. His knee raised high before crashing into the abdomen of the 4-star mirror breaker. The impact was devastating. The assailant, having no chance to defend himself, was sent flying, rolling over 20 meters before coming to a halt, ultimately falling silent. Silence enveloped the scene as everyone stood in shock, their minds momentarily paralyzed. What had just transpired? A powerful 4-star mirror breaker had been defeated in an instant? With a thunderous crash, the figure landed on the ground, stirring up a whirlwind. The crowd finally regained their senses, eyes widening in horror as they beheld the imposing silhouette that had suddenly emerged. Susu, you've arrived, Lin Yuan exclaimed, hastily retracting the barrier. As her companions attempted to approach, they were halted by Su Hongxiao's outstretched hand. Take care of him, you all retreat. Leave this to me. His chilling voice resonated through the air. Su Hongxiao tossed the unconscious Shen Feng to Li Yin and turned his cold gaze upon the encircling assailants. He had not anticipated arriving to witness such a scene, and an indescribable fury ignited within him. These individuals treated lives as mere playthings. This time, Su Hongxiao would ensure they faced consequences. Chapter 55, The Sudden Plea for Mercy. The crowd stood in shock. Let us all attack together. You dare to ambush our people. The other 4-star mirror breakers glared at Su Hongxiao with malice. Don't think that defeating that useless Gao Chun makes you invincible. Exactly. The dozens of students behind the 9 surged forward. Boss, he has 1,000 points. We cannot let him escape. As Su Hongxiao found himself encircled by dozens of students, Lin Yuan felt her heart sink. Although Su Hongxiao had just taken down a 4-star mirror breaker, there remained 9 more 4-star experts and dozens of 2- and 3-star students. Li Yin and the others wore grim expressions, recognizing that despite Su Hongxiao's prowess, he could not possibly contend against such overwhelming numbers. Yet at that moment, 3 4-star mirror breakers stared in horror at the imposing figure in the arena. They could not forget this individual. Their eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. Earlier, they had witnessed Su Hongxiao effortlessly slay a 4-star mirror breaker. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Feng Linger, the situation might have escalated further. Even Lei Long regarded him as a formidable opponent, and now he stood defiantly before them. The 3 youths, having experienced Su Hongxiao's strength firsthand, swallowed hard. Their trepidation palpable as they faced the formidable figure before them. Despite the presence of 6 other 4-star Broken Mirror students, an inexplicable sense of uncertainty lingered in the hearts of the 3. They exchanged glances, then hurriedly turned towards Su Hongxiao with utmost respect, saying, Student Su, we 3 are willing to leave immediately. Could you kindly overlook our previous transgressions? The crowd surrounding them was utterly bewildered. What was happening? The 3 renowned 4-star Broken Mirror students were bowing their heads to this so-called waste. Su Hongxiao, speaking to him with such deference? What on earth had transpired? What were you 3 up to? Were you truly afraid of this so-called waste? The other 6 4-star Broken Mirror students cast disdainful looks at the trio, mocking. If you 3 worthless fools leave, their points will be ours. Idiots. The 3 silently cursed under their breath, immediately turning to Su Hongxiao. Brother Su, we were unaware that these students were with you. Otherwise, not even with 2 of our bravest hearts would we dare to act against you. Indeed, Brother Su, we did not lay a hand on that student earlier. It was solely those 7 who tormented your friend. Upon hearing their words, Su Hongxiao coldly surveyed the 3. You may leave, but surrender your points and endure my strike. At Su Hongxiao's arrogant tone, the other 6 4-star Broken Mirror students burst into laughter. Surely, this would enrage the 3. Su Hongxiao was utterly reckless, and he was bound to face dire consequences. This sentiment was not limited to the onlookers. Even Li Yin and his companions' expressions turned grim. What was Su Hongxiao thinking? Allowing the 3 4-star Broken Mirror students to depart might have left them with some fighting chance. Yet, here he was, brazenly threatening them. This fool was going to ruin them. Just then, to everyone's astonishment, the 3 immediately agreed to Su Hongxiao's demands without hesitation. No problem, Brother Su. We bullied your friend. We'll hand over our points and take your strike. No issue at all. Yes, we are willing to accept Brother Su's punishment. They eagerly spoke, not wishing to provoke the furious monster before them. The student who had previously lain on the ground was uncertain if he was even still alive. Offering conciliatory words might just earn them some mercy from Su Hongxiao. Not only was the crowd surrounding Su Hongxiao stunned, but even Li Yin and his companions were rendered speechless. What was the situation with Su Hongxiao? Why were these 4-star Broken Mirror powerhouses treating him with such reverence? Even fear? Lin Yuan gazed at Su Hongxiao's tall silhouette, her heart inexplicably easing. He seemed to exude a sort of enchanting power that instilled a sense of security. Observing the 3 submissive figures, Su Hongxiao's fury somewhat diminished. Yet punishment was still a necessity. Prepare yourselves. As Su Hongxiao's cold voice resonated, the 3 immediately drew upon their utmost strength. Brother Su, we are ready. Buzz. In an instant, Su Hongxiao vanished from his spot, and the expressions of the 3 shifted drastically as they crossed their arms defensively over their chests. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, 3 resounding impacts erupted, followed by 3 figures being violently hurled backward, crashing into a distant giant tree and spewing blood as they fell to the ground. Struggling to rise, the 3 felt as if they were caught in a tempest. The speed and power of Su Hongxiao had evoked a visceral fear of death within them. This was undoubtedly strength surpassing that of a 5-star Broken Mirror. Yet, they were relieved they had yielded. Otherwise, they might have ended up like the fallen student. Clutching their chests, they limped back towards Su Hongxiao, eyes filled with awe. Thank you for your mercy, Brother Su. We will hand over our points as compensation for your friend and leave immediately. Should there be a next time, We shall not show leniency. Su Hongxiao's voice emerged, cold as a piercing sword. Under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the 3 4-star broken mirror prodigies, along with their subordinates, surrendered their points and swiftly retreated into the distant thicket. They seemed eager to escape, fearing Su Hongxiao might change his mind and prevent their departure. Witnessing Su Hongxiao's effortless defeat of the 3 4-star broken mirror students, the crowd instinctively recoiled. What were they afraid of? He was but one man. One of the 4-star students, glaring at his frightened subordinates, roared in fury. But just then, a small fry suddenly pointed in horror behind him. The student's face paled. Yet he had no time to react before a fist struck his cheek. In the ensuing shock of the crowd, they watched as he spat out a few bloodied teeth, sent reeling backward. Before he could even comprehend, a frigid voice echoed, "Now, it's your turn. Damn it. Let us all attack together. Don't give him a chance to take us down one by one." The remaining 5 4-star broken mirror students promptly reacted, frantically channeling their energy as they drew their weapons and charged at Su Hongxiao. Faced with the assault of 5, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Hongxiao's dark eyes. Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through the air. "You shall spend 3 months in a hospital bed." Chapter 56, One Against Many. The news of the Celestial Radiance Alliance's leader. The spark of hope for the Empire. Su Hongxiao's figure morphed into an afterimage, colliding with the 5 at breakneck speed. Strike after strike, he moved with an unrestrained ferocity, as if in a realm devoid of adversaries. In less than 10 seconds, 5 figures were sent careening backward, blood spilling from their mouths. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Their leader among the 5 4-star broken mirror students now lay motionless on the ground. Had the battle truly concluded in 10 seconds? Those were 5 of the most talented students in the 4-star broken mirror realm. In midair, a swirling shadow silently descended to the ground. To the crowd, that tall figure now resembled an unparalleled beast of ferocity, exuding an aura of dominance and savagery. His piercing dark gaze swept over the crowd, and before Su Hongxiao could utter a word, they began to plead for mercy. "Brother Su, we were wrong. We are willing to surrender our points. Please spare us. Brother Su, grant us mercy. We truly understand our mistakes now." At that moment, fear gripped their hearts. After all, within this assessment, even killing bore no repercussions. They sensed that Su Hongxiao possessed the audacity to take lives. Li Yin and his companions stood bewildered. Only now did they comprehend why the instructor, Song, had entrusted the 1,000 points to Su Hongxiao instead of them. "Student Su, perhaps we should let them go?" Lin Yuan approached, unable to bear the sight of their terrified expressions as she glanced at Su Hongxiao. Since you've spoken, I shall spare them this once." Su Hongxiao nodded at the kind-hearted Lin Yuan, then coldly surveyed the crowd. "Hand over your points. Regardless of whether they faced elimination, they must pay this price." Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's icy words, though they regretted parting with their points, their lives took precedence. Earlier, they had accrued numerous points alongside their respective leaders. Even surrendering 100 points would not lead to their elimination. Thus, they dared not hesitate, promptly offering up 10 points each. Subsequently, they hoisted their fallen leader and swiftly fled the scene. "Brother Su is magnificent. Brother Su is incredible." After a brief silence, several students from Tianyuan City erupted into cheers. Su Hongxiao shook his head helplessly before addressing the crowd. "Cease your wailing. If you wish to avoid being bullied in the future, strive to become stronger. Next time, I shall not intervene." Upon hearing his words, rather than feeling anger, the onlookers were filled with admiration and determination. "Rest assured, Brother Su, from now on, you shall be our leader. Once we enter the training camp, we will exert ourselves diligently and ensure we do not bring shame upon you." Su Hongxiao replied, somewhat exasperated. "Let me be clear, my assistance this time was merely coincidental. I am not your leader." The group erupted into laughter. "All right, our leader, we understand." Su Hongxiao sighed. "Classmate Su, are you unharmed?" Lin Yuan approached, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Su Hongxiao felt the warmth of her gaze and averted his eyes, nodding slightly. "Do not worry, these individuals could not possibly injure me. However, are you unscathed?" Indeed, Lin Yuan glanced at the unconscious Shin Feng, aside from Shun. "The rest of us only suffered minor injuries." "That is reassuring." Su Hongxiao looked at the sun beginning to rise, chuckling softly. "Let us proceed. The assessment time is approaching." With that, a procession of 10 individuals made their way towards the exit. Observing the events unfold on the screen, Qin Jun nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. "This young man possesses formidable abilities, and his character greatly pleases me." Turning to Song Riyun with enthusiasm, he suggested, "Riyun, why not allow this lad to represent us in the Tianyao Liankoe to be held by the military district of the Central Plains? I feel he might secure a commendable position for our Hetian province." Song Riyun replied softly, "Let us wait until after the elite training camp. Although he has performed remarkably, he may be surpassed by Lei Long and others in 3 months. Moreover, the Tianyao Liankoe is a significant event hosted by the military districts of the 4 provinces, from which a candidate with the potential to reach the realm of the shaking heaven must be selected. Such an event is no trivial matter. Should Su Hongxiao be eliminated first, it would bring disgrace upon our Hetian province. After all, for the past 50 years, we have consistently ranked at the bottom among the 4 provinces of the Central Plains. Thus, the selection of participants for the Tianyao Liankui must be approached with utmost caution, leaving no room for oversight. A fervent light flickered in Song Ruyun's bright eyes. This time, the task of selecting elites for the Hetian Province Military District has been entrusted to me, Song Ruyun. Therefore, I must dedicate every effort and ounce of devotion to find a candidate worthy of the trust bestowed by the Major General. She envisioned discovering a true elite who could turn the tide for the Hetian Province Military District. Qin Jun gazed at the impassioned Song Ruyun, sensing her unwavering resolve and sincerity. The Tianyao Liankui was the most vital event for the Central Plains military districts. The individual who triumphed would be recognized as a potential seed of hope for reaching the realm of shaking heaven. Though the various empires had found stability, the soldiers on the front lines faced numerous dangers, often perishing at the jaws of ferocious beasts or falling victim to ambushes from powerful figures of rival empires while gathering resources. The situation was far more perilous than it appeared, with complexities lurking beneath the surface. Hence, the Tianyao Liankui held paramount importance. If an empire could cultivate a powerhouse of the shaking heaven realm, it would not only serve as a pillar to withstand beastly assaults, but also elevate the empire's standing among its peers. In the future, whether facing beastly incursions, invasions from other empires, or resource conflicts between empires, such a powerhouse would provide a significant advantage. Presently, while there were a number of shaking heaven realm experts within the Red Summer Empire, they could be counted on one hand. Although such beings could live for over 2 centuries, what would happen after that? Some of the current shaking heaven experts were already over 200 years old, and without breakthroughs to the celestial immortal realm, they were destined to perish eventually. Yet, no one had ever achieved the celestial immortal realm. No one had ever laid eyes on a true celestial immortal expert. Should the empire lose its shaking heaven realm experts, it would soon find itself shrouded in various crises. Thus, the military districts of the Red Summer Empire organized events like the Tianyao Liankui to select the most exceptional elites, nurturing them at all costs to expedite their ascension to the realm of shaking heaven and fortify the empire's foundation. Empires lacking shaking heaven realm experts were easily invaded and conquered. Merely surviving was a challenge, let alone seizing resources. Chapter 57, Assessment concludes. An uninvited guest. At the foot of the mountain, all students who passed the assessment returned to the open space. At that moment, injured students were being carried out one by one from the back mountain by soldiers. The surviving students, upon witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, their pupils constricted. They beheld Lu Jiao from Mist City being brought out on a stretcher, appearing somewhat deranged. This scene left everyone speechless in shock. They could scarcely fathom who could have reduced the renowned Lu Jiao to such a state. Not only the students, but also Lei Long, Feng Ling, and Lin Feng were equally astonished, their pupils narrowing as they beheld the spectacle. Lu Jiao's strength was on par with theirs. Even if the 3 were confident in their ability to conquer him, it was inconceivable that they could incapacitate him to this extent. At the forefront, Song Ruyun and Qin Jun maintained a calm demeanor. They surveyed the fewer than 100 students gathered in the open space, showing little surprise. Among them, aside from Lei Long and his companions, most appeared disheveled, clad in tattered clothing, and covered in dirt, having lost the arrogance they had upon their arrival. Many eyes furtively glanced towards a tall figure ahead. Su Hongxiao had cast a formidable shadow over them. This included Feng Ling, who now dared not even glance at him, fearing he might reveal what had transpired. The onlookers, unaware of the details, were perplexed by Feng Ling's sudden transformation into a docile demeanor. Previously, her graceful neck had always been held high, but now she stood with her feet turned inward, head down, fiddling with her skirt. This bizarre scene rendered the atmosphere heavy with tension. Observing the disheartened crowd, a smile blossomed on Song Ruyun's face. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the elite training camp assessment. Now, let us return to the training camp base, freshen up, and proceed to breakfast. At her words, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. Hooray! Soon, nearly 100 students were aboard military trucks, making their way back to the base. Despite the fatigue from a night of battle and psychological strain, the youthful exuberance of these boys and girls remained undaunted. As the trucks sped along, students from various schools huddled together, engaging in lively conversation. Perhaps this is what it means to be vibrant young people. On one truck, Lin Yuan observed Su Hongxiao, who had closed his eyes to rest. His clean profile, akin to a luminous crescent moon, radiated a polished charm while still exuding a masculine aura. Was it him who had rescued them from Lu Jiao's clutches? Although Su Hongxiao had not uttered a single word, Lin Yuan had already grasped the situation. Not only Lin Yuan, but also several others, including Li Yan, were present in the truck. They quietly observed Su Hongxiao, who was resting against the vehicle, refraining from speaking or disturbing him. The earlier image of Su Hongxiao, exuding an aura of dominance, lingered in their minds, leaving them utterly astonished. Their previous disdain for him had now transformed into profound admiration, genuine admiration from the bottom of their hearts. As the tranquil atmosphere enveloped them, the military truck gradually entered the base. The elite training camp remained distanced from the bustling city, nestled near mountainous terrain. However, the structures here were remarkably well equipped. Many trainees leaned out of the truck, curiously gazing at the buildings and scenery. Soon, the truck came to a halt in a vast open area, where numerous military vehicles were parked. It was evident that this was the designated parking space, under the guidance of a non-commissioned officer. Everyone collected a set of military uniforms and personal hygiene items. However, the trainees were taken aback to discover that these essentials also required purchasing with points. Those with limited points instantly wore expressions of despair. After receiving their supplies, everyone headed to the bathhouse. In the sweltering summer heat, Hongxiao felt rejuvenated by the cold spring water. It was then he noticed that when he slightly clenched his fists, his muscles became incredibly taut, resembling twisted steel pillars, evoking a terrifying visual impact. His abdominal muscles, now distinctly defined, appeared remarkably firm. He realized that even withstanding a full-force strike from an ordinary broken mirror-level gifted individual would pose no challenge. It was said that upon reaching the mountain town realm, one could endure bullet impacts without expending blood energy. Hongxiao tightened his fists, striving to elevate his realm while maintaining a stable flow of blood energy. Soon, the 97 trainees were fully equipped and stood outside the base's cafeteria, forming a line for their meals. From a distance, Hongxiao caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma, sensing a substantial energy emanating from the food. To his astonishment, the meals consisted of the flesh and blood of elite-grade ferocious beasts, truly befitting an elite training camp. Such elite-grade sustenance was exceedingly rare. If consumed from a young age, one could effortlessly reach the broken mirror realm by the age of 18. Even with a life of leisure. While the group dined, several brand new black sedans appeared outside the base. Standing beyond the fortified entrance were dozens of burly men clad in black suits, with a middle-aged man in a gray suit standing prominently before them. This gray-suited individual glared ominously at the two soldiers stationed outside the iron gate. "Who is in charge here? Bring him forth to meet me, regardless of who he was." The soldier responded, "Please refrain from causing a disturbance here and leave immediately." The soldiers, both in their 20s and at the broken mirror 8-star level, could surmise that the arrogant middle-aged man was likely the relative of a trainee who had encountered an accident during the assessment, a scenario they had witnessed all too often. However, the elite training camp had established rules that were unbreakable. "Leave. My nephew has been rendered powerless in your pathetic assessment camp, reduced to a fool. If the person in charge does not provide an explanation to the Lu family of Mist City today, do not blame me, Lu Meng, for being impolite." Lu Meng's voice boomed, and the immense blood energy of the mountain town realm erupted forth. Immediately, the imposing figures behind him also unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. The two young soldiers, overwhelmed by this pressure, stood their ground, their eyes burning with defiance. "Heh, are the Lu family of Mist City so arrogant now? How dare you come to cause trouble in our Source City military district?" At that moment, an even greater wave of blood energy emanated from within the iron gate, shattering the oppressive force wielded by Lu Meng and his men. Everyone gazed in shock as the scene unfolded. Chapter 58, The Overbearing Colonel Song. A hidden murderous intent. Confronted with the overwhelming aura, Lu Meng and his burly companions turned pale, staggering backward. The fortified steel gates slowly opened, revealing two tall figures stepping out. "Who are you?" Lu Meng's expression darkened as he gazed toward the gate. The two individuals emerging were young men clad in immaculate military uniforms, causing a flicker of astonishment in Lu Meng's eyes. Despite their youthful appearance, they radiated a terrifying presence. The earlier aura had undoubtedly belonged to someone at the moon-splitting realm. These two were not to be trifled with. "You are not worthy to know who we are." Song Ryun's gaze was icy as she directed her attention at Lu Meng, casually tossing an object toward him. "This is your nephew's consent instrument, bearing his fingerprint. Before arriving, your esteemed family should have been informed of the rules here." "Indeed," added Qin Jun, equally cold, "not to mention that your nephew has been incapacitated. There are students who have died at his hands. Does your Lu family not owe others an explanation?" "You too." Lu Meng's face darkened as he glared at them, his voice low and menacing. "Who is responsible for incapacitating my nephew? Tell me, and I will leave immediately." "Do you think you can leave just like that?" Song Ryun's expression hardened as she stepped forward. "If you do not wish to leave, I would not hesitate to ensure you can never leave." Boom. The terrifying pressure of the moon-splitting realm erupted from Song Ryun. Observing the terror-stricken expressions on the crowd, she coldly declared, "If there is a next time, do not blame me for leading my troops to your Lu family in Mist City." Scram. Despite the murderous intent swelling within him, Lu Meng could not afford to utter another word. "Let us go," he barked, swiftly retreating with his entourage. "You group of parasites within the Empire. Do you have the capability to confront ferocious beasts on the front line?" Qin Jun shouted after them, his booming voice causing Lu Meng to momentarily halt, clenching his fists before departing. Song Ryun coldly observed the departing vehicle, instructing Qin Jun, Ensure those stationed outside maintain strict vigilance. If anyone dares to allow unauthorized entry, they will be sent to raise pigs. Understood. Leave this matter to me, Qin Jun replied, watching the vehicles that had vanished from sight. It seems that they will not easily relent. I wonder if Su Hongxiao will become their target? While others may not have known who had acted, the two of them were well aware. However, since Su Hongxiao had joined the elite training camp, he was under their protection, no matter who sought to disrupt the rules. Both he and Song Ruiyun would be the first to object. With a light laugh, Song Ruiyun reassured him, rest assured, once the 3-month training camp concludes. Even with 1,000 times the courage, the Lu family of Mist City would not dare to lay a finger on Su Hongxiao. Upon hearing Song Ruiyun's confident tone, Qin Jun was taken aback. Are you implying that you intend to protect him? Knowing Song Ruiyun's background, Qin Jun understood that if she wished to safeguard Su Hongxiao, it would be a simple matter. Of course not. Song Ruiyun shot him a glance. By then, the results of the National Martial Arts Examination will be announced. And judging by Su Hongxiao's performance, he will undoubtedly be the top martial scholar in the nation. Furthermore, if he excels in this training camp, even the major generals will come to Tianyuan City to celebrate his success. I see. Qin Jun's eyes sparkled with realization. Su Hongxiao's martial arts examination results are practically secured as the nation's top martial scholar. If he can graduate from the training camp with the highest honors, then the representative from our Tianhe military district to participate in the Tianyao alliance must undoubtedly be him. At that time, the major general will personally come to observe him. As Qin Jun spoke, he gazed up at the blazing sun in the sky. The major general of the Tianhe military district is a formidable warrior who has already reached the 8th star of the Jiang realm. If Su Hongxiao manages to catch the major general's attention, any faction within the Tianhe province that dares to provoke him must be prepared for annihilation. The future spark of hope for the Qixia Empire cannot be compared to those parasites nestled safely in their zones. Inside the cafeteria, a portion of high-grade beast meat astonishingly costs 5 points. The elite-grade beast meat demands an even steeper price of 10 points. Many people gritted their teeth and reluctantly parted with 5 points, while only those with a substantial number of points could afford the elite-grade meat. However, the crowd did not feel too disheartened, as the meat was meticulously selected from extraordinary beasts, not just any ordinary flesh. In the outside world, it is a treasure that is nearly impossible to acquire. As for Su Hongxiao, he paid little mind to the prices, for he currently possessed over 10,000 points. Li Yin and the others turned their gaze towards Su Hongxiao and earnestly expressed, "Thank you, Su, for your assistance this time. Without you, Shenfeng, and even we ourselves, might have fallen victim to those individuals." Indeed, after treatment, Shenfeng, aside from his bruises, bore no significant injuries. He looked up to Su Hongxiao with admiration, stood up, and bowed deeply, saying, "Brother Su, I apologize for my previous conduct. I hope you can forgive any unpleasantness from the past." At this point, Shenfeng added earnestly, "If it comes to it, you may hit me a few times to vent." Su Hongxiao shook his head with a wry smile. "All right, sit down now." He was not particularly concerned about such matters. After all, those who can acknowledge their mistakes and change are truly commendable. With graduation from high school now behind them, it is likely that they would not cross paths again in the future. Aside from Lin Yuan and Li Yin, who both had no trouble entering Kyoto and the magic capital Martial University, the others would find it challenging to meet again. Brother Su is magnanimous. The joyous voices of the crowd drew the attention of other talented students nearby. However, upon realizing it was the group from Tianyuan City, most averted their gaze and resumed their meals. Dozens of eyes occasionally darted towards Su Hongxiao's back, swallowing nervously. Surrounding Lin Feng from Nanjing were several talented students, engaged in hushed conversation with him. Lin Feng's eyes gradually sparkled with fervor as he listened, casting an incredulous glance towards Su Hongxiao's figure, his mind racing with thoughts. Before coming here, his family had advised him to befriend any extraordinary students he encountered, for they might be the harbingers of greatness. However, Lin Feng also harbored his own pride. He would never concede without a fight. At that moment, while Ruan Xian wished to stand and apologize to Su Hongxiao like Shen Feng, her pride held her back. "By the way, Su, are you preparing to join that martial university?" Lin Yuan inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with keen interest. Su Hongxiao did not conceal the truth, replying, "I have already joined Kyoto Martial University." "Wonderful," Lin Yuan exclaimed joyfully, her happiness reflecting her father's sentiments. Observing this scene, the others seemed to grasp something deeper, sharing mischievous smiles. Lin Yuan, noticing their expressions, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The girl's blush was as enchanting as a spring breeze, captivating all who beheld it. Chapter 59, The Source of Points. The sprint begins in earnest. Noticing the dumbfounded stares of those around him and Lin Yuan's discomfort, Su Hongxiao gently cleared his throat. At that, the others sheepishly scratched their heads and diverted their gazes. Li Yin, seeing this, chuckled ruefully. "What a pity. Had I known, I wouldn't have joined Magic Capital Martial University. I would have gone to Kyoto Martial University for a livelier experience." At this juncture, Li Yin suddenly turned to Su Hongxiao and asked, "But, Su, Why didn't you choose the stronger magic capital Martial University in recent years? With a light chuckle, Hongxiao replied, for me, it matters not which Martial University I attend. What is paramount is to find comfort and fulfillment within. The teachers at Kyoto Martial University resonate with me more. As he spoke, Hongxiao cast a glance at Lin Yuan, smiling gently. All right. A wise person once told me, do not speak while eating. Let us enjoy our meal first. Upon hearing Hongxiao's words, the group ceased their chatter and eagerly dug into their food. After a night of battle and anxiety, they were ravenous. And given that this meal was earned through hard work, it must not be wasted. After all, these dishes were acquired with precious points, which are worth their weight in gold. On the sports field of the Source City Military District, 97 cadets in military uniforms stood at attention, gazing forward. On the elevated platform, Song Ryun and Qin Jun stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. You all have done well. Stepping forward in her emerald green military uniform, Song Ryun's radiant gaze surveyed the crowd as she spoke. The remaining elite among you will spend the next 3 months in this prolonged training. However, rest assured, the elite training camp held in the provincial capital will not impede your entrance into the Martial University. What I must convey to you now is that during these 3 months, every aspect of your life within the base, from food and accommodations to the use of training equipment, will require points. Generally, aside from training, you must also take responsibility for maintaining the cleanliness of the entire base to earn points. This is your sole means of acquiring them. Should your points dwindle to 0, you will be eliminated. I believe with your strength, cleaning the base will be swift and efficient. So, do you have any questions? A subtle smile played in Song Ryun's eyes. These proud children of the heavens would find it hard to claim they were elite if they could not endure such minor hardships or set aside their pride. The talented individuals in attendance began to murmur among themselves. For those of their stature, whether in school or within their families, they had never engaged in such menial labor. Yet, considering the harsh rules imposed, none dared to voice dissent. Moreover, the training equipment here was far superior to that found in martial arts halls or even family estates. The military district's training apparatus was top tier, as only warriors who frequently battled ferocious beasts could access them. Without adequate resources and training tools, the high-ranking officials of the Qixiao Empire would be the first to object. Before long, the crowd came to a consensus, turning their unwavering gazes to Song Ryun on the platform, declaring resolutely, in response to Instructor Song, we have no objections. Indeed, we must grow stronger before entering the Martial University. We shall not bring shame upon our Tianhe province. In that moment, a fervor surged through the crowd. Even Hongxiao felt his blood boiling. The Martial University, where warriors clash with ferocious beasts, where the guardians of the city dwell. Hongxiao's eyes suddenly glimmered. The road ahead is long, and to travel it successfully, he must strive to grow stronger. He slowly lifted his gaze to the sky, where the pristine clouds seemed to gently outline a breathtaking silhouette. Excellent, Song Ryun smiled. The students who discovered treasures in the cave should have recognized their significance. I need not reiterate this. However, I must caution you all to exercise utmost care when utilizing them, and remember to dilute their energies. After all, there were once prodigious students who, with an unawareness of the gravity of their actions, recklessly utilized their abilities, ultimately resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the cyclone that left them utterly incapacitated. Upon hearing Song Ryun speak of the treasures within the cavern, most were left bewildered, for they had no inkling of what those treasures entailed. Only those fortunate enough to have acquired treasures wore expressions brimming with elation. It is imperative to remember that here, one's points can only be utilized by oneself. Should anyone dare to bestow their points upon another, they shall face immediate disqualification. Song Ryun cast a serious gaze upon the assembly. As for the treasures you have obtained, you may choose to use them for yourself or share them with others. During these 3 months, we shall not intervene excessively. Whether you choose to strive for advancement or to remain idle is entirely up to you. Subsequently, I shall have arrangements made for your accommodations. Apart from Yanqing's Lei Long, Fengqing's Feng Linger, Nanqing's Lin Feng, and Tianyuanqing's Su Hongxiao, who will each have private rooms. The remainder will share dormitories. Soon, each individual followed an officer to their respective lodgings. After bidding farewell to the officer, Su Hongxiao entered his room. The space was modest, furnished simply with a bed and a set of table and chairs. Su Hongxiao nodded in satisfaction. A single room was quite agreeable, as he had long been accustomed to solitude. However, what captured his attention was a large water barrel positioned at the back of the room, exuding a potent herbal aroma. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the 1-meter-high barrel contained a glowing medicinal liquid, seemingly a diluted concoction prepared in advance by the base officers. A smile broke across Su Hongxiao's face. No wonder they had allocated single rooms for the 4 of them, apparently. The diluted essence of blood and marrow had already been meticulously prepared. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, Su Hongxiao found Lin Yuan and the others waiting. Is there something amiss? Lin Yuan glanced at her companions before producing a vial containing the essence blood of an elite-grade beast. Su, this is a treasure we acquired by collaboratively vanquishing a high-tier beast within the cavern. After deliberation among ourselves, we have decided to offer it to you. Su Hongxiao paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a gentle smile, there's no need. Although this small vial of essence blood may seem modest, it is ample enough for the 5 of you to share. With that, Su Hongxiao retrieved a vial of elite-grade beast essence blood from his spatial ring. Here, take this. You 9 can divide it among yourselves. Observing the stunned expressions of his companions, Su Hongxiao chuckled helplessly as he pressed the item into Lin Yuan's hands. Suddenly, he adopted a serious demeanor. This is not a gift without strings. In 1 month, I hope to witness the emergence of a transformed and improved version of all of you. Thank you so much, Su. The group gazed at Su Hongxiao with gratitude, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. The individual they had once scorned and belittled now not only refrained from seeking revenge, but had also extended such generous assistance to them. This realization filled them with shame, and they felt a profound sense of guilt. What immense magnanimity it must take to act in such a manner. Simultaneously, they resolved to devote themselves to diligent practice, determined not to let Su Hongxiao down. Witnessing their resolve, Su Hongxiao smiled softly. All right, return to your training during this period. Unless there is a pressing matter, do not disturb me. I intend to enter a state of seclusion. After all, when it comes to cultivation, interruptions are most undesirable. At present, Su Hongxiao sensed that the cyclone of thunderclouds within his dantian was expanding rapidly. Following a series of experiences during this period, his thundercloud cyclone had already reached its utmost expansion. Now was the time for a thorough and decisive push. Chapter 60, Seclusion. The Stirring Beast Egg. I shall teach you. During the elevation of one's realm, particularly at the critical moment of breakthrough, the greatest test for those endowed with talent lies in the need for unwavering focus and vigilance over the changes within their internal cyclone. At times, even a slight disturbance could lead to irrevocable setbacks. Though Su Hongxiao was fortified by the 9 heavens' divine thunder, rendering him somewhat unconcerned, he still wished to avoid unnecessary interruptions. Rest assured, Su, we will occasionally take on cleaning jobs to earn points, and after our training, we will ensure that someone takes turns guarding your door. Su Hongxiao shook his head with a smile. All right, go back to your training. Once his companions departed, Su Hongxiao closed the door and approached the medicinal barrel. He retrieved the remaining 9 vials of essence blood from his spatial ring. After the vial openings resonated with the power of his blood essence, he poured all 9 vials into the barrel. This mixture was originally intended to dilute just a single vial of beast essence blood. However, Su Hongxiao harbored no concerns. He could feel that the energy required by his thundercloud cyclone was immensely vast. Were it not for safety's sake, he would have even considered pouring in the remaining 2 vials of marrow essence. As he observed the liquid gradually turning crimson and the swirling energy of blood essence floating atop, Su Hongxiao wasted no time. He shed his clothing and leapt into the barrel, settling into a cross-legged position. As soon as he entered the barrel, his skin flushed a vivid crimson. Countless pores opened, and immediately, a torrent of concentrated blood energy surged into Su Hongxiao's body like shimmering streams of light. Sensing the overwhelming influx of blood energy, Su Hongxiao activated the 9 heavens' divine thunder to its utmost capacity. Despite the sheer magnitude of this energy, it became even more crystalline and translucent after being purified by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. All impurities were expelled from the energy properties by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Only the filtered blood energy, now radiant and pure, was guided by Su Hongxiao into the thundercloud. Buzzing. In an instant, a tremendous force of blood essence erupted from within the room, creating ripples of energy. Su Hongxiao gazed at the ever-expanding and solidifying thundercloud cyclone within his dantian, his heart swelling with excitement. Confronted with this inexhaustible reservoir of blood energy, he remained calm as he deftly manipulated the 9 heavens' divine thunder to absorb it fervently. 15 days later, the inhabitants of Tianyuanqing had long since awakened from their training. The majority of them had elevated their strength by a star, with Li Yan even achieving a remarkable 2-star leap into the 6th realm of Broken Mirror. Lin Yuan also made substantial progress, successfully entering the 6th realm of Broken Mirror thanks to her S-grade talent. As for Xin Feng, having consumed medicinal pills since childhood, he leveraged the residual potency within him to break through several ranks, attaining the 5th realm of Broken Mirror. Everyone was exhilarated, yet they were astonished to find that Su Hongxiao had not yet emerged. For the entirety of the past half-month, they had not seen him in the dining hall. However, Su Hongxiao had previously instructed them not to disturb him, so even though they worried for him, they dared not recklessly approach his room. At one point during this duration, Su Hongxiao had awakened briefly, and upon witnessing his own realm, a smile of elation graced his features. Yet, he quickly subdued his joy. Sensing the waning blood energy within the medicinal liquid, he promptly retrieved 2 vials of marrow essence. After pouring the elite-grade beast marrow into the barrel, he once again entered a state of seclusion. The power of this marrow essence surpassed that of the essence blood by a considerable margin. Strangely, despite the passage of time, the glowing medicinal liquid continued to emit a fragrant herbal aroma. Indeed, Both pills and potions were remarkable substances. Hongxiao mused inwardly that should the opportunity arise in the future, learning the art of alchemy and potion making would be quite advantageous. With the beginning of next month fast approaching, he hoped to produce 3 superior items. Simultaneously, Hongxiao noticed that the white-scaled serpent egg within his spatial ring was also absorbing a small portion of the blood energy. A faint smile appeared on his lips. This was fortuitous, as an early hatching would facilitate its cultivation. The essence of blood and marrow pulsated with an abundance of vital energy. Even a slight decrease would be inconsequential. With this thought in mind, as the terrifying surge of energy flooded into his body once more, Hongxiao promptly focused his mind and began to absorb it fervently, following the tumultuous battles and subsequent healing in the desolate region. The thundercloud cyclone within Hongxiao had already reached its zenith. This time, he eagerly anticipated the heights he would attain once he fully absorbed this vital energy. A month swiftly passed. The Thunder Dragon of Yang City, Feng Linger of the Sealed City, and Lin Feng of Nan City simultaneously emerged from their meditative states. They had completely absorbed the essence of blood they had acquired. At this moment, brilliance sparkled in their eyes. The figures of Thunder Dragon and Lin Feng vanished from their respective rooms, hastening towards the training base. As for Feng Linger, she remained unhurried within her chamber. Feeling the immense power of her mental energy, a radiant confidence emanated from her bright gaze. Now, she had achieved the strength of the 8th star of the Broken Mirror. Even if she were to encounter a typical 9th star, she could defeat it in 3 minutes. Could she truly overpower that scoundrel? Feng Linger mused to herself. Could I genuinely conquer that monster? A rebellious, yet smiling visage gradually surfaced in her mind. How infuriating. What am I even thinking? I must be able to defeat him. With a sudden shake of her head, she sought to dispel that image from her thoughts. Throughout this month, Feng Linger found it impossible to forget Hongxiao. He had seemingly transformed into her inner demon. Just as she contemplated stepping out for a stroll, a soldier informed her that Instructor Song requested her presence. With a puzzled mind, Feng Linger followed the soldier deep into the base to the instructor's office. In a special training room, she slowly entered, and upon doing so, she beheld the tumultuous presence of a woman before her, Instructor Song. She glanced down at herself, and a look of sorrow crossed her delicate features. However, it was only Instructor Song present. What could she possibly want with her? You've arrived. Song Ryun lifted her gaze towards the door where Feng Linger stood. Do you know why I summoned you? Feng Linger shook her head in confusion. This Linger does not know. That's quite all right. You will soon find out. Song Ryun chuckled lightly, and suddenly, all the flying daggers on Feng Linger flew uncontrollably from her, ultimately hovering beside Song Ryun. You. The set of flying daggers seemed of great significance to Feng Linger, who immediately unleashed her formidable mental power in an attempt to reclaim them. However, just as her mental energy was about to envelop the daggers, an invisible force abruptly shattered it. How could this be? Feng Linger stood in shock, her bewildered mind racing with thoughts. Song Ryun smiled gently, her body suddenly emanating waves of energy, causing all the apparatus in the special training room to levitate effortlessly. No matter whether they weighed hundreds or even thousands of pounds, they all floated without exception. You two are a talent in mental energy. At that moment, Feng Linger comprehended fully, gazing in astonishment at the scene before her. Such control was utterly terrifying. Not only could she not achieve such a feat, but even her father, Feng Dezhu, would be incapable of it. In Song Ryun's beautiful eyes, invisible ripples flickered as she slightly raised her head to meet the shocked countenance of Feng Linger, then said with a light laugh, Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Chapter 61, Breakthrough. The Mountain Peace Realm. The 1-month mark. 3 items. The blazing sun hung high, accompanied by the chirps of insects and the calls of birds. In a simple room, Hongxiao abruptly opened his eyes, catching a fleeting glimpse of mysterious purple light. With a splash, he leaped to his feet, sending droplets of water flying. His explosive physique was suffused with luminescent medicinal liquid. Buzz. A surge of purple energy erupted from Hongxiao's energy sea, forming a mysterious purple vital energy enveloping his exterior. Excitement radiated from Hongxiao's face. Finally, he had stepped into the Mountain Peace Realm. His fists clenched tightly, his entire being quivering with exhilaration. This month's 1 yuan flash sale items have been updated. Please check your inventory. Startled by the announcement from the 1 yuan flash sale system, Hongxiao was momentarily taken aback. Had time passed so swiftly? Enthralled in absorbing vital energy, he had nearly forgotten the passage of time. With renewed excitement, he promptly opened the system interface. 1 yuan flash sale system. Description: 3 1 yuan flash sales available each month. Items for this month are as follows: D-grade talent, flame source power, 1 yuan purchase. Entry-level alchemy technique crystal, 1 yuan purchase. High-level earth skill, thunder flame inferno formation, 1 yuan purchase. Hongxiao stared blankly at the 3 items displayed. Aside from the high-level earth skill, the other 2 seemed rather lackluster. A D-grade fire element talent, and an entry-level alchemy technique crystal. However, his eyes soon sparkled with excitement. If he purchased the D-grade fire element talent, wouldn't he become a dual attribute talent bearer? He had heard of such prodigies before. They were truly remarkable figures. Those possessing dual talents were known as rare talent bearers. Even if one of their talents was a mere F grade, the other could potentially be A grade, S grade, or even SS grade. Among the 9 powerful figures of the Red Summer Empire, one of the Tianwu strongmen possessed the rare dual talent. The Tianwu strongman was a peerless expert of the mountain-shaking realm. Su Hongxiao's heart raced with exhilaration, although the firepower was somewhat lacking. With enough points accumulated in the future, acquiring an SSS-grade fire element talent was not beyond reach, albeit a distant goal. At that moment, a wave of excitement washed over him, for only fire element talent bearers could concoct medicinal pills. As for those skilled in vital energy martial arts or other elemental talents, they were incapable of alchemy. Even with just a D-grade fire element talent, he could still produce some medicinal pills. An indescribable thrill surged within Su Hongxiao. Without hesitation, he swiftly purchased all 3 items for 1 yuan each. D-grade talent, flame source power, 1 yuan flash sale. Entry-level alchemy technique crystal, 1 yuan flash sale. High-level earth skill, thunder flame inferno formation, 1 yuan flash sale. Without a moment's doubt, Su Hongxiao promptly claimed the D-grade flame source power. This time, there were no terrifying omens like when he had acquired the 9 heavens divine thunder. After all, this was merely a D-grade fire element talent, which was understandable. Upon claiming it, Su Hongxiao suddenly felt a surge of scorching energy within him. He immediately focused his mind on his energy sea, and to his astonishment, beside the vast thundercloud cyclone and the ancient blood pill, a small flame cyclone had emerged. However, due to the talent's modest level, the flame was only of the most ordinary orange-yellow hue. A wry smile crept onto Su Hongxiao's face. If more talents were to manifest in the future, his energy sea would surely become congested. Yet, this concern dissipated quickly, for upon reaching the quiet sun realm, he could carve out new space within his energy sea. At that time, the vitality energy could become as rich and robust as an ocean, which would be nothing short of terrifying. Undoubtedly, by then, he would no longer fear the presence of additional elemental cyclones. To take a step back, should he encounter a higher-level fire element talent, Su Hongxiao could always replace this D-grade fire element talent. After all, the F-class thunder power that he once awakened had already been directly devoured by the SSS-class 9 heavens divine thunder, which could also be described as having been thoroughly absorbed. With his internal vision retracted, Su Hongxiao slowly extended his finger, and a flickering flame sprouted unexpectedly from the slender tip. Hey, this is truly fascinating. Su Hongxiao played with the flame for a while before extinguishing it, for next came the formidable skill, the advanced earth-level skill, Thunderfire Purgatory Array. The very name resonated with extraordinary significance. Previously, the Lightning 9 flashes bestowed upon him by Director Lin, although merely an inferior earth-level skill, had significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. This advanced earth-level skill was likely beyond imagination. Su Hongxiao hastily utilized his fire elemental affinity to evaporate the moisture from his body, then donned his clothes and sat cross-legged upon the bed. Once adequately prepared, he accepted the skill item. Buzz. In an instant, the essence of the skill crystallized and melded into Su Hongxiao's mind. Thunderfire Purgatory Array. Quality: advanced earth-level skill. Description: a skill activated by the elemental affinities of thunder and fire, entwining to form a terrifying Thunderfire Purgatory Array. Any creature ensnared within this array shall be relentlessly bombarded by an infinite barrage of thunderfire until the user actively ceases it or the creature perishes. When cultivated to its zenith, the Thunderfire Purgatory Array can encompass a radius of 10,000 meters, imprisoning a city and binding mountains to their peaks. Summary: this skill serves as a large area restrictive killing move. Restriction: this skill can only be utilized by those endowed with both thunder and fire elemental affinities. Cultivation method: the memory crystal has already entered the host's mind. Countless crystals penetrated his psyche as Su Hongxiao closed his eyes, commencing earnest absorption. After all, this was an advanced earth-level skill, and the information within the cultivation crystal was monumental. As Su Hongxiao re-entered his cultivation, the entire base became animated. Most elite trainees were fervently cleaning the base, accumulating points. Once their points were somewhat sufficient, they immediately dove into the training facility, fervently utilizing the equipment within for rigorous training. No one was willing to remain at the back of the crowd. All aspired to soar to great heights. Diligently honing their skills, Lin Yuan, who was cleaning alongside Wan Xian to earn points, was suddenly called out. Lin, that Thunder Dragon fellow wants you to visit the elite trainees training room. What if I don't go? Please, Lin, if you don't, he might beat me to a pulp. Lin Yuan looked at the terrified expression of the boy and felt her heart soften instantly. Lead the way. Chapter 62. Each showcases their skills. If you dare to leave, I will surely cripple him. Within the elite trainees training room, numerous students were gathered, diligently practicing. Quick, come see. Lin Feng from Nanxing is attempting to break through his limits, challenging the movement test against a Jinshan realm powerhouse. Someone shouted, instantly capturing everyone's attention, and the practitioners hurriedly rushed over. In a special training room, A large transparent glass panel allowed other students to observe and learn. The expansive training area featured a figure clad in white, fluttering as he moved, none other than Lin Feng. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the gravity in the training room had been set to level 5. Wow, that's 5 times the gravity. I doubt I could even walk in there. Not just you. Even with my broken mirror 4-star strength, I'd probably be flattened to the ground by the gravity. Look over there. One person pointed at the adjacent monitor. What the heck? Hundreds of laser beams? Is Lin Feng actually going to challenge 100 lasers under 5 times the gravity? That's utterly terrifying. Even a 1-star Jinshan realm powerhouse wouldn't last a minute under that barrage of lasers. Incredible. Truly, Lin Feng is a force to be reckoned with. Quiet down and watch closely. Lin Feng is about to begin. Someone shouted, and the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on the hundreds of laser ports rapidly moving. The dark, cold gun barrels suddenly aimed at Lin Feng, who stood in the center of the arena, unleashing a barrage of red beams. Simultaneously, the monitor began counting down from 1 second. Within the training room, Lin Feng moved swiftly even amidst the 5-fold gravity. His graceful figure dazzled the onlookers. Facing the dense barrage of red lasers, Lin Feng fully unleashed his vitality, propelling his speed to its utmost limit. Incredible. Lin Feng can dodge those lasers. Goodness. With my current broken mirror 7-star strength, I wouldn't last 10 seconds against 10 lasers under 5-fold gravity. The spectators were left in awe. Yet as time passed within the 5-fold gravity space, Lin Feng's speed began to wane. Exhaustion crept upon him as sweat trickled down his face. And facing the relentless red lasers, he gradually found it increasingly arduous. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Feng was caught off guard by a sudden red laser beam. Ultimately unable to evade it, he was struck by a laser, and all the laser ports abruptly ceased firing. This signified the end of the challenge. At that moment, the door to the training room swung open, and the crowd respectfully parted to allow Lin Feng to exit. Bro Feng, here is a towel. Lin Feng accepted the towel offered by a young admirer, wiping the sweat from his brow as he glanced at the timer, a smile gracing his face. He had endured for 39 seconds, drawing ever closer to the coveted 1-minute mark. Lin Feng, you're phenomenal. No one can match your current achievement. Indeed, at this speed, even 3-star Jinshan realm powerhouses would struggle to keep up with you. Hearing the compliments, Lin Feng smiled, but suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The crowd turned to see the Thunder Dragon from Yanqing approaching, flanked by a group of students. Wow, is the Thunder Dragon here to test his strength? Quick, let us check it out. Soon, a throng of students congregated at a corner of the training facility. Lin Feng, intrigued, approached to observe the Thunder Dragon in the arena, where an array of strength testing machines awaited. However, the crowd was perplexed as the Thunder Dragon simply stood there with his arms crossed, seemingly awaiting something. Many spectators were aware that the Thunder Dragon had initially set his sights on a particular female student. Now that he had achieved considerable prowess, it seemed he wished to showcase his abilities to win her heart. Yet, most could discern that the female student appeared to favor Hongxiao. Nevertheless, no one dared to voice such thoughts in the presence of the Thunder Dragon. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in the Thunder Dragon's eyes as he spotted an approaching student leading 2 girls behind him. How beautiful! The crowd gazed at Lin Yuan's elegant figure, their eyes shimmering. Brole, I've brought your future sister-in-law. The student who had been leading rushed toward the Thunder Dragon, prompting the onlookers to part, creating a clear path. Lin Yuan's charming face bore an expression of indifference, while Ruan Xian hid timidly behind her. Lin Yuan traversed the path cleared by the crowd, her countenance as frosty as the winter's chill as she gazed at the student beside Lei Long. What did you just say? The student, seemingly aware of Su Hongxiao's formidable prowess, exhibited a flicker of trepidation in the presence of his friend. Yet at that moment, a fierce glare from nearby compelled the student to exclaim, Sister-in-law, my brother Lei has taken a liking to you. Thus you are now the sister-in-law of all the students from Yang City. With a resounding clap, Lei Long struck the student's shoulder, laughing heartily. Remember, Lin Yuan is the sister-in-law of everyone here. Do you understand? The student, head bowed and trembling, replied, I understand, brother Lei. Lin Yuan is everyone's sister-in-law except for you, huh? Lei Long let out a boisterous laugh, turning his attention to the icy Lin Yuan. It has been a month since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful. What business do you have with me? Lin Yuan replied, harboring no fondness for him. He had initially sought trouble with the students from Tianyuan City, and now he allowed his classmates to address her in such a manner, deepening her disdain. If there is nothing, I shall take my leave. As she turned to depart, Lei Long's laughter boomed. If you dare to leave, I will undoubtedly cripple that fellow named Su Hongxiao. You. Lin Yuan spun around abruptly, her cold gaze fixed on Lei Long. The aura of blood and power emanating from him was even more potent than before. He had likely ascended to the 8th or even 9th star of the Broken Mirror realm within this month. Su Hongxiao had not emerged from his room for quite some time, leaving her uncertain about his current state. Lin Yuan felt a pang of anxiety that Lei Long might indeed seek to cause trouble for him, and she hesitated to depart hastily. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's frigid tone, Lei Long bore no offense. If he could acquire her so easily, he would not have valued her as he did. Do not be angry, Miss Lin, he chuckled. I have come to let you witness the fruits of my cultivation over this past month. Your cultivation results have nothing to do with me, Lin Yuan replied coldly. Because I, Lei Long, have taken a liking to you. You. Lin Yuan frowned at the boisterous Lei Long, her expression growing increasingly displeased. Yuan Xian suddenly interjected. Big guy, let me tell you, my sister Yuan's father is the head of the Martial Defense Department in Tianyuan City. Speak carelessly again. And you should be wary of Director Lin coming to your Yang City to seek justice. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The head of the Martial Defense Department? The protector of an entire city? These elite students fell silent, although they too hailed from influential families. They had heard numerous tales about the Martial Defense Department from their elders. The duties of the Martial Defense Department included safeguarding the peace of the city and resolving matters beyond the capabilities of ordinary departments. Particularly, the heads of these departments were universally formidable, capable of slaying king-level beasts and dismantling corrupt high-ranking officials and malevolent foreign entities. Most importantly, those within the Martial Defense Department answered only to the highest leaders of the empire. The gazes of the crowd towards Lin Yuan transformed into reverence. They had not anticipated that this beautiful young lady was the daughter of a city director. The students alongside Lei Long, though initially shocked, soon displayed peculiar smiles. Ha ha. Lei Long was taken aback at first, but then he burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Lin Yuan. This is splendid. It seems we are a match made in heaven. My father is also the head of the Martial Defense Department in Yang City. Perhaps our esteemed parents are already acquainted. Once the elite training camp concludes, I shall have my father propose to your Lin family in Tianyuan City. I believe Uncle Lin might just agree. Dream on, Lin Yuan retorted. Though surprised by his identity, she remained confident that her father would never coerce her into such a union. Let me clarify, Lei Long. I will never develop feelings for you. In fact, I currently find you quite repugnant. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's resolute declaration, Lei Long's expression darkened as his blood surged intensely. The crowd recoiled in shock. The oppressive force emanating from him was terrifying. Goodness, this blood power is astonishing. Has Lei Long truly broken through to the 9th star of the Broken Mirror realm? Under the overwhelming pressure, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Lin Yuan, struggling to counter the oppressive aura with her own blood energy, maintained her resolute gaze, unwavering. Seeing her steadfastness, Lei Long seethed. If you refuse to comply, I will certainly ruin that brat Su Hongxiao. With that, he spun around and struck the power testing device with a fierce punch. Bang! The blow resonated with a deafening roar, colliding fiercely with the device, unleashing a horrifying cacophony. The crowd hastily covered their ears, channeling their internal energy to shield themselves from the piercing sound waves. Beside the massive power testing device, there was a measurement device, and the numbers began to fluctuate wildly. The onlookers watched in astonishment as the final reading settled at 988 tons. 98 tons of sheer strength. Even Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Despite his incredible speed, his strength barely reached 90 tons. In terms of raw power, even he fell significantly short compared to Lei Long. Wow, 98 tons of power. This is already nearing the pinnacle of the 9th star of the Broken Mirror realm, just a step away from the mountain taming realm. Lei Long is incredible. In this short month, he has risen to the 9th star of the Broken Mirror realm. It's astonishing. I understand now. Lei Long must have acquired numerous treasures during his time on the back mountain. Yet, this progress is too terrifying. Who among us can possibly contend with Lei Long now? Indeed, as one ascends through the ranks, it becomes increasingly challenging. Transitioning from the 5th to the 9th star of the Broken Mirror realm is not at all akin to advancing from the 1st to the 5th. Exactly. Even the once mighty Su Hongxiao, presumed to be a god of war, likely cannot match up to Lei Long. Speaking of Su Hongxiao, he had not been seen for a month. Rumors suggested he had not emerged since entering his room, probably rendered incapacitated. Indeed, the other 3 formidable individuals had long since leveraged treasures to break through several stars and had engaged in training within the cultivation chamber. With Su Hongxiao's progress so sluggish, by the time he finished his training, he might even find himself outdone by us. Haha, that's right. We were originally at the 4th star of the Broken Mirror realm. But after this period of cultivation, I am on the verge of reaching the 6th star. A glint of malice flickered in one individual's eyes. Perhaps then, I shall have my chance at vengeance. Once instilled with fear and reverence by Su Hongxiao, the students had, over this past month, cultivated with rich resources and specialized equipment, breaking through to the 5th star of the Broken Mirror realm, with some even reaching the 6th star. Their dread of Su Hongxiao gradually faded, giving way to a burgeoning desire for revenge among some. Simultaneously, the crowd's eyes glimmered with eagerness as they regarded Lei Long, recognizing that allying with him would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits in the future. After all, with his talent and strength, he was destined to soar to greatness. In light of this, they turned their attention to Lin Yuan. Dear beautiful Lin, why not accept the esteemed Lei Long? At such a young age, he has already attained the 9th star of the Broken Mirror realm. He is bound to become a formidable warrior in the future. Indeed, Miss Lin, do consider him. He is the son of the head of the Martial Defense Department in Yang City, perfectly suited for you. Absolutely. Lin, my fellow classmate, look at that student Su. He still hasn't dared to emerge. He must be terrified of our brother Lei. What does everyone think? Haha. In an instant, the entire training base erupted in laughter. That Su Hongxiao has turned into a turtle retreating into its shell. Someone like Lin is certainly not fit to make friends. Absolutely, this is too funny. Damn it. What nonsense. At that moment, several figures rushed over to Lin Yuan's side. Shenfeng pointed at the group and exclaimed, damn it. Isn't it a bit premature for our brother Su to be beaten like a dog by you lot? Just wait until he comes out. I refuse to believe that our brother Su can be surpassed by a bunch of clowns like you. Indeed, our brother Su is not someone you can insult. The students from Tianyuan City all began to chant. Upon hearing their words, the expressions of the others immediately grew cold, and they began to encircle them. You dare to provoke us, a bunch of useless fools who haven't even reached the Broken Mirror 7-star stage. While the training room was abuzz with excitement, a brilliant ray of sunlight illuminated a room. Su Hongxiao, seated cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling purple light erupted from his pitch-black pupils, forming a striking contrast with the bright sunlight, exuding an air of mystery. A smile gradually curved at the corners of Su Hongxiao's mouth. At long last, he had completely absorbed the cultivation essence of the Lei Yin Purgatory Array. Rising slowly, a sound akin to the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger resonated from within him, as he felt the surging power of blood and energy within. A smile illuminated his face. It was time to test his strength. A gentle breeze swept through, and Su Hongxiao's figure vanished from the room. Chapter 64. He has arrived. What a commotion. Preparing for a test. Damn, what do you lot intend to do? Shenfeng felt a wave of panic as he looked at the dozens of students surrounding him. After all, he had been severely beaten by some of them in the past, and that experience was far from pleasant. Li Yin wore a helpless smile. This guy's sharp tongue had escalated the situation far too quickly. The others began to panic as well. Despite their recent improvements in strength, their opponents outnumbered them and were stronger. Stop right there. At that moment, Lin Yuan stood in front of everyone, casting a cold gaze upon them. Do you wish to fight within the training base? Seeing Lin Yuan's frost-like demeanor, everyone halted in their tracks. After all, she was the daughter of a division leader and a woman favored by the mighty Lei Long. They dared not advance further. Aside from Lin. Everyone else may proceed at will. At that moment, Lei Long's hearty laughter echoed through the room. Rest assured, the instructor has never prohibited combat here. With Lei Long backing them up, everyone instantly grew excited, casting cold smirks at Shenfeng, the sharp-tongued one. Kid, weren't you the one cursing the loudest just now? If we don't put you down for a few months today, you might think you can get away with it. Just as he spoke, the individual suddenly began to tremble, his pupils constricting as he gazed toward the entrance of the training room. What are you doing? Hurry up and make your threats. Once you're done, we'll start fighting. Yeah, what is he doing? As everyone awaited his retort, they were left dumbfounded as the person began to shudder. Raising his hand to point towards the door, his voice quivered as he uttered, Su Hongxiao is here. What the hell? Those who had witnessed Su Hongxiao's might were all seized by a shiver and hastily scurried behind Lei Long. Meanwhile, some who didn't quite understand were utterly confused. Unable to grasp why these talented students would fear a single Su Hongxiao so much, they gawked at the entrance of the training room, where a tall figure clad in black was slowly approaching from the sunlight. Calm, composed, and with steady strides, he emitted no fluctuations of energy, leaving them to wonder what was so terrifying about him. Was Su Hongxiao truly that formidable? Could he instill such fear? However, upon seeing even the more impressive talented students flee, they weren't foolish and quickly ran to Lin Feng's side. Lei Long gazed at the unflappable youth in black, his eyes, as round as copper bells, brimming with fervent battle intent. After a month of cultivation, Lei Long brimmed with confidence, convinced that no one here could surpass him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat atop a platform, keenly observing the unfolding scene below. Suddenly, many students made a revelation. What the heck? Why can't we sense any fluctuations of energy from him? What is going on? Right. Damn. Could it be that Su Hongxiao hasn't emerged for a month because he has fallen into a state of regression due to his training? That could explain why we sense nothing at all. Haha. Does that mean we can? What a commotion. A light chuckle escaped the lips of the black-clad youth, instantly silencing the murmurs. Su Hongxiao surveyed the gathered crowd, offering a wry smile. After all, he had merely intended to test himself, unaware that so many would be present. Su, you finally arrived. Glancing at Lin Yuan, who had rushed to his side, Su Hongxiao smiled gently. Yes, I just concluded my seclusion. I wanted to test my physical limits, yet I didn't expect to find you all here. Looking at Li Yin, Shenfeng, and the others who had gathered around, Su Hongxiao chuckled. I'll test first, we can talk later. With that, he disregarded the gazes of the onlookers and walked steadily towards the strength-testing device against the wall. Though he did not enjoy the commotion, he preferred to focus on his own matters. Having endured countless jeers and mockery since childhood, Su Hongxiao had long since grown indifferent to such trivialities. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office, Qin Jun, reclining in his chair while slurping noodles, jolted upright upon catching sight of the monitor. His gaze fixated on the screen, and he hastily grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth. Well, this kid has finally emerged. He quickly dialed Song Ryun. Hello? Didn't I tell you not to call me unless it's urgent? And why have you stopped? Continue your training. Do you still wish to defeat Su Hongxiao? Yes, I understand. Instructor Song, came the serious voice from the other end, accompanied by the obedient response of Feng Linger. Qin Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Clearing his throat, he said, hurry back to the instructor's office. That kid has come out and appears to be about to begin his test at the training ground. All right, I'll return immediately. In the special training room. After hanging up, Song Ryun turned to Feng Linger, who was diligently practicing. If you cannot control 100 flying knives today, do you understand the consequences? Feng Linger's pretty face instantly fell. I understand, Instructor Song. Rest assured, Linger will work hard. Satisfied, Song Ryun nodded before vanishing from the training room. Just 10 seconds after Qin Jun ended the call, Song Ryun rushed into the instructor's office. Out of my way. After shoving Qin Jun from the main seat, Song Ryun sat down, her eager gaze fixed on the screen. Why are all these kids here? Qin Jun chuckled lightly. Well, that is not particularly important. Let us focus on how Su Hongxiao performs. After all, he hasn't stepped outside in a month. If it weren't for the nearby officer reporting that there was a life presence in his room, I would have thought he had perished. Song Ryun paid little mind to it, scrolling through the screen to magnify Su Hongxiao's location, revealing a mysterious smile. Under her guidance, Feng Linger had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9 stars of Broken Mirror, her mental prowess more formidable than ever. It could be said that beneath the mountain-settling realm, Feng Linger was utterly invincible. Over the past month, Song Ryun had clearly observed that Feng Linger's perseverance through such grueling training was entirely due to the influence of Su Hongxiao. If she did not defeat Su Hongxiao, she would undoubtedly become a mental obstacle for that little girl. Her decision to mentor Feng Linger was motivated by the desire to vanquish Su Hongxiao. If Su Hongxiao could not overcome Feng Linger, whom she coached, what hope did he have of competing in the Heavenly Radiance League? At that moment, on the screen, Su Hongxiao had come to a halt before the power meter. Song Ryun's beautiful eyes sparkled as she parted her crimson lips. Su Hongxiao, let me witness your progress over this past month. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in dire straits. Chapter 65, Witnessing the Breathless Crowd. Please, collect your eyeballs before they fall out. This power meter was indeed extraordinary. Upon arriving directly in front of the towering 3-meter machine, Su Hongxiao gradually came to a stop. He gazed at the imposing apparatus with a smile. Now, he need not fear being overwhelmed. After all, he was uncertain about the magnitude of his own power. The divide between the mountain-settling realm and the Broken Mirror was a monumental one. Merely the external manifestation of vitality was something that Broken Mirror talent holders could never hope to rival. Raising his brow slightly, Su Hongxiao's dark eyes reflected the power meter as he focused intently. Next, let us see just how far his strength had progressed. As Su Hongxiao prepared to commence the test, the surrounding crowd instinctively held their breath. Eyes wide open, they dared not blink, fearing they might miss a spectacular moment. Even Lei Long and Lin Feng turned their serious gazes towards Su Hongxiao. Once he completed his test, they would challenge him directly. For Lei Long, defeating Su Hongxiao in front of Lin Yuan would suffice to win her heart. Li Yin and the others also looked expectantly at Su Hongxiao, especially Lin Yuan, who fervently hoped he could surpass Lei Long and the others. However, at present, Lei Long had already reached the peak of the 9 stars of Broken Mirror. Achieving such a level at this age was truly remarkable. Was it even conceivable to surpass such monsters as Lei Long and his ilk? Boom. At that moment, a deep, resonant hum echoed. Indeed, it was a profound sound, devoid of any violent fluctuations. Su Hongxiao's arm shot forth like a spear, striking the power meter with rapidity. The figures on the adjacent readout began to leap wildly. The onlookers smirked disdainfully. This seemingly effortless punch could only muster 70 tons of force at best. But soon, their expressions turned to shock. 563 tons, 815 tons, 113 tons. Silence. Everyone present held their breath. The current reading had completely surpassed that of Lei Long. Yet, what shocked them even more was that the numbers on the readout continued to rise, showing no signs of abating. 1,358 tons, 1,681 tons. The crowd gaped in disbelief, their hearts racing with trepidation. But the numbers on the meter kept climbing. 2,105 tons, 2,377 tons, 2,688 tons. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the figures on the meter finally settled at 2,999 tons. The venue was hushed, to the extent that even a needle dropping to the floor could be heard. What the hell? Am I seeing things? No, this can't be a dream, can it? Hey, why are you hitting me? Can you really feel pain? That means... My goodness, this proves that this is not merely a dream. Nearly 300 tons of force. Wasn't this the kind of data only a 3-star powerhouse of the mountain-settling realm could produce? No, it was impossible. The machine must be malfunctioning. Even if it were broken, it couldn't malfunction like this. This is the most rigorous power meter in the military district. If that were the case, then he had truly broken through. Realization dawned on the crowd as they swallowed hard, gazing in awe at the tall figure of Hongxiao, who was slowly retracting his fist. An 18-year-old anomaly at the mountain settling realm S 3-star level. Not only the students, but also Lei Long and Lin Feng were filled with astonishment. They found themselves devoid of any fighting spirit. Even their previously fervent hearts now trembled with disbelief. The realms of Broken Mirror and Mountain Settling were entirely disparate. In the instructor's office, not only had Major Qin Jun been left speechless, but even Colonel Song Ruyun's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. Qin Jun stared at the images on the monitor, unable to regain his composure, muttering, "Nearly 300 tons of force. Can a boy just 18 years old truly achieve this?" Song Ruyun's eyes gleamed with exhilaration, her breath quickening. At last, our military district in Hetian province holds promise. Thinking of Feng Linger, still undergoing specialized training in the training room, Song Ruyun was unsure whether to laugh or cry. She had intended for Feng Linger to be the final hurdle for Hongxiao, but now, even if Feng Linger could master 100 flying knives, she could never match him. Unless Feng Linger could also enter the mountain settling realm. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Yet, that challenge was not easily surmountable. There were those talented individuals who had been stuck at the peak of the 9 stars of Broken Mirror for years, even decades. It was easy to imagine how arduous it was to break through from Broken Mirror to mountain settling. Just then, Qin Jun suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the boy consumed the Broken Mirror pill? Song Ruyun slowly shook her head. Even if a talent holder takes the Broken Mirror pill upon reaching the peak of the 9 stars, breaking through would only yield the strength of a 1-star mountain settling realm. A newly entered talent holder can at most generate just over 100 tons of force. How could he possibly achieve nearly 300 tons? Qin Jun was momentarily stunned, then gazed at the figure on the screen in disbelief. So, you mean to say that Hongxiao has at least reached the pinnacle of the 2-star mountain settling realm? Song Ruyun's tall frame trembled slightly, her eyes flashing with fervor. He must undergo an examination after his test. This time, there are instruments to detect talent levels. Hongxiao surveyed the numbers on the power meter with satisfaction. He had relied on the power of the 9 heavens' divine thunder and the absorption of vital energy to ascend from 3 stars of Broken Mirror, continuously breaking through several stars, ultimately stepping perfectly into the mountain settling realm. Though he had only just entered the 1-star mountain settling realm, his vitality alone had already reached the strength of a 3-star mountain settling realm. If he were to factor in the power of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, his strength might even reach 500 tons or more. However, if he appeared too formidable, it could bring unforeseen dangers. A tree that stands out will surely be felled by the wind. He understood this principle well. Moreover, his current display was sufficient to make Song Ruyun comprehend that he, Hongxiao, would never become the useless whetstone she had perceived him to be. Wow, the boss is magnificent. Ha ha ha, the boss is incredible. Certain clowns are in for a rough time now, huh? While the elite students from other cities were left speechless in shock, the people from Tianyuan City instantly erupted with excitement. Under the leadership of Lin Yuan and Li Yin, they quickly clustered around. Hearing their cheers, Hongxiao gradually shifted his gaze from the power meter. Though he felt joy, he did not let it turn into arrogance. Now that he had broken into the mountain settling realm, the road ahead remained long and arduous. Next, it is time to test another aspect. Chapter 66, Level 10. Another 100 to go. Lin Yuan gazed at the numbers displayed on the apparatus, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Hongxiao before her. Once, when she was merely at the 1-star level of Broken Mirror, he seemed to be at just the 1-star level of a martial artist. Yet now, Hongxiao chuckled lightly. "Lin, what are you daydreaming about? Are there any other training rooms here that you could tell me about?" Upon hearing Hongxiao's voice, Lin Yuan finally comprehended that all of this was not a dream. Once she gathered her thoughts, she joyfully responded to Hongxiao. "There is a special training room dedicated to testing physical abilities and agility. Follow me, please." "Wow, Lin, leave the minor details to us," Shen Feng exclaimed exuberantly. "Step aside. Let me guide Brother Su." He chuckled. The crowd had already parted to create a pathway, under the lead of Shen Feng and his companions. Hongxiao soon found himself standing before a training room. "Brother Su, this is a training room that combines a gravity chamber with an agility chamber." Hongxiao nodded, having already seen the description of this training room. "All right, I understand. I'm merely here to give it a try. You need not wait for me." "Ha ha, that is not possible. We're all eager to see those clowns get their comeuppance. Go for it, boss." The enthusiastic cheers from the crowd made Hongxiao shake his head in resignation. "Fine, if you wish to stay, then stay." After saying this, he glanced at Lei Long and the others, who were still in shock not far away, before utilizing his points wristband to expend 10 points and enter the training room. Accessing these training facilities also required points, with each hour costing 10 points. As Hongxiao stepped into the training room, the other students from different cities followed closely behind Lin Feng, and Lei Long. Lin Feng was eager to see if Hongxiao could break his record. as his own had long been in the lead. Lei Long felt the same. If there were indeed issues with the measuring apparatus, this training room was bound to be reliable. If Su Hongxiao's performance in the training room did not surpass Lin Feng's, it would confirm that there was indeed a malfunction with the measuring device. Here we go. Suddenly, the lights within the training room flickered to life. What the hell? PS starting at the 5th level right off the bat? Shin Feng exclaimed. Damn, PS leveled up again. Inside the training room, Su Hongxiao felt the weight of 5 times the normal gravity pressing down on him, as if he were being overwhelmed by an invisible force. However, with a slight circulation of his vital energy, that pressure dissipated, and he promptly activated the 7th level of gravity. Still not enough. Su Hongxiao moved his body slightly and declared, activate 8th level gravity. The moment his words fell, the training room's intelligence system elevated the gravity once more. Now at 8 times the normal weight. Phew, I can still endure this. The black fabric of Su Hongxiao's attire rippled like water, gradually spreading out and creating waves. He then escalated it to the 10th level. Instantly, the once bright training room was shrouded in a deep crimson hue. A low hum resonated as an overwhelming, invisible pressure enveloped Su Hongxiao entirely. Under this tenfold gravity, he felt every bone in his body tremble. Simultaneously, he sensed a throbbing deep within him, a resonance born from the oppressive force. From the storm of thunderclouds, countless purple lightning flashes erupted, coursing through his body. Su Hongxiao attempted to throw 2 punches, and the air erupted with explosive sounds. He slightly lifted his head, revealing his dark eyes, which glimmered with fervor. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. He glanced at the densely packed laser ports on the walls. Challenge over 100 laser beams. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, over 100 black gun muzzles locked onto Su Hongxiao, standing in the center of the training room. This scene caused the onlookers outside to involuntarily take a step back. What the hell? I feel like I can't breathe. Tenfold gravity and over 100 laser beams? No way. Has Su Hongxiao lost his mind? Is this even something a human can accomplish? He is only 18, just like us. He is not some ancient monster. The nerves of Lin Feng and Lei Long were fraying from shock, especially Lin Feng, who was most aware of the capabilities of this training room. Even a first-star expert at the mountain stabilization realm would struggle to last 10 minutes in tenfold gravity, let alone face over 100 laser beams. At this moment, Lin Feng had already concluded that this individual was someone to befriend, not to provoke. Damn, the Great Su is about to begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inside the dark crimson training room, the densely packed black gun muzzles fired off hundreds of red laser beams. Yet, Su Hongxiao remained utterly still. What is going on? Is it possible he can't move? Is he merely bluffing? Just then, the crowd's pupils widened in astonishment. They witnessed the concentrated red laser beams passing right through Su Hongxiao's form, landing far behind him. What the heck? What just happened? It clearly hit him. But why isn't it over? It didn't hit at all. Didn't you see the lasers passing right through him? But he hasn't moved an inch. How is this possible? No, it's not that he hasn't moved. It merely appears so to the eye because his speed is simply too fast. Lin Feng, standing at the forefront, exclaimed in shock. His speed has surpassed what the naked eye can perceive. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd collectively held their breath, their expressions filled with disbelief. Inside the training room, Su Hongxiao's eyes glimmered with a faint purple light. The lightning-fast laser beams appeared to him, as if in slow motion. He only needed to dodge the instant the laser beams would strike his body. Over 100 laser beams seemed insufficient. Thus, he commanded the intelligence system. Increase the laser beams to 200. Instantly, another 100 laser muzzles appeared on the walls of the training room. Simultaneously, 200 laser beams surged towards Su Hongxiao with ferocity. Outside the training room, spectators craned their necks, their eyes wide with astonishment, utterly transfixed by the unfolding spectacle. Inside the instructor's office, Qin Jun was also rendered speechless, realizing that his strength at the 6-star level of mountain stabilization felt like it had reached its limits. Yun, why do I feel like this little guy is about to catch up to me? This is absurdly outrageous. Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, Song Ruyun's breath quickened as she exclaimed in astonishment. Su Hongxiao is, after all, a gifted wielder of lightning elements. It's understandable that his speed is so remarkable. But how is it possible for him to maintain such speed under tenfold gravity? Qin Jun was suddenly struck by a thought, his eyes widening in shock as he turned to Song Ruyun. Could it be that his F-class talent has mutated into an S-class, or even SS-class? Song Ruyun's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, perhaps there is indeed a possibility. Regardless, once this is over, we must call him in for a test. Chapter 67. The test concludes. The stupefied crowd. Will the world be destroyed? 9 minutes had already passed. The crowd stared in astonishment at the timer displayed outside the training room, all swallowing hard. Under tenfold gravity, facing 200 laser beams. He had lasted for over 10 minutes. Is this even human? Ding. 10 minutes later. Inside the dark crimson training room, the ambience suddenly brightened, and the 200 laser beams ceased their assault. It was not that Su Hongxiao had been hit. He had voluntarily halted the barrage. Humming softly, The training room door swung open, and a tall figure stepped out. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon Su Hongxiao. "Brother Su, allow me to wipe away your sweat," said Shin Feng, who had been standing at the entrance, cheerfully handing over a prepared white towel. "Thank you, Shun," Su Hongxiao replied. Though he hadn't actually broken a sweat, the turbulence of energy coursing through him was far too intense. After experiencing the tenfold gravity of the training space and releasing it at an astonishing speed, his body felt invigorated rather than fatigued. Upon glancing at the records displayed on the walls outside the training room, a smile graced Su Hongxiao's lips. This record, he mused, would likely remain unchallenged for a considerable time. At that moment, the crowd parted to make way for an officer approaching. "Student Su, Colonel Song requests your presence in the instructor's office. Please follow me." Su Hongxiao nodded, understood. He then addressed Lin Yuan and the others. "Continue your training. Call for me if anything arises." As he scanned the crowd, his gaze landed on Lei Long, conveying a silent message that required no words. After Su Hongxiao departed with the officer, the onlookers remembered they had been holding their breath, their faces turning pale. They collectively exhaled in relief. "Wow, Su Hongxiao is terrifying. He is an absolute monster," they exclaimed, still in awe of the name displayed as the top record in the training room. It was likely that this record would remain unbroken for decades, if not centuries. "Hey, what are you staring at? Do you still dare to bully my Yuan? Ruan Xin, hiding behind Lin Yuan, raised her tiny fist defiantly at Lei Long and the others. The crowd lowered their heads, their earlier arrogance dissipating. Lei Long shot a cold glance at Ruan Xin before begrudgingly turning to Lin Yuan. Lei Long, will surpass Su Hongxiao. Until then, I won't bother you. Let's go." With that, he led a large group away. "Lin, seize this opportunity. I perceive that Su possesses an extraordinary demeanor, surely destined for greatness. It will only become more challenging from here on out," Lin Feng said with a playful smile, glancing at the blushing Lin Yuan before leaving with the remaining group. Once the two factions departed, Li Yin and his companions finally let out a sigh of relief. "Lin, what could Colonel Song want with Brother Su?" Shin Feng inquired. Stepping closer, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he lowered his voice. "Could it be that she has taken a liking to our Brother Su?" The others rolled their eyes in exasperation. "Enough, let us get back to training. The people from other cities are getting stronger. Although we can't match Su, we must strive to grow stronger." Li Yan's eyes sparkled with determination. Su Hongxiao had aided them immensely, yet as an orphan, he had risen to such heights. Li Yan was unwilling to remain under the protection of others. Hearing Li Yan's words, the crowd erupted with fervor. "Yes, we must rise up. We cannot bring shame to Brother Su." Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan smiled, her eyes following Su Hongxiao's departing figure. Remembering Lin Feng's words, she clenched her snow-white fists tightly. "Rest assured, Student Su, I shall not fall too far behind you. Please enter. Colonel Song and Major Qin await you inside." The officer smiled at Su Hongxiao, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Truly, heaven has favored me today." Su Hongxiao observed the departing officer, noting his enthusiasm, though he found it puzzling yet inconsequential. As he pushed open the door, Su Hongxiao's eyes narrowed suddenly. A shadow lunged toward his face in an instant, yet his calm demeanor belied the chaos. And he retaliated with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, sending a gust of wind surging through the air. Indeed, a shocked voice emerged from the shadow. Su Hongxiao then realized that the figure before him was none other than Major Qin Jun. Well, little one, I didn't expect you to withstand my blow now." Qin Jun laughed heartily, retracting his fist and patting Su Hongxiao on the shoulder, his gaze ablaze with admiration. "What a short time it has been. I never anticipated you would almost catch up to me. You are truly a marvel." Su Hongxiao chuckled helplessly. "Come now, Instructor Qin. You probably only exerted 20 to 30% of your strength. Haha, enough of your jesting." Song Ruoyan approached, her beautiful eyes fixated on Su Hongxiao as if she sought to unravel his secrets. "Last time, you mentioned that after being struck by lightning, your talent had improved. We didn't have the testing equipment then, but now you can't evade it." Su Hongxiao paused momentarily. "Instructor Song, to be honest, I'm somewhat baffled by it myself." The two exchanged puzzled glances and asked, "What do you mean?" "Well," Su Hongxiao slowly extended his palm, and suddenly a searing flame erupted from his hand. "After breaking through to the mountain-settling realm, I unexpectedly developed an affinity for a new fire element." Song Ruoyan and Qin Jun stared in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the flickering flames in Su Hongxiao's palm, momentarily lost for words. Could this boy possibly be a rare dual-element talent? Song Ruoyan suddenly grasped Su Hongxiao's wrist, her gaze fixated on the warm yellow flames. "By the looks of it, at most, it's a D-grade fire element talent." With that, she slowly released her grip and retrieved a crystal ball for talent testing from her spatial ring. "Here, place your hand on this." After hearing her command, Su Hongxiao hesitated, then raised his gaze to her, asking earnestly, "Instructor Song, are you certain you wish to test again?" Both of them were taken aback by Su Hongxiao's words and turned to him. "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Su Hongxiao took a deep breath. "Is this place safe?" Could there be any members of the evil clan or spies from other empires present? Song Ruiyun chuckled lightly. You needn't worry. It is absolutely safe here. Then very well. With her reassurance, Su Hongxiao felt a significant weight lift from his heart. At that moment, he suddenly raised his gaze to the two, meekly asking, by the way, have there ever been any catastrophic accidents during talent testing? Chapter 68. What the? A new type of talent. Naming it upon hearing Su Hongxiao's inquiry, the two were initially taken aback. Then, it seemed that Song Ruiyun recalled something, smiling as she replied. There will be no catastrophic events during the talent test. It merely evaluates your talent level and will not replicate the conditions of the awakening process. Beside them, Qin Jun laughed heartily. You need not fret about that. After all, only SS-level or even SSS-level talents could potentially cause such devastation, even during the awakening ceremony. You need not worry. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Jun's gaze was suddenly engulfed by a blinding purple light. What? What is happening? He quickly shut his eyes in panic, instinctively releasing his energy. As Su Hongxiao's hand made contact with the testing crystal ball, a terrifying purple glow erupted from within, enveloping the entire room and dazzling everyone's eyes. Song Ruiyun immediately activated her mental energy to shield herself, and at that moment, she finally beheld the data displayed on the crystal ball. In an instant, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unusual shock. What on earth just happened? Qin Jun, unable to open his eyes, felt as if his entire being and soul had been thrust into a frenzied world. Under the watchful gaze of Song Ruiyun, the violet radiance not only failed to dissipate, but intensified dramatically, until it ultimately shattered the windows of the instructor's office and shot into the vast expanse above, transforming the clouds overhead into a mesmerizing purple aurora. This breathtaking spectacle instantly captivated everyone within the base. Whether they were trainees or soldiers, all heads were tilted skyward, their expressions filled with astonishment. The senior officers quickly became alert, seizing their weapons and rushing outside. At that moment, Song Ruiyun's powerful voice, infused with immense vitality, resonated through the air. Do not panic. This is merely a test. Upon hearing her words, the tension in everyone's hearts began to ease. Simultaneously, they were overwhelmed with awe. After all, it was Colonel Song, whose strength was nothing short of terrifying. After a full 10 minutes, the purple aurora in the sky gradually began to wane. Inside the instructor's office, Qin Jun's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What was happening? Under the gaze of the trio, the testing crystal ball displayed Su Hongxiao. Age, 18. Talent 1, degrade talent flame source power. Talent 2, unknown talent undetectable. Unknown talent? What does that mean? Qin Jun was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the testing crystal ball display such information. Su Hongxiao was equally puzzled. After all, such SSS-grade talents were exceedingly rare in the world. Both turned their attention to the contemplative Song Ruiyun. With their eyes upon her, she cleared her throat, attempting to mask her embarrassment, and said, I surmise that Su Hongxiao's talent must be a newly emerging one. Qin Jun nodded slightly, pondering. So, this signifies that it is a completely new talent, one that has never been recorded in the testing crystal ball. Indeed. Song Ruiyun glanced at the crystal ball's display before looking back at Su Hongxiao. Since this talent belongs to you, you may name its level and title. Su Hongxiao was momentarily stunned, gazing at Song Ruiyun. You want me to name the talent and determine its level? Precisely. Song Ruiyun's beautiful eyes sparkled as she regarded him. After all, it is your talent. Who else has the right to decide? After a moment of contemplation, she continued, perhaps you could name it, and I shall determine its quality. Su Hongxiao rubbed his nose and replied, then I shall call it 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's unhesitating declaration of the talent's name, both were momentarily taken aback. You really dare to name it so boldly? Su Hongxiao chuckled wryly, acknowledging that he had not concealed anything this time. How the decision was made was now their concern. Qin Jun looked to Song Ruiyun, awaiting her decision. Recalling the earlier astonishing phenomenon, Song Ruiyun pondered for a moment before affirming, let us classify this talent as SSS grade, and as for the name, we shall use the one proposed by Su Hongxiao. Very well, I shall take care of that immediately. Wait. Song Ruiyun suddenly halted Qin Jun, her eyes glimmering. Major Qin, do not input SSS grade into the information database just yet. Let us temporarily designate it as S grade. Qin Jun was taken aback. Why? Song Ruiyun explained slowly. After all, the world is currently in turmoil, with corruption at the top and external threats from cults and invaders. If we report Su Hongxiao's talent now, it may invite endless peril upon him. Whether S grade or SSS grade, both are extraordinarily remarkable. At this point, she turned to Su Hongxiao. Once he matures, revealing it to the public then would be the optimal moment. After all, Su Hongxiao is still too weak at present. Su Hongxiao regarded the astute woman before him with admiration. It was no surprise that someone of her age could achieve the rank of colonel. Previously, he had been quite worried that revealing such an extraordinary talent would bring him danger, but now it seemed unnecessary. Song Ruiyun addressed Qin Jun. Do you understand, Major Qin? Yes, I shall proceed. Qin Jun was quick to heed Song Ruyun's words, immediately launching into action to prepare a new dossier for Su Hongxiao. After all, once a new talent is discovered, it must be entered into the Empire's information database at the earliest possible moment. This was crucial. Once Qin Jun departed to attend to his task, Song Ruyun spoke up. Please, take a seat. There are a few matters we need to discuss. Su Hongxiao nodded. Finding a spot to sit, Song Ruyun's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Hongxiao, suppressing her inner excitement. Su Hongxiao, do you realize how extraordinary your SSS grade talent is? Sensing her restrained enthusiasm, Su Hongxiao rubbed his nose and nodded. He had learned in school that throughout history, there had been very few individuals capable of awakening SSS grade talents. And those who did ultimately became the most formidable talent holders. Indeed, Song Ruyun's heart raced with excitement. Although we have only recently met, your performance over these past few days has greatly impressed me. Therefore, you may present any requests to me in the future. And even the entire Heavens River Provincial Military District will support you. Hearing the earnest tone in Song Ruyun's voice, Su Hongxiao lifted his gaze to meet hers, replying sincerely. Thank you, Instructor Song. Observing the perceptive Su Hongxiao, Song Ruyun smiled lightly. After all, you are one of our own from the Heavens River Province. By the way, I heard you applied to the Kyoto Martial Arts University, is that correct? Yes, Su Hongxiao admitted without reservation. Song Ruyun's eyes sparkled. Have you considered whether, after graduation, you intend to join the military district to hunt ferocious beasts on the front lines? Or perhaps join a martial arts school and lead a life of leisure? Becoming a parasite within the safety zones? Su Hongxiao chuckled wryly internally. Indeed, this woman's insight was as clear as a mirror. Chapter 69, The Battle for Supremacy. Numerous elite-level ferocious beasts. What a delight. Regardless of your thoughts, what I wish to convey is that only through the crucible of blood and fire can one truly become a formidable warrior. Song Ruyun regarded the contemplative Su Hongxiao. In contrast to those parasites nestling within the safety zones, I hope that after your graduation, you can join our Heavens River Provincial Military District. However, as for the direction you wish to pursue in the future, that is not my place to interfere. Su Hongxiao looked earnestly at her and declared, Rest assured, Colonel Song. I intend to become the strongest person in this world. There is no way I would confine myself to a corner and become a parasite. After I graduate from the Kyoto Martial Arts University, I will certainly join our Heavens River Provincial Military District and head to the front lines to become a true warrior. Excellent. Wonderful. Song Ruyun regarded the earnest Su Hongxiao, unconsciously revealing a genuine smile. With your results, you have already secured the top position. Even 2 months from now, no one will be able to surpass you. Now, I need to discuss something very important with you, so I hope you can listen attentively. Noticing the serious expression returning to her face, Su Hongxiao straightened his posture and became earnest. Please, instructor. Seeing his demeanor, Song Ruyun wasted no time. Have you heard of the Tianyao Alliance Championship? Su Hongxiao shook his head. I have not heard of that. Song Ruyun explained earnestly. The Tianyao Alliance Championship is a significant event organized by the military districts of the 4 provinces in central China, gathering the top 4 elite competitors from within the provinces. Each military district may only send 1 elite contestant. If one can claim victory in this event, they will be regarded as the beacon of hope for the future of the empire. In other words, the one who secures the championship will be deemed the most likely candidate to become a peerless powerhouse of the shattering heaven realm. Furthermore, the champion will be granted a wealth of training resources by the empire. Su Hongxiao nodded. Instructor Song, I understand. Your implication is that elite training camps are also being held in the remaining 3 provinces of the Central Plains, and at that time, each military district from the 4 provinces will dispatch 1 representative to compete for the top position. The one who claims victory will become a key focus for nurturing by the empire. Indeed, you are quite astute. Song Ruyun nodded in satisfaction. That is precisely the meaning. Su Hongxiao expressed a doubt. Our Qixia Empire is divided into 5 major regions. Aside from our Central Plains, there are 4 other regions. Does that mean there will be 5 contenders for the title? Song Ruyun's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect this little fellow to think so deeply. Indeed, however, if you can claim the top position within our Central Plains 4 provincial military districts, an abundance of rare resources will be made available to you first. As for the champions from the other 4 regions, they too will receive resources from their respective territories. Now, here comes the crux of the matter. At this point, Song Ruyun's beautiful eyes gleamed with fervor. These 5 champions will train for a year in their respective military districts, and after that, it will be time for the battle among the 5 champions. This battle is known as the Battle of Champions. Song Ruyun exclaimed excitedly. If someone can emerge victorious in the Battle of Champions, they will become the disciple of the unparalleled Xianyuan Huangjie. Xianyuan Huangjie? Su Hongxiao heard this name for the first time. Indeed, Xianyuan Huangjie is a peerless powerhouse who has achieved the 9th star in the realm of earth-shaking. To say the world's strongest individual, none other than Xianyuan Wuxianovel can claim that title. Song Ruyun gazed longingly out the window at the horizon. If our Qixia Empire had not had Lord Xianyuan, we might have perished over a century ago. As she spoke, she turned to Su Hongxiao, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fervor. Whoever can become Lord Xuanyuan's disciple will receive the utmost resources and formidable skills. At that moment, Qin Jun happened to approach, laughing heartily at Su Hongxiao. Instructor Song is absolutely correct. Even a pig, under Lord Xuanyuan's guidance, could become the king among pigs. Su Hongxiao was at a loss for words. Qin Jun was quite outrageous. Song Ruyun shot Qin Jun a glare before turning to Su Hongxiao. As long as you can overcome the numerous challenges, your future prospects will be limitless. I shouldn't need to elaborate on the benefits. Su Hongxiao nodded in understanding. In truth, he wasn't overly concerned with these matters. Instructor Song. If I can secure the title of champion for the Hukong Province Military District, will our entire provincial military district not gain access to numerous resources? Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's question, both were momentarily taken aback, then broke into smiles. This lad is quite impressive. He is already considering the welfare of the Hukong Province Military District. Yes, indeed, as long as you can claim the championship in the Central Plains Tianyao League competition. Our Hukong Province Military District will receive a substantial influx of resources next year. All right, I understand. Su Hongxiao rose and bowed. I am willing to fight for our Hukong Province Military District, not to disappoint the cultivation of both instructors. Good, good, good. Rise quickly. Qin Jun immediately helped Su Hongxiao to his feet. Speak up. What do you need our assistance with? We will do our utmost. Song Ruoyu nodded, confidently stating, Major Qin is correct. Whatever you require, we will exert ourselves to fulfill it. Upon witnessing the seriousness of the two, Su Hongxiao found himself in a quandary. To be honest, he was unsure of what he actually needed. He lacked skills, and he still had a 9th grade elixir within him. Given his significantly elevated realm, requesting the blood of a Lord-level ferocious beast would likely be outright rejected. Contemplating this, Su Hongxiao turned to the two. I need to hunt elite-level ferocious beasts to enhance my strength. Yes, indeed, hunting elite-level ferocious beasts is necessary, as his current points were far too few. Whether it be the 9th layer Thunder Force or the Thunder Flash technique imparted by Director Lin, none of his skills had been cultivated to their peak, let alone the newly acquired Earth-tier advanced skill, the Thunder Flame Purgatory Array, which he had yet to truly grasp. Thus, Su Hongxiao needed to slay ferocious beasts to accumulate points to elevate several skills. Now that he had reached the mountain stabilizing realm, these skills could indeed be further advanced. You wish to hunt elite-level ferocious beasts? Qin Jun was momentarily stunned. Although you have already reached the peak of the mountain stabilizing realm at 2 stars, there are not many available for you to hunt in the military district. Song Ruoyan turned to Su Hongxiao. How many do you need? Su Hongxiao smiled lightly. There is no need for the military district to handle the transportation. After all, elite-level ferocious beasts are not easily controlled, and any mishap along the way would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Song Ruoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. There is a place that contains a plethora of elite-level ferocious beasts. Su Hongxiao's heart soared with joy. Chapter 70. The Valley of Ferocious Beasts. On the eve of departure, a wager. Su Hongxiao's eyes brightened. May I inquire, Instructor Song, where is this location? Song Riyun paced slowly. Our Central Plains region is vast, covering an area exceeding 100,000 square kilometers. Among them, there is a territory occupied by ferocious beasts, where the number of beasts is countless. However, Qin Jun abruptly interjected, saying, Instructor Song, you don't mean. Song Riyun slightly nodded. Indeed. The place I speak of is located in the western mountainous region of Hukong Province, where there lies an expansive valley known as the Valley of Ferocious Beasts. The Valley of Ferocious Beasts is situated at the intersection of Nanxingyang City and Wuxing, characterized by rugged and steep terrain, with deep valleys. In certain canyon areas, the elevation varies greatly, and the dense forests make it easy to lose one's way. Most importantly, it is a gathering place for numerous ferocious beasts, with elite-level ferocious beasts in abundance. However, within the Valley of Ferocious Beasts, there are still many undeveloped areas, and no one knows what lies deep within. Su Hongxiao queried. Instructor Song, since the Valley of Ferocious Beasts is located at the intersection of the 3 cities, why hasn't he the higher-up sent anyone to eradicate them directly? Qin Jun chuckled. Not to mention what may be concealed deep within, if we were to eradicate them directly. Where would our military district gather blood and marrow in the future? Venturing into an uncharted region not only wastes more time, but also exposes us to even more terrifying unknown dangers, potentially leading to unnecessary casualties. Su Hongxiao suddenly understood. I see now? Observing this, Song Ruoyan smiled at Su Hongxiao. Therefore, if you wish to hunt elite-level ferocious beasts, the Valley of Ferocious Beasts is the best place. After all, should you encounter any danger, the nearby military districts can act immediately to provide rescue. Su Hongxiao nodded happily. He had not anticipated such a treasure trove within Hukong Province. An abundance of elite-level ferocious beasts means points galore. With this in mind, Su Hongxiao immediately turned to Song Ruoyan. Instructor Song, may I set out right away? Seeing Su Hongxiao's eagerness, the two were somewhat perplexed. Hunting ferocious beasts, while significantly enhancing practical combat skills, also comes with considerable danger. After all, ferocious beasts are ruthless creatures, Why was Su Hongxiao so impatient? Although they did not comprehend. As a talented individual with a penchant for hunting ferocious beasts, this trait is indeed commendable. Song Ruoyan chuckled. You may set out. But you need to return to Tianyuan City first and stay there for a day. After one day, I will arrange for someone to escort you to the vicinity of the Valley of Ferocious Beasts. No problem. Su Hongxiao readily agreed. And he had intended to return to Tianyuan City before heading to the capital martial arts university. After all, it had been a long time since he last saw Director Xiao, the one who had taken care of him since childhood, and whom Su Hongxiao revered deeply. Suddenly, Su Hongxiao turned to the two. In my absence, could you both please keep an eye on Lin Yuan? Qin Jun smirked. Oh? Could it be that you have taken a liking to her? Su Hongxiao found himself somewhat at a loss for words, yet he still conveyed, before my arrival. Director Lin entrusted me with the responsibility of overseeing classmate Lin Yuan. I must ensure her safety, as I fear that during my absence over the next 2 months, someone may take advantage of her. Song Ryun's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she suddenly smiled, saying, this matter is beyond our instructor's purview. However, there is someone who can assist. Su Hongxiao, bewildered, inquired, what do you mean, Instructor Song? In response to his question, Song Ryun merely smiled mysteriously and said, follow me. Thus, Su Hongxiao followed Song Ryun until they arrived before a peculiar building. What is this place? He asked. Song Ryun remained silent, simply pushing the door open without any assistance. Come with me. As soon as they entered, the door behind them closed with a thud, causing Su Hongxiao to jump in surprise. Feng Lingo, the girl, diligently practicing her mental energy, turned to see Su Hongxiao, her fair face suddenly clouded with frost. Su Hongxiao glanced at Song Ryun, incredulous. Instructor Song, you can't possibly mean for me to ask her for help? Recalling their previous encounters, he helplessly rubbed his nose. Presently, it was not merely a matter of having Feng Linger watch over Lin Yuan. She might very well have murderous intentions toward him. Linger, come here. At that moment, Song Ryun spoke softly. To Su Hongxiao's astonishment, Feng Linger obediently approached. He was taken aback by how, despite her haughty demeanor, she was now so compliant with Instructor Song's words. Feng Linger stood beside Song Ryun, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Instructor Song, did you bring him here to test the results of my training? She glared at Su Hongxiao, but was even more astonished to find that she felt no pressure radiating from him. This realization instantly calmed her previously anxious heart. Simultaneously, she felt immense gratitude toward Instructor Song for her guidance over the past days. To think she had become formidable enough to completely overshadow Su Hongxiao. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to sense even a hint of his energy. Song Ruoyan chuckled and nodded. However, I propose a wager before the two of you engage in battle. The victor shall be permitted to make a single request of the loser, which cannot be rescinded. Do both of you agree? I agree, Feng Linger declared, raising her elegant neck. She then turned to Song Ryun, stating, I will not disappoint your expectations. Su Hongxiao chuckled and shook his head. Very well, I accept this wager. However, before we proceed, Miss Feng, I trust you are not one to go back on your word? What do you take me for? Feng Linger glared at Su Hongxiao. I, Feng Linger, have always been true to my word and will never go back on it. If you lose, I'll have to spank you 100 times. No, 1,000 times. All right. That's settled, Su Hongxiao replied with a light laugh. If Miss Linger loses, I would appreciate it if you could look after classmate Lin Yuan for the remaining 2 months, ensuring that she is not bullied. Feng Linger paused for a moment, asking, the girl from your school? Su Hongxiao nodded slightly. Indeed. Fine, Feng Linger said confidently. Though I don't understand the reason behind this wager, I accept. Song Ryun observed the exchange with keen interest, while Feng Linger leaned towards her instructor, whispering something in Su Hongxiao's ear. After hearing her, he nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Instructor Song, I understand. Su Hongxiao replied as he lifted his head, looking into Feng Linger's dark eyes, a hint of mirth dancing within them. Chapter 71, Performance. Determination. Song Ryun gazed at the two in the arena, her lips parting slightly. Let the duel begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as her words fell, hundreds of flying daggers suddenly levitated beside Feng Linger. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Su Hongxiao. You scoundrel, this time, I have reached the pinnacle of the broken mirror 9 stars. I will not be defeated by you. Su Hongxiao stood his ground, brandishing his broad blade with a light chuckle. While I would love for you to win, this time, that shall not be the case. Feng Linger, witnessing Su Hongxiao's unperturbed smile, felt her anger rise. You despicable fiend, I particularly detest that eternally composed smile of yours. With that, as Feng Linger brought her hand down, the hundreds of flying daggers surged towards Su Hongxiao. He responded to the onslaught of black shadows with a swift flourish of his broad blade, which felt as light as a feather in his hands, cutting through the air with a fierce momentum. Due to the incredible speed, countless afterimages formed around him, sending any dagger that approached hurtling away. Feng Linger, her face tense, focused her mental energy on controlling the daggers, launching relentless assaults. As long as she prevented Su Hongxiao from breaking through her barrage, she could eventually wear him down. Gradually, as the daggers accelerated, Su Hongxiao found himself enveloped by a multitude of shadows. Feng Linger's mental focus was entirely on him, allowing her to predict his movements perfectly. But then, abruptly, the Su Hongxiao enveloped by her mental energy vanished from her senses. Feng Linger gasped in shock and turned to look behind her, only to find that Su Hongxiao did not appear. This provided her a fleeting sense of relief. Yet just then, a light chuckle echoed from directly in front of her. "What are you looking at, little pepper?" Feng Linger froze, slowly turning her head back, only to find Su Hongxiao standing nearly half a meter away from her. As she saw his outstretched hand, her expression shifted dramatically, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the hundreds of flying daggers hurriedly returned to her side. In disbelief, Feng Linger stared at Su Hongxiao. "You." Su Hongxiao chuckled. "Go ahead and unleash all your abilities. I wish to see your true strength." Feng Linger's expression turned serious as she glanced at Song Riyun. Receiving a slight nod from her instructor, she turned her attention back to Su Hongxiao. "You scoundrel, be careful now. If you perish, don't blame me." Su Hongxiao rested his thunderous blade on his shoulder, smiling lightly. "Use your full strength. If I cannot withstand it, then it is solely due to my own inadequacy. And you shall not be blamed." "All right, you said it, and Instructor Song is watching." Upon seeing Su Hongxiao nodding with a smile, Feng Linger hesitated no more. Suddenly, the hundreds of flying daggers erupted with waves of energy, causing the very air around them to hum with the sharpness of their blades. "You scoundrel! This is my ultimate strike, advanced skill, sound-breaking shadow blade." Su Hongxiao feigned a serious expression. "Bring it on." Seeing his demeanor, Feng Linger no longer hesitated. As the pressure around the flying daggers reached its zenith, they surged towards Su Hongxiao with deadly intent. This time, Su Hongxiao found himself truly challenged. Feng Linger beamed with joy at the sight, her heart racing with exhilaration. Her arduous training had finally borne fruit. And watching Su Hongxiao dodge and weave excitedly filled her with anticipation. She was so close to defeating him, feeling that he had played his part adequately. And after deliberately creating some rips in his clothing and a shallow cut on his arm, Su Hongxiao's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Feng Linger had no time to retract her flying daggers, only to find that Su Hongxiao had reappeared right in front of her. "Little pepper, unfortunately, you were still just a hair's breadth away." As Feng Linger ready to employ her evasive maneuvers, she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Su Hongxiao's blade had come to rest against her neck. Observing the numerous cuts adorning Su Hongxiao's body, Feng Linger felt it was only a matter of time before she caught up with him. Yet, she had lost this time, not one to break her word. She fixed her gaze firmly on Su Hongxiao. "I may have lost this round, but you were still struck by my flying daggers. Next time, I will surely win." Su Hongxiao smiled gently. "Well, I'll wait for you." With that, he sheathed the knife in his hand and turned to Song Riyun, giving her a playful wink. As if to inquire, "How was my performance?" Song Riyun approached with a smile. This confrontation was truly remarkable. Feng Linger hung her head in disappointment. "I'm sorry. Instructor Song, I still couldn't defeat him." She looked at Feng Linger and chuckled softly. "Although you didn't manage to best Su today, you were able to inflict some injury upon him. Keep at it, and continue to hone your skills." Feng Linger lifted her gaze to Song Riyun, her expression earnest. "Instructor Song, I will certainly strive to improve." Su Hongxiao stood by, smiling as he observed the exchange. After leaving the specialized training room, Su Hongxiao glanced down at his tattered clothing. "Instructor Song, in order to avoid hurting her feelings, my clothes are completely riddled with holes. Look, even my arms. Where are my wounds?" Noticing Su Hongxiao's astonishment, Song Riyun chuckled. Anyone who reaches the mountain-settling realm can not only project their internal vitality outward, but also quickly heal ordinary skin injuries through their vital energy. Su Hongxiao nodded in amazement, then smiled. "I see, how fascinating." Song Riyun gazed at the young man under the sunlight, her beautiful eyes shimmering. At such a tender age, he possessed remarkable strength and terrifying talent. Yet, his demeanor remained remarkably composed and calm, devoid of any arrogance, which was truly astonishing. What young man with even a modicum of talent is not filled with lofty ambitions? Yet, in Su Hongxiao, Song Riyun perceived none of that. "Why do you strive so hard?" Caught off guard while inspecting his arm, Su Hongxiao turned to Song Riyun and asked, "Why do you inquire?" "Just a passing thought." Song Riyun replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a gentle laugh. "I see an indomitable spirit within you, though it may not be outwardly apparent. I sense a tenacity deep within your bones." Su Hongxiao scratched his nose. "What spirit?" Song Riyun's eyes sparkled. "A spirit that refuses to yield." Su Hongxiao lifted his chin, gazing at Song Riyun, and revealed a meaningful smile. "Perhaps. And you, why are you so driven?" "Why? If I had to pinpoint a reason, it might be because I have witnessed too many failures in my past life." Su Hongxiao replied with a bitter smile. "Among those failures, I include myself." The bitter smile was fleeting. Su Hongxiao clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Thus, in this life, I shall never willingly become a useless failure." He emphasized the final words with great intensity. Song Riyun stared at the young man before her, and for some reason, Her once tranquil heart began to ripple with emotion as she listened to his unwavering declaration. Su Hongxiao will either perish on the path of progress or soar to the stars and seas above. Chapter 72. Return to the city. A man's fury spills blood for 5 steps. I'm back. At the Yuan City train station. Do you really not need to bid farewell to your friends? No. Just tell them I am in seclusion. With Feng Linger watching over things, I feel at ease. Very well. Inside the car, Qin Jun handed Su Hongxiao a letter, reminding him, this contains information about some towns and forces surrounding the Beast Demon Valley. The Lu family from Mist City has a presence there as well. It would be best for you to enter through the other 2 cities. Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, Su Hongxiao nodded gratefully. Thank you, Instructor Qin. Song Ryun, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to Su Hongxiao. There are many unknown talents outside the Beast Demon Valley. You must exercise utmost caution. Once you arrive, it will be entirely up to you. Su Hongxiao nodded in understanding. Rest assured, both instructors. As you mentioned, there are hardly any strong practitioners of the moon-cleaving realm there, so you need not worry about me. Indeed. Song Ryun produced a slip of paper. This contains the phone numbers of the colonels from the Yang City Military District and the South City Military District. If you encounter trouble, just call them and mention my name. They will assist you. Taking the paper, Su Hongxiao memorized the numbers and looked at the 2 with gratitude. Thank you both. This kindness will be etched in my memory. Ha ha ha. Qin Jun laughed heartily. All right, the car is about to arrive. Off you go. Yes, instructors, goodbye. With that, Su Hongxiao exited the vehicle, and he heard Song Ryun's melodious voice call out, remember, be sure to stay in Tianyuan City for a day. Su Hongxiao watched the car depart, somewhat puzzled. After all, it was just one day. It wouldn't consume too much time. Stretching towards the sun, Su Hongxiao felt invigorated. As the train set in motion, he began to doze off, entering a meditative state to observe the 2 spirals of energy within him. As he became engrossed in the sight, an odd illusion struck him, as if the spirals within him resembled the stars he had seen in his past life. The spirals filled with purple lightning and warm yellow flames swirled slowly, not only brimming with vital energy, but also teeming with a rich vitality. This scene plunged Su Hongxiao into a profound epiphany. Time seemed to slip away, and after what felt like an eternity, Su Hongxiao slowly opened his eyes, only to find that faint starlight had begun to flicker in his dark pupils. What is this sensation? Gently extending his palm, he felt an overwhelming gravitational force emanating from his hand, akin to a black hole. Attention passengers, Tianyuan City is approaching. Please prepare to disembark. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Hongxiao retracted his hand and looked out at the familiar scenery, smiling softly. Finally arrived. Once he disembarked, Su Hongxiao immediately hailed a taxi to the Wishful Orphanage. It had been a long time since he returned to the Wishful Orphanage. He wondered how Director Xiao and Sister Gao were faring. Having spent his days in school and working odd jobs, he had little time to visit. Now, finally, he had some free time. Before long, with the taxi speeding along, Su Hongxiao arrived at the outskirts of Tianyuan City. From a distance, he spotted the roof of the orphanage, but his expression darkened instantly. He noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance, some wielding iron rods. Driver, just leave the money in the passenger seat. Upon hearing that cold voice, the driver glanced sharply to the left, only to find the boy had vanished. You old fool, today you will sign this contract whether you like it or not. Leading the group was a fierce man with a buzz cut, brandishing an iron rod as he and his gang surrounded the entrance of the orphanage. Opposite these thugs stood an elderly man. Though his hair was white, his posture remained straight. Beside him stood an injured security guard, glaring angrily at the intruders from behind Director Xiao. Director Xiao, the children have already been sent back inside. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s approached. Xiao Yuding nodded. Manru, please take little Zhang inside. Leave this to this old bone of mine. The young woman, Gao Manru, had grown up in the Wishful Orphanage and had been assisting Xiao Yuding with the children ever since. This is unacceptable. Director, you all should go inside. I can handle them. With that, Gao Manru shot a cold glare at the thugs outside. We can agree to relocation. But the amount you offered is far too little for the children to survive. If you do not follow proper contractual procedures, we will never consent. Proper? In this eastern suburb, what our boss says is the law. The buzzcut man sneered at the tall Gao Manru. However, if you're willing to spend some time with me, I might just persuade the boss to be a bit more generous. You scoundrels. Gao Manru stepped forward, casting a cold glance at her opponent. If you do not depart immediately, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The buzzcut man erupted into laughter. What? Do you truly believe that your paltry mirror-shattering one-star prowess intimidates me? You're amusing. His laughter, brimming with derision, echoed around him. And soon his companions joined in the cacophony of mockery. Suddenly, the buzzcut man's expression darkened. I will count to 3. If you do not sign this contract by then, do not expect mercy from us. In this eastern suburb, we could kill you without a soul daring to intervene. Xiao Yuding interjected. This is our home. Without it, neither we nor the children can survive. The buzzcut man sneered. You old fool. Once we eliminate you, those children will be sold off, and as for you. He leered at Gao Manru. You will belong to us. A fierce gust of wind surged. Boom. In an instant, before the buzzcut man could finish his sentence. His body was hurled away as if struck by a speeding vehicle, careening across the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a halt, motionless and silent. Defeated a mirror-shattering 3-star talent, earning 300 points. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, a shadow suddenly appeared before Gao Manru. The ruffians across the way finally recognized the newcomer, their pupils dilating in terror as a chilling aura of death enveloped them. "Who are you?" they stammered. "The one who seeks your lives." Hongxiao, ablaze with fury, showed no mercy to his adversaries. However, just as he prepared to strike again, he heard a voice filled with surprise and disbelief from behind him. It was Gao Manru. "Shower, is that you? Have you returned?" Chapter 73, 3 minutes. Summon your leader here. All senior officials received the news. Director Xiao, Sister Gao, Shower is back. Upon hearing the familiar voice, both Gao Manru and Xiao Yuding felt their eyes welling with tears. Hongxiao turned to face them, filled with regret. "It's all my fault for not coming back sooner. I nearly caused you both such humiliation. You foolish child." Xiao Yuding's aged eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "You should not have returned. Now that you've harmed their men, they will not let you go." Gao Manru urged, "Shower, you must leave quickly. When their leader arrives, escape will be impossible." Seeing the two still worrying for his safety stirred an intense emotion within Hongxiao, one that was beyond words. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous thoughts, he looked at his family and smiled gently. "Do not worry. Now that Shower has returned, I will handle the situation from here." He then turned his gaze towards the security guard standing behind Director Xiao. "Uncle Zhang, it's been a while." Uncle Zhang, over 40 years old and named Zhang Baoshan, had served at the orphanage for more than 20 years. He regarded Hongxiao with concern. "Xiao, you should heed the advice of the director and Sister Gao. You must leave. Their ruffian leader is a formidable 2-star mountain guardian." 2-star mountain guardian? Hongxiao chuckled lightly. "As long as I am here, no one shall dare to bully the inhabitants of Chiyuan Orphanage again." As his words fell, Hongxiao cast a cold glare at the kneeling ruffians. Though he made no move, the oppressive aura emanating from him forced them all to their knees, unable to rise even if they wished to flee. "What do you intend to do?" They quivered as they beheld Hongxiao's approach. The terror was palpable, yet the oppressive force rendered them immobile. Hongxiao, having little patience for these scoundrels, regarded them with disdain. "You have 3 minutes to summon your leader here, or else." He pointed at the distant corpse. "That will be your fate." Upon hearing his words, the ruffians maintained their stoic expressions, but internally they were exhilarated. Once their leader arrived, this young man would undoubtedly meet his demise. "All right, we will call him right away," one of them declared, promptly dialing a number. "Boss, hurry. We're facing a tough opponent." What a bunch of useless fools, unable to handle a group of frail, old, and sickly wretches. "Just wait there." Hongxiao's keen hearing captured their entire exchange. Gao Manru felt a wave of panic wash over her. After all, the local tyrant, Chui Sanmang, was incredibly formidable. Even though Hongxiao had just dispatched that 3-star mirror-shattering ruffian with ease, the mountain guardian was on an entirely different level. As Gao Manru contemplated urging Hongxiao to leave, she was halted by Xiao Yuding. "Director Xiao Yu, rest assured, Shower has always been prudent in his actions. Since he has chosen this course, he surely has his reasons. Besides," Xiao Yuding continued, "have you forgotten who claimed the title of the nation's top martial scholar this year?" The martial scholar Shower. Gao Manru gazed at the upright figure before her, unable to shake the daze as she recalled the recent announcement of the national martial examination results. In Tianyuan City, within the high-level office of the Martial Association, President Li Shuheng sat solemnly, flanked by the vice president and several other senior officials. "Today, we received urgent news that a major general from the Hetian Province Military District is en route to Tianyuan City. We must fulfill our duties diligently and ensure that not a single error occurs." Vice President Yun Rongshuan questioned. "Why would Major General Qin come to Tianyuan City at this time?" The others looked on with curiosity. Li Shuheng chuckled lightly. "According to reliable sources, our nation's top martial scholar has graduated early from the elite training camp and has returned to Tianyuan City today." "What? Graduated early?" The room erupted in surprise. Yun Rongshuan added, "How is such a thing possible? Normally, it should take 3 months, concluding only after determining the top performer." Li Shuheng's eyes shimmered as he replied. "There is only one answer." Under the astonished gazes of those present, he stated earnestly, "That is, Hongxiao has been confirmed as the top performer of this elite training camp. This meant that even in 2 months' time, no one could surpass him." Shockwaves rippled through the room. "President, should we go to welcome the Major General?" Vice President Yun Rongshuan asked hastily. "No." Li Shuheng shook his head, smiling lightly. "The Major General is merely here to observe this year's top talent from Hetian Province. We should not intrude upon their affairs." The others finally understood and nodded in agreement. In Tianyuan City, at the Jinwu Division, Lin Langtao stood before a 10-meter-high glass window, gazing at the scenery outside. Behind him, a shadow flickered in and out of sight. "My lord, Hongxiao has indeed returned to Tianyuan City, and the young lady from the elite training camp is unharmed. Furthermore, I have gathered intelligence that before departing, Su Hongxiao made a wager with a young lady from Fengcheng. Oh, Lin Langtao, still observing the city below, replied calmly. What was the wager? If Su Hongxiao loses, he faces punishment. If the young lady loses, she must protect the young lady and ensure she is not bullied until the elite training camp concludes. And the outcome? Su Hongxiao emerged victorious. Moreover, his talent registration has been updated. He is no longer classified as the F-grade Thunderous Might, but rather as the S-grade Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Lin Langtao's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied with composure. Where is he now? My lord, Su Hongxiao is currently at Qiyuan Orphanage, and it appears he has encountered some trouble. Lin Langtao nodded. I understand. The shadow hesitated momentarily. My lord, it seems the opposing side has some backing. Should we not intervene? Lin Langtao chuckled lightly. No need. There will be those who will step forward. You may leave now. As you wish, my lord. In an instant, the figure of shadow vanished from the room. Lin Langtao gazed out at the expansive world beyond the window, murmuring to himself. Achieving over 1,000,000 points in the martial examination, transforming an F-level talent into an S-level, and within just a month, his strength has already reached the Mountain Guardian realm. What an intriguing little fellow. As Lin Langtao recalled the emotions Lin Yuan had displayed towards him, a wave of mixed feelings surged within his heart. In Tianyuan City, the mayor's office, the education bureau, and the city defense department were all convening urgent meetings. The arrival of the military district's major general had imbued these individuals with both honor and anxiety. In this perilous world, every soldier within the military district commanded the respect of all. Chapter 74. Once again, the Lu family. Kneel and speak. While awaiting the arrival of the opposing leader, Su Hongxiao intended to have Director Xiao and Sister Gao enter first. After all, there was a possibility that blood would be shed, and Su Hongxiao did not wish for them to witness his brutality. However, in the end, he could not dissuade them. No matter what, they insisted on accompanying him. Su Hongxiao glanced at the time on his old phone, then turned his cold gaze towards the thugs kneeling on the ground. 1 minute remaining. Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's indifferent voice, the group trembled, casting their eyes towards the figure sprawled on the ground. A thought emerging in their minds. Could it be that this seemingly harmless youth had indeed committed murder? Setting aside that notion, the individual in question was their small leader, a powerhouse at the 3rd star of the Broken Mirror realm. His physical resilience had been honed through the tempering of his blood and energy. Surely, he could not have been struck down so easily by this young man. Just as the crowd was gripped by fear, the distant hum of a luxury car suddenly resonated. Soon, a brand new, opulent vehicle came to a stop. A middle-aged man clad in a mink coat emerged, a cigar dangling from his lips, his hair slicked back. Boss, you've finally arrived. Please, save us. Upon seeing the newcomer, the thugs finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. What a bunch of useless fools. The middle-aged man disregarded them, casting a cold gaze at Su Hongxiao. Who are you? Su Hongxiao replied icily. Are you the one who sent them to vandalize the orphanage? Observing the calm expression on the youth's face, Cui Sanmang felt an inexplicable wave of murderous intent wash over him. His countenance shifted between dark and light. How could this seemingly ordinary high school student exert such pressure upon him? He was a formidable warrior at the 2nd star of the Mountain Guardian realm. This young brother. If you refrain from interfering, I can offer you whatever money or women you desire, Cui Sanmang proposed. Su Hongxiao scoffed coldly. I have no need for such things. Cui Sanmang frowned slightly, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Had he not sensed that this youth was extraordinary, he would have already struck him down with a single blow. What do you want then? Anything within my power, I shall fulfill, Cui Sanmang insisted. In response, Su Hongxiao smirked. I want your life. Can you provide that? Damn it, you ungrateful fool. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man could no longer suppress the fury within him, vanishing from sight in an instant. At the same time, a chilling voice echoed, you are truly seeking death. In an instant, Cui Sanmang's figure appeared before Su Hongxiao, his fist infused with fierce energy hurtling towards the youth's head. Su Hongxiao remained rooted in place, his body as unyielding as a spear. Gao Manra gasped, be careful, Xiar. The thugs on their knees, witnessing this scene, were instantly exhilarated. They all understood their leader's strength. One punch from him could shatter a meter-thick steel plate. This arrogant young man was undoubtedly doomed. A gust of wind swept through, tousling Su Hongxiao's hair. Yet, just as the fist was about to connect with Su Hongxiao's head, it abruptly halted. Kneel. The crowd was taken aback, hearing Su Hongxiao's calm and indifferent voice. Looking again, they saw that Su Hongxiao's hand had somehow pressed against Cui Sanmang's head. Boom. Su Hongxiao forcefully drove his palm down, causing Cui Sanmang's head to crash heavily into the concrete ground. Do not scream yet. Before Cui Sanmang's anguished cries could fully escape his lips, a frigid voice rang out. Su Hongxiao grasped his head, lifting him up, and brought his knee down like a hammer upon Cui Sanmang's abdomen. Cough. Su Hongxiao coldly regarded the crumpled figure of Cui Sanmang, akin to a dead dog, and then hurled him into the air, spinning his body before delivering a kick. Bang. Cui Sanmang's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the luxurious car with such force that the vehicle caved in. The crowd stared in shock at this spectacle. utterly unable to believe their eyes. The second star of the Mountain Guardian realm, Chui Sanmang, had not even had the chance to retaliate against this young man. Knowing you won't die, get out here quickly. With Su Hongxiao's voice echoing, a stout hand emerged from the deformed vehicle, surrounded by energy, gripping the car's body. It was torn apart with ease. Despite unleashing his blood energy, Chui Sanmang could not conceal his utter disarray. Blood streamed from his head, and his once pristine mink coat was riddled with rips. His gaze darkened as he glared at Su Hongxiao. You are also a gifted individual of the Mountain Guardian realm. Who on earth are you? Su Hongxiao replied coldly. You are not worthy to know. Shadows flickered, and Chui Sanmang's expression changed drastically. The speed was astonishing, and he could not even discern Su Hongxiao's movements. Kneel. Su Hongxiao suddenly appeared before Chui Sanmang, pressing a hand firmly upon his head. Chui Sanmang attempted to resist, but the hand on his head felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing his internal energy to falter. He could not withstand it at all. With this immense force, Chui Sanmang's knees were driven into the concrete ground. Speak. Who is the one behind you? Su Hongxiao, suppressing his murderous intent, fixed his gaze upon Chui Sanmang. He understood that the audacity of these thugs was not solely due to Chui Sanmang's second-star strength. If there were no backing behind them, their behavior would have long since attracted scrutiny. Chui Sanmang looked at the cold youth before him with terror, and he had no doubt that the other truly intended to kill him. I will speak. Just don't kill me. However, just as Chui Sanmang began to utter something, he suddenly foamed at the mouth, trembling violently before collapsing to the ground, swiftly losing all signs of life. Su Hongxiao narrowed his eyes. Poison? At that moment, several new luxury cars came to a halt. A dozen men dressed in black suits alighted from the vehicles. You folks from the orphanage truly possess a vicious hand. How dare you commit murder in broad daylight? The leader, a young man in his 20s, smiled as he regarded Su Hongxiao. To achieve such a level at your age, why not join our Lu group? Not only will you avoid imprisonment like them, but I can also offer you 10 million every month. What do you say? The Lu group? Su Hongxiao's eyes flickered, but he inwardly smirked. Indeed, we are from the Lu family of Mist City. The Lu group here in Tianyuan City is merely a small branch. The young man believed Su Hongxiao was intrigued and stepped forward, eagerly looking at him. What will your choice be? Yet, a cold voice interrupted. Kneel and speak. Chapter 75. Standing there like the sun. You truly do not know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth, young man. Observing the outstretched hand of Su Hongxiao, the young man revealed a disdainful smile. I am not someone of the same caliber as that waste, Chui Sanmang. I forgot to mention, I am a 5-star talent of the Mountain Guardian realm. Bang. Su Hongxiao gazed at the young man kneeling on the ground and chuckled softly. What distinguishes you from that worthless fool? The young man felt the paralyzing energy coursing through his body, a wave of terror washing over him. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, with both his vitality and meridians completely blocked. What on earth is happening? Su Hongxiao's expression hardened as he noticed the bodyguards behind him stirring restlessly. Most of these individuals were talented practitioners at the Mountain Guarding realm. Should a fight ensue, it might inadvertently implicate Dean Xiao and his associates. You are courting death, young man. At that moment, the young man's lips moved slightly, seemingly having ingested a form of elixir. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted within him, accompanied by a noxious mist enveloping his entire being. Seeing this, Su Hongxiao delivered a knee strike that sent the young man flying. Bang! The well-dressed man behind caught the young man with sheer force. Lu Xiao, are you alright? The young man, Lu Yuan, was the second son of the third master of the Lu family. He shoved past the crowd, his expression dark as he glared at Su Hongxiao. You all hold this guy back. I'll take down that old man and the woman. Do you think he will dare to resist then? Upon hearing this, Su Hongxiao's eyes turned icy. If they dared to make a move, he would not hesitate to reveal the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder and the Celestial Grade Weapon. The 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer. Even if it meant exposing all his trump cards, he was determined to annihilate these individuals here and now. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the distant hum of vehicles echoed through the air. Everyone looked up, their pupils dilating in shock. Military vehicles. Lu Yuan seemed to recognize the license plate, his body trembling uncontrollably. Soon, several military trucks came to a halt. The doors swung open, and a straight-backed soldier descended. He was a middle-aged man, with distinct features and piercing eyes that seemed to freeze the air around him the moment he surveyed the crowd. Su Hongxiao regarded this man with trepidation, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. He stood as if radiating the sun, exuding an almost palpable heat. Xiao Yuding and Gao Manru stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Why would military personnel be here? Lord Qin, what brings you here? Lu Yuan began to approach, but the middle-aged man had already taken purposeful strides towards Su Hongxiao. Su Hongxiao's dark eyes remained fixed on the man, sensing his own energy boiling with intensity. Are you Su Hongxiao? The middle-aged man's voice, though softly spoken, resonated like thunder, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Yes, I am Su Hongxiao. May I ask who you are? Though Su Hongxiao had never encountered him before, he felt no hostility emanating from this man. Ha ha ha, splendid. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his keen eyes locking onto the tall youth standing at 182 meters, slowly extending his hand. I am Qin Wuyo, a soldier of the River Heaven Province Military District. Qin Wuyo? Su Hongxiao was taken aback. Could this man be the esteemed Major General of the River Heaven Province Military District? Sensing the kindness in his gaze, Su Hongxiao gradually took the man's hand. Firm and dry. Greetings, Major General. I wonder what brings you to seek out a mere youth such as myself. Qin Wuyo smiled gently. What? Am I not welcome to sit for a while? He glanced back at the astonished Xiao Yuding and Gao Manru, nodding slightly. Major General Qin, to be honest, I still have some matters to attend to. Su Hongxiao's expression turned cold as he regarded the trembling Lu Yuan and his companions, then turned to Qin Wuyo earnestly. These individuals sought to harm my family. Earlier, I accidentally killed one of them. If there are to be consequences, please hold me accountable alone and spare my family from any hardship. Oh, Qin Wuyo cast a glance at Lu Yuan and his group. Arrest these pests of the empire and hand them over to the Public Security Bureau. Let them handle it. Yes. The soldiers immediately subdued Lu Yuan and his companions, loading them into the vehicle, along with the body on the ground. Once the military vehicles departed, Qin Wuyo turned to Su Hongxiao with a gentle smile. I am already aware of what transpired earlier. It has been resolved. May I now come in for a while? Shower, quickly, let the esteemed guest in. At that moment, Xiao Yuding hurried forward to welcome Qin Wuyo inside. Shower, who is he? Gao Manru inquired, peering at Qin Wuyo's retreating figure as she approached Su Hongxiao. He is Major General Qin Wuyo of the River Heaven Province Military District. Su Hongxiao replied slowly. Major General of the River Heaven Province Military District? Gao Manru's heart raced. He was a peerless powerhouse of the Sunless Realm. She stared at Su Hongxiao, who was once the little boy trailing behind her, now able to associate with such a distinguished figure. He has truly grown up. Inside the orphanage, Gao Manru poured tea for the three of them, then nervously sat beside Su Hongxiao. Although Xiao Yuding's expression remained calm, the tense grip of his hands betrayed his anxiety. Qin Wuyo observed the restrained trio and chuckled softly. Director Xiao, there is no need to be tense. I have come merely to meet this year's top martial scholar of our empire. There are no ulterior motives. The top martial scholar of the empire? Xiao Yuding gazed at Su Hongxiao, then turned to Qin Wuyo in disbelief. You mean to say that Xiao is this year's national top martial scholar? Indeed. Qin Wuyo nodded with a smile, taking a sip of tea. As expected, he has lived up to his reputation, having broken through to the mountain guarding realm at such a young age. Though he is only at the 1st star level, he can easily overpower the 5th star of the Lu family, truly deserving of the title of national top martial scholar. Qin Wuyo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Su Hongxiao. He had witnessed such extraordinary feats before, yet the sheer dominance displayed by Su Hongxiao was indeed rare. Perhaps this time, he could indeed turn the tide for the River Heaven Province Military District. Su Hongxiao chuckled helplessly. Major General, you flatter me. It seems I merely had a stroke of luck, never expecting to draw your attention. Student Su, today we have finally crossed paths. I am relieved, and I must say, Miss Song's judgment is truly exceptional. Qin Wuyo pulled out a card and a small notebook from his pocket. Here is 30 million Qixia coins and a villa in Tianyuan No. 1. While not particularly valuable, it is a token of goodwill from the River Heaven Province Military District. Su Hongxiao did not refuse, understanding the implications behind it. It was both a gesture of goodwill and an invitation to join the River Heaven Province Military District after graduating from Martial University. I sincerely thank you, Major General. Observing Su Hongxiao's calm demeanor, Qin Wuyo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Student Su. I eagerly await that day. With that, Qin Wuyo stood up. It is getting late. I must attend to other matters and cannot linger. Chapter 76. Journey to the Beastly Demon Valley. After bidding farewell to Qin Wuyo, Director Xiao and Sister Gao stood at the entrance of the orphanage, still in a daze. Inside, a swarm of children rushed out. Brother Su, Brother Su. The children joyfully surrounded Su Hongxiao. Brother Su, are you leaving again? A cute little girl tugged at Su Hongxiao's hand, her eyes wide with concern. Yes. Brother Su is going out to venture and strive. Otherwise, how can I earn money to buy you all delicious food and fun things? Su Hongxiao lifted the little girl, affectionately ruffling her face. I will support Brother Su. We will all wait for your return. The little girl beamed, her sparkling eyes fixed on Su Hongxiao. Brother Su, you must take care of yourself out there. Hey, Su Hongxiao playfully pinched her little nose. Oh, my little Yuer is learning to care for Brother Su now. As he gazed upon the joyful children, Su Hongxiao cast a grateful glance towards Director Xiao. Were it not for him, how woeful would these children's childhoods have been? Su Hongxiao handed over the card and the property deed for Tianyuan No. 1 to Director Xiao. Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Yuding could hardly accept such a valuable gift. Director Xiao, you and Sister Gao have cared for me since childhood. This is but a trifle. Moreover, I will soon be heading to Kyoto, and it is likely that I will not return frequently. You will be looking after my family, won't you? He continued. This sum should be reserved for the children. Whether the orphanage needs to relocate or renovate in the future, feel free to use it. If funds run short, you can always speak to me. I am capable of earning now. Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's light laughter, Both Xiao Yuding and Gao Manru's eyes sparkled with an indescribable radiance. Very well, but I shall keep this money for you, to be used when you eventually marry. At Director Zhao's words, Su Hongxiao offered a bashful smile and refrained from further comment. Currently, he harbored no intentions of marriage. His focus was solely on enhancing his strength. Come on, Sister Gao. I will show you the way. From now on, you will reside in Tianyuan No. 1. It's a villa district with spacious rooms. Su Hongxiao swiftly guided Gao Manru to familiarize herself with the area. After ensuring everything was in order, he returned to his modest rented room in the outskirts. Looking at the familiar little house, Su Hongxiao felt a twinge of reluctance, yet he knew it was time to truly depart. He packed all his belongings into his spatial ring, then placed the key inside the room before closing the door behind him. Now, it was time to set off for the Beast Demon Valley. The urgency to hunt elite-level ferocious beasts and accumulate points was palpable. He needed to swiftly enhance the proficiency of all his skills. As he exited the narrow corridor, Su Hongxiao spotted an SUV parked outside, with a refined young man leaning against the door. Instructor Qin, let us go. I'll drive you wherever you need to go. As the vehicle moved, Su Hongxiao turned to Qin Jun with a playful smile. Instructor Qin, you share the same surname as Major General Qin. Could it be that you are? Shu, Qin Jun suddenly chuckled. Student Su, one must not engage in baseless speculation. If the Major General overhears, we might find ourselves in trouble. Observing Qin Jun's flustered demeanor, Su Hongxiao chuckled softly and chose to remain silent. By the way, Student Su, how long do you plan to stay at the Beast Demon Valley? Qin Jun inquired earnestly while driving. About 2 months, I suppose. After all, I need to reach Kyoto Martial University before the semester begins, Su Hongxiao replied, gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. I wish to train extensively during this time to enhance my strength. Otherwise, life at Kyoto Martial University may not be pleasant. Haha, you seem quite self-aware, Qin Jun laughed. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Those with talent often possess a competitive spirit. With your national top score, becoming a freshman at Kyoto's premier martial university will undoubtedly bring about challenges. How do you feel about that? Will there be pressure? Su Hongxiao chuckled. If this is considered pressure, how can I strive for victory, let alone conquer the 5 champions competition? Ha ha ha, splendid. No wonder you are our chosen one. Qin Jun laughed heartily, pressing down on the accelerator. After a day's journey, as the sun began to set, Su Hongxiao finally caught sight of the outline of a small town. Student Su, just ahead is Muyang Town, close to Yang City. This town connects to the wasteland. Once you enter, there will be vendors selling maps everywhere, and you can inquire about any information you seek. All right, thank you, Instructor Qin, Su Hongxiao replied. Stepping out of the car, Student Su, be cautious in all things. Remember, safety comes first. Rest assured, Instructor Qin, I know my limits. Haha, good. Let us meet again during the Tianyao Alliance competition. Certainly. With that affirmation, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and the SUV gradually disappeared from view. A warm breeze swept by, rustling the leaves along the roadside. Su Hongxiao gazed at the distant sunset and the small town, inhaling deeply, excitement gleaming in his sunset-tinted eyes. Drawing forth his thunderblade, he took confident strides towards Muyang Town. This time, within 2 months, he was determined to accumulate 5 million points, or even more. Su Hongxiao intended to elevate all his skills to their utmost potential. If he could fully master the advanced Earth-level skill, Thunderflame Purgatory Array, he might even be capable of slaying a 9-star expert from the Town Mountain realm. Before long, Su Hongxiao reached the entrance of the town, where throngs of people bustled about, each exuding an aura steeped in bloodlust. The scent of slaughter hung in the air, and many bore various weapons at their sides. Thus, when they noticed the oversized blade strapped to Su Hongxiao's back, they displayed little surprise. The town, though small, was vibrant, with numerous vendors lining the streets, hawking their wares. Don't miss out. Here we have premium elite-level ferocious beast blood, selling for 10 million Xixia coins per 100 grams. I have high-quality ferocious beast meat. Just 9,999. Young brother, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our Muyang town? As Su Hongxiao searched for useful items, a shadow darted beside him, followed by a voice that was both sly and wheedling. Su Hongxiao glanced up to find a gaunt man with a handlebar mustache, likely in his 30s. Yes, sir, this is indeed my first time. Ah, you are clearly a scion from a prominent family here to train, right? I have a map of the Beast Demon Valley. Are you interested? The mustached man maintained a constant smile, yet Su Hongxiao discerned the shrewdness behind it. Oh, how much for a copy? Not expensive, just 99 for one. Upon seeing the youth turn to leave, the mustached man quickly followed. Young man, if you find it too costly, we can negotiate. Why rush off? Su Hongxiao looked at the man beside him and chuckled. 99. Will you sell it? Chapter 77. The 3 major forces of Muyang Town. Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's light-hearted tone, the mustached man's face turned red with indignation. Young brother, you are unaware. The territory of the Beast Demon Valley is vast, and only I possess the complete map. Other vendors are either frauds or extortionists. Oh, the complete map? Su Hongxiao paused and regarded him. Of course, within a radius of 10,000 meters, there is no area I, Hu Laoba, am unfamiliar with. Besides, this map is hand-drawn, and I have invested considerable effort into it. Su Hongxiao chuckled, but I have heard that there are many unexplored areas within the Beast Demon Valley. Do you happen to know what lies within? Hu Laoba was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected this seemingly youthful boy to possess such knowledge. How about this? Show me the map, and if it meets my standards, I will buy it for a maximum of 99. That's too little. Hey, young brother. Don't go. We can agree to that. Su Hongxiao smiled gently and halted. Though he had some money, he was no fool. A map outside would never cost more than 30 Qixia coins. Offering 99 was already generous. In an instant, the man calling himself Hu Laoba produced a rolled-up map. Rest assured, young brother, once you see it, you will undoubtedly be satisfied. Su Hongxiao accepted the map, slowly unfurling it. The drawings on the paper were indeed hand-drawn, indicating where various levels of ferocious beasts were most likely to appear. All right, I'll take it. Su Hongxiao promptly pulled out 100 Qixia coins. Keep the change. As he spoke, Su Hongxiao stowed the map into his spatial ring. What a bully. Buying my map without paying. Someone come and judge this. At that moment, Hu Laoba suddenly collapsed onto the ground, rolling about and drawing the attention of many onlookers. Their gazes were laced with cold smirks, as if they were already accustomed to such antics. Although some had witnessed Su Hongxiao paying, none stepped forward to defend the unfamiliar youth. In this chaotic town of Twilight Sun, strength was the only currency that mattered. A chill flickered in Su Hongxiao's eyes, just as he intended to leave. He felt a pair of hands grasp his left leg. You're not leaving without paying. The shout from Hu Laoba was soon followed by a surge of 7 or 8 dark-skinned men from the crowd. Clad in vests made of animal hides and wielding sharp blades, they advanced menacingly. The leader, towering nearly 3 meters tall with bulging muscles, pointed his weapon at Su Hongxiao and growled, "You think you can dine and dash on Hu Ji's business, huh?" With his arms crossed over his chest, Su Hongxiao regarded the imposing figure with a smirk. "Is this a game of extortion you're playing?" Confused murmurs rippled through the men, uncertain of his words. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Su Hongxiao noted that these individuals were merely fledgling talents, not even at the mountain border level, and he felt no trepidation. The strongest among them was none other than Hu Laoba, sprawled on the ground, clutching his leg, possessing a meager strength of 9 stars in the broken mirror realm. Hu Laoba, observing his bewildered companions, quickly signaled them. The towering man ceased pondering the notion of extortion, raised his blade, and bellowed, "If you don't hand over 98,000 Qixia coins, we'll make sure your head rolls." Uffed. Su Hongxiao couldn't help but laugh. "My good man. It's head rolls, not head person rolls. Perhaps you should return to your studies first." Hilarity erupted among the onlookers. Hu Laoba's expression soured instantly, and he shot another glare at his men. "What? Are you calling me uneducated?" Following Hu Laoba's command, several burly men swiftly positioned their blades against Su Hongxiao's throat. "Stop!" Just as Su Hongxiao was about to retaliate, a light, melodious voice cut through the air. The crowd parted suddenly as a young woman in a simple white dress approached. Her eyes like autumn waters, beautifully serene, resembling a pure white swan. 2 individuals with strengths at 7 stars in the broken mirror realm followed her closely. "Oh, Miss Li has arrived. This should be interesting," murmured the crowd. The girl in white regarded Hu Laoba, now on his feet, dusting off his clothing. "You're up to your old tricks again. How many times must I tell you? Be honest in business. At this rate, when will you ever prosper?" Hu Laoba stood, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and offered a feigned smile to Miss Li. "You speak true, Miss Li. We shall take our leave." Watching Hu Laoba and his men retreat in disgrace, Su Hongxiao surmised that this young lady held considerable influence in the town. "Thank you, miss," he expressed, feeling grateful as she had intervened on his behalf. "No need for thanks," she replied casually. "You're quite young. What brings you to this remote town far from the city?" Su Hongxiao gazed into her captivating eyes and couldn't help but admire her. "I'm here for training. Nothing more." "Training?" Miss Li's eyes shimmered as she regarded the boy of similar age. "I advise you to steer clear of this place of turmoil." With that, she turned and departed with her companions. Seeing that the entertainment was over, the crowd soon dispersed. Su Hongxiao entered a shop selling medicinal pills, perusing the items while the owner, keenly observant, followed closely to make recommendations. "What about that young lady from earlier? Who is she? Why does everyone here seem to hold her in such awe?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the owner chuckled. "You're quite fortunate. Had it not been for her, you might not have exited safely." As for Miss Li, the owner paused to glance outside before whispering, "Before discussing her identity, you must understand one thing." "Oh," Su Hongxiao replied, intrigued. "What is it?" The owner grinned, stroking his beard in silence. "I'll purchase 1,000 Qixia coins worth of healing herbs," Su Hongxiao remarked lightly. "Ah, you're a sharp lad," the owner beamed. "In Twilight Sun, there are 3 major forces one should not provoke. Are you suggesting that Miss Li is part of one of these factions?" "Not quite," the owner said, feigning mystery. The leaders of those three factions were once subordinates of Miss Li's elder brother. He shook his head. However, her brother mysteriously disappeared in the Beast Demon Valley. Fortunately, among those three, one is exceptionally loyal to Miss Li and is the strongest, holding the title of leader of the Greenwood Gang. Thus, the residents of the town respect Miss Li not solely for her strength, but also for her kind-hearted nature and keen sense for rare medicinal materials. The Greenwood Gang often benefits from her abilities, frequently discovering precious herbs during their excursions, rendering them the wealthiest faction. I see, Su Hongxiao mused. So, when the elder brother vanished, the three subordinates split to form their own gangs, with the strongest being loyal to Miss Li, while the other two are her friends. The owner shook his head. Aside from the Greenwood Gang, the leaders of the other two factions harbor substantial ambitions. They may feign courtesy towards Miss Li, but behind her back, it's a different story. Curious, Su Hongxiao asked, what are the names of the other two factions? Ah, I'll buy another 1,000 in herbs. The other two gangs are the Wolf Fang Gang and the Brown Bear Gang. They have a contentious history with the Greenwood Gang. Although Miss Li helped you today, you should remain cautious of those factions. After all, Hu Laoba is a member of the Brown Bear Gang. Understood. Thank you for the information. Su Hongxiao said as he purchased 2,000 coins worth of herbs and turned to leave. Observing the tall figure disappearing into the crowd, the owner stroked his beard, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Su Hongxiao's acquisition of these herbs was merely to practice alchemy during his spare time, having recently acquired foundational knowledge in the craft. He then sought another shop to buy a map before heading toward the town's city gate. Guarding the gate were two talents at 9 stars in the Broken Mirror realm. Exiting the town required a fee of 1,000 Qixia coins. This town served as a refuge for talents undergoing training, so the fee was of little consequence. Without hesitation, Su Hongxiao paid the fee, and as the iron gate swung open, a desolate landscape unfolded before him. Without a moment's pause, Su Hongxiao inhaled deeply and stepped beyond the confines of the town. He consulted the map, noting that a kilometer to the west was a region frequented by elite-level ferocious beasts. Whoosh! Su Hongxiao stored the map in his spatial ring and vanished from sight in an instant. Wow, such speed. The two figures lurking atop the town's walls were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Quick, report back to the boss. The desolate expanse beyond the town starkly contrasted with the world outside Tianyuan City. It was a landscape riddled with sprawling canyons and winding mountain paths, shrouded in thick, chilling mist. The flora exhibited exaggerated mutations, and Su Hongxiao remained on high alert, his senses finely tuned. After all, elite-level ferocious beasts abound here, and even more powerful creatures lurk in the shadows. As Su Hongxiao hurriedly traversed the terrain, an icy glint flickered in his eyes when a massive beast suddenly leaped from the thicket. Accompanying it was an overwhelming stench of blood. Su Hongxiao swiftly unsheathed the thunderblade from his back, pivoted his body, and delivered a fierce slash towards the shadow. Bang! The blade struck heavily against the figure, revealing it to be an elite-level, third-tier, demonic-patterned leopard, measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length, shrouded in a thin veil of black mist. Failing to land a decisive blow, the demonic leopard quickly pivoted, preparing to retreat into the underbrush once more, but Su Hongxiao would not grant it that opportunity. In a blink, the thunderblade vanished from his grasp, and his figure disappeared from sight. With the power of the ninefold thunder fist at the 7th level, he struck. Bang! The astonishing speed rendered the leopard unable to react, sending it hurtling away. Simultaneously, 7 dull explosions echoed from within its body. Yet, to Su Hongxiao's astonishment, the leopard managed to struggle to its feet, fleeing 100 meters before succumbing to its injuries. Kill an elite-level, third-tier ferocious beast, earning 300 points. Such was the resilience of an elite-level creature. Even its internal organs demonstrated formidable strength. With the thunderblade once more secured at his back, Su Hongxiao continued his journey. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had fully set, and the cold moon now hung high in the night sky. In the hours that followed, he had slain no fewer than 200 elite-level ferocious beasts, amassing nearly 80,000 points. As he observed several elite-level, 5th-tier beasts closing in, a spark of purple and fiery light ignited in his eyes. It was time to test the formidable power of the Thunderfire Purgatory Array. As his words echoed, the Thundercloud Cyclone and Flame Cyclone within him began to whirl violently. The Thunderblade in Su Hongxiao's grasp became enveloped in arcs of lightning and flames. With a decisive strike, a dazzling stream of thunder and fire surged skyward, splitting into an expansive 20-meter cage that ensnared the oncoming beasts. Roar! The ferocious creatures emitted cries of terror, but regardless of their frantic attempts to escape, the moment they touched the intersecting web of thunder and fire, they were instantly blasted back, charred and defeated. Su Hongxiao watched this spectacle in shock, profoundly impressed. Truly, as a high-level Earth-tier skill, it could confine even these elite-level, 5th-tier beasts. Explode! He commanded with a chilling tone. Boom, boom, boom. Within the confines of the cage, a relentless stream of brilliance erupted, as the purple lightning and flames viciously assaulted the trapped beasts. Faced with such violent elemental energies, several of the creatures quickly succumbed to death. Su Hongxiao retracted the Thunderfire Purgatory Array, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on his brow, for this was indeed a high-level Earth-tier skill. The exertion was considerable, requiring immense vitality and the simultaneous control of two elemental forces, which demanded significant mental fortitude. Sensing the rapid recovery of energy within him, a smile subtly crept across Su Hongxiao's lips. With the swift recovery granted by the nine heavens' divine thunder and the potency of the ancient blood Dan, he was not overly concerned about exhaustion. With a swift motion, he summoned his vitality outward, causing the dry twigs on the ground to coalesce around him. Previously, he had discovered that his palm possessed a remarkably terrifying gravitational force. Although its purpose remained unclear, it would surely provide an element of surprise in future confrontations. Flames leaped from his palm as he sliced off a piece of the beast's flesh, beginning to roast it. Despite his rising cultivation diminishing his need for sustenance, he could not resist the temptation. Sizzle. In no time, the meat began to emit a mouth-watering aroma from the intense heat. Su Hongxiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his heart brimming with hope. Once satiated, he would continue his onslaught. In the 2 months ahead, he must amass a staggering 10 million points. Chapter 79, 10 million points. A frenzied surge. Time flew by, and a month had swiftly passed. Under the bright morning sun, within the depths of the Beast Demon Valley, a tranquil stream flowed. At the bottom of this clear, transparent stream, a figure sat in meditation. Surrounding him were several ferocious aquatic beasts, relentlessly assaulting him with violent aggression. Yet, an invisible barrier of purple light seemed to envelop him, thwarting the beast's attempts to bite and collide. Suddenly, the calm water began to bubble vigorously. A tremendous surge of vitality energy caused the stream to swirl, creating a bizarre spectacle. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted from beneath the water, propelling the stream's surface skyward. With a resounding splash, a figure leaped from the surging waters and gracefully landed on the bank, holding two 1-meter-long fish-like beasts in his hands, flames erupting forth. Kill a high-level 9th-tier ferocious beast. Earning 90 points. The delectable aroma wafted through the air as he tore off a succulent piece of fish flesh. His bare arms grew increasingly muscular, and Su Hongxiao's lips curled into a faint smile. To his astonishment, he had broken through to the 2nd star of the Mountain Guardian realm in just a month, confirming that battling ferocious beasts was indeed the most effective way to enhance one's strength. Gazing at the delicious roasted fish in his hands, he devoured it with gusto. After washing his hands in the stream, Su Hongxiao caught sight of his reflection in the water and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. His bright eyes and long, flowing black hair cascaded over his broad shoulders, with a few strands framing his fair cheeks. Beneath a prominent nose, his thin lips bore a subtle smile of irony. Having devoted the entire month to battling ferocious beasts, he had neglected his appearance, and he was surprised to find that his hair had grown so long. His clothes bore several tiers, but Su Hongxiao paid them no mind. After all, he still had a month of training ahead. He opened his interface, eager to see the fruits of his labor after hunting so many beasts. Host, Su Hongxiao. Age, 18 years. Realm, Mountain Guardian, 2nd star. Talent, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, SSS-level talent. Talent, Flame Source Power, D-level talent. Weapons, Heaven-tier weapon, Shin-tier weapon. Skills, Shin-tier skill. Earth-tier skill. Items, none. Points, 19 million points. Points shop, opened. Su Hongxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had amassed a staggering 19 million points in just a month. However, he quickly composed himself during the martial arts examination. He had once accrued 1 million points in a single day. Given that he had spent a month in the Beast Demon Valley, predominantly hunting elite-level creatures, it was only natural. Although this sum wouldn't purchase particularly powerful items, it was more than sufficient to enhance his skills significantly. With this thought in mind, Su Hongxiao swiftly grabbed his Thunderblade and set off. When enhancing skill proficiency, it was best to find a safe and concealed location. After all, danger lurked everywhere in this wild zone, whether from ferocious beasts or humans. After navigating through the primordial forest for half an hour, Su Hongxiao settled atop a towering tree that soared 1,000 meters high. This spot was excellent. The branches were several meters wide and thick, allowing him to sit cross-legged comfortably. He decided to first enhance his Shin-tier skills, as they required less expenditure and were easier to comprehend. Proficiency in the Ninefold Thunder Fist has increased. Note, a minimum of 1,000 points is required for use. Please enter point amount. Gazing at the familiar prompt, Su Hongxiao, in an effort to avoid wastage, opted to utilize 100,000 points to enhance his skills for 10 months. Hoping to achieve perfection, he promptly entered the sum of 100,000 into the designated box. 100,000 points have been utilized. With 100,000 points, the training outcomes for 10 months will be obtained. The proficiency of the Ninefold Thunder Force is being enhanced. The comprehension extraction of Ninefold Thunder Force after 10 months is in progress. The extraction of the comprehension after 10 months is complete. Buzz. In an instant, a torrent of profound information surged into Su Hongxiao's mind. He adeptly immersed himself in the influx, concurrently feeling his grasp of the ninefold thunder force becoming increasingly lucid. After months of practicing the ninefold thunder force, you have mastered the 7th level to perfection. In a month, you will successfully touch the threshold of the 8th level, having 1 foot inside. In 5 months, you will have completely mastered the first 8 levels of the ninefold thunder force, and a glimmer of understanding for the final level will also emerge. 10 months later, under the blessing of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, you will successfully enter the realm of perfection in the ninefold thunder force. With a mere strike, you can encapsulate the power of ninefold, unmatched in might. Remaining points, 18,889,000. Is this the pinnacle of the ninefold thunder force? Hongxiao gently placed his palm on a nearby branch, followed by a faint thudding sound. A mere touch transformed the sturdy branch into dust, scattering in the wind. Incredible! Hongxiao could hardly contain his exhilaration. With a casual strike now infused with the power of the ninefold thunder force, the terror was palpable. Next, it was time for the thunder movement's 9 flashes. As for the thunder arc triad slash, Hongxiao was presently prepared to abandon it, choosing instead to elevate these 2 ground tier skills. After all, these ground tier skills were now the most formidable. The proficiency of the thunder movement's 9 flashes is increasing. Note, a starting expenditure of 10,000 points is required. Please enter the points. Hongxiao stroked his chin, murmuring, for a low-level ground tier skill, 100,000 points only suffice for a month of proficiency enhancement. In that case, I shall directly invest 1 million points. 1 million points have been utilized. With 1 million points, the training results for 10 months will be obtained. The proficiency of the thunder movement's 9 flashes is being enhanced. The comprehension extraction of the thunder movement's 9 flashes after 10 months is in progress. The extraction of comprehension after 10 months is complete. Buzz. Once again, a sudden wave of familiar information penetrated Hongxiao's mind. He slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the crystallization of comprehension. As time passed, he felt his mastery of the thunder movement's 9 flashes becoming ever clearer. He had already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd flash, and entering the 3rd flash was merely a natural progression. On the 10th day, through diligent study and practice, you have successfully entered the realm of the 3rd flash of the thunder movement's 9 flashes. In 3 months, you will have perfected the 3rd flash and stepped into the entry level of the 4th flash. In 5 months, with the 9 heavens' divine thunder clearing your path and your relentless determination, you will successfully break through the 4th flash and fully master it. In 7 months, as your realm and insight continue to rise, you will successfully advance to the 5th flash. 10 months later, you will have completely mastered the 5th flash of the thunder movement's 9 flashes, leaving only a step away from the 6th flash. Remaining points, 17,890,000. Chapter 80, Encountering Enemies. Indeed, they are all nefarious beings. Moving on. Hongxiao was merely 1 skill away from acquiring the advanced ground tier skill, the Thunderfire Purgatory Array. However, to Hongxiao's astonishment, the cost of this advanced ground tier skill was even more exorbitant than the thunder movement's 9 flashes. After carefully counting the displayed digits, he murmured, 1 million points only grants a month of proficiency in the Thunderfire Purgatory Array. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Hongxiao ultimately decided to expend 10 million points for an enhancement. After all, while the over 10 million points appeared bountiful, they could scarcely procure anything worthwhile in the point shop. It was better to enhance his strength first. The more proficiently he wielded his skills, the less likely he would falter in battle. The proficiency of the Thunderfire Purgatory Array is increasing. Note, a starting expenditure of 1 million points is required. Please enter the points. Without hesitation, Hongxiao entered 10 million points. 10 million points have been utilized. With 10 million points, the training results for 10 months will be obtained. The proficiency of the Thunderfire Purgatory Array is being enhanced. The comprehension extraction of the Thunderfire Purgatory Array after 10 months is in progress. The extraction of comprehension after 10 months is complete. Buzz. A surge of terrifying training crystallization abruptly invaded Hongxiao's mind. An abundance of knowledge and proficiency regarding the Thunderfire Purgatory Array surged wildly. Hongxiao focused his mind, fervently absorbing the influx. In the first 3 months, with the dual-element talent of thunder and fire, your proficiency in the Thunderfire Purgatory Array has increased, marking your initial entry. In 5 months, your comprehension of the Thunderfire Purgatory Array has become even more profound, and the range of the skills you can deploy has expanded to a radius of 50 meters. In 7 months, due to your strength, you are restricted in the entry-level realm, still a great distance from the realm of perfection. 10 months later, your proficiency in the Thunderfire Purgatory Array has significantly improved. With a wave of your hand, you can form a Thunderfire prison within a 50-meter radius, capable of vanquishing foes. Remaining points, 789,000. Suddenly, Hongxiao opened his eyes wide, witnessing arcs of lightning and flames erupt from his gaze. A stout branch before him was instantaneously pierced through, creating a gaping hole. His eyes sparkled with delight as he raised his hand, lightning and fire fused together, dancing wildly at his fingertips, like a sprite in the depths of night. It radiated with vitality. Now that all his skills had been elevated to their limits, with over 700,000 points remaining, what should he acquire next? Hongxiao was not one to hoard wealth. He opened the points shop and began browsing. Entering the elixir section, he noticed the egg of the white-scaled demon python was restlessly stirring. Hongxiao sensed that it was on the verge of hatching. The elixir section was filled with a myriad of options. As he quickly scanned through, his gaze suddenly halted. Blood contract pill. This seemed useful. He promptly opened the description of the elixir. Blood contract pill. Description: an elixir that creates a bond through the blood of a gifted individual and a fierce beast's egg, forming a contract. When the blood of the gifted individual drips onto this elixir, it will absorb into the fierce beast's egg, establishing a connection and some extraordinary abilities. Once the fierce beast hatches after consuming the gifted individual's blood and the blood contract pill, it will form a bond of absolute trust, never betraying its master. Moreover, upon hatching, due to the elixir's potency, the fierce beast will immediately reach the elite level, without any side effects. Price: 5 million points. You shall be mine. Hongxiao smiled gently, instantly spending 5 million points to procure the elixir. Once purchased, the elixir directly entered his inventory. Hongxiao retrieved it, observing a blood-red pill radiating with crimson clouds resting in his palm. Following that, he took out the egg of the white-scaled demon python from his spatial ring, placing it upon his lap. As Hongxiao prepared himself, he pierced the tip of his finger with his vital blood, allowing a single drop of crystal-clear blood, as pure as jade, to cascade down. This droplet then fused with the blood contract Dan, and at that moment, the white egg seemed to possess a spirit of its own, vibrating with life. It promptly drew the blood contract Dan, now intertwined with Hongxiao's essence, onto its shell. Under Hongxiao's astonished gaze, the blood contract Dan melted instantaneously, merging with the white egg, which was subsequently enveloped in a crimson glow. After waiting for 10 minutes without any sign of movement, Hongxiao placed the egg shrouded in red light into his spatial ring. Crackling sounds erupted as he slowly rose, his body resonating with the powerful hum of vital energy. Feeling the surging force within him, excitement coursed through Hongxiao's veins. Next, the hunt for ferocious beasts would continue. In that moment, his body felt as light as a feather, effortlessly darting through the thickets. Suddenly, a terrifying cloud of toxic mist surged towards him. Hongxiao's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. Who are you? Perched lightly on a branch, Hongxiao crossed his arms and gazed coldly at the unexpected arrivals. Oh, this kid is rather swift, remarked the leader of the seven, a young man clad in opulent attire, flanked by 6 middle-aged men, each at the 6th star of the mountain stabilization realm. Young master, this boy's speed is somewhat unusual. We have matters to attend to. It would be prudent not to complicate things, one of the middle-aged men cautioned, his gaze flickering towards the youth on the branch. Just a high school student. What is there to worry about? The young man replied, suddenly recalling something, his tone darkening. Uncle Lu, my second brother disappeared in the wastelands of Tianyuan City, seemingly for a white-scaled demon python egg. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Hongxiao. Kid, that egg you just stored away seems to be a white-scaled demon python egg as well, doesn't he? Hongxiao was taken aback, not expecting to encounter someone from the Lu family of Mist City here. Indeed, this family harbored no good intentions. He chuckled coldly. What is it to you? Hearing Hongxiao's derisive laughter, the young man returned the sneer. Such arrogance. Do you know who I am? Hongxiao replied lightly. And who might you be? The young man sneered. I fear you might be frightened to hear it. I am Lucia from the Lu family of Mist City. How amusing. Hongxiao chuckled softly. I am indeed frightened. You. Lucia's expression darkened upon seeing Hongxiao's defiant smile. Kill him. Chapter 81. Kill. Hongxiao couldn't help but smile at the chilling command from the opposite side. The people of the Lu family from Mist City were indeed of the same ilk. The 6 mountain stabilization realm experts, upon seeing Lucia's resolve, ceased any further discussion. However, one of the middle-aged men, still hesitant, looked at the handsome youth with uncertainty. Kid, I see you've reached the 2nd star of the mountain stabilization realm at such a young age. Are you from the Fong family? Hongxiao replied with a light laugh. I have no backing. If you wish to make a move, do it quickly. I am rather pressed for time. The middle-aged man felt a flutter of unease at the composed demeanor of the boy. Enough with the chatter, take him down. That white-scaled demon python egg is mine. Lucia, now devoid of patience, declared. He-s just a 2nd star kid. What are you afraid of? Attack. Yes. One of the middle-aged men coldly directed his gaze at Hongxiao. Will you take your own life, or shall I do it for you? Hongxiao scoffed. What grandiose words. Seeking death. In an instant, the middle-aged man's figure vanished from sight, while the others remained still. After all, dealing with a 2nd star youth required only one of them. Cracking mountain fist, the middle-aged man reappeared before Hongxiao, his features contorting as he threw a punch at Hongxiao's head. 9th layer thunderstrike. The command rang out. Su Hongxiao's hair whipped in the gale. Yet his dark eyes remained tranquil as his arm surged forth like a spear. Seeing the youth daring to confront him head-on, the middle-aged man's expression twisted into one of rage. Truly overestimating yourself. Die! With a fierce shout, their fists collided. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending a gale sweeping through the surroundings. To the astonishment of all, the youth remained unmoved while the mountain stabilization realm expert was sent flying several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's arm trembled as he stared incredulously at Su Hongxiao. Explode! Su Hongxiao's eyes turned frigid as he clenched his fist. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted. The middle-aged man's body disintegrated in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. Kill a 6-star talent of the mountain stabilization realm, earning 600 points. As the scene of the abrupt explosion unfolded, the remaining individuals gaped in disbelief. What just happened? The leading middle-aged man also found it hard to believe. After all, they were 4 stars apart in strength. How could he be killed so swiftly? Lu Xia's expression turned icy at the sight. You dare to kill my kin from the Lu family of Mist City? Heh, Su Hongxiao replied coldly. What? Is it only permissible for your Lu family to kill others, while no one else can retaliate? Lu Xia's face darkened as he glowered at Su Hongxiao, his voice dripping with malice. All of you attack together. Do not give him a chance to resist. This time, the remaining 4 middle-aged men no longer hesitated, instantly brandishing their weapons as they surged towards Su Hongxiao. One remained by Lu Xia's side, guarding him, as Lu Xia possessed only the 9th star of the Broken Mirror Realm. Very well, then you shall all remain here today. Su Hongxiao's gaze turned frigid as he summoned his thunderous blade, vanishing from sight. In an instant, flashes of blade and sword danced through the air. Su Hongxiao was not in haste to eliminate them. Rather, he seized the opportunity to hone his recently acquired skills using these 4. The sound of clashing iron rang out wildly through the forest. The 4 middle-aged men, faced with Su Hongxiao's calm demeanor, felt a surge of dread. Despite being 6th-star experts of the mountain stabilization realm, the youth consistently evaded their lethal strikes. The middle-aged man beside Lu Xia furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. Young master, heed my advice. It would be wise to retreat. This youth gives me an ominous feeling. I believe you are merely aging. To be so intimidated by a mere brat, Lu Xia scoffed dismissively. Sighing, the middle-aged man summoned his weapon, his vital energy surging as he prepared for battle. The 4 swift shadows attacked Su Hongxiao relentlessly. With a cold smile, Su Hongxiao repelled 3 of them with a single swing of his blade, then swiftly fell back. A flash of cold light appearing before him. In quick succession, more chilling lights slashed towards him. Su Hongxiao executed the Thunder Movement S9th flash, and his figure abruptly vanished. Upon losing their target, the 4 men were momentarily stunned. What astounding speed! Be cautious. Just then, one of them felt a jolt as Su Hongxiao's figure suddenly materialized before him. With an icy voice, he declared, 9th layer Thunder Strike. The man, witnessing the youth's fist barreling towards him, hastily activated his vital energy to form a robust defense around his body. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms in front of himself. Boom! Su Hongxiao's ferocious punch landed squarely on the man's arms, causing his complexion to change drastically as he was sent flying backward. Su Hongxiao exhibited no hesitation as he triggered the thunderous energy. Boom! 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 The air resonated with a series of muffled explosions emanating from the man's arms. Finally, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the middle-aged man, who had unleashed his life force, saw his arms obliterated, a mask of terror swiftly engulfed by crimson. In an instant, Su Hongxiao's figure vanished from sight. He understood well the principle of striking a drowning dog. Observing the youth who had suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged man with severed arms, the man beside Lu Xia bellowed, "Spare him, and we shall depart immediately." Too late. Su Hongxiao delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, the 9 layers of thunderous energy surging into his body. Boom! The force of the kick drove the middle-aged man into the ground. Eliminated a 6-star talent from the Mountain Guardian realm, earning 600 points. Old 5. One of the middle-aged men erupted in fury, glaring at Su Hongxiao with a murderous intent. You brat, I will surely kill you today. No sooner had he spoken than a dark green aura surged around him, and with a fierce stomp, he lunged at Su Hongxiao. The other 2 middle-aged men, seeing their comrade charge, followed suit without hesitation, rushing towards Su Hongxiao. The road to the underworld is short. It would be wise for you to embark swiftly. Su Hongxiao chuckled lightly, his figure transforming into a shadow as he collided with the remaining 3. The thunderous cyclone within him surged wildly, and Su Hongxiao's speed became as swift as lightning. With every clash, the hearts of the 3 middle-aged men trembled at the sheer terror of his velocity and strength. Boom! After sending 2 of them flying once more, Su Hongxiao faced the trembling-eyed middle-aged man and shouted, Thunder Arc, Triad Slash. Opportunities to strike down foes are fleeting. Seizing a moment, Su Hongxiao's thunderous blade transformed into a blur, cleaving at the man's neck. The first strike sliced through the man's protective energy, while the second penetrated swiftly into his neck. Whoosh! By the conclusion of the third strike, a head leapt from the shoulders, followed by a towering column of blood. Eliminated a 6-star talent from the Mountain Guardian realm, earning 600 points. Disregarding the notification, Su Hongxiao's figure abruptly vanished. The remaining 2 men were left in shock, frantically scanning their surroundings. Yet, under the Thunder 9 shifts, they could not even catch a glimpse of Su Hongxiao. 9 layers of thunderous energy. The deadly sound reverberated again as the middle-aged man beside Lu Xie suddenly disappeared, reappearing before one of his companions, his large blade swinging down violently. In that instant, a figure materialized, Su Hongxiao raising his blade just in time to block the ferocious strike. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. He noticed the mocking glint in the youth's eyes. Not good. The middle-aged man froze, intending to retreat to Lu Xie's side, only to find a shadow had already materialized beside him. You. Lu Xie gazed at the youth before him in horror, his complexion paling. Don't move. With the 3 men advancing, Su Hongxiao seized Lu Xie's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Hunting this broken mirror talent was as easy as dispatching a mere chick. The expressions of the 3 middle-aged men darkened immediately. Brat, if you dare harm him, the Lu family of Fog City will not spare you. Upon hearing their threats, a smirk crept onto Su Hongxiao's lips. I might as well inform you that I have already slain 2 individuals from the Lu family who claim to be young masters. The 3 middle-aged men instantly grasped the implication of Su Hongxiao's cold words. The leader's voice turned grave as he exclaimed, "You are a student from the elite training camp?" Su Hongxiao regarded him with a light chuckle. "Ah, you possess some wit." One of the middle-aged men spoke darkly, "You have great audacity." Heh. Observing the furious expressions of the 3 men, Su Hongxiao smiled lightly. "Tell me your purpose for coming here." At his inquiry, the 3 men were momentarily taken aback. The leader, his face darkened, glared at Su Hongxiao. "Release him, and we can still negotiate." Crack. The sound of a crushed windpipe resonated. Su Hongxiao coldly replied, "Do not make me repeat myself." "You." The ruthless youth's demeanor silenced the leader. "We have come for a treasure." "What treasure?" The middle-aged man hesitated, but, seeing Lu Xie's impending fate, divulged, "Recently, word has spread within the Beast Demon Valley about the emergence of the Earth Dragon Scale Fruit." The Earth Dragon Scale Fruit. Su Hongxiao's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed in shock. This treasure, if consumed directly, could elevate even a Crescent Moon realm expert by several stars. However, for those in the Mountain Guardian realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to consume, as the immense energy could easily rupture their bodies. Yet, if absorbed, it could elevate him by 5 stars, propelling him directly into the 7 or even 8-star levels of the Mountain Guardian realm. Very well. You have shared your information. Now, release our young master. Su Hongxiao coldly smiled at the now purplish Lu Xie in his grip. Your brothers are waiting. It is time for him to depart. No. Buzz. A surge of intense flames enveloped Lu Xie in an instant. In a moment, his screams ceased entirely as Su Hongxiao released his grip. A gust of wind swept through, stirring a storm of black ashes into the air. Not a trace remained. Eliminated a 9-star talent from the Broken Mirror realm, earning 90 points. You dare to kill him. The 3 middle-aged men were left pale-faced at this scene. They could hardly believe that this seemingly innocuous youth could be so merciless in his killings. Brat, our Lu family's experts from the Crescent Moon realm will arrive shortly. You are doomed. The leader's gaze darkened as he gritted his teeth, attacked together. As the words left his lips, the 2 men beside him surged forward towards Su Hongxiao without hesitation. Yet, at that moment, the leader suddenly bolted away. Knowing that it was impossible for the 3 of them to defeat the youth before them, he had to escape and report this matter to his family. But just then, a cold and fierce aura manifested ahead. A youth radiating a purple energy stood before him, holding 2 corpses in his hands. You are clever, but alas, you have chosen the wrong allies. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Hongxiao hurled the 2 corpses at the middle-aged man. Thud. With a flash of cold light, the middle-aged man cleaved one of the flying corpses in 2. But at that moment, a terrifying purple lightning bolt crashed before him. Boom. The purple lightning struck the man's left arm. Hiss. The intense pain contorted the man's features. Brat, if you wish for my demise, you shall not escape unscathed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man hurled a handful of round beads. The flickering purple lightning surged forth from Su Hongxiao, colliding with the beads. But in that instant, the densely packed beads detonated, enveloping the area in a thick, dark green mist. The horrific poison transformed the surrounding flora into foul sludge. Yet, no matter how fearsome the toxin, it could not harm Su Hongxiao in the slightest. Sensing the energy from his opponent, Su Hongxiao's body morphed into a blur as he pursued relentlessly. Emerging from the toxic mist, a middle-aged man stealthily infiltrated the depths of the jungle, believing he had eluded the perils of his youth, only to be met by a voice cold as ice. Ninefold Thunder Force. This time, the middle-aged man had no opportunity to react, as he was immediately sent flying by a single, devastating punch. Following this, a series of thunderous explosions reverberated through the air. Eliminated a 6-star talent of the Mountain Guardian realm, earning 600 points. Su Hongxiao opened his palm to reveal 7 spatial rings. swiftly flipping his hand to absorb them into his own ring. Now was not the moment for examination. The words of the man just now revealed that the Lu family of Mist City had dispatched a formidable opponent from the moon-rending realm. Clearly, they held the Earth Dragon Scale Fruit in high esteem. A chill emanated from Su Hongxiao's dark eyes as he coldly declared, "If they desire it, I shall ensure it remains utterly beyond their grasp." Chapter 83, Hidden Malice. An unexpected encounter. After dispatching several individuals, Su Hongxiao collected all their spatial rings, knowing that they contained numerous valuable items. As for their skills, he had no interest. The techniques they employed were all of the mysterious tier, far beneath his consideration. Having completed these tasks, flames ignited in Su Hongxiao's hands, incinerating the corpses to ash without leaving a trace. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself off the ground, his figure launching forward. The whereabouts of the Earth Dragon Scale Fruit remained unknown, yet Su Hongxiao felt no urgency. Such treasures would not go unnoticed by others. Surely, other families or factions would venture forth. All he needed was to inquire, and he would uncover vital information. For now, his focus was on hunting ferocious beasts to accumulate points. Su Hongxiao's silhouette swiftly navigated the desolate area, distancing himself further from Muyang Town. Along the way, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts. Spotting a dozen elite-level beasts wandering in a nearby valley, a glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes. Drawing the thunderblade from his back, Su Hongxiao's form vanished in an instant. The sound of his blade piercing flesh echoed wildly through the valley. Eliminated an elite-level 5th-order beast, earning 500 points. Eliminated an elite-level 5th-order beast, earning 500 points. In less than 3 minutes, this group of beasts lay slain at Su Hongxiao's feet. Observing his rising points, a faint smile graced his lips as he resumed his endeavors. In another location, 3 middle-aged men cloaked in purple suddenly appeared within the Beast Demon Valley, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. The aura they exuded was terrifying, each a powerhouse of the moon-rending realm. While their followers were all experts of the Mountain Guardian realm, the 3 men were Lu Huan, Lu Yan, and Lu Luo, distinguished figures from the Lu family of Mist City. The central figure, Lu Huan, known as the Third Elder, was flanked by his 4th brother, Lu Yan, and his 5th brother, Lu Luo. Lu Huan's expression was grim. "Lucia cannot possibly be ignoring our calls." Lu Yan interjected, unable to contain himself. "Could something have happened?" Lu Luo, the 5th brother, countered, "That cannot be. In this small Muyang town, the strongest among them is merely a 7-star mountain guardian. Lucia's escort would not be without the means to resist." Lu Huan's face darkened further. "We must find Lucia. The Lu family has faced too many troubles of late. Even if something has occurred, we must uncover the wretched culprit." 4th and 5th brothers, "We shall split up the search. If we have no leads within an hour, we shall regroup at the Death Valley. That treasure must be secured. Rest assured, 3rd brother, we shall arrive on time." With that, Lu Yin and Lu Luo led their respective groups away, hastening toward the Beast Demon Valley, while Lu Huan continued on with the remaining followers, seeking answers. As the Lu family commenced their pursuit, various factions from Yang City and Nan City infiltrated the Beast Demon Valley in droves. The Earth Dragon Scale Fruit, a treasure capable of elevating a moon-rending realm powerhouse by several tiers, was simply too enticing. Any family that could secure this treasure would be on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of the moon-rending realm, bringing them closer to the Radiant Sun realm. Should even one family produce a powerhouse of the Radiant Sun realm, their status would rise exponentially. As more individuals flooded into the Beast Demon Valley, Su Hongxiao, who had been recklessly slaughtering beasts, began to exercise greater caution. He consciously avoided populated areas, delving deeper into the valley. Along his journey, he observed numerous small teams advancing toward the depths. If his assumptions were correct, the birthplace of the Earth Dragon Scale Fruit lay within. Just as Su Hongxiao prepared to act, he suddenly felt a violent tremor emanating from his spatial ring. Instinctively, he retrieved the egg of the white-scaled serpent. For living creatures should not be kept within the ring. As soon as he extracted the pearlescent egg, cracks began to form on its shell, releasing beams of white light. In an instant, a snow-white figure coiled around Su Hongxiao's forearm before climbing onto his shoulder. "Hey!" Su Hongxiao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the adorable little serpent. This juvenile white-scaled serpent was entirely snow-white, its scales glistening with luster. Remarkably, thanks to the previous blood essence absorption and the effects of the blood contract pill, this little creature had already reached the elite level of the 9th order. The little white snake flicked its tongue, affectionately licking Su Hongxiao's cheek, its peculiar eyes fixed on him, exuding a sense of fondness. Remembering the peculiar properties mentioned in the description of the blood contract pill, he mused, "I shall call you Xiaoyu from now on, shall I?" Upon hearing Su Hongxiao's voice, the little white snake surprisingly nodded in agreement. "Hey!" Su Hongxiao chuckled softly, "Can you grow larger?" Upon his inquiry, the diminutive white-scaled serpent instantaneously transformed into a colossal serpent measuring over 10 meters in length. Not only had its size increased, but its scales had also become pure and formidable. Indeed, it possesses extraordinary capabilities. Su Hongxiao rejoiced, extending his hand. In a blink, the white-scaled serpent reverted to its smaller form, coiling around his arm beneath his sleeve. Not only did he aim to elevate his own strength swiftly, but he also wished for Xiao Yu to advance to the status of a lord-level beast. At that point, he would possess yet another formidable trump card. With this thought in mind, Su Hongxiao hurried deeper into the Beast Demon Valley. After several hours of intense combat, his points had surged beyond 1 million. He needed to seize every moment to accumulate points, then purchase pills to bolster his strength. Given his current power, elevating the level of his skills would not be an easy feat. He decided to focus on enhancing his realm first before considering skills. Just then, Su Hongxiao abruptly halted. His dark eyes fixated below. Li girl? A small team appeared below, with Li and a young man walking side by side, trailed by dozens of others. Aside from the young man beside Li, who was a 7-star mountain guardian, the rest were all at the 1 to 3-star mountain guardian level. Who goes there? The young man exhibited keen perception, abruptly hurling a flying dagger upward. Su Hongxiao evaded the attack, leaping down from the towering tree. Observing the wary group, he smiled. Do not misunderstand. I am merely here for training. It's you, Li exclaimed, her beautiful eyes reflecting surprise as she recognized the young man clad in black. What brings you here? Chapter 84. The White Serpent Absorbing Divine Thunder. Little sister, you know him? The young man beside her was taken aback to discover that Li was acquainted with this youth. Relaxing his stance, Lei Wei regarded the cheerful-faced young man. Brother Lei, I have merely encountered him once. Previously, he was deceived by that Hu Laoba, and by chance, I happened to cross paths with him and offered my assistance. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Miss Li for that, Su Hongxiao remarked, casting a light-hearted glance towards Lei Wei. If I am not mistaken, this esteemed brother must be the leader of the Qingmu gang, correct? Lei Wei regarded the tall youth before him, inquiring, what brings you here? Su Hongxiao did not conceal his intentions. I am about to enter the martial arts university and wish to venture out for some training before the semester begins. Hearing Su Hongxiao's words, Lei Wei nodded appreciatively. Given your youth and already being at the Mountain Guardian realm, you must be a martial champion from some provincial city. Su Hongxiao smiled gently. I happened to pass by and noticed you all. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Miss Li observed the youth who had disappeared into the forest, her eyes filled with curiosity. After all, it is rare for someone of his age to venture out alone for training, considering the multitude of dangers in this desolate area. Typically, one would be accompanied by family members to traverse such territories. Lei Wei, watching the departing youth, expressed his concern. Sister, in the future, refrain from associating with strangers. Human nature is inscrutable. Miss Li nodded slightly. Let us go, Brother Lei. I have a strong premonition that a rare medicinal treasure will emerge from the Demon Valley this time. The feeling is too intense to ignore. Indeed. Lei Wei turned to the group behind him. Let us set off. Once we find the treasure, each brother will be able to enjoy a prosperous life. Thank you, Brother Lei. The crowd rejoiced, for following Lei Wei was the happiest endeavor of their lives. After all, whenever Brother Lei discovered something valuable, he never failed to reward his brothers generously. Once the group departed, Su Hongxiao swiftly set his plan in motion. That Miss Li certainly possessed an extraordinary constitution. The treasure she spoke of must be the Earth Dragon scale fruit. Su Hongxiao had already left a faint trace of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder's aura on her. For now, he would continue to hunt fierce beasts. Su Hongxiao glanced at the red circle marked on his map, proceeding without hesitation. The Beast Valley was vast, and it took him a full half-hour to arrive at his destination. Along the way, Su Hongxiao dispatched several scattered fierce beasts, accumulating a few thousand points in the process. At this moment, Su Hongxiao halted atop a towering tree, gazing down at the expansive marshland below, teeming with countless elite-grade fierce beasts. However, none of these beasts exceeded the elite 5th tier. Slaying them one by one would take too long. Suddenly, Su Hongxiao's strikingly clear eyes transformed into a mysterious shade of purple. The clouds above darkened ominously. Boom. Countless terrifying purple lightning bolts cascaded from the sky, crashing into the marsh below. Kill Elite Grade 3rd Tier Fierce Beast. Earn 300 points. Kill Elite Grade 3rd Tier Fierce Beast. Earn 300 points. Kill Elite Grade 4th Tier Fierce Beast. Earn 400 points. Kill Elite Grade 3rd Tier Fierce Beast. Earn 400 points. Kill Elite Grade 3rd Tier Fierce Beast. Earn 400 points. The continuous notifications of point acquisition filled the air as Su Hongxiao suppressed his exhilaration, commanding the Nine Heavens' divine thunder to strike relentlessly. Having entered the Mountain Guardian realm, he could unleash his Nine Heavens' divine thunder over a radius of 100 meters. As the fierce beasts within that radius were vanquished, he swiftly relocated to continue his hunt. At that moment, Su Hongxiao was astonished to find that the little moon snake on his arm was unafraid of his Nine Heavens' divine thunder. Instead, it crawled onto his shoulder, greedily absorbing the purple lightning. Taken aback, Su Hongxiao soon surmised that this was likely linked to its absorption of his blood essence. As the blood contract pill it consumed contained his blood, which surely bore the attributes of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. Watching the little moon snake absorb the power of the divine lightning on his shoulder, Su Hongxiao's heart swelled with joy. This was an SSS-level talent. If the little moon could harness such divine thunder, it might one day transcend the constraints of the Lord level and ascend to the Commander or even Emperor level. After all, the Commander level is comparable to those with talents in the earth-shattering realm, while the Emperor level comprises unparalleled powerhouses of the celestial realm. Some powerful individuals searching within the Beast Valley caught sight of this scene from afar, filled with astonishment. The terrifying thunderclouds and purple lightning left those with talents at the Mountain Guardian realm trembling in fear. Even some first or second star warriors from the Moon Split realm felt an overwhelming sense of suppression. The purple divine lightning was simply too fearsome, deterring anyone from approaching to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Thus, Su Hongxiao continued to strike for several hours, from dawn until dusk. Were it not for the presence of the ancient blood pill within him, he feared he would have long since exhausted himself. As the sun set and night fell, Su Hongxiao noticed that the little moon snake had fallen into slumber after absorbing too much purple lightning, prompting him to retract the nine heavens' divine thunder into his body. Just as he prepared to check his points, he felt a sudden surge of energy within him. What? Another breakthrough? Su Hongxiao quickly seated himself atop the giant tree. Centering his mind, the turbulent power of his blood surged violently within him. As the energy continued to swell, a fierce wind erupted from his form. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had passed. Under the midnight stars, with the moonlight hazy, a resonant hum echoed, and Su Hongxiao abruptly opened his eyes. A flash of purple light illuminating his gaze. To his astonishment, he realized that the intense utilization of the nine heavens' divine thunder had stimulated the cyclone within him. Without hesitation, he opened his status panel to check. Host, Su Hongxiao. Age, 18 years. Realm, Mountain Guardian Realm, Tier 3. Talent, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. SSS-level talent. Talent, Flame Source Power, D-level talent. Weapon, Celestial Grade Weapon, Profound Grade Weapon. Skills, Profound Grade Skill, Earth Grade Skill. Items, none. Points, 12 million points. Points shop, open. He had broken through to the Mountain Guardian Realm, Tier 3. Su Hongxiao gazed at this development with delight. And when he saw the points total, excitement washed over him. To think that just a few hours of harvesting had resulted in another breakthrough of over 10 million points. As Su Hongxiao contemplated what to purchase, he noticed the little moon snake, still asleep on his arm, emitting a faint purple glow. Its snow-white scales bore the aura of the nine heavens' divine thunder. What is happening? Su Hongxiao stared in bewilderment at the small bump forming on the little moon snake's forehead. He exclaimed, could it be? After absorbing a wave of nine heavens' divine thunder, it is about to break through to the Lord level?